Chapter 1. Past Lives and Present Encounters. In the vast expanse of the Douluo world, amidst the boundless ocean, there lies a secluded little island. This island, though not overly expansive, measures approximately a dozen kilometers in length and width. In its central region, a myriad of island flora flourishes, while the coastal edges are adorned with numerous coconut palms. At this moment, by the beach of this island, a diminutive figure lies face down in the sand, her bare feet intermittently washed over by the gentle ebb and flow of the sea, resembling a beached fish. Suddenly, the small figure stirs, her fingers twitching before she gradually sits up, revealing a pair of azure eyes as deep as the ocean. With her hands pressed against her throbbing head, she mutters in bewilderment, "Who am I? Dai Yuhao or Hemingway?" At this very instant, two streams of memories intertwine and merge within her mind, not through possession or reincarnation, but as an awakening of her past lives' memories. The memories from her previous life belong to a young man in his 20s named Hemingway, hailing from a water-blue planet. It was a world dominated by technology, devoid of flamboyant magic or the pinnacle of martial prowess. What existed was merely the mundane essence of science. In contrast, the memories of this life stem from a 6-year-old child named Dai Yuhao, whose identity is illustrious and whose bloodline is of unparalleled nobility. As the two lifetimes' memories continue to intertwine, she ultimately declares, "I am Hemingway." Her once confused gaze gradually sharpens despite her outward appearance of merely 6 years. The depth of her eyes suggests that this child is far from ordinary. It is the memories from modern society that have taken precedence, a fact that is hardly surprising. After all, even disregarding the fact that Hemingway is over 20 years old, he inherently possesses a wealth of life experience that far surpasses that of the 6-year-old Dai Yuhao. Merely considering the information explosion of his world, the knowledge and insights he possesses are leagues beyond what the natives of this realm could fathom. Thus, it is entirely expected that the memories would ultimately be dominated by Hemingway's consciousness. "To think I have arrived in the Douluo continent," Hemingway muses with a wry smile after merging her past memories. "And in this life, I am the elder brother Dai Yuhao, who is 4 years senior to Dai Mubai. Is there even a character named Dai Yuhao in the original work? Of course, while bearing the name Dai Yuhao, she is not the same individual known in Douluo II as the so-called Huogua. After all, there remains a full 10,000 years until the events of Douluo II. It is merely a coincidence that the names are alike. In this incarnation, Hemingway's identity is particularly unique. She is the second son of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, with an elder brother, Davis, who is 2 years her senior, and a younger brother, Dai Mubai, who has recently been born and is 4 years her junior. Initially, this situation might not seem alarming, but the crux lies in the fact that her biological mother is not the emperor's primary consort, but rather a princess sent from the Tiandou Empire for a political marriage. The Star Luo Empire and the Tiandou Empire are sworn enemies, having been embroiled in continuous warfare for years. In recent times, the Star Luo Empire has gained the upper hand. However, the prolonged conflict has drained the resources of both nations significantly. If this continues, even if the Star Luo Empire were to conquer the Tiandou Empire, all that would remain is a desolate wasteland. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall looms as a constant threat. Neither nation can afford to continue waging war, yet after so many years of conflict, how can they simply cease hostilities without a valid reason? Thus, under the pretense of a political marriage, the Tiandou Empire dispatches a princess to wed the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, granting both sides a temporary reprieve from war. However, this is merely a temporary solution. The long-standing enmity between the two empires cannot be quelled by the mere arrival of princess. The notion of a political marriage serves only as a pretext for a ceasefire. Once both empires have recuperated, the war will inevitably reignite. In such a precarious situation, Dai Yuhao, possessing the bloodlines of both imperial families, finds herself in an exceedingly awkward position. Bearing the royal blood of the Tiandou Empire, she is naturally not welcomed in the Star Luo Empire, and her prospects in the imperial succession are bleak, as no one would support a candidate with the bloodline of an enemy nation. As if this were not enough, Despite being marginalized, she at least carries the royal blood of the Star Luo Empire surely. The emperor would not resort to harming her. Yet everything changes when, at the age of 6, she awakens her martial soul and astonishingly possesses twin martial souls, along with innate full spirit power. Such attributes would make anyone a prodigy. If they possessed even one, to have both is to be a genius among geniuses. If allowed to develop, her future prospects would be immeasurable. Had she merely been a commoner or an ordinary noble, this would not pose much of an issue. However, being the second prince of the Star Luo Empire and the son of a Tiandou princess complicates her situation. The more exceptional she becomes, the greater the danger she faces. Countless individuals within the Star Luo Empire would prefer to see her fail, with the foremost among them being the emperor's consort and her family, the Zhu clan. After all, Dai Yuhao is also the emperor's son. The more talented she is, the greater the threat to her own son's position, even though the likelihood of her ascending to the throne is slim due to her enemy bloodline. The mere possibility must be extinguished in its infancy. Thus begins a covert assassination orchestrated by the Star Luo Empress. The emperor is naturally aware of this, but, in the interest of maintaining stability within the empire, chooses to turn a blind eye, unwilling to offend the empress and her influential family. Consequently, he remains passive, allowing assassins to pursue the mother and child. At this juncture, some may wonder why the protagonist, possessing twin martial souls and innate full spirit power, could be left vulnerable to the empress machinations. Is the emperor not aware of the potential of such a gifted son? The truth is that the emperor does not regard this son's value as particularly significant, deeming it not worth the risk of alienating the empress. It is essential to recognize that during this period in Douluo, twin martial souls are exceedingly rare. Historical records indicate few instances of individuals possessing twin martial souls, all of whom share a common fate. They meet their demise due to conflicts between their souls when they reach a certain level of cultivation. Almost all documented cases of twin martial souls have perished as a result of this internal conflict. Consequently, despite the fact that everyone acknowledges twin martial souls as a remarkable talent, if one can overcome the conflict, their future achievements would be boundless. After all, while most individuals possess only one martial soul, she possesses two, a prospect that is undeniably formidable. However, due to the absence of any successful cultivation examples, the true strength of twin martial souls remains a concept foreign to the inhabitants of Douluo at this time. Thus, the protagonist's value diminishes in the emperor's eyes. It is worth noting that the existence of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, as a twin martial soul has yet to be widely recognized. In the emperor's perspective, even if the protagonist were to miraculously overcome the internal conflict and achieve successful cultivation, she would merely become a titled Douluo with two martial souls. The likelihood of failure is far more significant, and she could perish at the third or fourth level of cultivation due to the conflict between her martial souls. Therefore, for a son with such uncertain prospects, opposing the empress is an untenable course of action for the emperor. Ironically, if the protagonist had simply possessed innate full spirit power without the dual souls, she would hold greater value in his eyes. This would imply that by following a steady path of cultivation, she could potentially become a titled Douluo without the risk of succumbing to internal conflict and death. As for why the Star Luo Empress is so determined to eliminate the protagonist, it is not merely due to the fear of her future accomplishments. Rather, it is her twin martial souls and innate full spirit power that pose a potential threat to her son's claim to the throne if she can overcome the conflict. Thus, she resolves to eliminate this potential threat once and for all. Royal intrigues are brutal. Even the slightest possibility cannot be tolerated. Fortunately, upon the awakening of her twin martial souls, Dai Yuhao's mother becomes aware of the impending danger. She quickly gathers a few loyal followers, skilled at the Spirit King level, who had accompanied her from the Tiandou Empire, and prepares to flee with her son under the cloak of night. Destination: the sea. As long as they can reach the ocean and find a remote island to hide, the Star Luo Empire will undoubtedly be unable to locate them. for the sea is the domain of sea spirit masters. As land spirit masters, the Star Luo Empire's influence cannot extend into the ocean. Thus, fleeing to the sea is undoubtedly the safest option to evade pursuit. Regrettably, however, the mother and son are intercepted by assassins en route. A fierce battle ensues. As they flee, several loyal followers sacrifice their lives. Ultimately, Dai Yuhao's mother gives her life, choosing to perish alongside the enemy to secure her son's escape. Mother, thinking of that gentle and nurturing woman, Hemingway is overwhelmed with anguish, closing her eyes in pain as a wave of despair constricts her chest, rendering her breathless. She is not merely a vessel for possession or reincarnation, she has truly been reborn, becoming an infant, tenderly nurtured and cared for as Dai Yuhao. Despite having only 6 fleeting years, during this time devoid of awakened memories, he was nurtured and cherished as an ordinary child, and this affection is by no means insincere. Even now, with his memories awakened, that bond has not dissipated, it remains deeply rooted within his heart. Alongside it, however, burgeons an overwhelming hatred. From this day forth, there shall be no more Dai Yuhao in this world. The 6-year-old boy gazed skyward, uttering his vow as if in solemn oath. Only Hemingway shall remain. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within him. Be it the Star Luo Empress or that heartless father, he would spare none of them in the future. Thus, he cast away the name of his past life, bidding a definitive farewell to what once was. From this moment on, the Star Luo imperial family would be perceived as his foes, entities that must be eradicated. Chapter 2. The Butterfly Effect. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The intense rays of sunlight illuminated the beach, even as the salty sea breeze attempted to provide some respite. Having been unconscious here for an indeterminate period, Hemingway felt overwhelmed by the heat. Thus, even though his body was still weak and languid upon awakening, he exerted himself to climb onto the shore, leaving 2 long trails in the sand, and finally sank down beside a coconut tree. The shade of this palm offered a sanctuary from the sun, a perfect refuge from the encroaching waves, allowing him a moment's respite. As he relished the coolness beneath the tree, he exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Yet, the parched sensation in his throat persisted, and he yearned for a drink. Ding! At that moment, accompanied by a melodious chime, the Supreme Ruler System is initializing. A mechanized voice echoed within Hemingway's mind, momentarily rendering him speechless as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Is this a system? After a prolonged period of hesitation, Hemingway finally grasped the reality of his circumstances. Was this not the very system popularized in web novels? Was it real or merely a figment of his imagination? However, if he had indeed traversed into the realm of a novel, then perhaps the existence of such an auxiliary feature was not entirely implausible. Generating attribute panel. At that moment, a system interface materialized before him. Supreme Ruler System. Name: Hemingway. Cultivation: Level 10 Soul Power, innately full soul power. Martial Soul: Mermaid, no soul rings attached for clarification, lest some impatient readers abandon the story. As an emperor, with numerous consorts and offspring, it is unreasonable to expect each child to inherit the swan martial soul. His mother, though a princess of the Tiandou Empire, did not inherit the swan martial soul, which is entirely justifiable. The protagonist's mermaid martial soul is inherited from his mother. Martial Soul: White Tiger, no soul rings attached. Main quest: become the one true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of 2 imperial families coursing through your veins, you are destined to be the sovereign of this realm. Quest reward: unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? The panel was simple, with its attributes appearing disappointingly rudimentary. However, Hemingway's gaze was drawn to the final item on the list, the beginner's gift pack. Undoubtedly, the contents of this package would prove advantageous for his current predicament. Thus, he eagerly declared, "Open the beginner's gift pack." Ding! Opening beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 martial soul upgrade card, 1 devil fruit, and 1 gravity adjustment wristband. Devil fruit? Hemingway was taken aback. Wasn't this the Douluo world? How could a treasure from the One Piece realm appear in his beginner's gift pack? Wait, I am currently at sea, so perhaps the devil fruit is indeed more suited to my present situation. He mused, quickly coming to terms with it. As for the gravity adjustment wristband, its name was self-explanatory. What is the function of the martial soul upgrade card? He inquired. Ding! The martial soul upgrade card can assist the host in enhancing the quality of their dual martial souls, with a chance to gain abilities from characters of other worlds. Gaining abilities from characters of other worlds? Hemingway found this statement somewhat perplexing, yet adhering to the notion that an auxiliary feature would never harm him, he decided to utilize the martial soul upgrade card. Ding! Using martial soul upgrade card. In the next instant, Hemingway felt his weary and weakened body being rejuvenated by some form of energy, as if he were submerged in warm water, so comfortable that he nearly succumbed to slumber. In a state of half-consciousness, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. It was unclear how much time had passed. When he awoke once more, the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately perceived that the entire world had transformed. The sky was an exquisite blue, and the sea exuded a gentle warmth. The sea breeze caressed him, as if it were capable of cleansing his very soul. Hemingway noticed that the outlines of the surrounding objects had become more pronounced, their colors vibrantly resplendent. He felt as though he had been nearsighted all his life, and now, with a clarity of vision akin to wearing glasses, he could finally behold the true essence of the world. He rose gently to his feet, feeling an invigorating strength coursing through his once exhausted body, brimming with vitality. It felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Hemingway silently savored his transformation when suddenly a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing a stray lock of hair to fall from his brow, as white as snow. This is it. He grasped a strand of white hair, then raked his fingers through his scalp a few times, ultimately realizing that what was once short hair had now cascaded down to his waist. Even the golden strands that once adorned his head had transformed into a hue as pale as snow. How do I appear? Hemingway hurried to the seashore, gazing through the azure sky and the cerulean waters, observing his reflection in the sea. There stood a 6-year-old child with hair as white as snow, delicate and exquisite features, and eyes as deep blue as the ocean, exuding a gentle and ethereal charm. If adorned in feminine attire, one would scarcely question her identity as a girl. Hemingway was taken aback. Instinctively, his right hand moved towards his groin, and upon grasping his little brother, which not only had not disappeared but had also grown considerably, he finally let out a sigh of relief, thankful that no unfortunate transformation had occurred. Next, he turned his attention to the changes in his martial soul beyond mere physical alterations. Mermaid martial soul, manifest. Hemingway silently uttered a low exclamation and, without hesitation, unleashed the mermaid spirit inherited from his mother. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from the small island where he stood, spreading outward across the vast ocean. The sea roared and churned violently as countless aquatic soul beasts burst forth from the depths, howling towards the heavens. In a frenzy, they surged toward the island, many of them ancient beings over 100,000 years old. At that moment, nearly everyone across the ocean was stirred, especially those soul masters connected to the sea. Regardless of whether their spirits were sea serpents, turtles, fish, or even seabirds, all creatures linked to the ocean found themselves compelled to bow to the ground under the weight of this overwhelming aura, as if paying homage to an exalted sovereign. And at the center of this tumultuous chaos, the true architect of it all stood. Hemingway gazed ahead, startled by the tumultuous waves that rolled restlessly before him, acutely sensing that this upheaval was undoubtedly linked to his soul's essence. As he beheld the sea spirit beasts charging towards him with fierce intensity, a chill of dread washed over him. Fortunately, the moment his mermaid spirit manifested, the subtle turbulence dissipated. The once mad sea spirit beasts gradually calmed, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings before retreating into the depths of the ocean. The once boisterous sea returned to its tranquil state. However, the ramifications of the upheaval caused by the sea spirit beasts did not fade. Instead, they sparked profound contemplation among the observant. What could have incited such a widespread disturbance among all the sea spirit beasts? Was there a treasure emerging? Or perhaps the sea god had revealed his presence? Chapter 3. The True Sea God. On the desolate island, Hemingway gazed silently at the upgraded visage of his mermaid soul. A monumental figure towering several dozen meters high. The upper half resembled that of a human woman, while the lower half manifested as an enormous pink fishtail. Undoubtedly, this was a superlative mermaid. As for why Hemingway inherited the mermaid soul from his biological mother rather than the swan, the royal legacy of the Tiandou Empire, it was due to his mother, though a princess of the Tiandou Empire, not having inherited the swan soul. Instead, she had inherited the mermaid soul from her grandmother, a soul master. Thus, as the son of his mother, it was only natural that his mermaid soul was a hereditary gift from her. Initially, his mermaid soul was of ordinary size, incapable of attaining such colossal proportions. However, it was evident that the transformation into this magnificent form was a consequence of the soul upgrade card. Yet, the implications remained. Hemingway furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the magnificent mermaid before him. She possessed flowing, long pink curls, elegantly styled into an ancient celestial bun. Adorning her head was a hairpin fashioned in the shape of a taiyaki, while her earlobes were embellished with shell-like earrings. Her eyes, reminiscent of the deepest ocean, sparkled with an unparalleled beauty. Below, her upper body was voluptuously ample, and her lower half transitioned into a gradient of pink in the form of a majestic fishtail. The Mermaid Princess, Bai Xing. He murmured slowly. Bai Xing, the Mermaid Princess, is a pivotal character from the anime One Piece. She is the princess of the merfolk and the legendary sea deity, Poseidon, endowed with the extraordinary ability to command all sea kings. Now, after the upgrade of Hemingway's mermaid soul, its appearance mirrored that of the Mermaid Princess, Bai Xing. He finally comprehended the implications of the system's claim regarding the possibility of acquiring abilities from characters from other realms. Upon transforming into the likeness of the Mermaid Princess, the character's powers transitioned from commanding sea kings to commanding all creatures associated with the ocean. The recent turmoil among the sea spirit beasts was triggered by the initial summoning of the soul, during which Poseidon made his first appearance, emanating a unique aura that led the sea spirit beasts to mistakenly believe that the sea god had descended. Such occurrences would not manifest in future summoning attempts. Indeed, the soul upgrade card provided by the system proved to be remarkably potent. As he admired the imposing mermaid soul before him, he couldn't help but marvel at its sheer power, even without considering its ability to command sea spirit beasts. Simply by its size, it was evident that this new soul was exponentially more formidable than its predecessor. Towering at several dozen meters, the destructive potential of such a colossal entity was unimaginable. What transformation had the other soul undergone? Hemingway contemplated, and with a flicker of thought, the colossal mermaid soul transformed into a gleaming light and vanished. In its stead arose another magnificent figure. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the surrounding waters. A gigantic white tiger, adorned with majestic wings, bellowed towards the heavens. Its fur was a pristine white, embellished with dark, inky stripes, and its eyes glimmered an ominous blood red, exuding a sense of foreboding darkness. The creature's form had grown immensely, now complemented by a pair of wings. Hemingway gazed upon the imposing white tiger, radiating an aura of ferocity and lethal intent, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For no matter how one viewed it, the evolved white tiger was undoubtedly far superior to its former self. Most significantly, the addition of wings suggested the remarkable capability of flight, an extraordinary evolution for a creature that reigns as the king of the land. Let me inspect its attributes. He smacked his forehead and silently summoned the attributes panel. Supreme Ruler System Name: Hemingway Cultivation, Level 10, Innate Full Soul Power. Martial Soul, Mermaid Princess, Soul Rings Not Yet Attached, Martial Soul, Netherworld White Tiger, Soul Rings Not Yet Attached, Main Quest, Become the sole true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of 2 imperial dynasties coursing through your veins, it is your destiny to become the world's sovereign. Quest Reward: Unlock the ability to traverse worlds. The transformation of the Mermaid Martial Soul into the Mermaid Princess and the White Tiger Martial Soul into the Netherworld White Tiger was evidently a significant enhancement. Yet, he pondered, in what manner was it stronger? He gazed at the simplistic attributes on the panel, murmuring to himself, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him. In particular, the Mermaid Martial Soul's ability to command sea soul beasts piqued his curiosity about the extent of its capabilities. Could he directly command the sea soul beasts to offer sacrifices? Perhaps it was worth a trial? The waves incessantly crashed against the shore, and the briny sea breeze enveloped him, instilling a sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was due to the mermaid martial soul, for the closer he drew to the ocean, the more invigorated he felt, as if the sea were, indeed, his true home. Hemingway, barefoot upon the sandy shore, continued his forward march until the waves lapped at his ankles, prompting him to pause. He gently closed his eyes. For the mermaid spirit had evolved into a princess of the sea, endowing him with myriad abilities. Among these was an extraordinary sensitivity to the ocean. Upon contact with the water, he could perceive the happenings within a certain radius of the sea. At that moment, his sensations were profoundly wondrous. As though he stood in the perspective of a deity, he could observe the underwater realm in a full 360-degree panorama, encompassing a vast expanse. In an instant, his awareness enveloped a 1,000-mile radius of ocean, truly a terrifying capacity. Yet, this was to be expected, for his spirit was, after all, the sovereign of the seas. It was hardly surprising that he possessed such formidable perceptive powers regarding the ocean. Soon, within the 1,000-mile expanse of water, Hemingway sensed the presence of numerous soul beasts, and based on the radiant essence of soul power they emanated, he discerned that most of these creatures were of a decade, century, or millennium in age, with those of 10,000 years being nearly non-existent. However, at this stage in his journey, the soul rings of a century or millennium sufficed. Furthermore, even if there were soul beasts of 10,000 years, his current strength might not enable him to command them. Let us focus on this particular soul beast. Hemingway set his sights on a millennium-old shark, promptly issuing a command to it. Instantly, the shark obediently swam to the shore and beached itself there. Hemingway gazed at the formidable shark, whose eyes were filled with resistance yet compelled to submit, and for the first time, he felt the terrifying power of his martial soul. This was an absolute dominion over all marine life. Was she not the goddess of the sea? Martial soul, manifest, with a soft exclamation. The majestic mermaid princess martial soul materialized behind Hemingway. Instantly, the towering figure of the mermaid princess, standing several meters tall, raised a slender yet enormous jade-like hand and gently brought it down. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The stranded shark on the beach offered no resistance whatsoever and was flattened into a mere pancake by the colossal, delicate hand. A purple 1,000-year soul ring slowly ascended. The mermaid princess martial soul was the sovereign of the ocean, commanding obedience from all sea creatures. However, while the body may submit, the spirit does not yield. Thus, to compel a soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself was an unattainable feat otherwise. Hemingway's first soul ring would not be a mere 1,000 years. It would start at 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Come, as the soul power beckoned, the purple soul ring swiftly approached, merging into the body of the mermaid princess martial soul, and instantly, Hemingway felt a surge of power flowing into him. Nourished by this force, his physique began to strengthen at an astonishing pace. Hemingway was not oblivious to the fact that the optimal first soul ring for a soul master is a yellow ring, aged a few hundred years. However, ever since he utilized the Soul Mastery upgrade card to enhance his martial spirit, despite no increase in soul power, the augmentation of his physique from the two martial spirits was astonishingly substantial. It is well known that soul masters absorb soul rings primarily based on their physical and mental endurance. As long as one can withstand the pressure, even a 10,000-year soul ring could be absorbed without issue. This is precisely why Hemingway had the audacity to assimilate a 1,000-year soul ring as his first. The outcome confirmed his judgment. The process of absorbing the soul ring was remarkably smooth, and Hemingway felt that he could endure even a soul ring aged by an additional 1,000 or 2,000 years. From this, he initially estimated that his current physique was akin to that of a soul master at levels 30 to 40. Nevertheless, the true strength of a soul master lies in the myriad of unique soul skills they possess, making the robustness of one's physique relatively secondary. Thus, it does not imply that he is now capable of rivaling a soul master of levels 30 to 40. Now, let us discover what soul skills I have acquired. Hemingway closed his eyes, immersing himself in silent contemplation. In that moment, he instinctively grasped the nature of the soul abilities he had acquired through the merging with his soul ring. To his astonishment, it was indeed remarkable. He abruptly opened his eyes and extended his right hand, commanding with a firm voice. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped his entire arm, transforming it into what appeared to be a golden arm. Undoubtedly, this emanated from the world of One Piece, the powerful Haki. Haki is a unique ability within this realm, categorized into three distinct types: Kenbunchika Haki, Busashoka Haki, and the Rare Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 4. The Considerate System. Upon obtaining his first soul ring, Hemingway immediately awakened two forms of Haki from the three available: Busashoka Haki and Kenbunchika Haki. At present, he was employing Busashoko Haki. When activated, this ability functioned akin to a protective armor enveloping the body, rendering it indestructible. It could also evolve into a means of enhancing offensive power, yielding various effects. Kenbunshika Haki operated similarly to a radar, akin to the spiritual perception in cultivation novels, allowing him to sense everything within a certain radius with utmost clarity, even discerning the emotions of others. Those who had mastered Kenbunshika Haki to its pinnacle could even hear the thoughts of others, perceive the sounds of all things, or glimpse into the future. As for the final form, Conqueror's Haki, it exuded a formidable pressure akin to that of a powerful ruler, yet more tyrannical. Once unleashed, it could instill fear in all beings, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. It was an essential ability for clearing the insignificant and asserting one's royal presence. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, Hemingway had not awakened Conqueror's Haki. Perhaps he lacked that innate regal spirit within him. Thus, he had only awakened Busashoku and Kenbunshika Haki, leaving him uncertain whether he would ever have the opportunity to awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future. Having initially acquired the first soul ring, Hemingway had directly awakened two forms of Haki, which could be considered his soul abilities. Naturally, with gains come losses. The mermaid princess as a martial spirit had its advantages, but it also bore shortcomings. The additional soul rings could not grant him a plethora of unique abilities, meaning that regardless of the soul rings he acquired in the future, the mermaid princess would not provide any further soul techniques. At most, it would enhance the two existing Haki forms. Thus, the role of the soul rings extended beyond mere upgrades. They would amplify his physical and mental prowess and increase the potency of his Haki, but would no longer furnish him with any additional soul techniques. These revelations emerged naturally as Hemingway attuned himself to his abilities. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered within him, after all, the allure of those myriad splendid soul techniques was undeniable. He recognized the importance of moderation. In his view, the effective utilization of Busashoku and Kenbunshika Haki would suffice to navigate the Douluo world with distinction. Moreover, he possessed another martial spirit, the White Tiger. In addition to Haki, the world of One Piece was replete with various combat techniques that he could likely emulate. For instance, the renowned 6 powers of the Navy, with his current physique. Diligent practice would enable him to master them swiftly. In summary, he lacked not for methods of attack. In the forthcoming days, Hemingway resolved to acclimate to the transformations of his martial spirit on this small island while simultaneously training in the Navy's 6 powers. Once he had acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation and the means to traverse the seas with confidence, he would begin to gather allies and establish his own faction. Hemingway pondered silently, believing that before he became the sole true king of the Dou continent, he should first aspire to become the king of the seas. I am destined to be the man who becomes the Sea King. Ultimate King System Name. Hemingway Level 15 Soul Master Martial Spirit. Mermaid Princess, Purple, Martial Spirit, Nether White Tiger, no soul ring attached, main quest, become the one true king of the Douluo world. With bloodlines from 2 great imperial lineages, you are destined to be the world's sovereign. Quest reward. Unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Level 15 is commendable. Hemingway nodded at his level, recognizing that absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring could elevate him by 5 levels, which was quite impressive. Now, he awaited the next reward. Hemingway silently murmured to himself, System, claim the devil fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Paramecia-type devil fruit from the world of One Piece, the Pawpaw fruit. As the system notification echoed, a fruit materialized from the void, gently descending to the ground. Hemingway instinctively reached out to grasp the oddly shaped fruit before him, recalling the details from the original text concerning this peculiar specimen. The superhuman-type devil fruit, the meatball fruit. This extraordinary fruit had made an appearance in the world of One Piece, granting its consumer the ability to cultivate a cat-like paw pad in the palm of their hand, enabling them to repel any object, solids, liquids, gases, damage, heat, slashes, shockwaves, and more. Remarkably, even the intangible concepts of fatigue and pain could be deflected. Ultimately, this ability promised to be immensely powerful. However, the devil fruit, despite its advantages, bore the significant drawback of fearing seawater and sea stone, which caused Hemingway to furrow his brow, for he found himself adrift upon the ocean. Furthermore, with his martial spirit capable of commanding marine beasts, he would inevitably need to engage with the sea. How could he allow himself such a grave weakness? Ding. A gentle prompt emerged. This fruit is a version optimized by the system, free from side effects. After consumption, there is no fear of seawater. Use it with confidence. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Hemingway's ears like a celestial melody. It was then that he began to scrutinize the devil fruit in his hand, discovering that the refined and optimized version was indeed remarkable. Adorned with unique patterns and seemingly radiating light, it even exuded an enticing fruity aroma. Refined? Could it be true? This golden opportunity was exceptionally considerate. Glancing at the system's notification, Hemingway hesitated briefly before ultimately taking a bite of the fragrant devil fruit. In this world, if he could not trust the system, whom could he trust? Upon biting into the fruit, Hemingway realized that not only was the flaw of fearing seawater eradicated, but even the repugnant taste that had been likened to excrement in the original text transformed into a commonplace fruity flavor, reminiscent of watermelon. In no time at all, he devoured the devil fruit with a few hearty bites. A peculiar sensation began to envelop his entire being. Hemingway involuntarily closed his eyes, silently savoring the euphoric sensation akin to the ascension of the soul. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, scrutinizing his unchanged hands. With a mere thought, he witnessed the palms of his hands swell dramatically, transforming into something reminiscent of a cat's paw pads. Although the meatball fruit is classified as a paramecia-type devil fruit, its powers are anything but simplistic. Indeed, no devil fruit can be regarded as straightforward. When developed to its utmost potential, it may truly have the capacity to dispel all. He gazed at his palms, unable to suppress a murmured reflection. In the original narrative, the fruit's ability allows one to dispel concepts such as fatigue and suffering. How could such a power be trivial? If it can repel the notions of fatigue and suffering, might it also be capable of dispelling other concepts? If one could eliminate the concept of aging, would it not grant eternal youth and immortality? If the concept of death could be banished, could one not be resurrected? Should the concept of life be dismissed, would that individual not lose their existence? If one could expel the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would a person devoid of these sentiments become a mere puppet, stripped of all yearning? If it were possible to displace one's affection for another and instill that love in a different individual, would not that person then fall in love with someone else? In this world where every individual possesses a martial soul, could one not extract another's martial soul and transplant it onto someone else? Could one create dual martial souls, triple martial souls, or even immartial souls? Upon meticulous contemplation, Hemingway discerned that if the enhanced capabilities of the system's meatball fruit could indeed achieve such heights, it would be utterly invincible. Chapter 5. The True Essence of Fitness. The Marine 6 forms refer to 6 techniques: shaving, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. These techniques are a form of physical skill featured in the anime One Piece, representing a martial art that transcends the limits of human physicality. Their power is immense. Mastering all techniques equips one with the capability to contend even against those endowed with the powers of devil fruits. To wield the Marine 6 forms, one must undoubtedly possess a robust physique. After undergoing a soul enhancement upgrade, Hemingway's physique had been astonishingly fortified, reaching a level comparable to that of a 30-level soul master. Regardless of his soul skills, this extraordinary physical condition enabled him to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as his first. Initially, he believed that with his current physical prowess, mastering the Marine 6 forms would be a straightforward endeavor. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. Upon practical application, he discovered that he was utterly incapable of executing the Marine 6 forms, as his soul master level physique still fell short of the requisite standards. What could he do? The answer was clear. He must train diligently to enhance his physical strength. Fortuitously, among the 3 items granted by the novice package, the last item proved exceptionally advantageous for his current predicament: the gravity adjustment bracelet. This bracelet was nothing short of a miraculous tool for physical training. Gazing at the silver bracelet adorning his arm, Hemingway couldn't help but murmur to himself. The bracelet, fashioned from a metallic silver material, appeared to be an ordinary accessory at first glance. Its surface was adorned with peculiar runes, and it possessed the ability to automatically adjust its size. Once he slipped it onto his wrist, the bracelet swiftly resized to fit him perfectly. Simultaneously, a wave of information naturally flooded his mind, elucidating the bracelet's purpose and usage. The gravity adjustment bracelet could manipulate the gravitational force of the planet he was on, allowing for limitless adjustments. How formidable! This bracelet's alteration of gravity was far from a mere increase in weight. Conventional weight training targets only specific parts of the body, leaving certain areas neglected. However, the gravity bracelet was a different beast altogether. It fundamentally altered the gravitational force that the wearer experienced, effectively increasing the weight of every single cell in the body without exception. Ordinary weight training merely conditions muscles and bones. How could it achieve such a comprehensive effect? With a sense of determination, Hemingway decided to test the bracelet by commanding it to apply double gravity. He caressed the metallic surface of the gravity bracelet on his right hand, tentatively issuing the directive. In an instant, the bracelet received the command and dutifully executed its function. Silently, it began its transformative work. Hemingway suddenly exhaled deeply, his body slightly bending at the waist, drenched in perspiration. He began to gasp for breath, feeling an indescribable weight pressing down upon him, enveloping him entirely. Indeed, it was terrifying. He struggled to support his body, realizing that even standing upright was a tremendous torment. Breathing itself was an arduous task. Adjusting to gravity is fundamentally different from ordinary weight training. The latter merely imposes external pressure, primarily strengthening bones and muscles. However, gravity encompasses the entirety of the body, including internal organs and even the smallest muscles, creating an unimaginable burden. Under a gravitational force twice its normal strength, Hemingway labored to breathe, finding that simply maintaining his stance was a formidable exercise in itself. After a period of time, he began to acclimate to the oppressive weight and took tentative steps forward. Yet, after only a few strides, he halted, gasping for air. After a brief respite, he resumed his forward movement, alternating between walking and pausing. During this interval, he refrained from utilizing his soul power to enhance his physical capabilities, as this was a time for training rather than combat. Resorting to soul power would be a form of cheating, offering no benefit to his physical conditioning. After dedicating an entire day to this endeavor, Hemingway had managed to circumnavigate the entire island. Upon completing the task, he felt his body had reached its limits. With a mere thought, he released the gravitational pressure. Instantly, a sensation of lightness enveloped him. Freed from the weight of gravity, he felt as though he might soar, his entire being buoyant, as if a gentle breeze could lift him into the sky. Of course, he understood this was merely an illusion. His body had adapted to the double gravity, and the sudden removal of that weight had created this fleeting sensation. Hemingway quickly settled into a cross-legged position. Adopting a meditative posture, he silently circulated the energy within his body, allowing it to flow throughout, thereby easing his muscles and invigorating his joints. It is well known that after physical exertion, the human body produces a significant amount of lactic acid, resulting in discomfort such as soreness. If he did not promptly guide his energy and promote the circulation of qi and blood, he would undoubtedly awaken the next morning unable to move due to pain. After a period of meditation directing the flow of energy, Hemingway exhaled deeply, then opened his azure eyes, sensing a slight alleviation of his fatigue. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of hunger surged within him. Gurgle Hemingway rubbed his belly, aware that it was time to replenish his sustenance. Struggling to his feet, he felt a slight unsteadiness in his legs as he meandered towards the heart of the island, where a grove of trees awaited him. There lay the provisions he had prepared long ago, along with his humble abode. A cluster of towering trees grew in close proximity and using branches and vines. Hemingway constructed a rudimentary wooden shelter. Nearby, from the branches of a tree, hung some dried and smoked fish. In front of the cabin, an area had been cleared, remnants of last night's bonfire still visible upon the ground. Hemingway stumbled into this place and casually picked up a piece of fish, biting into it without hesitation. The fish, lightly smoked, was surprisingly palatable, indeed, a rare delicacy on this desolate island. After devouring one piece, he reached for several more until he finally satiated his hunger. Once his belly was full, Hemingway settled onto a makeshift, rudimentary stool and exhaled deeply, feeling the pervasive fatigue enveloping him. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he murmured to himself, "The benefits of gravitational training are undeniable, yet in my current physical state, I simply cannot engage in prolonged exercise. I must wait until my body has sufficiently recuperated before continuing. Otherwise, I risk further harm." Exercise is not merely about daily persistence. One must tread carefully, for it embodies a cycle of destruction and restoration. It is through this continuous interplay of breaking down and rebuilding that one's body grows stronger. However, if one overexerts themselves before full recovery, the consequences can be dire, leading to severe latent injuries. The key to effective training lies in moderation and allowing ample time for recovery. Ceaseless exertion is tantamount to self-destruction. Moreover, adequate nutrition during the training period is paramount. As the ancients say, a scholar may be poor, but a warrior must be rich. The body's self-repair after exercise demands significant nutrients. It is implausible to believe that subsisting on mere bread and pickles will yield a muscular physique. Without sufficient nourishment, no matter how diligently one trains, the results will remain limited, potentially leading to detrimental depletion of vital resources. Chapter 6. The Marvelous Uses of the Meatball Fruit. Given my current circumstances, even with the assistance of spiritual energy to facilitate muscle and bone recovery, it would take at least 3 days for my body to mend the damage inflicted by previous exertions. Hemingway, acutely aware of his physical state, could not suppress a frown as he muttered, "Curse it. Were I not stranded here, I would not have to fret over my body as recuperation." Had he remained the pampered second prince of the Star Luo Empire, he could effortlessly summon healing spirit masters to mend his injuries or request the imperial physician to concoct a restorative herbal bath, soaking in it to dispel fatigue and enhance his physical potential. Instead, he found himself languishing, waiting idly for his body to heal, wasting precious time and risking the accumulation of injuries from prolonged exertion. For him, time was the most invaluable asset. If each training session necessitated a recovery period, how much time would be squandered? At this rate, when would he ever attain the strength to exact his vengeance? What could he do? Was there a way to expedite his recovery? Frowning in contemplation, Hemingway sensed that a solution existed, one that perhaps he had unconsciously overlooked. What could it be? As he furrowed his brow in deep thought, a flash of inspiration struck him, of course. The meatball fruit. Hemingway finally realized that the meatball fruit provided in the novice package could be incredibly beneficial for his current situation. In the original work, the user of the meatball fruit possesses the ability to expel the concepts of fatigue and pain from a person's body. Was this not perfectly suited to his present circumstances? The only lingering question was whether, having only just begun to consume the devil fruit, he could actually expel such abstract concepts of exhaustion and suffering. With this uncertainty in mind, Hemingway extended a hand and silently began to harness the power of the meatball fruit. Gradually, his right hand swelled, forming something akin to a cat's paw pad, which appeared not only harmless but also rather adorable. However, when Hemingway truly began to utilize the abilities of the meatball fruit, he was instantly struck by the transformation of the world before his eyes. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. He perceived the entire world as swirling masses of gas in a myriad of colors. These vibrant gases intertwined, mingled, and fused to create this kaleidoscopic realm. It was profoundly intricate and overwhelmingly complex. Hemingway merely cast a fleeting glance and instantly felt a wave of dizziness, utterly incapable of comprehending what those colors signified. He understood that those hues were beyond the grasp of his present self. Perhaps these colors represented a manifestation of concepts within the realm of his imagination. Hemingway withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to observe his own form, discovering that he was composed of a multitude of vibrant gases, which seemed to represent various concepts. Countless notions shaped his present self. However, amidst this plethora of concepts, where lay the essence of fatigue? As this question emerged, Hemingway was suddenly flooded with a profound and mystical insight. This peculiar realization guided his focus to a faintly red gas within his body. His intuition suggested that this particular gas embodied the weariness he felt at that moment. Gently extending his padded hand, he pressed lightly against his chest. A sound akin to the shattering of bubbles resonated. That slender strand of faint red gas was effortlessly propelled from his body by his touch. As the representation of fatigue detached from him, Hemingway experienced an indescribable sense of relief, as though he had cast off an immense burden. All discomfort dissipated completely. Following the release of that weary gas, a bubble, roughly the size of a fist, floated in the palm of his hand, filled with the same faint red gas, appearing strangely peculiar. This bubble contained the very essence of fatigue that had been expelled from his body. At that moment, Hemingway felt an unprecedented vitality. With the ejection of the weary concept, the injuries sustained from the strain of gravity were instantaneously healed. He could not fathom the underlying principles at play. Only that with the removal of the fatigue concept, the consequences of his bodily injuries naturally vanished as well. He realized he must transmit this essence of fatigue to other beings, lest it return to his own body. Gazing at the fatigue concept he cradled in his hand, Hemingway pondered for a moment. Rising to his feet, he felt invigorated, entirely devoid of the prior sensation of being hollowed out. He strode towards the shore. Upon reaching the beach, he stepped into the water, and as his ankles met the sea, the ocean's sensing capabilities activated. Instantly, the vast expanse of the sea lay within his perception, allowing him to select a marine spirit beast. He summoned the creature with a flick of his will. Moments later, a fin suddenly emerged from the distant waters, followed by a large shark that gradually surfaced, swimming vigorously until it ultimately beached itself on the sand. This was a century-old shark spirit beast, with formidable fangs and a fierce, menacing gaze. Yet, due to the influence of the mermaid princess's martial spirit, it was compelled to remain docile upon the shore. Hemingway approached the shark, cradling a delicate, pale pink gas in his palm, and gently pressed it into the creature's body. In an instant, the essence of exhaustion infused the air. The shark's entire form stiffened abruptly, its tail arching high. After a brief moment of rigidity, it collapsed limply. The once ferocious shark lay languidly stranded upon the shore, its gaze no longer menacing but rather weary, as though it had endured a brutal and merciless escape. Hemingway nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as long as the concept of emergence from within is integrated into other beings, this essence shall not return to its origin. Otherwise, upon relinquishing control, it would inevitably revert back. Let us proceed. He gestured dismissively at the century-old shark spirit, commanding it to depart from this place. Then, without looking back, he turned and walked away, truly reminiscent of a callous heartbreaker, discarding what he no longer desired. At this moment, the sky began to darken gradually. Hemingway returned to the modest wooden cabin, where he ignited a pile of firewood using the technique of friction fire to warm himself. He then settled beside the flames, closing his eyes to commence a meditative practice. Meditation is an endeavor that demands considerable energy and cannot serve as a substitute for sleep. Thus, after approximately 2 hours of introspection, Hemingway emerged from his meditative state. He subsequently rose to stretch his limbs before entering the cabin to rest. The humble abode was exceedingly rudimentary, with drafts seeping through its walls, barely shielding against the rain that fell from above. As for the so-called bed, it consisted merely of a few wooden slats tied to the surrounding tree trunks and entwined with vines. A layer of dried grass and fallen leaves completed this makeshift bed. Given the conditions of the deserted island, having this place to sleep was indeed a blessing. Hemingway, unperturbed, simply collapsed onto the bed. His azure eyes gradually closed, and his entire being began to relax. A wave of weariness washed over him, not of the body, but of the spirit. The recent days had been tumultuous, awakening memories of a past life. Though nothing seemed amiss on the surface, his spirit was undeniably fatigued. In the realm of dreams, he sought to think of nothing, allowing his mind to empty. This was undoubtedly a most restorative endeavor. Chapter 7. The Deserted Island. 6 years of grueling practice. The following day, the sun rises gently above the sea, casting a slender ray of light through the crevices of the wooden cabin, illuminating Hemingway's eyelids. This delicate touch prompts a slight flutter. And at last, he gradually opens his eyes, which are as blue as the ocean, profound and beautiful, shimmering with a hazy ripple reminiscent of water. Slowly rising from the humble wooden bed, he stretches his arms upwards, accompanied by the crackling sound of bones, as the energy within him circulates throughout his body. After a languorous stretch, the body, having slumbered through the night, is revitalized. He begins by refreshing himself, followed by a meal. Hemingway strolled towards the shoreline, where golden sands met the relentless waves, shimmering under the caress of sunlight. The rising sun, though not excessively scorching, cast a brilliant glare that compelled him to squint instinctively, taking a moment to acclimate to the brilliance before him. With deliberate steps, he ambled across the beach and ventured into the depths of the azure waters, ultimately becoming enveloped by the sea. Possessing the mermaid spirit, Hemingway appeared as if he were a creature of the ocean by nature. Especially after his spirit had evolved into that of a mermaid princess, he could effortlessly breathe underwater and absorb the oxygen contained within the sea whenever he transformed. Of course, even without assuming his mermaid form, he could hold his breath for an extended duration, swimming with an innate proficiency that required no formal instruction. Yet, it was undeniable that the freedom of being a mermaid surpassed all else. Having exerted himself the previous night, he had not taken the time to cleanse himself. Now, he relished the opportunity to wash in the ocean, shedding his garments. As he scrubbed his body amidst the waves, vibrant fish darted past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. After a while, the bear Hemingway made his way back to the shore, holding the freshly washed clothes in his hands. He gazed at the garments, silently activating the ability of the fruit of the meatball. With a gentle tap on the fabric, all the grime and seawater were expelled in a single burst, transforming into a bubble. Hemingway casually discarded the bubbles, which burst uncontrollably, spilling their filth and seawater across the ground. This entity was distinct from a concept. It required no vessel. It could simply be cast aside. He observed the childesque clothing in his hands, now dry and pristine, his gaze imbued with complexity. This garment, painstakingly stitched by his mother, held profound significance for him, rendering it difficult to part with. Thus, he carefully folded it and placed it within the soul guiding ring he wore, preserving it as a memento. Then, he wandered the desolate island in his bare state, initially plucking some soft grass and vines, which he skillfully wove into a makeshift grass skirt, providing him with a modicum of modesty. Adorned in this self-made garment, Hemingway appeared as a primitive man from ancient times, as the second prince of the Stellar Empire and the son of the princess of the Tiandou Empire. He certainly possessed a storage ring. His inventory brimmed with gold coins, various tomes chronicling extraordinary tales, and the cultivation of soul masters, as well as an assortment of everyday clothing, wealth that was undeniably far removed from poverty. However, the predicament lay in his current isolation on the deserted island, where the coins held no value, though the books could serve as a source of entertainment. He deemed the clothing for daily wear largely unnecessary. Who would he dress for on this desolate isle? Moreover, during his physical exertions, his garments were quickly damaged, and as he grew, they would inevitably become ill-fitting. Thus, he concluded that foregoing clothing in favor of a simple grass skirt sufficed for decency. These thoughts were gleaned from survival shows of his past life, and he had to admit that such knowledge proved remarkably practical, enabling him to navigate the challenges of island life with greater ease. He returned to the vicinity of the wooden cabin. Hemingway grasped the air-dried and smoked fish, and without hesitation, began to devour it. This was no ordinary fish. It was the flesh of a soul beast, imbued with spiritual energy. Consuming it would significantly enhance one's physical prowess, far surpassing that of regular meat, effectively replenishing the energy expended during rigorous exercise. After finishing his breakfast, Hemingway activated the gravity wristband, setting it to double the weight. Instantly, a profound and indescribable heaviness enveloped his entire being, much like the previous day. Hemingway carefully attuned himself to his body and discerned that his capacity to endure a gravitational force of 1G had improved slightly compared to the previous day. Although the progress was modest, it was indeed a sign of advancement. The fatigue that had previously plagued him had evidently dissipated, failing to hinder the efficacy of his physical training. After acclimatizing to the changes in gravity, Hemingway commenced his walk. Traversing the terrain under a gravitational pull of 1G proved to be exceedingly arduous. The training effects of the gravity wristbands were formidable, with every sinew, bone, and cell in his body subjected to a terrifying strain due to the alteration in gravitational force. In such a state, even standing still without any motion constituted a daunting exercise. He merely needed to continuously adapt to the gravity while ensuring ample nutrition, and his body would naturally grow stronger. After laboriously encircling the small island, the clock struck noon. Today's efficiency had significantly surpassed that of yesterday, not because his body had become stronger, but rather due to his initial unfamiliarity during his first attempt, which had slowed his pace. It was time to dine. Hemingway felt an overwhelming hunger, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. A familiar sensation of lightness enveloped him. He stepped into the sea, releasing the innate connection he had with the ocean. Drawing upon the mermaid princess's spirit to command the marine soul beasts, within a short while, several tuna soul beasts, each approximately a decade old, swam to the shore of the small island, obediently beaching themselves upon the sand. Hemingway stepped forward and, with a few deft strikes, dispatched the tuna. Several ethereal white rings ascended. He dragged the fish ashore, retrieved a small knife from his storage ring, and commenced the preparation of the tuna, discarding the entrails and heads, while slicing the flesh to consume it raw. The flavor of the tuna was exceptionally exquisite, and consuming it in its uncooked state was delightful. Indeed, cooking it would detract from its taste and diminish some of its nutritional value. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he hung the remaining tuna meat from a tree. He took a moment to rest and digest, subsequently shedding the concept of fatigue that lingered within his body, restoring himself to a state of full vitality. He then activated a gravity enhancement, beginning to walk around the small island. Time flowed quietly by. Hemingway's daily routine consisted of embarking on a journey around the island, engaging in physical exercise while defying gravity. As night descended, he would meditate to cultivate his spiritual energy, and thereafter, he would retire to rest, sleeping soundly until dawn. Hemingway gradually acclimated to the gravity of one Earth standard, progressing from walking to a gentle jog, and eventually to a swift run. It was not long before he fully adapted to this increased gravitational force. At this juncture, he began to confront the challenge of double gravity. Subsequently, he ventured into the realm of triple gravity and then quadruple gravity. 6 years later, At the tender age of 12, Hemingway had already mastered the ability to move effortlessly under 5 times the force of gravity, his physique significantly stronger than it had been 6 years prior. His practice with the 6C technique had begun to yield results, making him well prepared for combat. Currently, his soul power stood at the impressive level of 39. It must be noted that, following the upgrade of his martial soul through an upgrade card, Hemingway's innate talent could indeed be described as formidable. Despite primarily focusing on physical training over the past 6 years and only devoting 2 brief hours each night to cultivating his soul power, he had ascended to the rank of 39 Soul Master within this short span, just a step away from breaking through to level 40. He was on the verge of absorbing a soul ring and formally becoming a soul sect. The rapid enhancement of his soul power was undoubtedly linked to his rigorous physical training over the years, as a body honed through hard work craved energy. Consequently, when he engaged in soul power cultivation, the efficiency surpassed that of regular training, effectively compensating for the limited time he could devote to it. Chapter 8. The arrival of uninvited guests. On this particular day, a group of uninvited guests descended upon this desolate island. A ship, approximately 30 meters in length, had anchored on the sandy shores, seemingly in search of fresh water to replenish its supplies. At the top of the vessel, a skull flag waved ominously, a symbol synonymous with piracy upon the seas. Clearly, these uninvited guests were pirates. The ship housed roughly 10 individuals, all appearing to be middle-aged, around their 30s or 40s. What set them apart were the visible scars of battle. Some were missing an eye, while others bore amputated limbs, with only a few intact. "Captain, there are footprints on the island," exclaimed a scruffy middle-aged man, pointing at the sandy trail nearby, bewildered. How could anyone be on this forsaken island? Perhaps they are survivors of a shipwreck, fortunate enough to wash ashore here. "Let us investigate. There might be something to gain," replied the pirate leader, a fearsome-looking man with one eye blinded and a hook for a left hand. "You stay here and guard the ship. We will go take a look," he commanded, leading a few subordinates down the ship's ramp. Following the footprints, the pirates began their pursuit of the trail's owner. The island was relatively small, spanning just a few kilometers. The tracks circled the island, allowing the pirates to quickly spot their quarry. There stood a young figure, seemingly in their teens, with a cascade of white hair flowing freely, shimmering under the sun's rays. Each step taken was deliberate and steady, exuding an aura of calmness and strength. The pirates gazed at the sight of a bronzed figure clad only in a grass skirt, resembling a wild man. Instinctively, they held their breath, for the sight of this broad-shouldered man evoked an unshakable sense of intimidation, as if provoking him could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the figure seemed to sense their presence, halting abruptly before slowly turning around. The first thing revealed was a sculpted physique, harmoniously adorned with sinewy muscle, complemented by sun-kissed skin that radiated vitality and strength. Above this masculine form was an extraordinarily handsome face, featuring sharp brows, high cheekbones, and exquisitely defined features that could easily captivate any woman. "Who are you?" The man's snow-white brows furrowed slightly, his ocean blue eyes locking onto the group, his voice a gravelly whisper, as if unused to speaking. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the robust figure, who had been at least 10 meters away, appeared almost instantaneously before them, his gem-like blue eyes fixed intently upon the pirates. The gaze was familiar to the pirates. They often regarded others with such a predatory stare. It was the look of a hunter sizing up its prey. The pirate captain, considering his words carefully, inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from this strikingly handsome man. Despite being a soul master himself, the very essence of his martial soul screamed warnings at him, all parts of his being alerting him to the peril this man posed. "You are pirates?" he inquired, eyeing the telltale signs on their persons, his brow furrowing slightly. "And no, we are not," the pirate captain stammered, a chill creeping over him as he sensed an icy aura radiating from the figure before him, as if he were facing a beast that hunted for flesh. He felt that admitting to being a pirate would seal his fate. "We are merely a merchant ship passing through, here to replenish our fresh water," the captain said, trembling, and then turned to his subordinates. "Right?" "Why, yes, indeed. We are merchants," echoed several of his crew, hastily supporting their leader's claim. The captain, who had survived countless encounters by being circumspect and adept at reading situations, understood well the instincts required to navigate the treacherous world of piracy. It was clear that he had lived long enough to know when to tread carefully. Hemingway quietly gazed at the pirates, whose unseemly appearance betrayed their nefarious nature. Even before they set foot on the island, his observation hockey had already sensed their presence, detecting their unwelcoming intentions. Now, however, only fear remained. Through the perception granted by his haki, he discerned that these pirates were all soul masters, albeit of rather feeble strength. Based on the emanating fluctuations of their soul power, aside from the leader, a level 22 great soul master, the majority of his subordinates were merely level 11 or 12 soul masters. Pathetically weak, indeed. Yet, as fate would have it, Hemingway had been contemplating constructing a ship for his maritime ventures. Thus, the arrival of this ready-made vessel was fortuitous, saving him considerable effort. A pirate ship, adorned with a skull flag, languidly traversed the vast ocean. A figure stood at the prow, gazing into the boundless distance of the sea. His penetrating gaze seemed to harbor countless untold stories. Coupled with his tall and commanding physique and strikingly handsome visage, this appearance alone was enough to elicit shrill gasps from unwitting maidens. This individual could only be our protagonist, Hemingway. At this moment, Hemingway had donned a new outfit generously provided by the ship's pirate crew, a garment he had never previously worn. While it may not have been particularly luxurious or aesthetically pleasing, it was a significant improvement over the primitive grass skirt he had previously worn on the deserted island. The clothing he had stored in his ring, after 6 years, had become too small for him, as he had outgrown it. His long, white hair cascaded down his back, reaching his waist. Despite being merely 12 years of age, he stood an impressive height of 170 centimeters, with a slender and refined physique. To an observer, he might easily be mistaken for a 17 or 18-year-old, yet in truth, his physical age was only 12. This phenomenon, however, was not surprising. It should be noted that he was not an anomaly. In this world of martial souls, it is common for soul masters to mature at an accelerated pace. The influence of their martial soul characteristics, coupled with the physical enhancements gained from acquiring soul rings, results in a more rapid and distinct growth compared to ordinary individuals. Hemingway's stature is relatively normal. There are those who surpass 2 meters by the age of 10. In comparison, his height is quite unremarkable. In this world, one cannot ascertain a soul master's age merely by their appearance. The prevalent method employed is the assessment of bone age to determine one's years. Chapter 9. The Perception of Human Hearts. After 6 years of arduous training, I have acquired a measure of self-defense. Yet, it remains insufficient. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to visit Sea God Island for the divine examination to enhance my abilities. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway gazes into the distance, his eyes reflecting profound thoughts, while his mind wanders to other matters. With my martial spirit aptitude, I should certainly achieve a black level assessment, if not a red level one. He possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. As for attaining the Sea God's 9 trials and inheriting the Sea Goddess position, such thoughts have never crossed his mind. According to the original text, one indispensable element for obtaining the Sea God's 9 trials is the heart of the Sea God. This so-called heart of the Sea God has long been lost to the world, now serving as the national treasure of the Tiandou Empire, the vast sea universe shield. In this context, it is utterly impossible for Hemingway to acquire the vast sea universe shield, as it is a treasured artifact of the empire, not something one can obtain casually. Even though the current emperor of the Tiandou Empire, Shui, is his maternal half-brother, technically his uncle, it is inconceivable that he would simply bestow the vast sea universe shield upon him, unless Hemingway possesses extraordinary strength, compelling Shui to ally with him and offer the national treasure, or unless he encounters a national crisis where he becomes the last hope, akin to Tang San in the original narrative. Thus, it is evident that he should abandon any fantasies of acquiring the vast sea universe shield. It is unequivocally unattainable. Furthermore, even if he were to obtain the vast sea universe shield, it does not guarantee his acceptance by it, nor does it ensure he would receive the Sea God's 9 trials. To embark on the Sea God's 9 trials, one must first gain the heart of the Sea God's recognition, which is synonymous with the acceptance of the vast sea universe shield or the remnants of the sea god within it. However, to earn the vast sea universe shield's acknowledgement, one's physique must be capable of withstanding the power of the vast sea. What is this power of the vast sea? In essence, it is the might of the sea god. Yet, such power is not easily born. Many who previously sought to claim the vast sea universe shield before the Tiandou Empire perished when they could not endure the force of the sea. Their fates serve as cautionary tales. Hemingway perceives that his current self pales in comparison to Tang San from the original work in many respects. Even if he were to obtain the sea god's trident and recklessly attempt to claim it by shedding blood, thereby inviting the sea god's power into his being, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic, leading to his demise. There exists no alternative possibility. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San earned the sea god's heart's recognition due to the halo of the protagonist, which stemmed from a confluence of various factors. For instance, he possessed the supreme secret art of the Tang sect from his previous life, the extraordinary talent of possessing dual martial souls, the advantage of 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones, coupled with the enhancement from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and the consumption of numerous immortal herbs to improve his aptitude. All these elements combined to forge his extraordinarily formidable potential. But what of him? What does Hemingway possess now? Apart from the dual martial soul that has been enhanced by the soul upgrade card, he is left with only the gravity bracelet, which has trained his physique for 6 years. His innate talent is indeed remarkable, yet how does this relate to his ability to bear the might of the vast ocean? To believe that such meager assets could withstand the power of the sea god is nothing short of a delusion. Hemingway believed that it would be prudent to wait until he could endure 50 times the force of gravity before daring to acknowledge his allegiance, to ascertain whether he could withstand the infusion of the sea god's power and earn the recognition of the vast oceanic realm. Until that moment arrives. Even if he were to acquire the mantle of the oceanic domain, it would be wise to refrain from reckless endeavors. After all, one only has a single life to live. The primary objective set forth by the system is to establish myself as the singular true king of the Douluo world. This refers to the entire world, not merely the continent. This implies that the ocean also lies within the realm of conquest. Therefore, I shall commence by gathering followers from the sea and building my own power. Once my wings are sufficiently strong, I shall return to the continent with renewed vigor. Hemingway's gaze flickered as he contemplated his future plans. Moreover, since obtaining the meatball fruit, his confidence has soared to unprecedented heights. Hemingway slightly tilted his head, gazing at a few pirates who were observing from a distance behind him, silently activating the ability of the meatball fruit. Instantly, these individuals transformed in his eyes into a vibrant amalgamation of hues. Martial spirit, he silently murmured within, and then a certain sensation, as if guided by an unseen force, led him to discern the unique color that represented the martial spirit amidst the intricate spectrum of human colors. Hemingway intuitively believed that he could harness the power of the meatball fruit to extract the martial souls of others and transplant them into different individuals, artificially creating twin martial souls. Moreover, the capabilities of this power extend beyond mere duplication. Should someone be dissatisfied with their martial soul, they could use the meatball fruit to extract it and seek a more suitable alternative. This implies that, given the desire, Hemingway could artificially generate various prodigies, be it twin martial souls, or even 3 or 4. The quantity of martial souls would be limitless, provided that one does not perish due to the conflict of these souls. Even innate spirit power could be transplanted, creating individuals with full innate spirit power. How terrifying! With such an ability at his disposal, establishing a faction would be remarkably effortless. For any power, what is paramount? Resources? Wealth? No, while these are indeed significant, they pale in comparison to the most vital element, talent. For a faction, talent is of utmost importance. Yet, with the power of the meatball fruit, Hemingway could artificially produce geniuses. What an outrageous advantage! Should others discover Hemingway's ability, he would surely face a collective onslaught. All would converge to confront him. As this power is far too fearsome in this realm, it can be said that as long as Hemingway remains discreet and diligently develops his capabilities, he will inevitably ascend to dominion over the world. To establish a faction, one must first recruit followers. Hemingway gazed at the pirates before him, shaking his head slightly. These pirates exuded cunning. Through his keen perception, he sensed their malicious intent. Such creatures, devoid of loyalty, were decidedly unsuitable candidates for subordinates. Even with his ambition to become the Sea King, he was not inclined to associate with the dregs of society. With the power of the meatball fruit, the prerequisite of innate talent was rendered unnecessary. The foremost criteria would now be character and loyalty. After all, even if one's talent were lacking, Hemingway could utilize the meatball fruit to facilitate a change. However, should a person possess poor character and insufficient loyalty, even the meatball fruit would prove futile, potentially leading to self-inflicted turmoil. If the ability of the meatball fruit were to be exposed before he had fully developed, there would be no refuge for him in this vast world. Thus, if he were to recruit followers, it would be prudent to seek out wandering orphans, as they are typically young, unencumbered, and more amenable to training. The hardships endured by orphans foster an appreciation for the blessings of a happy life, engendering unwavering loyalty to their benefactor, allowing them to serve wholeheartedly. Though his keen perception does not enable him to read minds or foresee the future, It does allow him to sense the nature and emotional fluctuations of others, discerning good from evil. This ability is inherently designed for selecting loyal subordinates. As Hemingway reflected on his limited array of abilities, he felt a surge of astonishment. He realized that the rewards from the novice gift package seemed perfectly aligned with his objectives. How considerate. Therefore, the immediate priority was not to engage in trials on Sea God Island to enhance his strength, but rather to seek an inhabited island where he could adopt orphans and begin cultivating his own power gradually. Hemingway envisioned a radiant future, feeling increasingly confident that he could not possibly fail. Once he navigated through the developmental phase, he would emerge leading a cadre of twin martial soul subordinates, sweeping across the realm with unrivaled might. Who could possibly stand in his way? Who, indeed? He dared to ask, who else? Chapter 10. The innate champion. The journey across the ocean was far from smooth. The ship constantly rocked and swayed, although the movements were often mild. They left the inexperienced Hemingway feeling quite unsettled. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to remain composed, unaffected by the minor discomforts that could induce seasickness. In the blink of an eye, they had been at sea for 3 days. During this time, Hemingway did not engage in the gravity-enhancing training he had practiced on the deserted island. Instead, he spent the majority of his time in his cabin, cultivating his spirit power. After all, the ocean is fraught with danger, making it imperative to conserve energy. Furthermore, the ship lacked sufficient provisions to replenish his nutritional needs for rigorous training. So he decided to postpone his exercises until they reached their destination. As for how the pirates treated him, they fawned over him as if he were royalty. Utterly intimidated by his overwhelming strength, which had made it abundantly clear that resistance would lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, he commandeered the ship, instructing the pirates to guide him to the nearest inhabited island, intending to embark on his path to kingship, under the looming threat to their lives. These pirates dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. They obediently navigated the ship, ensuring that Hemingway was well fed and cared for. For they were utterly terrified of his formidable prowess and the extraordinary configuration of his spirit rings. Those who survive as pirates in the open seas are no fools. They instinctively understand the importance of seizing opportunities and avoiding peril. "Sir, at this rate, we shall reach the nearest island in 7 days," reported the pirate captain, who had personally come to deliver food, bowing low and ingratiatingly addressing the white-haired youth seated in meditation. "That island is populous and frequently visited by merchant ships, making it one of the most renowned islands at sea. It will undoubtedly meet your requirements." "Understood." The white-haired youth slowly opened his ocean blue eyes, dismissing the captain's presence without a glance as he began to eat. Despite feeling a twinge of annoyance at being ignored, the captain dared not show it. Bowing deeply before retreating slowly, closing the door with a gentle touch, the pirate chief let out a long sigh of relief, though he could not quite fathom why. Each time he encountered this seemingly youthful lad, he was seized by a sense of trepidation, as if he were on the brink of losing his head in the very next moment. More importantly, whenever the boy's gaze swept in his direction, he was overwhelmed by the unsettling feeling that his innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. It was precisely this sensation of being utterly exposed that rendered him incapable of harboring even the slightest ill intent. The pirate captain now yearned to swiftly transport this esteemed gentleman to the nearest island, after which he would set sail, fleeing as far as possible. He wished never to encounter this calamity again in his lifetime. 7 days. In just 7 days, he could rid himself of this misfortune. Inside the cabin, after finishing his meal, Hemingway set down his utensils and awaited the arrival of someone to collect them. He then returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged to commence his meditation practice. In this secluded place, there was little else to occupy his time besides this discipline. However, before long, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the cabin. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire ship began to sway violently. What could be happening? Had they encountered an attack from the sea spirit beast? Hemingway was abruptly roused from his meditative state, instinctively unleashing his observation haki, which instantly radiated outward like a radar, effortlessly penetrating the confines of the cabin and vividly revealing the events transpiring beyond its walls. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed in an instant. Outside the cabin, a colossal steel vessel, measuring several dozen meters in length and over 10 meters in width, violently collided with the pirate ship, causing the modest wooden craft, a mere 30 meters long, to sway uncontrollably. Atop this imposing steel ship, a skull flag fluttered in the wind. Albeit with a notable distinction, a venomous serpent coiled around the skull, clearly signifying the identity of a different pirate crew. In terms of both design and material, this formidable steel vessel far surpassed the humble wooden pirate ship. The ship adorned with the serpent pirate flag belonged to the infamous Viper pirate crew, notorious in the vicinity for their ruthless plundering of merchant vessels and their penchant for treachery among fellow pirates. At that moment, the pirate captain, upon gazing at the flag flying from the grand ship, felt a wave of despair wash over him. What a stroke of misfortune! Just when he thought he could finally escape the clutches of that relentless adversary, fate had conspired to thrust him into the path of these lunatics. The Viper pirate crew was known for their infamy, regularly raiding passing ships and showing no mercy even to fellow pirates. They were truly a band of madmen. My lord, we have been on the brink of starvation these past few days. There is simply no bounty to be had. The pirate captain pleaded, tears welling in his eyes. On the opposing ship, a gaunt elder led a group comprising both middle-aged and younger men, a diverse assembly of ages. Despite the elder's frail appearance, the 5 ethereal soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, floating around him revealed that he was far from the fragile figure he seemed. He was a soul king. The pirate captain felt an unprecedented wave of misfortune. He had heard tales of the Viper pirate crew, notorious for their ruthless nature, leaving no survivors among those they plundered. It seemed today would be a harbinger of doom for them. TSK. Just another band of destitute wretches. Before the elder could utter a word, a young man beside him cast a scornful glance at the disheveled appearance of the pirate leaders. At that moment, the cabin door creaked open, and a modestly dressed youth with white hair emerged, capturing the attention of everyone present. The pirate captain and his crew were initially taken aback, suddenly recalling the existence of such a figure. Soon, elation surged within them as they felt a glimmer of hope. In stark contrast, the members of the Viper pirate crew, led by the elder, wore expressions of grave concern, their gaze fixed intently on the youthful figure emerging from the cabin. Be cautious. This lad is no ordinary individual. The elder's piercing eyes were locked onto Hemingway, whose presence, after years of traversing the seas, evoked a primal instinct within him. This young man was undeniably extraordinary. The others shared the elder's solemnity, unwilling to underestimate Hemingway merely due to his youth. For in this world, there exist individuals who seem to have the essence of a formidable warrior etched upon their countenance. One glance at such a face reveals that this person is not to be trifled with. Unfortunately for them, Hemingway epitomized such a persona. Though his features were not grotesque, nor did they possess the sinister quality capable of silencing a child's night terrors, he lacked the conventional attributes of a typical heroic protagonist. Instead, he bore the visage of a handsome man, one favored by the masses. His physique was undeniably athletic. Yet there was an inexplicable aura surrounding him, one that could only be described as the presence of a true champion. It is noteworthy that while Hemingway's youthful appearance had been delicately charming, rendering him androgynous, the passage of 6 years had transformed him entirely. The hardships endured on the deserted island, coupled with relentless training, had sculpted him into a figure reborn. Gone was the frail, innocent boy of yore. His skin now bore a sun-kissed bronze. His body was a tapestry of taut muscles, exuding a distinctly masculine allure, in stark contrast to the effeminate archetype. Chapter 11. Unfazed by the unusual. Hemingway opened the hatch and stepped out. He surveyed his surroundings with his deep blue eyes, which glided slowly over the crowd. Anyone who met his gaze felt an involuntary tension coursing through their muscles, as if they were prey being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. A primal instinct screaming and warning from the depths of their being. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The Soul King Elder, leading the Viper pirate crew, and the others stood on high alert, yet Hemingway appeared indifferent, seemingly dismissive of their presence. In truth, his keen perception had already enveloped the entire area, and every movement of those around him was meticulously noted, their actions laid bare before him. He could sense the emotions swirling within them, particularly the caution and trepidation emanating from the pirate crew led by the Soul King Elder. The emotions of the pirate captain and his ilk, however, were tinged with a desperate glimmer of hope, alongside a shadowy wish for mutual destruction. Pirates are indeed pirates. Neither side is virtuous. As Hemingway absorbed the sentiments of those around him, a cold scoff escaped his lips, further deepening his disdain for them. "My lord, you have finally emerged," cried the pirate captain, throwing himself at Hemingway's feet in an act of desperation. "You must intercede on our behalf. These pirates are merciless, intent on robbing us. Our deaths are inconsequential, but who will deliver you to your destination? If we delay your important matters, we shall bear the brunt of the consequences." Observing the captain's theatrical display, Hemingway was left speechless, and even the Soul King Elder and his companions were at a loss for words. Have some dignity. The pirate flag flying from your vessel has long since revealed your true identity. What pretense of being an innocent civilian is this? Do you truly think others are fools? Hemingway gazed at the tearful pirate captain, his snow-white brows slightly furrowed, before turning his attention to the elder of the Soul King, and slowly spoke. I require passage to the nearest island. Should you be inclined to accommodate me, you may dispose of these individuals as you see fit. Upon hearing these words, the pirate captain and his crew were left utterly bewildered. How could one be so heartless? After all, we have provided you with comfort and sustenance over the past few days. If not for merit, at least for our toil, are we to be so easily cast aside? The elder of the Viper pirate crew, upon hearing this, regarded him with a profound gaze, yet a smile emerged upon his face. Excellent. Our Viper pirate crew delights in forging friendships, especially with a formidable individual such as yourself. In that case, you are free to proceed. After Hemingway received the desired response, he exerted force beneath his feet, producing a resounding explosion, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing aboard the massive iron ship of the Viper pirate crew. This sudden appearance prompted the surrounding pirates to instinctively raise their weapons, their soul rings illuminating, clearly indicating that the entire crew consisted of soul masters. The leading elder, a Soul King, felt a barely perceptible tightening in his pupils. Even with his keen vision, he could not discern the figure of the silver-haired youth, which only heightened his trepidation. Attack. Despite his profound apprehension, the Soul King maintained an air of nonchalance, casually gesturing with his hand. Instantly, several subordinates leaped from the grand vessel to the wooden boat, all of them at the rank of great soul masters. How infuriating! The pirate chief, realizing his schemes had come to naught, understood that his only recourse now lay in a desperate struggle. Instantly, the previously submissive expression on his face morphed into one of fierce malevolence, shedding the facade of innocence he had worn before Hemingway. The other pirates mirrored this transformation. This was indeed their true nature. In the presence of formidable adversaries, these brutal marauders would retract their claws, masquerading as harmless sheep. Yet, when confronted by the weak, they would tear off their disguise and reveal their true selves, transforming into cunning and vicious wolves. Countless innocent lives have undoubtedly been lost at the hands of these pirates. Consequently, Hemingway felt no concern for the fate of such nefarious beings. Even without the arrival of the Viper pirate crew, upon reaching his destination, he would have effortlessly eradicated these pests, considering it a benevolent act. Now, with the Viper pirate crew taking the initiative to eliminate the detritus, he could hardly wish for anything more. The Viper pirate crew, notorious for their fearsome reputation, boasted members of at least level 20 great soul masters, while the pirate chief's strongest ally was merely a great soul master himself, with the rest being lowly soul masters of merely a dozen levels. A few great soul masters pitted against a single great soul master, and 9 soul masters signified an overwhelmingly one-sided battle from the very beginning. The battle of the sea spirit masters is dominated by the essence of marine life, featuring souls derived from fish, sea snakes, seals, octopuses, and other aquatic creatures, alongside tools like harpoons and knives. To Hemingway, this clash of pirates resembles a mere squabble among novices. The soul rings of these individuals are predominantly white, representing a meager decade of cultivation, which renders their soul abilities quite unimpressive. The fish-based spirits can merely produce bubbles or launch trivial water arrows, while the tridents generate only slight shock waves, their potency decidedly limited. Yet, to the untrained eye of the average person, the destructive capacity of these abilities appears formidable. Otherwise, these pirates would not be able to dominate the seas and plunder merchant vessels with impunity. The skirmish unfolds with glowing soul rings illuminating the combatants as they brandish their weapons, engaging in a chaotic flurry of strikes, where victory hinges on superior soul power and more effective techniques. It is evident that, faced with the combined onslaught of several formidable spirit masters, the pirate captain and his crew stand little chance, swiftly succumbing to either death or injury. One pirate, whose spirit is that of a fish, attempts to leap overboard to escape into the depths, hoping to utilize his spirit's attributes for flight. Unfortunately, a master spirit wielder, equipped with a bow, effortlessly looses an arrow that pierces him through, leading to his untimely demise. The battle concludes rapidly. The pirate captain and his crew lay sprawled upon the deck, their innards and blood strewn across the floor, their bodies grotesquely disfigured. The scene was exceedingly repulsive. With his observation hotkey activated, Hemingway meticulously etched this tableau into his memory. Observing these once vibrant individuals now reduced to lifeless corpses, he felt not the slightest tremor of emotion. There was no sense of disgust or nausea at the sight of death. After all, having survived on a desolate island for years, Hemingway had become accustomed to the brutality of life. Each day, he fished and consumed his catch, eviscerating various sea creatures and seals, often feasting directly upon them. On occasion, he would even discover the incomplete remains of humans and undigested entrails within the bellies of certain sharks. He had long since acclimated to the sanguinary nature of existence. How could he possibly be unsettled by such sights? It was akin to butchers who, at first, might feel a twinge of discomfort while slaughtering pigs or sheep. Yet, as they repeatedly took lives amidst blood-soaked scenes, they inevitably grew desensitized to the grotesque. Chapter 12, Pretense. After dispatching the pirate captain and his entourage, the Viper pirate crew commenced the task of tidying up the remnants of the scene. They cast the bodies from the wooden vessel into the sea, offering them as sustenance for the fish. Some of the soul masters even spat out water to cleanse the deck, while others delved into the ship's cabin to search for treasures. It was highly unlikely that these second-rate pirates possessed any rare items such as storage soul-guiding devices. Thus, the corpses were unceremoniously discarded into the ocean, with no one bothering to search their belongings. Hemingway observed with a detached demeanor aboard the ship of the Viper pirate group as they adeptly managed the aftermath of their endeavors. Witnessing several members venture forth to navigate the wooden vessel, it could be said that the most valuable asset possessed by the pirate captain and his crew was merely this 30-foot wooden ship. As for treasures, to be candid, there was hardly a significant amount. After all, those who embrace the life of a pirate often gamble their very lives, a band of outlaws who would embark on a voyage with all their worldly possessions in tow. That evening, the Viper pirate group hosted a grand banquet in honor of Hemingway's arrival aboard, extending an exceptionally warm welcome to him. The pirates sang and danced joyfully, seemingly welcoming him as one of their own aboard the ship. They frequently raised their glasses in his honor, urging him to indulge without reservation and savor the delectable feast laid before them. Hemingway was equally unreserved, welcoming every toast with open arms. After a delightful banquet where hosts and guests reveled in joy, everyone tidied up and retreated to their quarters for rest. The following morning, all was tranquil and undisturbed. Upon awakening, Hemingway continued to be met with exuberant hospitality, as if these pirates harbored no malice. They not only treated him with the utmost respect, but also provided him with the finest provisions aboard the ship, treating him as an esteemed guest. Thus, another day passed. At this juncture, there remained 6 days until Hemingway would reach the island he sought. The days unfolded in a similar manner, each one marked by the pirates' warm reception. Naturally, there were also subtle inquiries, probing into the origins of his journey. Hemingway was acutely aware of this reality, yet when it came to his own identity, he could not speak candidly. Thus, he resorted to vague allusions and evasive remarks, deftly sidestepping the matter in the blink of an eye. Hemingway had spent several days aboard the vessel of the Viper pirate crew, with merely 1 day remaining until their arrival at the island destination. Tomorrow, they would reach their goal. Everything appeared to be perfectly ordinary. However, as night fell, within the confines of a certain cabin aboard the Viper's ship, Hemingway sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly shut, with long white hair cascading down his back, resembling a silent statue of divinity. His breath was barely perceptible, and even the sound of his heartbeat seemed to waver in and out of existence. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the cabin door. "Mr. Hemingway, are you asleep?" came a youthful voice. Hemingway remained silent, seated in a meditative posture, seemingly impervious to the disturbances of the outside world. Moments later, a hushed whispering could be heard from beyond the door. The sound of a key being inserted was followed by a soft click as the door creaked open. A group of armed pirates entered slowly, some wielding shackles and chains. They gazed at the white-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the bed, appearing to be in deep contemplation, their faces betraying smirks of triumph. "The captain is overly cautious. This young brat is nothing but a novice. We could easily overpower him," one pirate scoffed. "You know nothing. That white-haired lad looks formidable. In a real fight, who knows how many of us might perish?" countered another, appearing more composed. "The captain's approach is prudent. We can subdue him with a bit of sleeping powder." For several days, the food aboard the ship had been laced with a trace amount of a hallucinogenic substance, administered in small doses that would not cause any immediate physical reaction. However, after a few days of consumption, the accumulated effects would intensify, leading to an abrupt collapse into unconsciousness, all without the victim's awareness. It was indeed a sinister tool for deception. Now, this band of pirates had come to reap the rewards of their stratagem. But would reality align with their desires? The answer was a resounding no. Suddenly, Hemingway opened his eyes and let out a sigh, startling the pirates who had approached to bind him with chains. They stumbled back, causing the heavy iron chains to clatter against the deck. Why go through all this trouble? Simply escort me to the island, Hemingway lamented, shaking his head at the pirates' petty schemes. Through his observations, enhanced by his observation hockey, he had already unraveled their entire plot over the past few days. Thus, upon returning to the cabin each evening, he had utilized the powers of the meatball fruit to dispel the effects of the drug within him. In truth, he had never succumbed to the narcotic. He had merely been feigning vulnerability. Attack. The pirates, witnessing the supposed unconscious youth suddenly awaken, were initially taken aback. But soon, their ferocity emerged, and they synchronously activated their soul rings, launching their soul skills with fierce determination. In an instant, water bullets, ice arrows, poisonous spikes, and ink blasts surged towards him. Bang! Hemingway, still seated, erupted with a resounding explosion, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The sixth style of the Navy, the shave. In an instant, one can strike the ground more than 10 times, harnessing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to propel oneself forward. In simpler terms, it is a technique that enables the body to move at high velocities, surpassing the limits of the human eye, making it appear as though one has teleported, vanishing from sight. However, it is merely an extraordinary speed of movement. Witnessing Hemingway's sudden disappearance, the pirates were taken aback. Before they could react, Hemingway reappeared before them, his right hand transforming into a mere blur. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in their chests. With a series of muffled thuds, blood erupted from the pirates' chests, as if struck by bullets. They could only emit cries of anguish before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds. This technique is one of the 6 styles, reputed to possess the power of gunfire, known as the finger gun. As the name suggests, it concentrates the body's strength into any one of the 10 fingers, delivering a blow with the hardened fingertip in the blink of an eye. The fingertips possess the striking power of a bullet, capable of effortlessly piercing through human flesh. Conversely, the stronger the physique, the more terrifying the power of this technique becomes. In that fleeting moment, Hemingway employed the finger gun, puncturing a hole in each pirate's chest. Due to the astonishing speed of his strikes, it appeared as if their chests had suddenly erupted in a spray of blood. How cautious they are, allowing these cannon fodder to perish first. With his observation hockey enveloping the entire ship, Hemingway could clearly see not far outside the cabin the pirates led by the Soul King Elder, standing at the ready. Compared to these probing pirates, those outside were significantly more formidable. It was evident that the lower-tier pirates were sent first to test the waters. If Hemingway were indeed caught off guard, these pirates would have been sufficient to subdue him. However, if he remained unscathed, as he is now, then only the cannon fodder would fall, while the core members of the pirate crew remained safe and sound, poised outside, ready to unleash their soul rings and techniques. Chapter 13. You are worth a fortune. Outside the cabin, the group, led by the Soul King Elder, listened intently to the cries emanating from within, their expressions shifting slightly. They all began to prepare themselves, readying their soul techniques. Soft footsteps echoed slowly from within the cabin. A figure with waist-length white hair gradually emerged before them. To be frank, I initially believed you to be a person of intellect. Hemingway observed the elderly Soul King, surrounded by a throng of people, and inquired with a hint of curiosity. What compels you to take such a perilous risk, potentially facing retaliation, to confront me? At that moment, the Soul King's expression shifted unpredictably. An instinct honed over years of a piratical existence warned him that the seemingly youthful boy before him, appearing no older than a mere teenager, exuded an aura of profound danger. It instilled within him a terrifying sense of life and death crisis. After a brief pause, as if a revelation dawned upon him, the Soul King's demeanor transformed to one of calmness, even amusement, as he gazed at Hemingway and remarked, "You are worth far more than you realize." Dai Mubai. What? Hemingway's expression shifted as his true identity was unveiled. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. You are indeed the second Prince Dai Mubai, who the Star Luo royal family has been covertly offering a substantial bounty for. The Soul King, observing his reaction, finally broke into a smile. Initially, I harbored doubts regarding your identity, merely speculating. After all, your appearance deviates significantly from the wanted poster 6 years ago. Yet, considering your remarkable prowess at such a tender age, coupled with your enigmatic lineage, adrift in the vast ocean, It is quite fitting that you embody the extraordinary talent and heritage of the once-renowned dual martial soul possessor, the second prince of Star Luo, Dai Mubai. The Soul King's excitement grew palpable as he spoke. I had intended to incapacitate you and then interrogate you upon your awakening, but to my astonishment, my plan misfired. You evidently resisted the sedative. It seems I underestimated you. Nevertheless, being able to ascertain your identity is not without its rewards. Hemingway's countenance darkened as he gleaned the following information from the words of the elder before him. The Star Luo royal family, or rather the Star Luo queen, had not relinquished their pursuit of him. They had covertly issued a bounty, seeking his life. How ruthless this woman is. It seems she is intent on exterminating me completely. A bitter smile crept across his face as he inquired, "May I ask what rewards they have promised for my life? Are they offering soul bones? Or perhaps a commitment to assist in hunting soul beasts for their soul rings?" TSK, I told you, you are worth far more than you imagine. The elder, a soul king, smacked his lips, his gaze glimmering with greed as he replied, "As long as you can deliver your corpse to them, you will receive a soul bone. Furthermore, you will also be granted assistance in hunting a soul beast of up to 30,000 years. Not only that, but if you can be captured alive, a title in the Star Luo Empire awaits you." TSK, the Star Luo Empire is indeed extravagantly affluent. Once this bounty was announced, the entire sea went into a frenzy. In those initial years, nearly everyone scoured the vast ocean for you, yet they found not. As Hemingway listened to the old man's account of the bounty, his expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely fathom that the Queen of Stars would be willing to offer such substantial rewards for his life. It was simply beyond belief. How amusing it was to see how far they were willing to go to capture him. Given such enticing benefits, it was no wonder that they were driven to take risks despite their mere suspicion of his identity. Hemingway shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding why the Soul King had turned against him. A piece of soul bone, even if it were of lesser age, likely no more than a century old, held immense value. Moreover, the prospect of hunting down a 30,000-year soul beast, with the possibility of even capturing it alive, came with the promise of noble titles as rewards. Such a bounty would send any soul master into a frenzy. The allure of profit was compelling enough that even a titled Douluo might find it hard to disregard these temptations. At that moment, Hemingway felt fortunate for having survived in isolation on the small deserted island for 6 years. Had he not, given the fervor surrounding the bounty, he would surely have faced the imminent threat of being hunted the moment he set foot off the island. Although his appearance had been altered following the upgrade of his martial soul, making him somewhat different from his original self, a discerning eye could still trace the contours of his former visage. For those frenzied pirates, even a slight resemblance would suffice to raise their suspicions. After all, the world was not devoid of disguises, and they would hardly let him go simply due to a change in appearance. Thankfully, 6 years had passed, and the fervor had waned. Coupled with the alterations to his looks from the martial soul upgrade, as long as he refrained from revealing his twin martial souls, the risk of identity exposure was virtually eliminated. In summary, he resolved to remain low-key moving forward. With determination, Hemingway turned to the Soul King and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for enlightening me on the perilous nature of my current situation. I shall make my move swiftly, ensuring that your demise is devoid of suffering. Consider it my way of thanking you for the warning." Having realized the grave danger posed by the exposure of his identity as Dai Mubai, Hemingway's gaze turned towards the pirates, and a fierce killing intent surged within him. His identity must remain concealed. Only death could safeguard his secrets. With a resounding boom, Hemingway vanished from sight. The Soul King reacted swiftly, his soul abilities already primed for action. The third yellow soul ring, representing a century of power, shone brilliantly. The third soul skill, Black Heaven's Mist. An illusory form of an octopus materialized behind the Soul King, and he exhaled a dense cloud of ink. Upon contact with the air, the ink rapidly vaporized, enveloping the surrounding area in a thick fog that cloaked the entire ship. The inky darkness obscured all vision, and had it been anyone else, their sight would indeed be hindered. However, for Hemingway, endowed with the ability of observation hockey, the dense black mist was virtually inconsequential. He could discern the movements of the pirates as they began to disperse in perfect synchrony, their unique steps indicating that this form of combat coordination was not new to them. As for the architect of this black fog, the Soul King had transformed, his lower half splitting and morphing into an octopus form. The 8 tentacles, adorned with numerous suckers and extending over 10 meters in length, moved stealthily across the ship with remarkable speed. Intriguingly, the black fog seemed not to impede his vision, for he could clearly track Hemingway's silhouette amidst the obscurity. How fascinating! Hemingway closed his eyes, relying solely on his acute senses to observe his surroundings. Upon noticing the Soul King Elder's chest and abdomen swell, clearly preparing to unleash a devastating attack, he instinctively executed a swift kick. With a considerable distance between them, he unleashed a vacuum slash. The moment the Elder was about to expel his formidable technique, he was struck by this vacuum slash propelled by Hemingway's kick, foiling the Elder's plans. This technique, known as the Six Forms, utilizes a rapid kicking motion to generate a vacuum that delivers a slashing strike rather than inflicting direct damage. Chapter 14. The Cautious Protagonist. Within the dense black fog, having successfully struck the Soul King Elder with his technique, Hemingway seized the moment with ruthless determination. With a resounding boom, he utilized the shave, instantly appearing before the bewildered Elder, whose confusion lingered from the previous attack. Emotionless, Hemingway raised a finger, invoking the finger gun technique. In an instant, a barrage of blood erupted from the Elder's chest, leaving numerous wounds as if he had been shot by bullets. Meanwhile, the pirates, who had been lurking at the edges of the ship, began to unleash their soul techniques in concert. Ice arrows, fireballs, water droplets, wind blades, and corrosive acid surged forth, transforming the ground into a treacherous, slippery terrain. It seemed they could precisely locate him within the fog, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape, even endangering the Soul King Elder without a hint of concern for his life. Yet, undeterred by the seemingly inescapable onslaught, Hemingway remained unfazed, instinctively relaxing his body. He attuned himself to the flow of air, transforming into a delicate sheet of paper dancing in the wind. With the paper drawing technique, he evaded every attack: ice arrows, water spheres, fireballs, and wind blades, gliding effortlessly past each one. None of the assaults managed to touch him. The principle of this technique lies in relinquishing all bodily strength to navigate the shifting air currents generated by his adversary's movements, allowing him to narrowly evade every incoming strike. Thus, Hemingway deftly maneuvered through the myriad of soul skills wielded by the pirates, escaping the encirclement with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, not far away, the Elder Soul King, adorned with a multitude of bloody wounds upon his chest, appeared surprisingly unscathed. The fifth soul ring surrounding him illuminated, and the gaping wounds began to heal rapidly. The assaults from the pirates inflicted minimal damage upon him, which explained their reckless abandon in battle. This scene left Hemingway, who constantly monitored the battlefield with his observation hockey, momentarily stunned. What was happening? Such grievous injuries, yet he remained alive and healed so swiftly? However, upon recalling that the Elder's martial soul was an octopus, Hemingway began to grasp the reason behind this extraordinary recovery. It was likely a result of the unique properties of his martial soul. After all, octopuses are renowned for their remarkable regenerative capabilities, capable of mending severed limbs. One could surmise that while the restorative abilities of such a martial soul may not rival those of a true octopus, they would certainly surpass those of an ordinary soul master. In hindsight, he should have simply pierced the Elder's skull with a single finger. Hemingway, with his imposing presence, observed his wounds gradually healing. Seizing the opportunity presented by the shroud of darkness, he brandished several massive tentacles like those of an octopus to launch an assault on the venerable Soul King, secretly lamenting his tactical miscalculation. However, such a lapse was not entirely his fault, for he possessed little combat experience and had never before engaged in battle with the Soul Master. It was entirely reasonable for a novice to overlook such details. Eager to test the efficacy of the six techniques against an adversary, Hemingway stood resolute, allowing the Soul King to lash out with his octopus-like appendages without flinching. Iron block. Hemingway stood resolutely, his muscles taut and hardening at the surface. Suddenly, a tremendous tentacle struck his back with tremendous force, yet it could not budge him in the slightest. The Soul King's Elder felt as though his tentacle had collided with an immovable mountain of steel, and the intensity of the blow even rebounded upon his own appendage. The iron block technique, one of the 6 forms of defense, fortified his physique, granting him a defense as formidable as iron. The stronger the body, the more terrifying the defense. At this moment, with Hemingway's exceptional physical strength, the Soul King's Elder's tentacle strike was utterly futile, incapable of even giving him a mere tickle. Upon realizing that his attempt had failed, the Elder hastily sought to retreat. However, Hemingway was not inclined to let him escape so easily. He reached out and seized the tentacle, which extended nearly 10 meters, and with a powerful tug, the Elder found himself unable to control his own body. As Hemingway spun him around in circles, whoosh, Whoosh! The air was filled with a fierce whistling sound. Hemingway took hold of one of the elder's tentacles and wielded him like a whip, hurling him towards the surrounding pirates with a terrifying velocity. The sound of repeated collisions echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. Within the swirling black mist, Hemingway wielded the Soul King's elder as a weapon, mercilessly smashing him against the pirates. Remarkably, this makeshift weapon proved to be quite effective and exhilarating. After a series of crackling sounds, the chaos continued. The ship at sea has finally descended into tranquility. The dense black fog enveloping the vessel gradually dissipates. A gruesome scene unfolds before the eyes. Only Hemingway remains upright, while the others lie scattered on the ground, drenched in blood. They are strewn across the deck, barely clinging to life. Such a sight transcends mere description of tragedy. Bang! Hemingway casually discarded the tentacles of the Soul King Elder, which he had wielded as weapons for quite some time. At this moment, the condition of the Soul King Elder was far from favorable. His head was bloodied, but that was merely a minor affliction. The true extent of his injuries was the shattering of bones. He appeared to be on the brink of death, with labored breaths scarcely sustaining him. The 8 tentacles, each stretching over 10 meters, gradually retracted, ultimately resembling 2 legs, signifying his inability to maintain the manifestation of his martial soul. As for the prospect of healing his grievous wounds, that was an even more distant hope. You might think that despite being bloodied and mangled, the Soul King Elder still retained a flicker of consciousness, his eyes wide with fury, his mouth a gruesome mess of shattered flesh and teeth, uttering indistinct words. But alas, escape was not within your grasp. No sooner had he spoken than he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Hemingway furrowed his brow as he regarded the old Soul King. A sense of foreboding gnawing at him. What could be amiss? Why did the Elder exude such confidence? Could it be that a stray fish had silently slipped away, intent on relaying information to others? Yet, that seemed implausible. Even before the onset of battle, Hemingway had enveloped the area with his observation hockey, meticulously monitoring every movement to prevent any potential escapees from leaking valuable intelligence. He was utterly certain that every member of the Viper pirate crew was present, with not a single soul having eluded capture. However, observing the old man's demeanor and sensing his emotions, it became evident that he anticipated the exposure of his own identity. What could have led to such a conviction? Why was he so assured? Hemingway found himself perplexed, yet he deemed it prudent to eliminate the entire crew of pirates. Only the deceased can safeguard secrets. Subsequently, Hemingway delivered a decisive blow to every pirate aboard, crushing their skulls beneath his feet, leaving no room for resistance. The demise was unequivocal. The head, being the very essence of life, lay shattered. Unless one possessed divine strength, even a titled Douluo would inevitably meet their end. No matter how formidable their regenerative abilities, they would prove futile. After thorough confirmation, it was evident that all the pirates on the vessel had perished. Hemingway cast all the pirates' corpses into the sea, and in a bid to obliterate any trace of them, summoned a multitude of sea creatures that had roamed the oceans for a decade. He watched as these beasts devoured the remains, finally able to set his mind at ease. If he could survive such an ordeal, then he would accept it. Chapter 15. Digging one's own grave. What is this? After disposing of all the pirates' bodies, Hemingway's attention was suddenly captured by an odd object in the corner of the deck. Curiously, he approached and picked it up. It appeared to resemble a seashell, its form remarkably exquisite. As Hemingway examined it closely, he sensed that this object was far from ordinary. Could it possibly be a treasure? Hemingway, filled with a sense of curiosity, casually tucked the conch shell into his soul guide, contemplating the opportunity to examine it further when time permitted. After securing the shell, his gaze swept across the disarrayed deck, taking in the sight of the imposing steel vessel. After a moment of reflection, he resolved that, for the sake of prudence, it would be best to abandon this ship. As a pirate infamous on the high seas, the vessel was far too conspicuous for his liking. Upon learning of the bounty placed upon his head, Hemingway deemed it wise to adopt a more discreet approach. Navigating such a noticeable ship would only draw unwanted attention. Conveniently, the wooden vessel previously belonging to the pirate captain was still being towed behind the steel ship. Thus, he decided to commandeer that boat to head towards the island. Yes, that would do. With his decision made, Hemingway strode to the stern and untied the ropes, then leaped onto the wooden ship trailing behind the steel behemoth. After securing the ropes, he entered the ship's cockpit, preparing to set sail. During the past few days, he had not merely idled away his time. While observing the crew and their ostentatious demeanor, he had also seized the opportunity to learn the art of navigation. Without such knowledge, even if he possessed a vessel. He would be left waiting aimlessly, devoid of the skills needed to operate it. The ships in this world bore similarities to those of his previous life, relying on the manipulation of sails for movement. With the presence of wind, the ship could glide forth. In its absence, one would have to resort to manual rowing. This required a considerable number of hands, yet fortunately, the crew consisted entirely of soul masters, whose endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, the plan was set in motion. Hemingway skillfully navigated his wooden sailboat, following the wind's direction toward an undisclosed destination. Relying on his observations and insights from the past few days, he had vaguely determined his route. With only one day left in his journey, he was confident that he was nearing his goal, barring any unfortunate misfortune. The sailing was remarkably steady. His confidence was bolstered by the discovery of a nautical chart within the helm of the Viper pirate crew, even if he could not fully comprehend it. Nevertheless, it allowed him to ascertain his direction and minimize the chances of straying off course. Meanwhile, in a pirate stronghold, a formidable middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, held a conch shell in his hand, his expression a mix of grave seriousness and uncontainable joy. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this conch bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Hemingway had found on the deck. At that moment, the shell emitted a faint glow, accompanied by distinct sounds emanating from within. "You are worth far more than you can imagine, Dai Yuhao." What? The man realized his suspicions were correct. Indeed, he had captured the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Yuhao, who had been relentlessly sought after at a high price. Alone and adrift at sea, his age aligned well with that of the once-renowned dual martial soul possessor, the second prince of Star Luo. Although he had intended to incapacitate him, confirming his identity was not without merit. This woman is truly ruthless. She is determined to eradicate me. Thank you for enlightening me on the perilous nature of my situation. When I act, I will do so swiftly, ensuring your demise is devoid of suffering. Consider it my gratitude for your revelations. The voice emanating from the conch was, in fact, a recording of a conversation between the Soul King Elder and Hemingway. Evidently, this shell was an extraordinary device capable of recording or transmitting sound, akin to a telephone. Fortune favors me. Upon hearing this, the imposing middle-aged man could no longer contain his laughter. This man was known as the Purple Behemoth, the leader of the most formidable pirate crew on the ocean, the Demon Whale Pirates, whose influence extended across the seas. He commanded numerous subgroups, among which the Viper pirate crew was one of the weaker factions. Each group was required to pay him a hefty tribute of wealth and resources annually. The Purple Behemoth's pirate crew was nearly omnipresent across the ocean, boasting strength comparable to that of a Soul Douluo, thus earning him the title of Pirate King. However, he was merely a pirate king and could not compare to the true master of the sea God Island, a realm revered by all soul masters. The island was home to numerous powerful beings, including several titled Douluos. The Purple Behemoth thrived in lawlessness, relying on the Sea God Island's indifference to his activities. If the denizens of Sea God Island chose to intervene, dismantling his operations would be a trivial matter. Every leader of a subgroup possessed such a conch shell, an ancient soul-guiding artifact. By a stroke of fortune, the Purple Behemoth had acquired it, discovering its capability to facilitate communication across great distances through the connection of these shells. The cunning elder of the Viper pirate crew had recorded his conversation with Hemingway in advance, discreetly transmitting this recording to his superior, thereby exposing his presence. Crucially, the conch held by the Purple Behemoth was the primary shell, while those belonging to the leaders of other subgroups were mere offshoots of this central artifact. Through this primary shell, he could sense and locate the specific positions of the other conches, regardless of whether they were concealed within storage soul-guiding devices. Driven by curiosity and ignorance of the shell's nature, Hemingway unwittingly equipped himself with a locator for his adversaries, ensnaring himself in his own trap. Upon learning of Dai Yuhao's existence and the continuous movement of the offshoot shell, the Purple Behemoth eagerly prepared to summon the leaders of his other subgroups through the conch for a grand hunt. "Daddy, what has you in such high spirits?" At that moment, a girl of about 17 or 18 entered the study, her presence striking. With a slender yet curvaceous figure and exquisite features, high cheekbones, large eyes, and long purple hair tied in a ponytail, she exuded an air of elegance and determination. Her captivating purple eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at her father, whose face was alight with an uncontainable smile. "My dear daughter, fortune is smiling upon us," the Purple Behemoth exclaimed. unable to suppress his joy as he shared the news he had just learned with his beloved daughter. Dai Yuhao, the second prince of Star Luo, rumored to possess dual martial souls? Is there news of him? The girl's face reflected surprise upon hearing her father's words. This young woman was named Purple Pearl, 18 years old and in the prime of her youth, with a martial soul of a sea serpent and a strength of 38 ranks. Indeed, this truly is an unexpected delight. If we can capture this young man and present him to the Star Luo Empire, my daughter and I shall no longer need to dwell as pirates upon these treacherous seas. The purple behemoth's smile widened. Despite being a pirate king with sole Douluo level strength, he understood that his power did not render him invulnerable on the open sea. Sole Douluo strength, while formidable, was not the apex of power. Unless he could ascend to the level of a titled Douluo, he remained at risk of encountering formidable foes at any moment. After years of rising from obscurity to his current position, he had experienced much. However, his greatest concern was for his daughter, Purple Pearl. Should he fall, she would be left to navigate the perilous waters alone. Even if she survived by virtue of her innate talent, it would only lead her to a life of piracy fraught with danger. He would never wish for his daughter to tread the same treacherous path he had taken. Piracy is fraught with peril, from the tumultuous seas and ferocious sea-soul beasts to the occasional treachery among fellow pirates. No one is born wishing to live a life as a pirate, constantly at the mercy of the sea's whims. Thus, the appearance of Dai Yuhao represented a golden opportunity for the purple behemoth. Should he secure a noble title from the Star Luo Empire, his family would be shielded from the uncertainties of a pirate's life. Recognizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, the purple behemoth summoned the most capable members of his subgroups to prepare for action. Then, following the route relayed by the conch, commands were issued for the crew of pirates to navigate their ships from all directions, encircling their target. The aim was to ensure that the one known as Dai Yuhao could not escape, even if he had wings. Across the boundless ocean, an ordinary wooden sailboat drifted slowly with the wind, its pirate flag now removed. Consequently, this vessel appeared merely as a common seafaring ship. No one would suspect that many pirates had once met their demise aboard this very ship. Inside the cabin of the helm, Hemingway held a nautical chart in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. At this moment, he had been sailing alone on the open sea for 3 days. Ordinarily, had his course been correct, he would have reached the designated island within the first 2 days. Yet, throughout this voyage, his gaze was met only with the desolate expanse of the ocean. Such an ominous circumstance was all too evident. He had miscalculated the route on the maritime chart, causing him to deviate from the established course. He was left to wonder in which uncharted waters he had drifted. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Hemingway set aside the intricate and perplexing nautical charts, rubbing his brow in contemplation, reluctantly acknowledging his miscalculation. Had he foreseen the predicament, he would have spared a few lives to guide him through these treacherous waters. Yet, here he was, adrift in the vast expanse of the ocean. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that sustenance was not a concern in this boundless sea. Even aimlessly drifting, he would eventually encounter an inhabited isle. Why the urgency? He shook his head and casually discarded the charts. Stepping out of the cabin, he approached the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance. What was that? Suddenly, he spotted a small black dot on the horizon. Straining his eyes, he discerned what appeared to be the silhouette of a vessel. A ship. How splendid. A look of joy spread across Hemingway's face as, after 3 days adrift at sea, he finally spotted a vessel appearing before him. All he needed to do was inquire about the way or simply board their ship. Soon, he would reach an inhabited island, where he could embark on his journey to greatness. However, as the distant ship grew larger on the horizon, Hemingway's initially joyful expression gradually froze, soon transforming into a weighty demeanor. He had discerned, at the pinnacle of the approaching vessel, a flag emblazoned with a skull. Without a doubt, it was yet another pirate ship. Troubling indeed. Would he soon be compelled to engage in battle once more? Frustrated, Hemingway rubbed his brow, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Was it too much to ask for a mere encounter with a standard merchant ship? Ever since departing the island, the vessels he encountered were all pirate ships. Such luck was unparalleled. Was he perhaps destined to be entwined with pirates? As the large ship drew nearer, the details of the pirate flag became increasingly distinct. He could see that, apart from the skull, the flag also featured the image of a great white whale. This was the notorious white whale pirate crew. Upon recognizing the emblem, Hemingway's countenance shifted drastically. During his brief sojourn aboard the Viper pirate cruise ship, he had gleaned insights into some of the most renowned pirate crews of the sea and their distinctive flags. The White Whale pirate crew was indeed among the most infamous. It was rumored that their captain was a formidable Soul Master of the Soul Sage rank, supported by a vice-captain of Soul Emperor level, for Soul Kings as deputies, and numerous underlings, making it a remarkably powerful pirate crew. And what of Hemingway? He was merely a Soul Master of level 39. Armed with only the 6 styles of the Navy, the ability of armament hockey, observation hockey to perceive opponents' movements, and the powers of the Rumble fruit. The effectiveness of the Rumble fruit was intrinsically tied to his own strength. Thus, at this stage, its combat utility paled in comparison to the 6 styles of the Navy. To be candid, he had little comprehension of his current standing or capabilities. Having never engaged in combat with other Soul Masters, it was exceedingly difficult to gauge his strength. Even his skirmish with the elderly Soul King had concluded swiftly, yielding little in the way of combat experience. Moreover, the strength of a Soul Master is not solely determined by their rank. It also hinges on the configuration of their soul rings, their adaptability, and the interplay of their martial soul characteristics. These myriad factors collectively determine the outcome of confrontations. Chapter 17. The White Whale Pirate Crew. The Soul Master system of the Douluo continent is rather peculiar. It is not always the case that a higher-ranked Soul Master surpasses a lower-ranked one. For instance, the elderly Soul King of the Viper Pirate crew, though ranked as such, possessed a remarkably poor configuration of soul rings. Merely 2 10-year, 200-year, and 1,000-year soul rings. This indicates that achieving the rank of Soul King was a considerable strain for him. Having exhausted his potential, it is unlikely he could ever grow stronger. Such a Soul King might even struggle against a 30-level Soul Master with an optimal soul ring configuration. Generally speaking, the optimal configuration for a Soul Master reaching the title Douluo rank is recognized as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. This is the best configuration acknowledged within the Soul Master community. Therefore, the elderly Soul King's strength was genuinely lacking, rendering any comparison with the standard Soul King meaningless. Furthermore, one must consider factors such as martial soul rank suppression, attribute counters, and soul skill counters. For example, a fire attribute martial soul would undoubtedly be countered by an ice attribute martial soul. Plant-type martial souls typically fear flames. The disparity between strength and agility presents a quintessential example of attribute countering. Thus, the determination of a Soul Master's strength is an intricate matter, often requiring actual combat experience to discern. Despite Hemingway's usual confidence, he could not be so arrogant as to think he could triumph over the formidable Soul Sage-level warriors that might exist within the White Whale pirate group. Not to mention the presence of Soul Emperors and several Soul Kings. How could one possibly contend with such overwhelming odds? If escape were an option, Hemingway would indeed prefer to abandon ship and flee for his life. However, he was bound by circumstance. The vastness of the ocean rendered such an escape futile. Without a vessel, even his ability to temporarily survive underwater due to his martial spirit would ultimately lead to his demise in the boundless sea. His soul power was not infinite. He could not sustain the martial spirit manifestation indefinitely. Once his soul power was exhausted, he would be cast out of that state, left to drown in the vast expanse of the ocean. Moreover, the ever-present threat of sea soul beasts made being adrift without a ship an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet, beyond these reasons, the true cause of Hemingway's reluctance to flee stemmed from a palpable sense of being targeted, an awareness that originated from the distant pirate ship ahead. This was evidently a special soul technique. He had been marked. Even if he abandoned ship now, escape was not guaranteed. It would merely deplete his soul power, making it more prudent to remain in place and observe the intentions of that powerful individual. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he envisioned. At this juncture, Hemingway had no choice but to wait, conserving his strength. Should a confrontation arise, any additional power would surely enhance his odds of success. Time slipped away quietly. The pirate ship loomed ever closer, and from the bow, Hemingway could make out a group of figures standing upon the massive vessel. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man, towering at 2 to 3 meters, his physique resembling that of an iron tower. This man was clearly Haba, the leader of the White Whale pirate group, a figure renowned for his prowess as a soul sage. Haba was exhilarated. Upon receiving a communique from his superior, the purple giant whale, he had hastily gathered his crew and set sail, racing toward the designated sea area with fervor. The urgency stemmed from the knowledge that the first to capture the target would garner the greatest accolades and rewards. Such tangible benefits motivated every crew member to strive earnestly. The captains of other divisions shared Hamba's sentiments. Only those with the strength of a soul sage or greater were deemed worthy to partake in this endeavor. Consequently, the captains fortunate enough to join this hunt were racing against time, driven mad by the prospect of seizing the lead. Hamba appeared to be in luck. As he encountered the target first, as he gazed upon the solitary wooden vessel ahead, Hamba trembled with excitement. He bellowed to his crew, "Accelerate. Give it your all. The target is that wooden ship ahead." With his command, the ship jolted violently, and its speed doubled instantaneously. As the small wooden ship drew nearer, Hamba's gaze sharpened, particularly upon the white-haired youth standing at the bow. He glanced down at the wanted poster he had held for 6 years. Aside from the difference in hair color, he could discern familiar facial features. After all, 6 years had passed, and children do grow. At that moment, Hamba was certain. This was indeed his target. Ha! It seems I, Hamba, am destined to claim the first prize. As the distance closed, Hamba could not suppress his laughter, envisioning the future accolades that awaited him upon capturing Dai Yuhao. Surely, the benefits would be plentiful, as his superior would not monopolize the rewards. How could he maintain the loyalty of his crew otherwise? When the day came for his superior to assume a noble title in the Star Luo Empire, it would be these pirate brethren who would secure his foothold in that realm. Thus, it was inconceivable that the leader would hoard the bounty, causing discord among his followers. As the two ships approached, they finally halted when they were about 10 meters apart. The two parties faced off at the bows of their vessels. The ship of Hamba and the white whale pirates, forged of steel, was significantly larger than the wooden craft manned by Hemingway. Thus, Hamba and his crew looked down upon the white-haired boy with avaricious gazes, as if they longed to consume him whole. Yet Hemingway, though solitary upon his diminutive vessel, remained unperturbed. His expression was calm, his deep, sea-like eyes tranquil, and his handsome, resolute figure stood firm against the tempest, as if he could withstand any storm. One man stood against the host. At that moment, Hemingway emanated an aura of power that belied his solitary state. Even as the overwhelming numbers of the white whale pirates bore down on him, their oppressive presence would not sway him into retreat. Chapter 18. The Innate Warrior. At last, the two parties met. No words were exchanged, and only the rhythmic sound of the waves broke the silence, rendering the atmosphere increasingly tense. Hamba's gaze shifted from the white-haired youth at the bow, and the pride that had once adorned his features began to fade, giving way to a cautious scrutiny. This boy was nothing like the image he had conjured in his mind. It appeared that some individuals were simply born with the essence of strength etched upon their countenance. With his azure eyes calm as a still pond, the boy's silken white hair danced gently in the sea breeze, his tall figure reminiscent of a steadfast statue upon a coastal cliff. Everything about him spoke of the extraordinary. Years of piracy had honed Hamba's instincts. This boy was no ordinary target. This capture would surely not unfold as easily as he had anticipated. A vague sense of crisis began to unfurl within him, a feeling akin to an impending doom. In that moment, Hamba felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and flee with his crew. Yet the prospect of the rewards tied to capturing this youth held him in place, wavering in his resolve. The allure of profit was undeniable, and to abandon such potential gain based solely on instinct seemed impractical. Human nature often harbors a penchant for risk and a sense of invulnerability. Ultimately, Hamba chose to embrace the perilous pursuit of fortune, dismissing the instincts that had served him well for so long. In the endless expanse of the azure sea, the two vessels, disparate in size, remained 10 meters apart, the atmosphere thick with tension. No one spoke. Only the howling wind and crashing waves broke the stillness. Dai Yuhao. At last, Hamba spoke. You have proven to be rather elusive. As the name, long forsaken, escaped the lips of the imposing figure before him, Hemingway's heart sank. He was acutely aware that his identity had undoubtedly been compromised for reasons unknown to him. The pirates before him were clearly here with the singular intent of capturing him. Today, he found himself in peril. How could this information have been divulged? Hemingway found himself in a perplexing predicament. The only individual who aroused his deepest suspicions was undoubtedly the elder of the Viper pirate clan. Could it be that this elder possessed some unknown means of conveying information to others? How did you discover my whereabouts? Hemingway inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze towards the distance at Hamba, his brow furrowed with questions. Even if you have learned of my presence, how did you manage to locate me amidst this boundless ocean? Given your aggressive approach, is there a method by which you can pinpoint my location? Had it not been for the fact that the vessel he was aboard was not affiliated with the Viper pirate clan, he might have questioned whether his modest wooden boat was equipped with some form of tracking device. In a time long ago, this world was graced by a splendid civilization, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom known as soul-guiding devices. The varieties and functions of these devices are as diverse as they are peculiar. Thus, If there exists a device capable of locating individuals, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. To the soul masters of the current Douluo continent, ancient soul guiding devices are akin to extraterrestrial technology, for no soul master has been able to replicate or manufacture such devices. However, it is not entirely implausible for a fortunate soul master to acquire an ancient soul guiding device, as luck is never in short supply in this world. In response to Hemingway's inquiry, despite the advantageous position it afforded them, Hanba had no intention of revealing that the conch he had found served as a locating device. After all, caution is never a folly. Should they inadvertently allow Hemingway to escape, they could rely on the conch's tracking capability to find him again. However, if Hemingway were to discard the conch, locating him thereafter would become a formidable challenge. The ocean's vastness would make it exceedingly difficult for them to track him, especially if he altered his appearance or sought refuge on an obscure island. Otherwise, Hemingway's mother would not have taken to the sea in haste. With a stern expression, Hanba silently waved his hand. Beside him, an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, nodded slightly before issuing a low command. A radiant aura enveloped him as a fishing net materialized in his grasp, accompanied by 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black. This elder was, in fact, a formidable soul emperor of level 60. Hemingway's pupils involuntarily constricted upon witnessing the scene before him. He recognized that the old man must be the vice captain of the White Whale pirate group, as rumored. The 6th soul skill was unleashed, Heavenly Net. The soul emperor shouted, and the solitary black 10,000-year soul ring surrounding him radiated a brilliant light. Subsequently, the elder cast the fishing net he held into the sky. The exquisite net soared upwards, rapidly expanding until it appeared to envelop the entire firmament, followed by nets descending from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a colossal net, spanning a kilometer of oceanic space, was formed. This grand net ensnared both the White Whale pirate group and Hemingway, clearly intent on trapping him first to prevent his escape, before slowly capturing him within this net, orchestrating a scene akin to catching a turtle in a jar. Now, his escape route was utterly severed. He had no choice but to confront these pirates head-on. Was the situation in the sea the same? Could he attempt to break free from the depths? Hemingway instinctively turned his gaze towards the ocean's surface, pondering his predicament. Meanwhile, Hannibal seemed to perceive his intentions, crossing his arms calmly and declaring, "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing beneath the sea. Given the name of my 6th soul skill, Heavenly Net, it is evident that it does not merely guard against aerial escape but subterranean as well. Furthermore, do not even contemplate breaking through this heavenly net. It has consumed all of my soul power and, once formed, can be sustained for 2 hours. Only a soul saint could hope to shatter it, even a soul saint, if lacking sufficient power, would find themselves helplessly ensnared for 2 hours." The more Hannibal spoke, the more assured he became. He regarded the silent white-haired youth and advised, "It would be wise for you to surrender willingly. This way, you may endure less physical suffering. The bounty does not necessarily demand your life, but rather your capture alive would be the preferred outcome. Thus, even if delivered to the Star Luo Empire, your demise is not a certainty. However, should you stubbornly resist, I cannot guarantee your life should I inadvertently strike too hard." Chapter 19. A Kill to Start. In response to Hannibal's seemingly benevolent counsel, Hemingway merely scoffed coldly, contemplating. Does he truly consider me a fool? It is true that if captured and returned to the Star Luo Empire, I may not face death. However, there exists a term in this world, worse than death. Should I be taken alive to the Star Luo Empire, I might be subjected to brainwashing through nefarious means, or imprisoned and used as a breeding tool to enhance bloodlines. The former is somewhat tolerable, but the latter is utterly dreadful. With dual martial souls and innate full soul power, what a formidable endowment. Possessing such remarkable potential, should I procreate with a woman, our offspring would have a significant probability of inheriting this exceptional lineage. Even if they may not possess dual martial souls, it is highly likely that their martial soul would mutate or that they would possess exceedingly high innate soul power. In the original text, there exists a character whose situation closely mirrors this, Pope Bibi Dong. She too possessed dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Ultimately, this quality caught the attention of the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, who later concocted an excuse to force himself upon her, compelling her to bear a daughter, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, without a doubt, inherited Bibi Dong's remarkable bloodline, boasting an innate soul power of level 20. Though this was partly due to her martial soul being a divine-level angel martial soul, it does not imply that one with a divine martial soul is guaranteed to possess innate level 20 soul power. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would have long since unified the continent. In truth, it was precisely because Qianren possessed innate level 20 soul power that she was able to later inherit the angel god lineage passed down through the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, if all angel martial souls were endowed with innate level 20 soul power, why had no one before her been able to inherit the title of angel god? Save for her? This clearly illustrates the significance of exceptional lineage from both parents for their progeny. The Star Luo Empire, in their eagerness to capture him alive, was even willing to offer nobility as a reward. This clearly indicates their insatiable desire for his bloodline. If Hemingway were indeed captured and taken back, he would likely face a fate of being a mere breeding machine for the rest of his life. His descendants would subsequently be relegated to mere instruments for the noble class, destined to improve their bloodlines, with no hope of redemption. Such a tragic existence would be unacceptable to him, even in death. Contemplating this, Hemingway's gaze would harden, and within his heart, a resolute determination akin to burning bridges emerged, a willingness to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like broken pottery. Accompanying this was a palpable shift in his aura. Witnessing the transformation of the white-haired youth's demeanor, Hamba silently lamented his miscalculation. The attempt at persuasion not only failed to achieve its goal but instead strengthened the boy's resolve to resist. Capturing him alive had now become an even more daunting task. When the purple giant whale summoned them to encircle Hemingway, it had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of capturing him alive. The future of the brothers in the Starry Empire, whether they would enjoy a life of luxury as nobles, hinged on their ability to seize Dai Yuhao. Thus, Haba had initially commanded his Soul Emperor subordinate to expend all his soul power to execute the sixth soul skill, Heavenly Net, specifically to ensure Hemingway's capture and prevent his escape. If the aim were merely to obtain a corpse, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. He could simply activate his martial soul and charge indirectly. The need for a live capture mandated a cautious approach. Go. Haba signaled to the four middle-aged men surrounding him, his strongest four soul kings, the backbone of his forces, excluding the vice-captain. He intended for them to test Hemingway's strength while he remained an observer, gathering intelligence during the ensuing battle to ensure a decisive strike for capture. With the heavenly net surrounding them, escape was impossible, and Hamba had ample time to toy with him. The four soul kings acknowledged their orders and promptly activated their martial souls. One by one, their forms transformed into a sea turtle, a dolphin, an octopus, and a sea snake, embodying beast martial souls. Their soul ring configurations were unimpressive, comprising white, yellow, and purple hues. It must be said that the soul ring configurations of these four soul kings were rather lackluster. From the arrangement of their soul rings and their ages, one could discern the potential of their martial souls. Observing the four middle-aged men, now adorned with characteristics of turtles, snakes, and other creatures, leaping towards him, Hemingway remained expressionless. He merely regarded them with a cold stare as they approached, until the moment their soul rings illuminated, signaling the release of their soul skills. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the spot, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. Hemingway, the man, had vanished into thin air. The four soul kings, witnessing this, were momentarily taken aback. What had just transpired? How could he move with such incredible swiftness? Where had that boy gone? Even Hamba, observing from a distance, was momentarily stunned. Despite his keen eyesight, he could barely discern a faint blur. He was utterly unable to comprehend how Hemingway had disappeared. What was happening? Was it some sort of soul technique? He found himself murmuring. In the next instant, Hamba felt his pupils constrict as he beheld Hemingway reappear before one of the bald soul kings, as if he had materialized out of nowhere. The soul king, mid-leap and suspended in the air, had no time to react before the cold, white-haired youth extended a finger and vanished. Boom! A sound akin to an explosion reverberated in his mind. The last image the bald soul king saw was the boy's finger reappearing, now stained with blood. Is this my blood? He finally realized the grim truth, and then he fell into eternal unconsciousness. At that moment, a gruesome blood hole appeared in the center of his forehead. Having previously dealt with an elderly soul king, Hemingway understood that what may be a fatal wound for an ordinary person might not hold the same significance for those with unique martial souls. Thus, if he sought to deliver a lethal blow, piercing the skull was the most straightforward approach. Under normal circumstances, the head is a human's greatest vulnerability. Even if some individuals possess extraordinary martial souls, a penetrated skull still spells death. Those rare few who might survive such an injury are an exceptional anomaly, a rarity not seen for millennia. At that moment, all the pirates present were left in utter shock by this sudden turn of events. One soul king had been dispatched with a mere poke? Was death so easily attained? Am I dreaming? seizing the opportunity while the pirates were momentarily dazed. Hemingway pressed his advantage. With a graceful leap, he seemed to defy gravity, moving through the air as if treading upon solid ground. Rather than the formless void of the atmosphere, this was the moon step, one of the 6 techniques, allowing him to utilize aerial movement to launch attacks from above without leaving any blind angles. In a flash, Hemingway adeptly approached another Soul King, eyeing a middle-aged man marred by a scar across his face. Instead of employing a finger strike, he raised his right hand and delivered a fierce chop to the side of the man's head. Bang! The man's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, a torrent of foul matter splattering onto a nearby, gaunt Soul King, covering him in the gruesome remnants. At this point, Haba, who had been reeling from the sudden loss of his subordinates, could no longer remain passive. In the blink of an eye, he had lost 2 of his 4 formidable lieutenants. These were his trusted companions meant to accompany him as he followed the mighty purple giant whale to the Star Luo Empire to claim nobility. Without some loyal aides to bolster his presence, he would be left utterly isolated. Originally, he had thought that with 4 Soul Kings at his disposal, even if they couldn't capture Hemingway, they could at least hold him off, allowing Haba to observe his fighting style and seek an opportunity to strike. However, he had not anticipated that his subordinates would be so inept, losing 2 in a single encounter. This was far beyond his expectations and left him reeling with frustration. Did he think Soul Kings were as common as cabbages? Did he understand how challenging it was to recruit these Soul Kings? Stop! Haba bellowed, witnessing Hemingway's insatiable thirst for blood as he charged towards the remaining 2 Soul Kings. Activating his soul ring, a massive phantom of a white whale emerged, merging with his form. Instantly, his already imposing physique began to swell, muscles rippling and bulging grotesquely. In mere moments, he transformed into a towering figure nearly 5 meters tall. Soul Saint, Hamba, Martial Soul, Great White Whale. Soul Ring configuration, white, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. Though not the optimal Soul Ring configuration, it was undeniably extravagant compared to the previous Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. With the Great White Whale's power coursing through him, Hamba propelled himself with astonishing force, causing the stern of the iron vessel to tilt upwards as the bow plunged dangerously toward the depths of the sea, nearly submerging itself. It was evident that the power of a Soul Saint was fearsome indeed. "You brat, halt!" roared the giant Hamba as he soared into the air, launching himself toward Hemingway. By this time, Hemingway had once again employed the moon step, effortlessly positioning himself next to the 3rd Soul King. Aware of the fate that befell the previous 2, this Soul King, possessing the martial soul of a sea turtle, immediately activated his strongest defensive soul technique, Turtle Shell Protection, as the 5th Purple Thousand-Year Soul Ring illuminated. The small turtle shell on his back began to swell dramatically. Subsequently, his head and limbs retracted completely into the shell, sealing itself as if it were a genuine turtle retreating into its protective abode. This was his ultimate defensive skill. Even a Soul Emperor would struggle to breach such a shell. Proud of this ability, he believed himself to be entirely safe. Alas, he had encountered the anomaly that was Hemingway. "Do you think this will keep you safe?" Hemingway scoffed, his gaze narrowing as he raised his right hand and extended his index finger. A glimmer of gold radiated from its tip, armament hockey. With a fierce thrust, his shining finger pierced the turtle shell, producing a sound akin to a balloon bursting. The impenetrable shell, which even a Soul Emperor would find challenging to crack, was effortlessly shattered as if it were mere paper under Hemingway's golden fingertip. "Aya!" A wretched scream emanated from within the once sealed shell, only to be abruptly silenced. With an expressionless demeanor, Hemingway extended his index finger, revealing a small puncture on the turtle shell. However, surrounding this minute hole were numerous fissures, which appeared to be expanding, ultimately engulfing the entire shell, culminating in a resounding explosion. The seemingly indestructible shell shattered into fragments. A middle-aged man, curled up in agony, emerged, but at that moment, a gaping wound had appeared on his back, and he had completely succumbed to death. One strike, and he was dispatched. The prowess of armament hockey is not as simplistic as one might presume. It serves not only as a formidable defense akin to armor, but also enhances the user's offensive capabilities. It can evolve into myriad forms, contingent upon the user's development. For instance, the residual armament hockey that penetrated the turtle shell transformed into a subtle force that invaded his body, instantly shattering his internal organs. Thus, while it may appear as though he merely sustained an additional wound, in reality, his insides had long since been reduced to a mass of pulpy flesh. Damn it! A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him, accompanied by a thunderous roar of fury. The giant-like Han base, with a menacing visage, lunged forward. His towering 5-meter frame exuded an intimidating presence, and Hemingway had no doubt regarding the immense power concealed within that physique. Yet, with great strength comes a corresponding clumsiness, resulting in a lack of agility. Moonwalk. Hemingway, with his legs suspended in midair, narrowly evaded the formidable figure that lunged towards him. He launched an assault on the final Soul King. At that moment, witnessing 3 of his colleagues fall effortlessly beneath the onslaught of this white-haired youth, the last Soul King was utterly paralyzed by fear. His soul rings flickered to life, transforming him into a serpent-like entity. His body twisted and turned. Yet in this very form, he moved with astonishing speed. This final Soul King seemed to have shed all his bones, slithering away like a serpent. Before abandoning the ship and plunging into the depths of the ocean, Hemingway's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he instinctively extended his hand, raising a solitary finger. A surge of golden radiance erupted from his fingertip, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Bang! The golden glimmer at his fingertip morphed into a projectile, traversing the span of several meters in an instant, piercing through the water's surface. Defying the resistance of the ocean, it struck directly at the Soul King, who had yet to vanish beneath the waves. Boom! A towering splash erupted from the surface of the sea. Fragments of limbs and severed arms accompanied the surging waters, scattering across the deck of the ship. The numerous pirates who had been observing the scene were drenched from head to toe, their bodies smeared with filth and blood, leaving them utterly alarmed after watching for so long. Witnessing the demise of 4 of his most capable generals. Dispatched by Hemingway with the ease of crushing a chick, Hembas's eyes turned red with rage, unleashing a roar of impotent fury. He could hardly fathom that in the blink of an eye, he had lost 4 formidable commanders. These were the backbone of his crew, and nurturing such Soul Kings was no simple task. Yet now, all 4 had been slaughtered. Chapter 21. The Imminent Battle. As he beheld the lifeless bodies of his most trusted generals, Hemba was consumed with regret. Had he known that Dai Mubai was so merciless, he should have acted decisively from the beginning to subdue him. After all, with the heavenly net in place, there was no escape. Was it truly necessary to cautiously send 4 Soul Kings to probe his strength? The loss of these 4 invaluable generals was a devastating blow. Where could he have hidden? Diving into the depths of the sea? Hemingway scanned the surroundings and found that the Soul Emperor who had initially cast the heavenly net had vanished without a trace. Even the observation of the 2 ships' cabins revealed no one present. It was evident that the Soul Emperor, realizing the peril, had swiftly submerged into the sea to evade capture, demonstrating a remarkable instinct for self-preservation. However, this was to be expected. Having exhausted all his soul power to execute the heavenly net, the Soul Emperor, now devoid of any soul energy, possessed combat capabilities likely inferior to that of a soul-respected warrior. After all, he wielded a weapon soul, not a beast soul. Thus, at this stage of cultivation, the enhancement of his physical abilities by his martial soul was minimal. His true strength lay in his soul techniques, which required soul power to activate. Therefore, in his current state, devoid of soul energy, he was virtually rendered impotent. It would be a mere trifle for Hemingway to eliminate him. Thus, the Soul Emperor, possessing remarkable foresight, concealed himself, though his hiding place remains unknown. In any case, locating the Soul Emperor within this extensive net that spans a kilometer in all directions is an unrealistic endeavor. His observation skills cannot extend over such a vast expanse. Unless he submerges into the depths of the water and employs the ocean's sensing abilities, finding him would be virtually impossible. Nevertheless, the Soul Emperor is but a trivial character. Hemingway's most formidable adversary at present is the Soul Sage, Habase. Hemingway turned to gaze upon the 5-meter-tall giant, whose anger was still evident yet whose expression had settled into calmness. Observing the 7 soul rings that floated around him, he finally began to take the matter seriously. Once the arena was cleared, he cast a cold glance at Hanba, a faint smile gracing his stern visage. The true battle was about to commence. On the boundless sea, a massive net formed a circular shape, enveloping an area of 1 kilometer. Within this net, 2 vessels, a large ship and a smaller wooden boat, faced each other from a distance. On the smaller vessel, 2 figures stood in stark opposition. One was a 5-meter-tall behemoth, his body a tapestry of bulging muscles, his face a mask of fierce determination, resembling a devilishly muscular giant. The other was a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, his long hair a striking white, cascading smoothly and effortlessly. His exquisitely handsome face, tall and slender physique, and deep azure eyes that mirrored the ocean depths rendered him extraordinarily captivating. On the iron ship, around 30 pirates held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two individuals aboard the wooden vessel, as if they were on the brink of witnessing something monumental. At this moment, Haba had gradually regained his composure from the loss of his four generals. His mind, now clear, rested upon the youthful figure before him, the one with flowing white hair dancing in the sea breeze, eyes as clear as the ocean, and a stature that exuded unparalleled grace. He spoke slowly. "I admit, I underestimated you." He regarded the white-haired boy, who had just slain his four generals without breaking a sweat, and marveled, "Truly, you are deserving of the rare title of a dual martial soul born once in a millennium. You awakened your martial soul merely 6 years ago, which means you are only 12 years old this year. Frankly, your growth in such a short span is astonishing. If given more time to develop, I can hardly fathom how vast your future will be." In response to Hamba's admiration, Hemingway remained unfazed, his soul power beginning to circulate within him. His body coiled and ready for the impending confrontation. "However, this is where it ends." With a serious expression, Hamba declared, "To demonstrate my respect for a formidable opponent, I shall unleash all my strength against you. Prepare to comprehend the true magnitude of a soul saint's power. I await your response." "Undoubtedly." Hemingway gazed at him with an air of calm indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the imminent battle. Han Bas, wielding the martial spirit of the great white whale, stood as a formidable soul sage at the 73rd rank. A solemn expression adorned his face as a phantom of a colossal white whale materialized around him, only to fade gradually. Simultaneously, the 7 soul rings encircling him radiated a resplendent glow, intensifying in brilliance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Hemingway too donned a serious demeanor. Unveiling his martial spirit for the first time before the world, Hemingway, with the martial spirit of the mermaid princess, stood as a soul emperor at the 39th rank. As he spoke, a magnificent phantom began to emerge behind him, a mermaid of staggering proportions, towering at several dozen meters high, exuding an aura of regality and grace. Silence enveloped the arena, as all present stood in rapt attention, their gazes fixed upon the towering figure. The mermaid was an epitome of beauty and gentleness, her sea-blue eyes reflecting the nurturing essence of the ocean, while her flowing pink locks were elegantly styled in a celestial updo. Her flawless form appeared to be the ocean's most exquisite creation. Surrounding this ethereal figure were 3 grand soul rings, exuding an aura of unparalleled significance, 2 purple and 1 black. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the onlookers, their mouths agape as they beheld the immense mermaid and the 3 soul rings that floated around her. Their perceptions were utterly shattered by the sight. How could it be? How could anyone possess a 1,000-year soul ring as their first? Moreover, the 3rd soul ring was a 10,000-year ring, attainable only by a soul king. Han Bas too was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly composed himself, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. I had forgotten that you possess twin martial spirits. By cultivating one to an extraordinary level, you can subsequently bestow exceptionally high-aged soul rings upon the other yet to be augmented. Surely your 2 purple and 1 black soul rings must have arisen from this process." Hemingway remained non-committal, refraining from disclosing that his other martial soul was still in its nascent form, and that he had forcibly absorbed a soul ring of extraordinary age through sheer strength. Such revelations bore no significance. Why elucidate these matters to an impending adversary? It was far more advantageous to cultivate an air of mystery, leaving his opponent in a state of uncertainty regarding his martial prowess, engendering a sense of trepidation. Perhaps this could yield an unexpected advantage in the forthcoming confrontation. Observing Hemingway's demeanor, Haba furrowed his brow, uncertain of what trump cards his foe might possess. In the arena of soul masters, rank did not equate to omnipotence. There were instances where certain soul masters wielded peculiar soul skills that could catch one off guard. Therefore, to presume that superiority in rank allowed for the dismissal of those beneath one was a folly that could lead to dire consequences. As a prudent pirate, Haba had navigated perilous waters to reach this point. His cautious nature had spared him from numerous brushes with death. Thus, he found himself effectively ensnared in Hemingway's ploy. Chapter 22. A Surge of Passion. Regardless, the nature of his hidden cards would soon be revealed. Suppressing his unease, Hamba unleashed a terrifying surge of power. With a powerful leap, his colossal form, now 5 meters tall in his martial soul state, surged forward with tremendous force towards Hemingway. In the face of the advancing behemoth, Hemingway hesitated not for a moment. With a mere thought, his formidable mermaid martial soul transformed into a radiant light that melded into his being, significantly enhancing his already impressive physical capabilities. Upon manifesting his mermaid martial soul, Hemingway could adopt 2 distinct modes. One transformed him into a towering mermaid several meters in height, resembling the princess of the White Star. This state, akin to his martial soul's true form, drastically amplified his attributes and granted him unparalleled control over water. However, the drawback of this transformation lay in its rapid consumption of soul power. Once depleted, he would revert to his original form. Additionally, many physical techniques became impractical in this state, and movement on land was cumbersome. The alternative mode, however, merely augmented his attributes without altering his appearance. While it lacked the exquisite command over water afforded by the mermaid form, it boasted reduced energy consumption, allowing for a sustained enhancement of his abilities. These two modes were clearly suited for different environments, one for land, the other for the ocean. Had they found themselves in the depths of the sea, Hemingway would have undoubtedly assumed the giant mermaid form. Yet, as they battled aboard a ship, the simpler amplification mode was far more economical, conserving soul power. With a resolute shout, Hemingway faced the oncoming giant, eager to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and a soul sage. He stood his ground, raising his fist to meet Hanba head-on. Arrogance. Hanba, filled with disdain and indignation, could hardly believe that Hemingway dared to confront a formidable soul sage in such a manner. What profound disrespect did this imply? Although currently in a martial soul state without employing any soul skills, Hanba's soul sage level, combined with the imposing presence of his whale martial soul, ensured that even in this state, he far surpassed an ordinary soul master. You will pay dearly for your hubris. Hanba roared, unleashing a torrent of soul power as he swung his massive fist down upon Hemingway with ferocious intent. Hemingway did not flinch. He met the challenge with a punch of his own. Bang! The colossal clash of a mighty and a smaller fist reverberated through the air. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, as if the surrounding sea was swept away by a tempest, waves surging high. The nearby iron vessel was pushed away, and even the wooden boat beneath them sank perilously, nearly submerging into the depths of the ocean. The ferocity of their confrontation was evident. After the exchange of blows, the giant Hans base found himself involuntarily retreating, his feet leaving deep, cracked imprints on the deck. His massive fist bore the marks of injury, skin torn and bruised. In stark contrast, Hemingway, seemingly diminutive in comparison to Hansbass's imposing physique, stood his ground like a mountain. His feet firmly planted on the deck. The cracks around his feet indicated that absorbing the force of the punch had not been without its toll. Did I truly lose? Hans Base gazed at his bloodied fist, disbelief etched across his face as the searing pain coursed through him. Despite his soul saint-level strength and the augmentation of his martial spirit, he had been outmatched by this boy, who appeared to be merely a three-ring soul master. What an extraordinary physique! His perception of the white-haired youth transformed completely, as if he were gazing upon a genuine monster. How could this be? The captain was actually forced back? The pirates observing from the distant iron ship were incredulous, watching what they had presumed to be a certain victory turn into their captain's retreat. A soul saint losing in a test of strength to a soul master? Could this be the true essence of genius? Monster. This was the collective realization of the pirates regarding the white-haired youth. It seemed that my physical prowess, once my martial spirit was activated, was roughly at the level of a soul saint. Slowly retracting his fist and recalling the effort it took to withstand that punch, Hemingway understood that, purely in terms of physical strength and devoid of any soul techniques, he was indeed comparable to a soul saint. However, this only pertained to raw physical capability, excluding the influence of soul techniques. Thus, in an actual battle, it remained uncertain if he could contend with a soul saint. After all, unlike Hans Base, for most soul masters, the soul techniques granted by their rings constituted their fundamental strength. The enhancement of physical attributes upon martial spirit activation was secondary and did not encompass their entire power. Hemingway's ability to stand against a soul saint stemmed primarily from the uniqueness of his martial spirit, which augmented only his physical attributes and dominance upon acquiring soul rings. This rendered his combat efficacy significantly superior to that of typical practitioners at the same rank. Nonetheless, this came with its own drawbacks, namely, a lack of variety in techniques. Should he encounter an adversary with peculiar soul techniques, he might find himself in dire straits. Ah, you clever lad. I underestimated you. It's time for me to get serious. Hans Bass's expression hardened as the first, second, and third soul rings around him radiated brightly. First soul technique, strength amplification. Second soul technique, speed amplification. Third soul technique, gravitational pull. Hans Bass's already imposing physique swelled further, then suddenly contracted. becoming taut and refined as the effects of the first two techniques took hold. Boom. The deck beneath his feet shattered as he launched himself forward with a tremendous force. Observing the 5-meter-tall giant charging at him with overwhelming momentum, Hemingway, having gauged his own capabilities, had no desire to confront him head-on. Yet, unexpectedly, he felt an invisible force pulling him toward the oncoming giant, an insidious gravitational pull from Hansbass's third soul technique that rendered him unable to evade the confrontation. With no option for retreat, Hemingway felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Since there was no escaping, he would engage in battle. Boom. The two collided once more. Hansbass raised his muscular arm, fist poised to strike down upon him. The howling wind and terrifying pressure left Hemingway no doubt that if that fist struck his head, he would meet the same fate as the Soul King he had previously dispatched, his skull fracturing, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Thus, Hemingway raised his arm to retaliate, and their fists collided. Bang! Hemingway's expression shifted abruptly as he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's arm. This strength had inexplicably surged by nearly 60%. How could this be possible? The first soul skill was merely a 10-year soul ring. How could it suddenly augment his powers so dramatically? Wait, perhaps this was related to the speed enhancement of his second soul skill. With a swift mental leap, he discerned the connection between the two. Chapter 23, The Battle of Men. The power increase from Hansbass's first soul skill was undoubtedly not as exaggerated as a 60% augmentation. After all, it was merely a 10-year soul ring. A 20% increase would have been commendable. The reason it felt as if he had grown nearly 60% stronger was likely due to the speed enhancement from the second soul skill. As the saying goes, speed is power. The elevation of speed generates formidable kinetic energy, which is the true essence behind the amplified force of his punch. In the blink of an eye, realizing this crucial point, Hemingway felt a sharp pain in his fist, and he finally ceased his hesitation, unleashing his armed color haki. A glimmer of golden light instantaneously enveloped his fist, spreading rapidly up his entire arm. It was as if he had donned a layer of armor, significantly augmenting his destructive capability. Hemingway raised his golden right arm and with a gentle tremor, unleashed a terrifying force. It instantly sent Hansbass staggering back a step. Hemingway, relentless in his ascent, enveloped his other hand with the armament haki, transforming both hands into golden appendages that magnified his imposing presence. With fists clenched, he launched a ferocious assault upon the 5-meter-tall giant, delivering powerful blows left and right, his golden arms leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. With the enhancement of the armament haki, not only did Hemingway's offensive capabilities surge, but his defensive prowess also significantly increased. Yet, this was merely the most rudimentary application of the haki. The more advanced techniques remained unutilized, reserved for a surprise moment that had yet to arrive. Though Hansbass possessed a formidable stature, it merely rendered him cumbersome and unwieldy. Consequently, he found himself somewhat flustered when confronted with such a barrage of fierce punches. Despite his efforts to block and evade, he inevitably endured a barrage of blows. Fortunately, with the manifestation of his martial spirit, his defensive capabilities had been greatly enhanced. Coupled with the amplification from 2 soul skills, he managed to sustain only minor injuries for the time being. However, should the assault persist, his condition could deteriorate rapidly. A glint of determination flashed in Hansbass's eyes as he activated his 4th and 5th soul rings in succession. 4th soul skill, Diamond Transformation. 5th soul skill, Blue Scale Armor. Suddenly, the colossal 5-meter frame of Hansbass began to contract, his bulging muscles becoming more refined, yet his strength intensified. Simultaneously, scales resembling those of a fish began to sprout all over his body, swiftly enveloping him. These blue scales adorned him like a formidable suit of armor. In the blink of an eye, the once towering giant had vanished, replaced by a 2-meter-tall figure, emaciated yet entirely covered in shimmering blue scales, an eerie specter. Boom. Crash. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Hemingway felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. The opponent's reduction in size had not diminished his strength but rather doubled it. The diminutive stature allowed for enhanced agility. Moreover, the emergence of blue scales on his body provided a fearsome level of defense. Regardless of where he struck, the response was invariably solid, as if he were attacking an impenetrable fortress. In that moment, even with the application of haki, Hemingway found himself utterly unable to contend with this formidable incarnation of Hansbass. Truly, a soul saint is no ordinary being. Without even resorting to his martial soul's true form, merely activating the first 5 soul rings rendered Hemingway somewhat overwhelmed. As the battle raged on, Hemingway felt a profound sense of reflection. Suddenly, Hanbass's massive hand, covered in blue scales, came crashing down onto Hemingway's forehead. Fortunately, Hemingway had promptly enveloped his head in haki, and the blow merely struck the layer of golden light, inflicting no harm whatsoever. One might wonder why Hemingway did not cover his entire body in haki. It is essential to understand that haki is not a material that can be conjured from nothing, but rather a unique power transformed from his soul energy. Haki is an extremely soul energy consuming technique, and the amount required to envelop his whole body is quite staggering. Thus, he wisely conserved his energy, avoiding the extravagance of full body coverage. Furthermore, such a complete enveloping would not significantly enhance his combat effectiveness, making it an uneconomical choice in terms of energy expenditure. The battle between the two continued. Fists and feet clashed in a contest of strength between men, igniting the fervor of the pirates watching from a distance. This was a visceral clash, a true fight of flesh against flesh. Hemingway was unable to penetrate the blue-scale defenses that enveloped Hanbase. Conversely, Hanbase found himself equally powerless against the golden-hued armor that protected Hemingway. Thus, the two adversaries found themselves locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, thunderous roars echoed. The confrontation between Hemingway and Hanba seemed to ignite a genuine inferno, the reverberations of their clash gradually rendering the wooden vessel a mere wreck, riddled with countless wounds. The surrounding sea, too, was stirred by their fierce struggle, waves rising and falling as the unleashed force of their attacks sent ripples across the turbulent waters. At last, after yet another strike, the wooden ship beneath their feet could no longer withstand the onslaught. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into fragments of various sizes. Consequently, the two combatants naturally plunged into the ocean, momentarily halting their intense battle. Moonwalk. Hemingway propelled himself with a vigorous kick, sending a spray of water into the air. In an instant, he found himself suspended above the ocean's surface, having leapt onto a fragment of wreckage, slightly panting. His heart raced, and his veins surged with adrenaline. In stark contrast, Hanba inexplicably sank into the depths of the sea, disappearing without a trace. Hemingway would certainly not entertain the notion that he was drowning. That would be absurd. Have you ever witnessed a whale succumbing to such a fate? Thus, he could conclude that Hanba's descent into the depths of the sea was undoubtedly part of a grander scheme. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the ocean. Seventh soul skill, true spirit manifestation. A colossal surge of energy emanates from the depths of the sea. Hemingway's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing those words, as he instinctively sensed the encroaching danger. With a powerful push of his legs, he swiftly departed from the wooden planks he had been standing on. Just as he vacated the spot, a resounding splash echoed. A colossal maw, brimming with menacing fangs, emerged instantaneously, engulfing the very area where the planks had rested. Following this, a massive white whale surfaced from the depths, surrounded by 7 ethereal rings, indicating it was not merely a sea spirit beast, but rather a manifestation conjured by a soul master. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he gazed upon the ferocious and avaricious giant white whale, prompting a rueful smile to escape his lips. This was indeed the ultimate manifestation of a martial spirit. All soul masters attain a similar 7th soul skill upon reaching the esteemed level of 70, known as the martial spirit true form. Just as the 30th level represents a bottleneck for soul masters, so too does the 70th. Particularly for soul masters with beast martial spirits, the prowess they wield is significantly amplified, and this skill serves as their most formidable asset. What Hanba was currently employing was precisely his 7th soul ring skill, the most domineering and side effect-laden ability, martial spirit true form. Once activated, it allows for the unrestricted use of all soul skills below the 7th ring for 30 minutes, with a power increase to 150% of their original strength. All attributes are markedly enhanced. However, such power comes at a cost. After utilizing the martial spirit true form, a soul master's attributes are reduced by 50%, requiring 7 days to recuperate. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, soul masters above level 70 seldom resort to their martial spirit true form. Now that Hanba had been driven to deploy his martial spirit true form, it was evident he found himself utterly at a loss against Hemingway, opting for a last-ditch effort to secure victory. Humph. Do you think you are the only one with a martial spirit true form? Contemplating the immense size of the white whale, Hemingway mused that merely augmenting his strength would put him at a disadvantage. Though reluctant to assume that form, the current circumstances left him little choice. Transform. The silver-haired youth erupted in radiant light, gradually enveloping his entire being. Suddenly, he expanded dramatically. With a resounding splash, a towering mermaid, several dozen meters tall, emerged from the sea, confronting the great white whale from a distance. Martial spirit, true form. How is this possible? You possess a martial spirit true form as well. Could you be a soul saint? The great white whale gazed upon the resplendent figure not far away, with azure eyes deep and expansive. Resembling the ocean's most exquisite creature, a mermaid of striking and extraordinary beauty. Overcome by awe, it let out a startled exclamation, producing a sound akin to that of a human. The colossal mermaid, embodying Hemingway, remained silent. For the moment he uttered a sound, it would resonate like a melodious ballad. This was rather disconcerting for him, who prided himself on masculinity, as he sensed that acclimating to such a voice might awaken an extraordinary interest within him. No, this could not be the true embodiment of his martial spirit. After a meticulous assessment, the great white whale suddenly realized that if it were indeed the authentic martial spirit manifestation, his aura should have surged dramatically at this moment. There would be no resemblance to his previous state. Thus, this must not be the true form of his martial spirit, but merely a unique state of martial spirit possession. Or perhaps, it was some soul technique? Nevertheless, gazing at the imposing mermaid across from him, Han Bas could not help but feel a hint of pressure. Although size does not equate to strength, a larger physique undeniably harbors considerable power. Currently, as he manifested the true form of his white whale martial spirit, he measured approximately 30 meters in length. In stark contrast, the mermaid, transformed from Hemingway, towered at several dozen meters high. In terms of sheer size, Han Bas had already been bested. However, the true measure of combat prowess could only be determined through actual confrontation. Seasoned by countless battles, Han Bas understood this principle well and was not easily intimidated by Hemingway's mermaid form. Thus, he boldly initiated the offensive. Sixth Soul Skill, Tidal Surge. The sixth soul ring around the massive white whale blazed with brilliance. Instantly, the sea within a kilometer radius of the net began to churn violently. The sea began to churn violently, with the majestic white whale at its center, creating a terrifying whirlpool around it. Not far away, the crew of the pirate ship witnessed this spectacle and hastily steered their vessel away, fully aware of their captain's formidable prowess. The closer one approached, the greater the danger. At last, as if the energy had been fully amassed, the enormous white whale tilted to the side and flicked its powerful tail, generating a fearsome column of water that surged relentlessly towards Hemingway. Meanwhile, Hemingway, transformed into a colossal mermaid, floated serenely upon the surface of the sea. Her lower half, a graceful fish tail, submerged in the ocean, leaving only her exquisite upper body above the water. The turmoil of the surrounding waters had no effect on her. Any tumultuous wave that approached her within mere meters inexplicably ceased to exist. This calm was a manifestation of the innate ability of her mermaid spirit. The ocean was her dominion. In the face of the incoming torrents, the magnificent and ethereal figure raised her slender, graceful arm and gently gestured forward. Boom! The advancing water column shattered into a myriad of droplets, scattering in all directions. How could this be? Hanba stood in disbelief as he witnessed his carefully cultivated technique dismantled with such ease. Had he miscalculated? Was this truly the embodiment of a spirit? Impossible. His instincts could not be wrong. Undeterred, Hanba summoned his soul power once more, activating his sixth soul skill, Turning Tides, which granted him the ability to manipulate the sea. He could command the waters to form various attacks. Even among soul saints, he was a paragon of strength, certainly not a weakling. The sea churned violently, transforming into serpentine forms resembling living pythons, each stretching dozens of meters in length. Their tongues flicked out as they writhed under the control of the great white whale, launching themselves towards the mermaid. In the face of these serpents, the colossal mermaid merely raised her delicate hand, effortlessly swatting them away. Boom, boom, boom. The imposing sea serpents were thus reduced to mere water with a single swipe. At last, Habus realized the crux of the matter. The strength of his adversaries was not as formidable as it appeared. Rather, they excelled in the manipulation of water. Consequently, when his creations faced her, they were easily dispersed with a casual gesture. Previously, after activating his martial soul and employing his sixth soul skill to create tumultuous waves, he had rarely met with opposition among soul saints at sea, even occasionally stumbling against weaker soul fighters. One should not underestimate the ability to control water. Habus simply encountered Hemingway, a nemesis possessing the mermaid martial soul. Had it been anyone else confronting the relentless attacks conjured from the sea, they would not have fared so effortlessly. The likely outcome would have been a crushing defeat amidst the onslaught of water. If the water won't suffice, then he would engage in a direct confrontation. With clarity of thought, a fierce glint sparked in the eyes of the great white whale. As the surrounding waters surged to bolster him, with a mouth full of jagged teeth, he charged towards the enormous mermaid with lightning speed, intent on close combat. Now, having activated his martial soul, he could wield all his soul skills freely, and his attributes had significantly amplified. Habus was determined that he would not be unable to subdue her. Unbeknownst to him, as the great white whale surged forth, Hemingway was not alarmed but rather elated. Ah, close combat? He relished the prospect. Despite her current guise as the delicate White Star Princess, her imposing stature was no mere ornament. Anyone deceived by her seemingly frail appearance would be gravely mistaken. Boom. Bang. The massive white whale collided with the mermaid, only to be deflected by her graceful arm. The whale shimmered with luminescence as blue scales enveloped it, amplifying its strength. It lunged forward, mouth agape, viciously aiming for the mermaid's proud bosom with no regard for caution. The gigantic mermaid instinctively furrowed her brow. She had no intention of being bitten by those fearsome teeth. Time was of the essence, yet she managed to summon her armored color just in time. In an instant, a golden glow enveloped her bosom. Boom. Crack. The great white whale's toothy maw clamped down, producing an explosive sound. The sheer force was terrifying. Had it made contact, her flesh would surely have been ensnared. Chapter 25. The Fierce Battle. The white whale opened its formidable mouth to bite down. Fortunately, the golden armored color manifested just in time, encasing her soft form in a layer of impenetrable armor. The whale felt as though it had bitten into solid steel, a sensation far removed from any softness. Crack. The indomitable armored color even shattered the whale's jagged teeth. Roar. The great white whale let out a mournful howl, feeling not only the pain from its shattered teeth but also the reverberations echoing painfully within its skull. Now was the moment. The giant mermaid's azure eyes glinted with ferocity as her long, elegant right arm extended, two slender fingers glowing with golden light, aiming to pierce the whale's blowhole. If successful, the armored color would penetrate directly into the whale's body, aiming to devastate its brain, a potentially fatal strike. But sensing the imminent threat, the great white whale instinctively concentrated its soul power, compressing it to a critical point, ultimately unleashing it through its blowhole. Boom! A water blue beam erupted from the whale's blowhole. This surge of highly compressed soul power was formidable, creating a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The giant mermaid's fingers were knocked back before they could reach the blowhole, and the resulting shockwave propelled her massive form away. Her beautiful pink tail arched gracefully as she soared into the air, resembling a fish leaping from the water. Yet, despite the beauty of the moment, it was far from favorable for Hemingway, for in her mermaid form, she found herself suspended in the air, devoid of leverage. Even attempting to use her moon step for aerial movement was futile, for without legs, this was one of the drawbacks of her transformation. Alas, there was no choice. Observing the glow gathering once more at the whale's blowhole, Hemingway realized he needed to revert from his transformed state. He could not risk being struck directly by that water blue beam. Even with armor, the consequences would be dire. In an instant, the elegant mermaid in midair dissipated like mist, transforming back into the form of a white-haired youth. Moonstep. As soon as he regained his human form, Hemingway swiftly maneuvered to evade danger. Unfortunately, the whale's blowhole had reached its peak power, and a water blue beam erupted. Boom. A thunderous roar resounded. A beam as wide as several meters shot skyward, bathing the surroundings in a dazzling blue light, its speed overwhelming. The encompassing range of the beam was vast. Hemingway was utterly unable to evade. As the cerulean beam of light grazed his body, the terrifying azure column surged skyward, akin to a divine pillar capable of piercing the heavens. The net above was utterly powerless to obstruct it. With a mere surge from the azure beam, it effortlessly broke through. The celestial net, which could withstand the might of a soul saint, was unable to endure even a single strike from this cerulean light. Hemingway was drenched in cold sweat, profoundly relieved that he had refrained from overestimating his own capabilities. Had he dared to be boastful, even with the protection of armed Haki, he would surely have been gravely injured by the direct impact of that cerulean beam. Even now, although he had narrowly avoided a direct hit, merely grazing its edge, the residual force of the azure light still roiled within him like a tempest, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. This singular strike had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. Indeed, the power of the Soul Saint was beyond what I could currently withstand. Once fully unleashed, even a mere graze nearly brought me to the brink of serious harm. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gazed upward as the cerulean beam dissipated, revealing a vast void at the heart of the net. A flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. It was as if fate itself had conspired in his favor. Moonwalk. Hemingway, with steps that seemed to tread upon the void, soared swiftly towards the gaping chasm of the web above. At this moment, he was devoid of any desire to continue the battle. Indeed, the age-old adage of retreat being the best strategy proved true. To escape? Such a notion was utterly delusional. Below, the great white whale, fatigued from unleashing two powerful attacks, observed the scene above with a glint of scorn flickering in its fierce eyes. It sneered inwardly, showing no inclination to intervene, instead choosing to remain stationary and recuperate its expended soul power. In the air, as Hemingway drew ever closer to the chasm of the vast net, he stepped lightly, a flicker of joy illuminating his azure gaze. Yet, at that very moment, the colossal net shuddered. Suddenly, what had once been a lifeless structure appeared to awaken, and just as he was about to break free, the area pierced by the azure beam began to writhe, the strands of the net intertwining in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the gaping hole was restored to its original state. Hemingway's eyes widened in despair as he saw a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, at the critical moment, the Soul Emperor, who had remained concealed in the shadows, thwarted his chance. At this juncture, Hemingway was engulfed in regret. Had he utilized his ability to sense the ocean while submerged, he could have located the Soul Emperor and struck him down first. Otherwise, he would have long since evaded his predicament. With the last vestiges of hope, Hemingway propelled his foot into the air for a fierce kick. A golden slash erupted, slicing through the air towards the seemingly impenetrable net. With a resounding crash, the armed strike collided with the net, creating ripples across its surface. Yet, this seemingly fragile layer remained astonishingly resilient, showing no signs of yielding to the assault. At this moment, Hemingway could keenly appreciate the terrifying power of the water blue beam unleashed by Hamba moments earlier. Had he not decisively exited his transformed state, a direct hit from that beam would have undoubtedly resulted in severe injury or even death. Not even the armor of his armed color could have shielded him, as the disparity in their levels was insurmountably vast. Hemingway is now merely a 39th level soul master, capable of utilizing his physical prowess to execute the Navy's 6 forms and employing the unique qualities of armed color hockey to compel him to reveal his true martial spirit. This achievement is indeed remarkable. Had it not been for the mermaid state allowing him to manipulate the seawater, thereby nullifying Hanbar's advantage of controlling the ocean, the battle would have concluded long before Hanbar's manifested his true martial spirit. Chapter 26, Pretentiousness. After considerable effort, realizing that breaking through this intricate web of defenses was an insurmountable challenge, Hemingway gradually calmed himself, coming to the realization that even if he could extricate himself from this entanglement, it would ultimately be futile amidst the vastness of the ocean. Even if he managed to escape, where could he possibly go? Would he simply vanish into the depths of the sea? How long could the spirit of his martial essence sustain him? And what would he do when those pursuing him caught up? There would be no way to evade them. Absolutely no way to evade them. In this moment of desperation, Hemingway reluctantly realized that the key to overcoming his present predicament lay with Hamba. He must first address this obstacle to have any hope of escape. Thus, rather than retreating, he resolved to fight with all his might. Suspended in the air, Hemingway cast his gaze upon the enormous white whale below, and with a focused thought, his observation hockey gradually unfurled. Unlike the armament hockey, which consumed soul energy, the observation hockey drew upon his mental fortitude. If he merely utilized the scanning ability without probing into others' minds, the expenditure of mental energy was minimal. At this juncture, his observation hockey could only encompass a radius of approximately 120 meters. This was the limit of his current capabilities. To extend his range would necessitate a breakthrough in his soul energy level to enhance his mental prowess, or perhaps an elevation in his soul due to certain circumstances. Below him, the massive white whale, having slightly recovered from the toll of its recent formidable attacks, observed the white-haired youth suspended in midair. It was evident that the boy had no intention of transforming into a giant mermaid again, as he had been intimidated during their earlier confrontation. The whale surmised that the boy now intended to exploit his smaller size to launch ranged attacks from above. How foolish! The whale scoffed inwardly, harboring no doubt as it summoned its soul energy, which caused the previously calm sea surface to surge once more with ferocity. The ability to manipulate water was partly due to its 6th soul skill, but more so a natural attribute of its martial spirit, which inherently possessed the capacity to command the seas. After all, it was the sovereign of the ocean, the whale. Though its martial spirit was but an ordinary whale, not a high-level deep-sea demon whale, it still held significant advantages within its aquatic domain. Suddenly, the tumultuous sea erupted, releasing jets of water that surged violently towards Hemingway. Anticipating this very action, Hemingway remained unperturbed. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, surrendering his perception entirely to his observation haki. Eschewing his physical sight, he chose to hone his observation haki amidst this life-threatening crisis. With the observation haki enveloping a radius of 120 meters, he could distinctly perceive the trajectories of the water jets, despite their rapid speed and the angles of attack obstructing his escape. The meticulous sensitivity of his observation haki rendered these challenges trivial. Hemingway, with his eyes closed, gracefully executed a moonwalk in midair, deftly dodging an incessant barrage of water columns. When confronted with a particularly dense cluster, he relaxed his body, employing a technique akin to paper art, allowing himself to float as if made of paper. Slipping through the narrow gaps between the water jets without a single droplet touching him. How could this be possible? Below, Hanba could hardly comprehend the scene. How could anyone evade such relentless assaults? Most astonishingly, the individual appeared to navigate these challenges with effortless grace and composure. Damn it! I refuse to believe you can evade everything. The great white whale, filled with fury, intensified his soul power, causing not only the relentless water columns to erupt, but also conjuring serpentine forms made entirely of seawater. These water serpents, seemingly imbued with life, surged forth, twisting and coiling in midair, attacking the silver-haired youth from all angles. Yet, it was futile. No matter how many water columns or serpentine forms emerged, not a single droplet could mar the closed-eyed boy. Hanba was on the brink of madness, believing that, with his soul sage prowess and a cadre of subordinates, capturing a mere 12-year-old boy would be a breeze. However, to his astonishment, 4 of his Soul King minions had fallen almost instantly. This 12-year-old possessed a terrifying combat ability, managing to hold his ground against Hanba, who was in his prime, making him a rare prodigy of unparalleled talent. When Hanba decided to get serious and unleashed his true martial spirit, he expected to finally subdue the boy, but the youth only seemed to grow stronger, eluding capture like an elusive eel. After enduring a series of setbacks, Hanba was now blinded by rage, disregarding any thoughts of stamina. Fixated solely on capturing this slippery little fish. Boom! The water columns erupted into the sky, and the serpents danced in midair, while various aquatic creatures joined the fray. Hanba masterfully wielded the powers of the sea, orchestrating a mesmerizing spectacle of aquatic forms. Yet, despite the barrage, the silver-haired boy continued to evade, moving with an uncanny grace akin to drifting leaves or swaying willow branches, deftly sidestepping the water constructs. As time passed, the aquatic manifestations dwindled, seemingly reflecting Hanba's waning soul power. Ultimately, only the water columns remained. With his eyes still shut, Hemingway found it increasingly effortless to evade, while Hanba, losing his grip on sanity, continued to frantically control the water columns against the untouchable figure. The great white whale's essence grew feebler, the fluctuations of his soul power becoming faint, indicating that his reserves were nearly depleted. At this rate, it seemed Hemingway could simply outlast Hanba until his energy was exhausted and then deal with him at leisure. However, as a seasoned pirate of the seas, Hanba would not so easily succumb to his emotions. Indeed, when Hemingway leaped to a different position to evade yet another water column, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! The seemingly tranquil sea erupted in a brilliant azure light, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Countless streams of water shot skyward, intertwining and merging to form a vast net, ensnaring a single figure within. Chapter 27. Fusion. Within the celestial net, the tumultuous sea gradually calmed. The once constant eruptions of water columns vanished, replaced by an expansive blue net. This net, composed of pure water, radiated a mesmerizing azure glow, indicating that it was far from an ordinary trap. At that moment, Hemingway found himself ensnared within this formidable net, entirely caught like a fish. Ha! The great white whale, revealing his jagged teeth, laughed heartily, relishing the sight of the silver-haired boy trapped within the water net, feeling a sense of satisfaction at last. It had not come easily. It required considerable effort to weave this intricate net. Hanba had feigned madness, skillfully manipulating the water and exhausting his soul power. While it appeared he was merely unleashing impotent fury, every water construct that had been evaded had not disappeared but lay in wait beneath the surface, silently forming a robust and terrifying net, ready for Hemingway to swim into. Run! Keep running! The great white whale cackled, gradually tightening the net, which began to constrict towards the boy, drawing ever closer. The deeper it closed, the darker the net became, a testament to Hamba's formidable power. This net represented the culmination of the majority of his soul power, a creation far stronger than any mere soul emperor could conjure. Eventually, the net materialized into a circular cage, standing tall enough to confine a single person. Hanba maneuvered the cage closer until he could nearly reach out and touch it. He gazed at the boy within, still with his eyes shut, and taunted, "What's this? Our esteemed Prince Dai is so frightened he won't even open his eyes. You were quite the boastful one before. What happened? Lost your voice, have you?" Hanba reveled in his earlier frustrations, feeling triumphant as Hemingway, now ensnared, posed no threat whatsoever. It was his moment to gloat and release his pent-up vexation. "I have already spoken." The silver-haired boy finally reacted, slowly opening his ocean-blue eyes to meet the fierce gaze of the great white whale. Observing his smug, scaled visage, he spoke in an unfeeling tone, "Dai Yuhao is dead. I'm Hemingway." With that, he extended a single finger, its golden tip glistening, in a motion both swift and languid. He pressed it through the gaps of the cage directly onto Hamba's forehead. The sixth ultimate technique, Six King Spear. A chilling sensation surged through Hamba's soul, a profound coldness that penetrated to the very core. His massive pupils shrank to pinpricks as he felt an unmatched sharpness invade his mind, piercing his very essence. In that instant, a torrent of memories flashed through Hamba's mind, his life from infancy, the struggles of survival that led him to piracy, the initial reluctance to take a life, and the gradual desensitization that followed as he became accustomed to bloodshed, relentlessly plundering merchant vessels of yore, robbing fishermen on the neighboring islands, and committing heinous acts of murder, theft, and assault. He is a villain of the utmost depravity. If indeed there exists a concept of justice in this world, he would be deserving of a fate far worse than death. With a soft sound, akin to the delicate pop of a bubble bursting, it echoed. Hemingway slowly withdrew his hand. The enormous white whale before him appeared unscathed, yet its two colossal eyes were gradually losing their luster. The radiant glow emanating from the watery net that ensnared him began to fade, relinquishing its master's control. As the essence of the soul started to dissipate back into the cosmos, the network, composed of water, inevitably began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming back into ordinary seawater that fell back into the ocean, accompanied by the final cascading sound of water. The once tumultuous surface of the sea finally settled into serene stillness. In the distance, at the fringes of the net, a massive pirate ship loomed. Numerous pirates gazed at the eerily calm waters, an unexplainable chill creeping into their hearts. Especially unsettling was the sight of their leader, transformed into that gigantic white whale, remaining utterly motionless, stirring a sense of unease within them. An ominous premonition loomed. Could it be? No. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their captain was a soul saint. How could he be defeated by a mere soul sovereign? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. The pirates subconsciously resisted the belief in such an absurdity. Indeed, combat proved to be an unparalleled means of enhancing one's strength. Observing the colossal white whale, whose once bright eyes had dulled and whose grand form was now slowly disintegrating, Hemingway reflected on his own gains and felt a pang of sentimentality. Not long ago, he had resolutely decided to fight to the last. Closing his eyes, he surrendered his senses entirely to the observation haki, which, amidst the constant evasion, not only became increasingly refined but also allowed him to seamlessly integrate the techniques of the Navy's 6 forms that he had mastered long ago. Gradually, he found himself immersed in a unique state akin to enlightenment, where all that he had learned began to evolve and yield extraordinary insights. Ultimately, not only did his observation haki ascend to a new realm, allowing him to vaguely foresee the next move before his opponent struck, but he also fully unified the Navy's 6 forms, culminating in the creation of the ultimate technique, the Six Kings Gun. The Six Kings Gun was a technique that harnessed all of one's internal strength. While an ordinary person utilized only a fraction of their physical power, a significant portion remained untapped. This technique aimed to channel that dormant energy, liberating the body from its inherent constraints and unleashing hidden power in an instant, thereby producing strength exponentially greater than usual. The earlier finger flick was not merely a casual gesture. It was, in fact, an aggregation of all his strength, meticulously compressed and concentrated at the tip of his finger. Thus, when that finger struck the forehead of the great white whale, an explosive force erupted. A fierce and violent wave of energy surged forth, enveloping the entire being in an instant, leaving no opportunity for resistance or reaction. In a fleeting moment, it obliterated everything within, severing the thread of life. On the surface, the transformed Hanba, as the white whale, seemed entirely unharmed. However, internally, both his organs and bones had been reduced to mere remnants of flesh by the ferocious energy contained within Hemingway's seemingly casual flick. The Six Kings gun was indeed such a domineering technique. Chapter 28. Silent tears flowing like rivers. The immense white whale gradually began to shrink, ultimately reverting to Hambiz's form. Yet, at this moment, his eyes were wide with rage, his expression oscillating between disbelief and what appeared to be relief. Before him lay the corpse of the Soul Saint. Outwardly intact, yet within, it had already been reduced to a pool of mangled flesh. Hemingway lamented, "Alas, you are indeed a spirit of a generation. The journey to the underworld seems unbearably lonely for you. Let your subordinates accompany you on this path." As he spoke, a radiant glow enveloped him, transforming him into the exquisite form of the mermaid princess, White Star. Her lower half, adorned with a gradient of pink scales, glimmered in the sea and in silence. She awakened her innate ability to sense the ocean. Her cerulean eyes gazed towards the distant edge of the net, where a grand ship lay. Observing the pirates who were now in a state of utter panic upon witnessing their leader revert to human form, now a lifeless body adrift on the waves. With a graceful flick of her magnificent pink tail, a cascade of droplets, nearly transparent at the tips, fell and danced in the air. A powerful tide surged forth, propelled by her tail, sweeping wildly towards the horizon. Boom! The terrifying wave engulfed the pirate ship, its immense force obliterating everyone aboard. This was the inherent power of the mermaid's spirit, capable of manipulating the waters with a mere flick of her beautiful tail, unleashing catastrophic calamities upon the sea. However, even the most formidable abilities require the expenditure of soul power. They cannot manifest from nothingness. The strength of each technique is contingent upon the energy consumed. The more energy one can muster, the more devastating the impact. Currently, Hemingway's control over the waters was confined to this limited territory within the net. Faced with the vast expanse of the ocean, his power remained woefully insignificant. Having dispatched the underlings, only one remained. Hemingway clapped his hands. And with the latent power he had secretly activated, the distant waters began to whirl violently, revealing a prison made entirely of water. Within it, an elder was trapped, his eyes firmly shut. This was the Soul Emperor who had initially invoked the net and then vanished beneath the waves. Having previously suffered from the perils of the Lost Sea, Hemingway spared the elder's life solely to have him guide his way through the ocean. He had grown weary of aimlessly drifting without a sense of direction. In his mind, the Soul Emperor, being the vice captain and a lifelong pirate, must possess the knowledge to interpret nautical charts and could undoubtedly point him in the right direction. As for the possibility of the elder's noncompliance or intentional misdirection, he had his own means to address that. Hemingway asserted that under the influence of his vivid experiences, no one could feign pretense or engage in deceitful antics before him. If one wished to outsmart him, they would be several million years too early. By the way, the boat should still be functional, right? Hemingway suddenly recalled something. And as a thought stirred within him, he beheld the distant waters beginning to churn. In an instant, a colossal steel behemoth was thrust upward by the tumultuous sea. It was none other than the pirate ship that he had earlier capsized with a mighty wave. At that moment, the bodies aboard the vessel had already been swept away by his command over the water, cleansed from existence while still submerged. Thus, the entire pirate ship now stood immaculate. Save for a few lingering traces of moisture, in all other respects, it remained in commendable condition. Hemingway emerged from his transformation, gracefully leaping onto the pirate ship. Subsequently, the cage that imprisoned the elder of the Soul Emperor began to contort, transforming into a wave that forcefully hurled him onto the deck of the pirate vessel. Thud. The elder landed heavily on the deck, the impact finally rousing him from his stupor. Slowly, he propped himself up with his hand and, upon surveying the desolate pirate ship and the white-haired youth approaching him, everything became clear. At that moment, he comprehended that, apart from himself, every member of the White Whale pirate crew had been vanquished by this mere 12-year-old boy. Even the captain, a soul sage, had met a tragic end at the hands of this young prodigy. To live or to perish? Hemingway approached the Soul Emperor elder and inquired with an utterly emotionless tone. To his surprise, the elder gazed at him and burst into a mad, unrestrained laughter. Ha ha. Hemingway furrowed his brow and asked in a cold tone, "What are you laughing at?" Ha ha. Old man laughs at you who are oblivious to your impending doom. The elder of the Soul Emperor laughed wildly, as if he were a man and indifferent to life itself. Do you truly believe that we are the only ones sent to capture you? The elder of the Soul Emperor laughed so hard that he could barely catch his breath, his dim, malevolent eyes fixed upon Hemingway as he ominously proclaimed, "We are merely the vanguard, A host of pirates, equally formidable, follows closely behind. They should be arriving shortly. With the observation haki enveloping the elder of the Soul Emperor, Hemingway could distinctly sense that the old man was not lying. Indeed, a multitude of pursuers was hot on their heels. His expression shifted dramatically as a sense of dread washed over him. Coincidentally, a tremendous sound suddenly erupted from outside the net. Boom. In an instant, a single strike shattered the heavenly net that had enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer, reducing it to mere fragments, slowly dissipating into the ether. With the obstruction of the heavenly net removed, Hemingway could finally see the multitude of pirate ships converging from all directions toward him. There were at least a dozen pirate vessels. Each ship bore a different pirate flag, yet they shared a commonality, an unrestrained surge of soul power, no less potent than that of Hanba, emanating from each of them. This signified that on each of these vessels, at least one soul saint held dominion. A dozen soul saints. Hemingway felt a tremor in his heart. Merely confronting a Han boss nearly exhausted all his resources. Ultimately, it was sheer luck that propelled him into a state of enlightenment, where years of accumulation culminated in the realization of a formidable skill. Only then could he strike decisively, aided by the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and circumstances. To be candid, the ability to vanquish the Han boss was purely a matter of fortune. It was undeniably laden with an abundance of luck. After all, had he not been so arrogant, presuming victory was assured, he would not have been afforded the opportunity to approach so closely. This allowed him to be caught off guard by a sudden thrust from the Six King's spear, leading to his instantaneous demise. Such an opportunity was rife with coincidences, rendering it an irreplicable scenario. Should another soul saint arise, he might not prevail. What's more, facing a collective of over a dozen soul saints was an entirely different ordeal. The most outrageous aspect was that these soul saints engaged in a brutal group assault. Good heavens! Hemingway was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Could it be that fate was conspiring against him? Hemingway lifted his gaze to the heavens, beholding the immaculate azure sky, overwhelmed by an impulse to weep, as if words failed him and tears flowed abundantly. The anguish was unbearable, a yearning to cry out. Chapter 29. My life is at an end. On the pirate ship, observing the silver-haired youth gazing skyward in contemplative silence, the ancient Soul Emperor gradually ceased his raucous laughter and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What occupies your thoughts? Are you contemplating surrender?" The youth replied, "I am reminiscing about my life." Hemingway, with a sense of melancholy, turned his gaze towards the ancient Soul Emperor and spoke slowly. "Since escape is fated to be impossible, your presence is of no further use." Just as the Soul Emperor, realizing something, was about to utter a word, a burst of crimson erupted from his brow, his head obliterated by a single shot from a finger gun. With bloodied fingers, Hemingway gently retracted his hand, flicking away the remnants of blood and brain matter. At this moment, fully aware of the inescapable fate that awaited him, Hemingway exhibited an unsettling calmness. He walked to the bow of the ship, silently awaiting the encroachment of the pirate vessels that surrounded him, resembling a silent statue. The pirate ships, converging from all directions, gradually encircled Hemingway's ship, forming a colossal ring. At this moment, he found himself enclosed by these massive vessels, rendering any escape utterly impossible. A multitude of greedy eyes from the assembled pirates fixated on the white-haired youth standing at the ship's prow, as if they yearned to devour him whole. The scene was crowded with hundreds of individuals, each ship manned by a soul saint, a soul emperor, several soul kings, and numerous lowly pirates. Under the scrutiny of those avaricious gazes, anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. Hemingway could not help but reflect on his grim fate. Who would have thought that this robust traveler, after surviving 6 years on a deserted island and finally gaining some semblance of self-defense, would face a terrifying scenario of being besieged by a dozen soul saints right from the outset? The heavens seemed particularly unkind to him, an outsider. As he faced the prospect of an untimely demise upon his debut, he might very well be the most unfortunate of all traversers. Now, faced with the grim reality that his chances of survival were slim, Hemingway surprisingly found a sense of tranquility. He understood that panic would serve no purpose. In moments of dire peril, maintaining composure was essential for a glimmer of hope. He began to meticulously contemplate his current capabilities. Beyond the armament hockey in the Navy 6 styles, what cards could he play to navigate this crisis? The ability of the bouncy fruit? No, that was futile. Though it was said to repel everything, even concepts, it merely hinted at future potential, not present capability. If he truly possessed such prowess, he wouldn't have encountered the peril he faced against Hamba, where a mere slap could have rendered his opponent a mere mortal. The reality was that the stronger the soul master, the greater their resistance to the powers of his bouncy fruit. Thus, at this stage, the fruit's ability could only be used to bully the weak, serving as a mere display of bravado. What about employing the ability to summon sea spirits via the mermaid princess's spirit? That too was fraught with limitations. To summon sea spirits, he needed to be within the range of his oceanic sensing ability, which extended merely 1,000 miles, a vast expanse on land, yet a trivial area in the vastness of the sea. Within this range, if fortune favored him, he might encounter formidable sea beasts. However, the likelihood of encountering nothing more than feeble creatures, or perhaps even none at all, was far greater. In essence, it was a gamble. Moreover, aside from distance constraints, the age of the summoned sea spirits was also limited. If their strength surpassed his significantly, he would be unable to control them. The summoning of sea spirits did not allow for arbitrary control, disregarding age and strength. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have spent 6 arduous years honing his skills on the island. He could have summoned a host of ancient sea beasts to dominate the ocean from the outset. The truth was, the sea spirits Hemingway could command could not differ too greatly in level from his own. At his current level, he could at most summon sea beasts of around 10,000 years, and even then, the quantity was limited. With his current mental strength, controlling 10 ancient sea beasts at once would be his utmost limit. After all, he was well aware of the principle that a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant. Upon reflecting on his abilities, Hemingway resignedly concluded that, given the current predicament, he had no other recourse but to confront these pirates head-on. At that moment, the encircling pirate ships slowly parted, revealing the entrance for a ship that was the largest of them all. Its pirate flag bore the fearsome image of a deep-sea demon whale encircling a skull. Upon seeing this emblematic pirate flag, Hemingway braced himself for the confrontation that lay ahead. Hemingway could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, for he fully comprehended the implications of the pirate flag. The magical whale pirate crew, the most ruthless and formidable band of pirates across the vast seas. Moreover, its captain was unanimously acknowledged as the undisputed king among all pirates roaming these waters. Pirate King. Contra Hemingway wearily closed his eyes, and even without meticulous perception, he could sense an overwhelming and terrifying force approaching with the nearing vessel. This intensity of presence far surpassed that of a soul sage, undoubtedly belonging to a soul Douluo. In the current circumstances, the arrival of this soul Douluo was certainly a further exacerbation of the dire situation. Accompanied by a soul Douluo, along with a dozen soul sages, numerous soul emperors, several soul kings, and a multitude of lesser-ranked soul masters. It is evident that Hemingway has discerned this. In their pursuit of him, these pirates have mobilized almost their entire forces. The Star Luo Empire has indeed invested heavily. Hemingway's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Is it truly necessary to pursue a mere soul rank of a 12-year-old boy with such fervor? You pirates exhibit a shocking disregard for honor. At that moment, the purple giant whale was in a state of exhilaration, for the bounty target was now within reach. Capturing this target alive and delivering him to the Star Luo Empire would not only grant them the opportunity for soul bones and soul rings, but, more significantly, an elevation to noble status within the empire. This prospect of enjoying the empire's protection and escaping the precarious life of a pirate was undeniably thrilling. How could he not feel elated? How could he not be overwhelmed with joy? Observing her father's nearly manic grin, his daughter, Purple Pearl, could not help but voice her incredulity. Father, it's merely a 12-year-old child. Is it really necessary for you to smile so grotesquely? You've lost all semblance of dignity. My dear daughter, you are still young and do not comprehend, the purple giant whale replied, his exaggerated smile softening slightly yet still gleaming with joy. Being a pirate offers no future. It is a life of uncertainty. Although your father is currently regarded as the Pirate King, one can never predict when he may inadvertently provoke someone formidable, leading to his demise. Ultimately, piracy is not a noble profession. As he spoke, a distant memory seemed to wash over him, and his smile gradually faded into a sigh, revealing a complex array of emotions. Indeed, he was a man with a story. Thus, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be squandered, he declared, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as a terrifying aura enveloped him, an aura both savage and iron-willed. Having navigated through such perilous waters to attain the status of a titled soul Douluo, the purple giant whale's journey was nothing short of legendary. Were it woven into a narrative, it would undoubtedly emerge as a riveting tale of valor and triumph. Each individual's life experience is distinct. The world does not revolve around any single person. Each one is the protagonist of their own story. Indeed, I cannot grasp your perspective. Purple Pearl retorted with a dramatic eye roll, puffing out her cheeks. What is so wrong with being a pirate? I find the idea of living freely as a pirate quite appealing. I fail to understand your desire to join that so-called nobility. There. One must abide by the Star Luo Empire's regulations. Where is the joy in that compared to our freedom upon the open sea? Upon hearing his daughter's naive musings, the purple giant whale could not suppress a sigh, shaking his head in silence. He pondered whether he had sheltered her too well, preventing her from recognizing the world's inherent dangers. The sea is far from the idyllic realm she envisions. It is fraught with filth and treachery, capable of shattering the worldview of an ordinary person. The purple giant whale cherished his only daughter, treating her like a precious gem. He had spared her from hardship and shielded her from the sordid truths of their pirate crew. Consequently, he had nurtured her into a delicate flower, naive and unacquainted with the harshness of reality. How could such an innocent girl survive in the merciless, predatory waters without her father's protection? Would she be able to adapt to the sea's brutal truths? The purple giant whale dared not contemplate it, believing that, after this incident, it would be prudent to expose her to some of life's harsh realities, revealing that the truth is often far more grim than one's imagination would suggest. The realm of soul masters is far from pristine. In a world where the strong prevail, a virtuous individual is destined for a brief existence. Chapter 30. Not merely a fish in the pond. In a vast, boundless ocean, a dozen pirate ships formed a circular formation, tightly encircling a single pirate vessel at the center. At that moment, the circle of ships parted to create an opening, through which a colossal pirate ship, significantly larger than the others, glided gracefully into the formation, advancing toward the vessel at the center. As the two ships, one large and one small, drew closer, the individuals standing at the prows began to discern each other more clearly. Hemingway stood at the bow like a spear, his posture impeccably straight. Even in the face of such dire adversity, there was not a hint of fear etched upon his countenance. One may falter, but not the spirit. Though a flicker of trepidation stirred within, he understood that displaying vulnerability would serve no purpose in altering the grim reality. These ruthless, bloodthirsty pirates would not spare him simply for his pitiable state. Therefore, rather than succumb to weakness and forfeit the dignity of a time traveler, it was far more prudent to confront his fate with composure. Hemingway observed with a detached gaze as the grand ship approached slowly, the figures standing at its bow becoming increasingly discernible. Among them, a robust middle-aged man emanated a formidable presence, unmistakably the notorious pirate king, the Purple Leviathan. His power was palpable, radiating an aura of iron resolve and battle-hardened ferocity. However, Hemingway's attention soon shifted to a striking young woman with flowing purple hair beside the Leviathan. To clarify, his interest was not captivated by her beauty, but rather he sensed a glimmer of hope emanating from her. The bond between the two was unmistakably that of father and daughter. Hemingway's observation, enhanced by his observation hockey, allowed him to perceive the deep affection and indulgence the Purple Leviathan held for the young woman. Such emotions undeniably reflected a father's love for his daughter. Perhaps the key to his escape lay within this purple-haired maiden. As Hemingway contemplated his predicament, the distance between the two pirate ships diminished until they halted approximately 10 meters apart. The ship bearing the Purple Leviathan and his companions loomed larger, granting them a vantage point to look down upon Hemingway, who stood alone at the bow of his vessel. A standoff ensued. On the side of the Magic Whale pirate crew, in addition to the father-daughter duo, there were 2 vice-captains, several soul emperors, and numerous soul kings, creating an impressive display of might. In stark contrast, Hemingway stood solitary. The disparity in numbers was staggering, yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Hemingway maintained an air of calm and composure. His strikingly handsome face revealed no signs of trepidation, and he projected a presence that rivaled the collective might of the opposing crew. One man stood firm against the multitude. At that moment, the Purple Leviathan and his daughter, Pearl, finally beheld the true form of the white-haired figure standing resolutely at the bow of the ship. In a single glance, the Leviathan's mind sparked with the realization this young man was no ordinary individual. Having traversed the seas for decades, he had never encountered someone with such a uniquely commanding presence. It was as if this boy was a born warrior, exuding an unyielding steadiness, impervious to the tempestuous forces of nature. Should this youth manage to escape, his future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. The Purple Leviathan recognized this truth the moment he discerned Hemingway's silhouette. Meanwhile, Pearl, though less contemplative than her father, was struck by a singular thought upon seeing the white-haired figure. He is incredibly handsome. Despite not being a frivolous girl, the sight of him filled her with awe. His calm defiance in the face of numerous adversaries, including a sole Douluo, ignited something within her, a deep-seated admiration for his confidence and fortitude. Throughout her life, Pearl had been sheltered by her father, a sole Douluo, and had only encountered men who sought to curry favor with her. Over time, this led her to develop a certain bias against them, viewing them as subservient and weak. However, upon witnessing Hemingway, all her preconceived notions were shattered. This was the essence of true masculinity. A flicker of enchantment danced in Pearl's violet eyes as her heart raced, and for the first time, she comprehended the sensation of infatuation. The two gazed at each other for what felt like an eternity until the purple Leviathan could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "To be honest, you are entirely different from what I envisioned," he remarked, his gaze fixed upon the defiant young man. A glimmer of admiration sparked in his eyes as he continued. "I expected you to be flustered and retreat in disarray, yet you stand here with remarkable composure. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." He continued, "I never anticipated that capturing a mere soul respect would necessitate the intervention of the illustrious pirate king. The bounty must hold great significance for you, or else you would not have rallied your crew for such an endeavor." Hemingway's azure eyes remained unwavering as he replied, "Yet, despite this, surrendering without a fight is simply out of the question." Observing the remnants of the battle, the purple Leviathan noted the numerous corpses floating in the water, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. When he turned back to Hemingway, he regarded him as a genuine anomaly. The ability to slay a soul saint as a sole respect was extraordinary. Even if there were advantages involved, it underscored the sheer magnitude of his talent. Given another decade or so, he might very well surpass even the Leviathan himself. At that moment, the purple Leviathan's perception of Hemingway transformed entirely, and a heartfelt appreciation for talent blossomed within him. Had it not been for the importance of his own status, he might have considered recruiting this extraordinary youth into his pirate crew, perhaps even envisioning him as a future successor. After all, Hemingway's accomplishments were nothing short of terrifying. With time to mature, his potential was indeed limitless. The purple Leviathan gazed at Hemingway, filled with regret. It pained him to witness such a brilliant talent, destined to shine like a radiant sun, on the verge of extinguishment. "Alas, it seems you are determined not to yield," he sighed, observing the resolute young man before him. "Very well, I shall take it upon myself to subdue you. Even a sole Douluo such as I would not belittle such an encounter." The purple Leviathan resolved to personally apprehend Hemingway, fearing that should the young man perceive his capture as inevitable, he might choose to end his own life in a moment of despair. The fate awaiting him in the Star Luo Empire would undoubtedly be grim, and sometimes death could offer a form of release. Additionally, the Leviathan lamented that a talent such as Hemingway should not fall victim to the hands of lesser foes. To conclude his future with the dignity of a sole Douluo would not be a dishonor. Hemingway, upon witnessing the purple giant whale's intent to confront him personally, felt an unexpected surge of joy amidst the astonishment. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable sole Douluo. Rather, he had other plans in mind. While he could barely hold his ground against the Soul Saint, the thought of facing a powerful attacking Sole Douluo seemed ludicrous. If he could withstand a few strikes, it would be a triumph in itself. Most concerning was the fact that his soul power had already been significantly depleted after the earlier battle, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, years of training under adjusted gravity had endowed Hemingway with remarkable stamina. While he lacked other exceptional qualities, his endurance was unparalleled, and for the moment, his body could still endure. However, the consumption of soul power was an insurmountable issue. At that moment, he estimated that he possessed only about 20 to 30% of his peak soul power. Faced with a sole Douluo in such a state, he was uncertain how long he could last. He hoped he wouldn't be defeated in a single exchange. Yet, Hemingway harbored a secret strategy. The purple giant whale's decision to act personally aligned perfectly with his intentions, bolstering his confidence in the success of his forthcoming plans. With a thunderous leap, the purple giant whale soared across more than 10 meters, landing atop the vessel occupied by Hemingway. The surrounding pirates, witnessing their captain's resolve to engage directly, refrained from comment, silently steering the ship away to avoid interfering with the battle. They only halted their retreat once they were several dozen meters from the center of the confrontation. The pirates aboard the ship began to watch intently. Meanwhile, Purple Pearl, observing her father's determination, cast a worried glance toward the silver-haired youth, hoping her father would temper his strength in their encounter. Positioned at the bow of the ship, Hemingway turned to face the imposing middle-aged figure not far from him. his latent soul power surging forth with vigor. Air currents erupted around him, and his billowing garments exuded an air of elegance. The purple giant whale smiled. Seemingly unfazed by the impending clash, yet out of respect for the youth, he chose to manifest his martial soul. A colossal, sapphire-hued phantom of a whale materialized around him before merging with his being. Instantly, his muscles expanded, and he grew to an imposing height of 3 meters. His skin transforming into a deep blue hue, radiating an aura far surpassing that of the previous whale martial soul, Han Bas. The purple giant whale's martial soul was no ordinary whale. It was the noble deep-sea demon whale, from which the name of the demon whale pirate group was derived. It was no wonder that the purple giant whale had achieved such remarkable success. In a world that places immense value on lineage and innate talent, the quality of one's martial soul fundamentally determines future accomplishments. The Douluo continent is a realm where bloodlines reign supreme, and tales of those with inferior martial souls rising to greatness are mere figments of fantasy. Simultaneously, 8 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black encircled the purple giant whale, emanating a formidable sense of oppression. Hemingway felt an overwhelming sense of terror, and a heavy weight settled within his heart. The prowess of the soul fighter was indeed formidable. He hoped fervently that he would not falter after just a few rounds. Otherwise, it would be a most unfortunate fate. Ha ha ha, to engage in battle with the soul fighter is an honor in itself, even in defeat. While his mind was preoccupied with these thoughts, Hemingway outwardly laughed heartily, exuding a spirit of carefree valor that captivated the pirates around him, who couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. To face the soul fighter with such nonchalance was no small feat. Leaving aside everything else, this attitude alone was enough to draw attention. As for the gaze of the purple pearl, it grew ever more enigmatic, and within her heart, she quietly made a decision. She resolved that when Hemingway was captured, she would seek an opportunity to clandestinely set him free. Such a man should not be reduced to a mere breeding tool. Come forth. Please bestow your teachings. A colossal ethereal mermaid materialized behind Hemingway, only to dissipate moments later, as he seamlessly entered the state of soul manifestation. The 3 soul rings that should have adorned him were deliberately concealed under his control. With a sudden forceful push from his feet, he charged forward, disregarding the disparity in strength. Allow me to witness the might of the soul Douluo. The purple giant whale gazed at the advancing youth with a flicker of admiration in its eyes, contemplating, regardless of his power, such courage is commendable. However, despite this thought, it harbored no intentions of showing mercy. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the white-haired boy, the purple giant whale refrained from unleashing its soul abilities to subdue him. Instead, it was curious to see how he, as a soul master, could possibly defeat a soul sage. Did he possess a soul bone that allowed him to overlook such a significant gap in levels? Given Hemingway's noble lineage, having inherited the royal blood of 2 nations, the whale considered it plausible that he might indeed bear a soul bone. Hemingway charged towards him, a golden light illuminating his right arm. The armament hockey enveloped his limb as he unleashed a powerful punch directly into the chest of the purple giant whale. This blow was delivered without reservation, channeling his utmost strength. Sensing the ferocity of the incoming strike, the purple giant whale, confident in its title as a soul Douluo, chose not to evade or dodge. Thus, it took the full force of Hemingway's punch head-on. Boom. That fist, akin to one forged from gold, collided fiercely with the whale's robust chest. Bang. At the point of impact, a fierce gust of wind erupted. The deck beneath the purple giant whale's feet shattered, and the entire ship plunged suddenly, almost entirely submerging beneath the waves, with torrents of seawater flooding onto the deck. Fortunately, sensing the imminent sinking of the vessel, Hemingway swiftly retracted his fist, propelling himself several meters backward. As the oppressive force dissipated, the ship, which was on the verge of sinking, began to rise once more. Chapter 32. An unequal battle. Indeed, even a typical soul saint would find it difficult to withstand such a punch. The purple giant whale, seemingly unfazed, patted the slightly wrinkled fabric of its chest and remarked to itself, however, with such power, you are far from capable of defeating a powerhouse like Hanba. Unleash your techniques, or you may find your chances slipping away. Impressive. Even though Hemingway had anticipated this outcome, witnessing his full-force strike, augmented with armament hockey, failed to make the whale budge even an inch, left him in awe of the soul Douluo's strength. So, this is the might of a soul Douluo? It was evident they were not on the same level as a soul saint. The ability to effortlessly counter his full-force blow with merely the manifestation of a martial spirit was astonishing. Observing the purple giant whale, seemingly unaffected by his powerful punch, Hemingway could not help but feel awestruck by the whale's prowess. Undoubtedly, Hemingway was currently no match for the purple giant whale, yet under the circumstances, he had no choice but to fight. Surrendering was absolutely out of the question. Thus, even though his full-strength punch was easily parried, Hemingway refused to relent. Once again, he cloaked himself in armament hockey and boldly launched his attack. Bang! This time, the purple giant whale did not merely stand there to absorb the blow. In response to Hemingway's punch aimed at its abdomen, it swiftly raised a hand to block. Then, with its other hand, it retaliated with a punch to Hemingway's chest, sending him flying. Despite the protective armament hockey shielding his torso, the whale's colossal force still left Hemingway gasping for breath, the sheer power of the strike resonating painfully within his lungs. And this was merely a punch enhanced by the martial spirit, without any soul techniques employed. The strength of the soul Douluo was thus vividly illustrated. In Hemingway's eyes, the prowess of this pirate king was anything but ordinary. It was clear that he was not merely an average soul Douluo. Hemingway was utterly convinced that if the purple giant whale were to dominate the vast ocean, its formidable power could very well rival that of an ordinary tidal Douluo. This is due to its noble lineage among whales, as it embodies the deep-sea demon whale. Such a soul beast is inherently a sovereign of the sea. Now, having become a human soul, it is evident that a soul master possessing this spirit would be significantly more powerful than an average soul master. In a world where one's martial spirit dictates everything, possessing a superior martial spirit indeed determines one's future achievements and the heights one can attain. Bloodline determines all. Ah, what is this? Having taken my punch, he appears unscathed? What does that golden aura signify? Is it a particular soul skill or perhaps an ability conferred by a soul bone? Moreover, why did he not manifest a soul ring upon summoning his martial spirit? The purple giant whale regarded the white-haired youth, who had just been struck in the chest, yet seemed unfazed, and felt a profound astonishment that surpasses common understanding. As Hemingway surmised, as a distinguished figure among the soul Douluo, his prowess cannot be measured by that of an ordinary soul Douluo. With the extraordinary martial spirit of the deep-sea demon whale, if he were to unleash his full strength, his raw power could indeed rival that of a typical tidal Douluo, were it not for the numerous life-threatening crises he faced in his youth, which compelled him to absorb soul rings of lesser age in a desperate bid to enhance his strength, combined with the lingering injuries sustained from years of combat that severely impaired his talent, leaving him without hope of attaining the tidal Douluo rank in this lifetime. He would likely have already achieved that status. Why then would he go to such lengths to capture this youth merely for a title? Boom! Bang! Thunderous roar. Hemingway relentlessly assaulted the colossal purple whale, his fists and feet flying in a flurry, accompanied by a golden hue that cleaved through the air, the rushing energy crashing into the surrounding sea and igniting a series of explosions. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, the purple whale remained remarkably unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting each strike with a mere flick of its limbs. It did not even resort to its soul techniques. A simple manifestation of its martial spirit sufficed to neutralize all of Hemingway's attacks. The pirates aboard the surrounding ships were riveted to this spectacle, initially scoffing at the audacity of the white-haired youth. However, as the battle progressed, witnessing the visceral exchanges of blows, their spirits ignited with fervor. Many clenched their fists tightly, fixated on the young fighter, silently cheering him on. This was undoubtedly an uneven confrontation. Nevertheless, Hemingway's audacity to strike at a formidable opponent, fully aware of the futility yet resolutely determined to fight until the final moment, resonated deeply with the onlookers. Purple Pearl, with her enchanting violet eyes, anxiously watched as the battle marred the white-haired youth's body with bloodstains, crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. In her heart, she implored him to cease the conflict. Stop fighting. Even if you are captured, I will ensure your freedom. Continuing this way could truly lead to your demise. Yet, Hemingway remained oblivious to her silent plea, akin to an indefatigable machine, furiously launching attacks at the purple whale. Each of his strikes was met with effortless deflection, and even when he managed to connect, it failed to inflict any real harm. Boom! Bang! Once again, a punch was effortlessly parried, followed by a casual counter from the whale. Its demeanor began to shift, a hint of impatience creeping in after indulging Hemingway for so long. It was time to conclude this skirmish. Sensing the whale's intent to unleash a soul technique to swiftly end the battle, Hemingway's heart leaped with joy. He recognized the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Kid, I'm about to get serious. If you have any tricks left, now is the time to unveil them, or you may find yourself out of chances, the purple whale declared, its expression turning grave as the 8 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, hovered around it, becoming increasingly distinct. Clearly, This was a harbinger of the impending soul technique. I still have one final move. Hemingway's countenance turned grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite being in a state of disarray and covered in bruises, he calmly declared, "This technique is known as the Six Kings Spear. It harnesses all my strength, possessing boundless power. I once employed this move to slay a soul saint. Do you dare to receive it?" "Oh, it appears that Haba met his demise at your hand," remarked the purple giant whale with keen interest. "I am eager to witness this." In his eyes, Hemingway seemed to be merely clutching at straws, and after unleashing this Six Kings Spear, he would likely possess no further capacity for resistance. This was to be his final stand, the last brilliance before the curtain fell on this drama. Thus, the purple giant whale resolved to graciously indulge him in this desire, choosing to face his attack head-on and conclude this unequal battle. The surrounding pirates, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastily steeled themselves, anxiously observing the unfolding confrontation, aware that the clash would soon reach its conclusion. Purple Pearl clasped her hands tightly against her chest, as if in prayer, her violet eyes fixated on the narrow back of the white-haired youth, mirroring the concern of a worried maiden for her beloved. However, the attention of those around her was entirely captured by the spectacle at hand, rendering her unusual demeanor unnoticed. Chapter 33. The True Objective. With a deep breath, the white-haired youth closed his eyes and gradually exhaled, his body standing firm yet relaxed. Almost immediately, the muscles beneath his skin began to swell, and the flow of blood surged to a boil. The remaining soul power erupted into a frenzy. Waves of fierce energy emanated from his being, creating a miniature whirlwind around him. The purple giant whale, observing this, adopted a more serious demeanor. Among the 8 floating soul rings surrounding him, the 6th black ring shone brightly, finally unleashing its soul skill. Of course, he would not initiate the attack, but would instead allow Hemingway to strike first. Hence, this soul skill was defensive in nature. With his soul Douluo level of strength and the formidable deep sea demon whale as his martial spirit, he knew that even a mere defensive soul skill would be impenetrable for a soul master, regardless of the latter's extraordinary feat of vanquishing a soul saint. This was the confidence of the purple giant whale, cultivated from years of piracy. He sensed that the power brewing within the white-haired youth was indeed formidable and could potentially slay a soul saint upon its eruption. However, breaching his defenses was utterly inconceivable. It was absolutely impossible. If he could be overcome, he might as well abandon his title as Pirate King and return home to till the land, sparing himself further humiliation. At this moment, whether through sheer physical strength, soul power, or armed color, all the forces within Hemingway's being, honed to perfection through the mastery of the 6 forms, began to harmonize and coalesce, gradually concentrating in his right arm. Hemingway's right arm was completely enveloped in resplendent golden light. Ultimately, it seemed to reach his zenith. The dazzling radiance on his arm began to converge, transforming his entire limb into a genuine golden hand. The accumulated power reached its pinnacle. The silver-haired youth opened his eyes, akin to a flash of lightning on a stormy night, illuminating the entire realm of humanity. The brilliance in his gaze, even from several dozen meters away, caused those who were acutely aware of his presence to feel a twinge of pain in their eyes, instinctively diverting their gaze from him, their hearts filled with profound trepidation. The opposing purple giant whale also gradually adopted a more serious demeanor, its previously nonchalant stance instinctively adjusted to brace for the impending cataclysmic impact. He sensed that the forthcoming strike from the youth would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. If he did not concentrate more intently, he might indeed suffer a trivial setback. Underestimating one's opponent is a cardinal sin on the battlefield. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles, 6 Kings Spear, modified. The silver-haired youth slowly raised his golden right hand, not forming a fist, but instead extending his fingers, subsequently aligning them to form a palm, directing it towards the distant purple giant whale, seemingly intending to unleash the 6 Kings Spear through a palm strike. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a large hole in the deck. The silver-haired youth vanished from his position. Shave. When he reappeared, he had already thrust his golden palm towards the 3-meter-tall blue-skinned giant with great force. The purple whale's pupils constricted, for at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense that the youth's palm posed no threat whatsoever. It was as if this strike was merely a diversion, with the true lethal move lying in wait behind it. With a sense of urgency, the purple whale let out a low growl, and a cerulean light shield materialized around his body, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Hemingway pressed his palm against the protective shield. Although he did not physically come into contact with the body of the massive purple whale, he could distinctly sense a surge of power penetrating the barrier, crashing towards his chest like an unstoppable tide. Humph! The purple whale, having received this blow, could not suppress a low groan, feeling as though this force had breached the protective shield and directly harmed its organs. Fortunately, the physical constitution of the Soul Douluo was formidable. Even after the strike, it suffered merely a slight internal shock. Such an injury was trivial. And with its remarkable recovery ability, it would return to its original state in just a few breaths, having no significant impact whatsoever. However, despite the insignificance of this wound, the fact that a soul master of such caliber could injure a soul Douluo protected by a defensive soul technique was indeed something to take pride in. The purple whale could not help but gaze at the young man, who pressed his now flesh-colored hand against the water-blue shield, and mused, indeed, the soul Douluo is fearsome. To his surprise, Hemingway's expression bore no hint of disappointment at the realization that his powerful strike had merely caused a negligible impact. Instead, he smiled and remarked, however, "My intention has never been to defeat you." What does that mean? The purple whale's countenance changed, instinctively sensing impending danger. As if its most treasured possession had been threatened. Suddenly, Hemingway's palm, pressed against the protective shield, began to swell. Resembling a cat's paw pad, an unmistakable sign that the meatball fruit was about to unleash its power. The point of contact reverberated with a muffled sound, causing the blue shield to shake violently. The purple whale had no time to react before the white-haired youth before it vanished without a trace. He fled? This was the first thought that flashed through its mind. In the next moment, the surrounding pirates erupted into an uproar, revealing Hemingway's whereabouts. "You brat, how dare you? Let go of our young captain. I can't believe you are so despicable. Brat, if you have any sense, quickly release our young captain. Otherwise, we will ensure your demise." The purple whale looked up in shock, spotting the white-haired youth who had vanished from view. To its astonishment, he had seized its beloved daughter's neck and was gazing at it coldly. In that instant, the purple whale was rendered completely speechless. At that moment, Zizinzu felt utterly bewildered. 1 second, the bloodied white-haired youth was battling her father from dozens of meters away. The next, he appeared before her, coldly grasping her neck. His initial target had always been her. Staring into the indifferent gaze of the white-haired youth, Zizinzu suddenly understood everything. A tumult of emotions surged within her. A bittersweet blend of joy, sorrow, and disillusionment, like an idol shattered. My beloved was once a great hero. Yet, how despicable. The purple-haired, purple-eyed beauty bit her lip, staring at him in utter disappointment. Chapter 34. You shouldn't be this way, you are so despicable. I never imagined you would be this kind of person. Gazing at the purple-haired girl before him, her eyes filled with disappointment and disillusionment, Hemingway felt a wave of shame wash over him. He felt as if he had become the loathsome villain from a novel. When had he transformed into such a person? What difference did his actions make compared to those pirates? Such despicable and sordid behavior, no wonder he could not awaken the conqueror's haki. Yet, despite the slight wavering caused by the purple-haired girl's words, the current situation left no room for Hemingway to contemplate. Rationality told him that to escape with his life, the hostage-taking scheme was his best option. Thus, to maintain his morale and prevent his emotions from clouding his judgment, Hemingway began to retaliate without reservation. Am I despicable? Hemingway, with an expression of incredulity on his face, retorted with a sardonic laugh, is it not despicable for you, a band of shameless pirates, to surround and hunt me down? A mere soul master like myself, besieged by a multitude of soul saints and soul emperors, how can you claim that is not contemptible? How dare you utter such words? Do I owe you any code of chivalry? The more I speak, the more I convince myself of the absurdity of it all. Indeed, what need is there to discuss principles of honor with these pirates? The notion of despicability is utterly irrelevant. I merely wish to survive. Since my arrival in this world, I have harmed no one. Yet misfortune has pursued me relentlessly, my mother murdered, and the emperor indifferent to my plight, cast adrift upon the sea, bereft of support. Had it not been for the awakening of my powers and the restoration of my past memories, how could a mere 6-year-old child endure such isolation on a desolate island? Witnessing the tragic demise of my mother before my eyes, transitioning from a pampered prince to a solitary outcast, what kind of psychological scars would such a young soul bear? In that dire situation, without the recollection of my former life, I might have succumbed to despair and taken my own life. Who have I wronged? The sharp interrogation from the youth left the purple pearl momentarily speechless, her lips parting in surprise. While his reasoning held a certain validity, she felt an unsettling dissonance. As though he should not embody such treachery. He ought to be a paragon of integrity, a true man of honor, steadfast in his convictions, devoid of deceitful machinations. In simpler terms, Hemingway's appearance was profoundly misleading. He did not resemble someone capable of taking hostages, which led the purple whale and his fellow pirates to underestimate him, resulting in his unexpected capture of the hostage. Consequently, Hemingway's actions, so contrary to his persona, left the young girl as heart conflicted, unable to reconcile the disparity. "You should not be like this," murmured the purple pearl, as if struck by a grave blow, her spirits diminished. "Forgive me if my appearance has led to any misconceptions. However, you must understand that longing is the furthest emotion from true comprehension," Hemingway replied, his gaze towards her growing indifferent, his tone composed. "To judge by appearances is the most superficial of behaviors. In the absence of mutual understanding, your feelings are merely a crude desire for my form." His words flushed the purple pearl's cheeks, igniting a sense of shame within her. She longed to retort vehemently, to assert that she was not so shallow. Yet for reasons unknown, those words remained trapped within her. "Release my daughter at once," roared the purple whale, storming forth from a distance, his demeanor furious at the sight of his beloved daughter held captive. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. How had he misjudged the situation? He was filled with regret, having never anticipated that the hunter would become the prey. He had been deceived by Hemingway's seemingly innocent appearance, and now he found himself plagued by the folly of judging by outward appearances. Had he known this boy would stoop to such treachery, he would have acted decisively from the outset, capturing him before this predicament arose. Now, his daughter had become a hostage, transforming what should have been an assured capture into a precarious gamble. The purple whale was engulfed in remorse, radiating an aura of terror, far more formidable than during his previous encounter with Hemingway. It was evident that he was truly enraged, preparing to unleash his wrath. The surrounding waters churned violently under his oppressive presence, the very air thickening with tension. A fearsome shadow of a deep-sea demon whale loomed above him, compelling the nearby pirates to involuntarily bow beneath its weight. This was a manifestation of soul power. The only ones immune to this pressure were Hemingway and the captive purple pearl, the former due to his superior soul rank, and the latter because she was his daughter. With the purple whale intentionally restraining his power in her direction. "Release her?" "Certainly," Hemingway replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Positioning the purple pearl before him as a human shield, gripping her delicate neck firmly. "Prepare a ship for me. Once I reach a place of safety, I shall release her. You, insolent wretch, do not push your luck." The purple whale's countenance darkened ominously, his aura intensifying, as if brewing a tempest. "Overstepping? No. My demands are entirely reasonable." Hemingway fixed his steely gaze upon him, his tone frigid. "I am merely acting in self-defense. The real transgressors are you. Had you not sought to capture me, I would not have resorted to such unprincipled actions. You brought this upon yourselves. I ask you once more, will you release her?" The purple whale's already grim expression twisted into an even more fearsome visage, a palpable pressure emanating from him, causing fine cracks to appear upon the nearby vessels. Hemingway felt a profound shock at his own strength, and concurrently, he became increasingly convinced that the decision to take a hostage was indeed the correct one. Before such a formidable opponent, escape was undoubtedly impossible. Thus, the only recourse left was to seize a hostage, compelling him to tread with caution. "I won't let go," he exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Hemingway inexplicably sensed a looming crisis. He had an unsettling feeling that any further delay could precipitate unforeseen calamities. Therefore, he spoke plainly, "If you wish for her to live, you must act swiftly as I instruct. Otherwise, a mere tremor of my hand could shatter her neck. Prepare to collect her remains if that occurs." The expression on the face of the purple giant whale fluctuated between gloom and brightness, seemingly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Yet, in truth, Chapter 35, Too Early to Rejoice. Hemingway fixated intently on the fluctuating expression of the face before him, seemingly weighing the merits of relinquishing the pursuit of the elusive purple whale for the sake of his cherished daughter, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. According to his earlier observations through the lens of his keen perception, the purple whale ought not to have lingered in indecision for such an extended period, especially given the perilous circumstances surrounding his beloved child's abduction. It appeared as though the creature was deliberately feigning a delay. Wait, a delay? This is not good. As Hemingway contemplated this, a shiver coursed through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. Yet, it was too late. Boom. It felt as though a bomb had detonated within his mind. Everything around him twisted and contorted, and he sensed the world spinning chaotically. The grip he had on the neck of the purple pearl loosened slightly. This was disastrous. A mental assault. Caught off guard. Hemingway felt as if someone wielding a power drill was relentlessly boring into the crown of his head, the distorted agony penetrating deep into his very soul. Preoccupied with guarding against the purple leviathan, he had neglected the throng of spiritual beings surrounding him, leading to a moment of carelessness. And now, he had fallen victim to a treachery. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a second wave of attack surged forth. A strange, vibrating resonance filled the air. Thud. Hemingway felt an intense tremor coursing through his very being, and suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from him uncontrollably. In that moment, he realized that this was a form of sonic assault. Unlike the previous mental attack, this one could penetrate the human body, inflicting direct harm to the internal organs. Damn it. Hemingway finally regained his senses, channeling the remaining essence of his soul with unwavering resolve, transforming it into the formidable hockey of armament. A delicate golden radiance enveloped his entire being, rendering him a diminutive golden figure. Compared to before, this golden light appeared rather dim. A testament to the arduous nature of his transformation into this armament hockey. Clang, clang, clang. A series of 3 sonic assaults struck, yet this time, when they collided with him, they were met by the golden shield of hockey. This interaction emitted a sound akin to the clash of fine iron. And even the subsequent silent mental attack that struck his mind could not penetrate this thin layer of armament hockey. It must be said that the armament hockey is indeed a wondrous force, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. To shatter this layer of hockey, one would need a power that surpasses Hemingway's limits. Otherwise, breaching the defense of the hockey is utterly impossible. Clearly, the hidden assailant, despite executing an exceedingly peculiar attack, one that could likely ensnare even a typical soul saint, possessed a destructive force that was not particularly formidable. In the presence of Hemingway, he had encountered his nemesis. What other techniques remain? Unleash them all. Hemingway tightly gripped the neck of the purple pearl with one hand while the other casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Appearing largely unaffected by the 2 prior assaults, exuding an air of effortless composure. I underestimated you. The purple behemoth, who had been feigning a capricious demeanor, now observed that the clandestine attacks seemed to have little effect on him, and thus returned to a more natural expression. Its gaze was akin to that of a spectator confronted with a monstrous entity. The previous ambush had been executed by 2 individuals, both possessing the strength of a soul emperor. Although their power was merely that of a soul emperor, their soul skills were exceedingly peculiar. One wielded mental attacks that were nearly impossible to defend against, while the other employed sound wave assaults that were utterly silent. Together, these 2 could easily fell even a soul sage if caught off guard, a stark contrast to Hemingway's current nonchalance, particularly after being enveloped in that strange golden light. It appeared he was entirely immune to their attacks, which left the purple behemoth astounded. What manner of creature is this? What is the nature of that golden light? Capable of both offense and defense, it could even withstand mental and sonic assaults, truly terrifying. The purple behemoth felt as if a veil of mist shrouded the white-haired youth. Have you come to a decision? Hemingway inquired impatiently, observing the purple behemoth's prolonged silence. I have no time for your delays. If you do not decide soon, I shall take your daughter as collateral in our mutual demise. The repercussions of the mental attack left Hemingway with a splitting headache. Yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of indifference, unwilling to reveal to the pirates that he was on the brink of collapse, merely holding on by a thread. Otherwise, attempting to hold a hostage for escape would undoubtedly lead to further complications. I hope you will honor the agreement. In response to his urging, the purple behemoth's expression darkened. Despite an internal struggle, the love for his daughter ultimately prevailed. With a wave of his right hand, several individuals nearby activated their soul rings and worked together to bring forth a slightly smaller vessel from the hold, 30 meters in length and approximately 10 meters wide. Crafted entirely from steel, resembling a small sailing ship. Boom. The steel ship was forcefully hurled into the sea, crashing heavily upon the surface yet remaining afloat, defying expectations. Clearly, this vessel was not as simple as it appeared. It must possess some unique shipbuilding technology inherent to this world. Otherwise, had it been cast into the waters of Earth, such a heavy ship would surely have sunk without a trace. Young man, the ship is ready for you. Why do you not release her? The purple behemoth demanded coldly. If you dare harm a single hair on my daughter, I shall ensure your demise is without a grave. Hemingway rolled his eyes. Let her go now? Do you take me for a fool? The matter of her release can be negotiated, but for now, I must trouble this young lady to accompany me. Once I have extricated myself from this situation, I shall certainly set her free. He tightened his grip around the neck of the purple pearl, forcing a grim smile. As he dragged the hostage towards the ship's edge, his senses were heightened, ever vigilant against any potential ambush. The surrounding pirates, eager to rush in, were halted by a wave of the purple whale's hand. The reputation of the Pirate King proved invaluable as all present ceased their movements. Watching as Hemingway brought the purple pearl to the ship's edge and then leaped onto a smaller vessel below. Thud. As his feet firmly landed on the deck of the small boat, Hemingway felt a sigh of relief wash over him. He knew that any further delay would expose his ruse. Mustering his dwindling strength, he ushered the purple pearl into the cabin and shut the door, cutting off any view from the outside. Before long, the iron sailboat began to move, catching the wind just right. Adjusting the sails, it gradually slipped away from the encirclement of the larger ships, before suddenly accelerating. Riding the waves with fervor, the massive pirate ships remained stationary, watching the small sailboat grow smaller until it vanished from sight. Humph! Do they think they can escape so easily? The purple whale pushed through the crowd to the bow, gazing at the distant boat, its figure fading away. There was no sign of frustration in his eyes. Instead, a cold glimmer sparkled within them. Chapter 36. The Limitations of the Meatball Fruit. No matter where Hemingway ran, as long as he possessed that soul-conducting conch, the purple whale could pinpoint his location at any moment. Thus, the whale was unconcerned about his escape. His primary worry was the safety of his daughter. "Captain, the ship is nearly out of sight. Should we pursue?" A soul saint whispered. "Or shall we hang back and wear him down?" "No need. Let him be for now. He cannot escape." The purple whale replied, eyes fixed on the nearly invisible silhouette of the ship in the distance. "Let him relish his fleeting triumph for a few days." Letting his guard down. "Once my daughter is safe, it will be time for him to settle his debts. For the sake of his daughter's safety." He had to rely on Hemingway's promise. Across the boundless azure sea, a small sailboat braved the winds, forging ahead against the currents. Inside the cabin, Hemingway, pale-faced, peered through the window, gauging the wind direction while adjusting the sails. Fortunately, the vessel was not difficult to maneuver. Otherwise, he would have faced the embarrassing predicament of possessing a ship, yet being unable to navigate it. At this moment, the hostage, the purple pearl, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Carelessly discarded in a corner of the cabin, he had rendered her insensible as a precaution upon boarding the ship to prevent any interference. It had now been 2 hours since he set sail, and Hemingway noted that the pirates had indeed not pursued him, evidently wary of the hostage he held. However, he did not take this lightly. He continued to steer the boat for another 2 hours until he finally felt a measure of relief. The considerable distance made it unlikely for the pirates to catch up soon, allowing him a moment to relax. But as soon as he let his guard down, the toll of his earlier injuries became unbearable, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The damage inflicted on his lungs by the sonic assault was far more severe than it appeared. Yet the most excruciating burden was the relentless pain drilling through his skull. Had it not been for the 6 years of rigorous training on the deserted island that fortified his will and body, he likely would have succumbed to unconsciousness the moment he was ambushed. Thankfully, the years of gravity training had endowed him with remarkable endurance, allowing him to persevere both mentally and physically. Now, however, he was on the brink of his limits. Accompanying the searing pain was an overwhelming fatigue. He longed to collapse and sleep, to heal the wounds of his spirit in slumber. But no, I cannot lose consciousness. The danger has not yet passed. I must recover swiftly. Hemingway forced his bloodshot eyes to glance at the unconscious purple pearl beside him, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to release the helm and sit cross-legged on the floor. He compelled himself into a meditative state. Yet, perhaps due to his mental trauma, the efficacy of his meditation was significantly diminished, intermittent, and fraught with difficulty. After half an hour, he managed to restore 1/5 of his soul power. Such a pace was commendable. The superior quality of one's martial soul and the inherent level of soul power dictated the speed of recovery. Thus, those born with advantages thrived in this world. Hemingway opened his eyes, emerging from a state of meditation. He then raised his right hand, the palm swelling with a cushion-like softness reminiscent of a cat's paw. He sought to harness the ability of the meatball fruit to expel the mental trauma he had endured. With great effort, he concentrated his focus. The entire world before him transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. He hoped he could succeed. Activating his observation hockey, he perceived himself from a divine perspective, successfully identifying the concept of his mental trauma within the recesses of his mind. Then, he gently tapped his forehead. He aimed to dislodge this traumatic concept. Thud. His forehead received a light tap. The soft cushion of his palm made contact, akin to a massage, and surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. However, it was futile. The concept representing his mental trauma could not be expelled. Was this to be expected? Hemingway let out a sigh upon reaching this point, fully aware that matters were far from simple. Although he could perceive an array of concepts and even effortlessly manifest tired notions, the distinctions between these concepts were stark, divided into lower and higher tiers. His ability to visualize elevated concepts did not equate to the capacity to summon them forth. At this stage, his mastery of the fruit's powers was still in its infancy, leaving him blind to even more profound ideas. The notion of actually manifesting these concepts remained an unattainable aspiration. During his 6 years on the deserted island, he had dedicated his leisure to honing the capabilities of the meatball fruit, yet the results had been meager. This power was still too advanced for him, not something he could master through mere practice. Only by strengthening his prowess could he wield this ability with ease. Concepts like aging and death were, at present, far beyond his grasp, existing as fantasies he could not dare to entertain. Furthermore, utilizing the fruit's abilities demanded considerable soul energy. The higher the concept summoned, the more terrifying the energy expenditure became. The initiation of any ability could not manifest from nothing. It required the depletion of one's own vitality. If such powers could be employed without limit, it would be utterly unreasonable. Thus, it follows that, while the potential of the meatball fruit was indeed formidable, he had not yet fully developed this capability. Consequently, in combat, he could only expect to toy with the weak, lacking any hope against true masters. Should he aspire to wield the powers of the meatball fruit with finesse, Hemingway surmised that only upon attaining divinity might he manage to apply it. For the fruit's inherent abilities were remarkably advanced. It was evident that reaching greater depths would demand an astronomical amount of energy, far beyond what an ordinary soul master could sustain. Resigned, he acknowledged that since his injuries could not be mended for the time being, it was prudent to deal with the woman first. Leaving her be was too perilous. Hemingway sighed once more, enduring the excruciating pain within his body as he slowly rose to his feet, staggering toward the corner where the unconscious woman lay on the ground. Activating his observation hotkey, he enveloped the vicinity of the ship, discerning that the woman remained genuinely unconscious, without pretense. Approaching the purple pearl, he gently crouched down, extending his hand, which shimmered with golden light, pressing it softly against her forehead. He closed his eyes, restoring a measure of soul energy that continuously transformed into armament hotkey. Streams of golden light infiltrated her body, traversing through her meridians, obstructing and sealing her pathways. Once the energy circulated throughout her system, the remaining golden light converged at her dantian, forming a vast net that firmly ensnared and confined all her soul energy. Chapter 37, The Sacred Land of the Sea God Island. Thus, it was accomplished. Hemingway opened his eyes and released the hand that had been pressing on the purple pearl's forehead. His entire being was drenched in cold sweat, and his complexion was ashen. Just moments ago, he had regained a mere 20% of his spiritual energy. But now it was utterly depleted. There was not a single drop left. Hemingway had just transformed his soul power into a golden armor-like hotkey, penetrating into the body of the purple pearl, thereby blocking and sealing her meridians and acupoints, while thoroughly sealing the soul power within her dantian. This sealing technique was an ingenious idea he conceived during his 6 years of honing his hotkey on a deserted island. Inspired by the theories of acupoint manipulation and meridians found in martial arts novels, it was capable of sealing a soul master's soul power and a portion of their physical strength. Of course, the invention of such a sealing method was not solely due to his genius. The key lay in the hotkey itself. Hotkey is a remarkably mystical force with diverse applications, similar to soul power, yet far more variable. It could be said that now, with her soul power sealed, the purple pearl was utterly incapable of unleashing her soul skills. And even her physical constitution had significantly weakened due to the blockage of her meridians and acupoints. She had been reduced to a frail woman, entirely unable to break the seal with her soul power, as hotkey is an entirely different form of power. It is derived from soul power, yet possesses a more enigmatic and mutable nature. Even if the massive purple whale were to arrive, it would likely find itself at a loss against this unique sealing method formed by hotkey, for this extraordinary power exceeded its comprehension. Upon awakening from her unconscious state, the first sight that met the purple pearl's eyes was the sight of a white-haired youth sitting cross-legged not far away, seemingly in a meditative trance. Yes, I have been captured by him. As she beheld Hemingway, memories from before her fainting surged back, causing her previously dazed eyes to focus intently, her body instinctively attempting to rise. However, she was suddenly struck by a sense of constriction. Looking down, she discovered her hands and feet were tightly bound like a pig, ensnared by a thick rope. Instinctively, she sought to break free, only to find her body limp and powerless, utterly devoid of strength. In the past, Such a small rope would have been easily snapped by her soul masteress power, yet now she could not muster the slightest force. As if she had become an ordinary person devoid of soul power. No, even less than that. A sense of panic gripped the purple pearl. She feared that this man would render her soul power useless. Fortunately, after carefully sensing her inner self, she realized her soul power still remained. However, she could not fathom why it felt like a stagnant pool, unresponsive to her commands, as if the soul power no longer belonged to her. It must be his doing. The purple pearl quickly deduced that her physical anomalies were undoubtedly linked to Hemingway. At that moment, it seemed her movements had disturbed the meditative white-haired youth. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing bloodshot azure irises, as though he had not slept for several days and nights. His complexion appeared rather poor. Was he injured? Despite being in a state of captivity, the purple pearl surprisingly did not panic excessively. Hemingway gazed silently at the purple pearl, uttering no words. He merely rose to adjust the helm, taking the opportunity to observe the direction of the wind. A profound silence enveloped the cabin, with neither of the two uttering a sound. After a brief moment, Hemingway, steering the vessel, suddenly inquired, "Do you know where the Isle of Poseidon is?" The purple pearl was momentarily taken aback, and as she processed the meaning of his words, her expression shifted, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Do you wish to venture to the Isle of Poseidon? That place is exceedingly perilous and is not welcoming to foreign soul masters. As the revered sanctuary for all sea soul masters, the Isle of the Sea God holds a sacred significance, epitomized by the illustrious purple pearl. Yet, despite its prominence, she remains oblivious to its precise location. The very essence of a sanctuary lies in its inaccessibility to just anyone. Thus, those not hailing from the Isle of the Sea God are scarcely privy to its whereabouts. Clearly, the purple pearl does not fall into this category. Perhaps her father possesses such knowledge, but he has not imparted it to her, leaving her with no choice but to regretfully inform Hemingway of her ignorance. Upon hearing the purple pearl's admission of unawareness regarding the Isle of the Sea God, a flicker of disappointment crossed Hemingway's eyes, amplifying his sense of perilous circumstances. Even with a hostage in his grasp, safety remained elusive. The threat from the pirates lingered ominously, their means of tracking him shrouded in mystery. His current objective in seeking the Isle of the Sea God was to evade these marauders. Once he set foot on the isle and participated in the divine examination, he would be granted its protection. Those pirates would undoubtedly refrain from wreaking havoc in the sanctified domain of the Sea Soul Masters, allowing him to cultivate his strength in seclusion, particularly as the environment there was exceptionally conducive to training, enabling him to grow formidable in a short span of time. Thus, embarking towards the Isle of the Sea God represented the optimal solution to extricate himself from his present predicament. Given his exceptional talents, he could at least aspire to achieve a black level assessment, if not a red level one. After all, he possessed dual martial souls, one being the mermaid princess Bai Xing, renowned as the Sea King, and the other, the Land King Yiming Bai Hu, capable of soaring through the skies. The dominance of these two martial souls encompassed land, sea, and air. Such formidable aptitude, had it not been for the protective veil of the vast ocean. He firmly believed even the ninth trial of the sea god would be within his grasp. In fact, compared to the original protagonist Tang San, his mermaid martial soul traits rendered him even more suited for the sea god's position. Regrettably, the predicament he faced was the uncertainty of the route to the Isle of the Sea God. With a sigh, Hemingway recognized that his only recourse was to rely on chance. Aimlessly wandering the vast ocean in search of fortuitous encounters with traces of the isle or perhaps stumbling upon an inhabited island. After all, drifting endlessly at sea was hardly a viable option. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Hemingway was taken aback. Turning to gaze at the young girl whose charming face had turned an intense shade of red, he said nothing, merely turning on his heel and stepping out of the cabin, his purpose unknown. Why did the call come at this moment? Zhizhenju lowered her head slightly, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of shame. Though she was not typically one to blush easily, something about Hemingway made her unconsciously strive to present herself in a more favorable light. Perhaps this desire to be seen as more beautiful in his eyes was a reflection of love? After a while, the cabin door swung open, and Hemingway entered, carrying a tray with a piece of smoked fish and a small bowl of fresh water, which he set down beside Zhizhenju. "Eat," he instructed, kneeling to untie the ropes binding her hands, granting her the freedom to feed herself. He then produced a flint and ignited the oil lamp within the dimly lit cabin, casting a flicker of light into the gloomy space. The vessel they occupied had little in the way of provisions beyond essential supplies. Fortunately, Hemingway had prudently stored a considerable amount of smoked fish and, most crucially, fresh water and his soul guide before departing the deserted island. It was a fortunate contingency. Even without prior preparations, Hemingway could have easily caught fish from the sea and utilized the meatball fruit's abilities to extract salt from seawater. Though such methods would have been more troublesome, Zijinxu, now free from her restraints, remained silent, rubbing the areas where the ropes had chafed her skin. She shifted her still-bound feet, obediently taking a seat at the table, eyeing the modest serving of smoked fish and the small bowl of fresh water with disdain. When had she ever consumed such coarse fare? Yet, as a captive, she understood that having anything to eat was a privilege. She was acutely aware that this was not a place where she could indulge her whims, and Hemingway was not the gentle figure she had imagined. Provoking him might lead to unpredictable consequences. Seeing Zijinxu dutifully tear into the fish, taking small bites, Hemingway felt a flicker of surprise. This woman possessed a certain intrigue. Finding a spot in the cabin, Hemingway settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes as he began to meditate. Truthfully, he was in a dire state. His spirit was wounded, and his internal organs had sustained serious trauma. His condition was abysmal. Ideally, he should be resting to recover from his mental anguish. But the threat of pursuers made sleep a risky endeavor. He feared that if he succumbed to slumber, he might awaken bound and imprisoned once more, a fate he could not abide. Thus, until he could ascertain his safety, he dared not sleep, instead opting for brief moments of rest or meditation to restore his soul power, relying solely on his formidable physique to endure. The 6 years of intense training on the deserted island had not only honed Hemingway's will but also gifted him with a resilient and astonishingly enduring body. As Zijinxu nibbled on the fish, she covertly observed the white-haired youth lost in meditation. Her curiosity about this enigmatic man only deepened. Eventually, she finished the fish, seasoned merely with salt, and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Having been pampered by her father, the pirate king, she was unaccustomed to such rudimentary sustenance, and she felt as though she had been forced to consume it. Sensing her discomfort, Zijinxu quickly lifted the bowl and drank the fresh water, the cool liquid soothing her stomach. With a sigh of relief, she cast a furtive glance at the still meditating Hemingway, then at the ropes binding her feet. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to untie them, instead cautiously moving closer to a small bed, where she sat down. She lay on her side, feigning sleep. Hemingway remained seated in silence, appearing to be in a deep state of concentration, making this the opportune moment for a stealthy escape. Yet Zijinxu did not underestimate the boy's vigilance. Moreover, she was aware that her soul power had been sealed, rendering her weaker than an ordinary woman. In this vast ocean, where could she possibly flee? With a sigh, Zijinxu closed her eyes, immersing her mind within, attempting to stir her soul power to break through Hemingway's seal. Hemingway, fully aware of her subtle movements thanks to his heightened perception, chose not to expose her efforts. Instead, he feigned ignorance, allowing her to strive in vain. Given her strength, it was impossible for her to breach the armor of his sealing technique. Providing her with a glimmer of hope might keep her occupied, preventing her from becoming a nuisance. After all, his current state left him with little energy to continuously monitor her actions. Time passed quietly, and half a month elapsed. During this period, Hemingway spent his days adjusting the sails to navigate with changing winds while the remainder of his time was devoted to meditation and healing his injuries. He was reluctant to sleep, fearing that a moment of unconsciousness might lead to a loss of his freedom. In contrast, Zijinxu, as a hostage, found her days quite agreeable. She ate and slept as she pleased, cooperating with him and refraining from any extreme actions. Aside from the occasional need to use the on-board facilities, which required a blush-inducing request for him to untie her, she devoted her time to meditation, attempting to breach the seal within her. Despite her efforts, the golden light within her remained unyielding. Her compliant demeanor gradually eased Hemingway's wariness, leading him to conclude that, with her soul power sealed, she could not escape across the vast ocean. Eventually, he untied her hands and feet, allowing her the freedom to move about the ship. Thus, half a month had passed. Hemingway was unperturbed by the thought of her attempting to flee, for despite appearing to spend the majority of his day in contemplative silence, a fraction of his awareness remained acutely attuned to her presence. Thus, the moment the pearl of purple entertained any notion of escape, he would instantly sense it and swiftly intervene to restrain her. Fortunately, perhaps due to the realization that escape was futile, the pearl of purple harbored no such intentions and remained docile, dutifully assuming the role of a hostage. On this particular day, after a fortnight of recuperation, Hemingway finally managed to mend the internal injuries inflicted upon him by sonic waves, and his physical condition had returned to a state of relative stability. Yet, His mental state showed no signs of improvement. In fact, it seemed to have deteriorated further. This was hardly surprising, considering the tension that had gripped him throughout the past weeks. He had scarcely slept, allowing only brief moments of rest with his eyes closed. Fearful that if he succumbed to slumber, he might not awaken. Under such circumstances, it was remarkable that his mental trauma had not worsened. The mere fact that he had endured 2 weeks without sleep was a testament to his sheer willpower. Now, with his physical wounds healing and the absence of pursuers for nearly half a month, along with the cooperative demeanor of his captive, the Pearl of Ziji, he found a fleeting sense of security. This burgeoning thought of temporary safety stirred a chain reaction within him. The taut string of his mind seemed to snap entirely. At that moment, Hemingway was overwhelmed by an all-encompassing fatigue. I shall rest for a brief moment, he mused. Once I regain a modicum of strength, I shall rise again. When I find a safe haven, I can finally allow myself to rest. He resolved to hold on a little longer, promising himself that he would awaken shortly. In a state of semi-consciousness, Hemingway maintained a meditative posture, succumbing to a profound slumber. What began as a brief respite turned into an underestimation of his own resolve. The toll of his mental anguish, compounded by weeks of sleeplessness, proved insurmountable. The tide of drowsiness, far beyond the reach of mere willpower, enveloped him. Ultimately, Hemingway could no longer withstand the burden and fell into a deep, almost comatose sleep. In this state, even if someone were to bind him tightly, clang cymbals by his ear, or stab him repeatedly, he would remain oblivious, for this sleep was not a natural one, but rather an unconscious collapse from the strain of his psyche. He had lost all awareness and was now utterly at the mercy of fate. Chapter 39. Coma. Inside the cabin, a loud thud echoed as a heavy object struck the floor, jolting the Pearl of Ziji from her meditation. She opened her violet eyes warily and quickly turned towards the source of the sound, her mouth agape in astonishment as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. Before her lay the white-haired youth, who had spent the past fortnight in meditation. He remained seated, but tilted to the left, his forehead striking the deck with a heavy thud. His long, white hair cascaded over his face, obscuring his features, yet he appeared utterly silent. "Hey," Ziji called tentatively, suspecting that Hemingway might be feigning unconsciousness as part of a ploy to lure her into a trap. If she entertained any treacherous thoughts, she feared the dire consequences that might follow. The boy remained motionless, his posture reminiscent of a soulless cadaver. Ziji furrowed her brows, biting her lip in uncertainty. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly rose and approached him, taking cautious, measured steps. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly. As she spoke, she reached out a finger and gently prodded the back of his head. His hair felt remarkably soft, prompting her to cover it with her palm and stroke it lightly before hastily withdrawing her hand to observe his reaction. No response whatsoever. With her apprehension lessened, Ziji placed her hand back on his head, vigorously rubbing it. A sense of relief washed over her as the weight of recent days began to lift. This sensation was indescribable, as if he had surrendered to her will, and she felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her existence. "Humph, serves you right for bullying me," she exclaimed, playfully tapping his head, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. However, her expression shifted to one of shock when she turned him onto his back. The pallid, frail visage, coupled with the furrowed brow of his slumbering form, extinguished her earlier satisfaction, replaced by anxiety and alarm. "What is happening? Why does he look so ill? Has he succumbed to some sudden ailment?" Ziji fretted, struggling to support the unconscious Hemingway with her slight frame. She painstakingly maneuvered him to the edge of the bed, finally managing to lay him down flat, exhaling in relief. As she gazed at his pained expression even in slumber, her heart ached in sympathy. Although Ziji had been taken captive by Hemingway, her initial resistance had gradually given way to understanding. Rationally, his actions had been the best means of ensuring her safety, despite the deception she felt. Yet, this did not diminish her desire to see him in pain. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Hemingway felt as though he were caught in a whirlpool, spinning endlessly, his body sinking deeper into an abyss from which there seemed no escape. Time lost all meaning. Suddenly, with a jolt, he felt as though he had finally reached the bottom. His consciousness regained control of his body. Hemingway slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a blur before him. After a prolonged period of closure, the light pierced his sight, causing a sharp pain. Instinctively, his eyes shut once more, and he felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. His mind clouded in a fog. Where am I? What has transpired? His brain resembled a long-abandoned machine, and at this moment, Hemingway's thoughts were strikingly sluggish. Unable to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness, he hovered in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. At that instant, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Who is it? Hemingway, too weak to keep his eyes open, found even the act of lifting his eyelids an arduous task. He could only vaguely perceive through his hearing that a heavy object had been placed nearby. Soon after, the sound of liquid being wrung out filled the air, followed by the sensation of a cool, damp object resting upon his forehead, imparting a refreshing chill that eased the feverish heaviness in his mind. After a moment, Hemingway slipped back into a drowsy slumber. When he awoke again, Hemingway felt as though a conflagration raged within him, a veritable volcano on the verge of eruption. Sweat streamed incessantly from his body, yet it scarcely alleviated the oppressive heat that enveloped him. He yearned to command his body to seek a cooler refuge. But it seemed as if he were trapped in a vessel that was no longer his own. Though aware of his surroundings, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even his eyes could not be opened at this moment. If this continued, he feared he might perish in flames. Fortunately, at that juncture, a faint sound of footsteps broke the silence. Then, thereafter, Hemingway could sense his upper body being gently lifted, followed by the gradual removal of his garments. One by one. Soon after, a cool, damp towel was pressed against his skin, tenderly and steadily wiping away the sweat, accompanied by a refreshing sensation that surged within him, extinguishing the flame that had consumed him. Again and again, every inch of his body was tended to, and as the gentle caress continued, the fire within him began to dim gradually, ultimately fading into complete extinguishment. Hemingway's subconsciously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he slipped once more into a drowsy slumber. Thus, he drifted in and out of consciousness, awakening repeatedly only to succumb to sleep again. His sluggish mind slowly began to awaken. At long last, one day, Hemingway slowly opened his cerulean eyes, only to be pierced by the harsh light of the cabin, prompting him to close them once more. Yet, by this moment, he was completely awake. His body, though still somewhat numb, was beginning to regain a measure of control. Just then, the cabin door creaked open, and a familiar soft footfall echoed within. With his eyes firmly shut, Hemingway appeared to be in a deep slumber, though in reality, he had long since awakened, an oblivious girl, carrying a basin of water, was unaware of this fact. Thus, the scene unfolded. The garments of the silver-haired youth were gradually removed, while the violet-haired maiden wrung out a towel, tenderly wiping his body as she had done countless times before, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Despite the repetition, each glimpse of his robust physique sent her heart racing and her cheeks aflame. The mere presence of a male body, particularly one belonging to someone she held affection for, proved to be an exhilarating experience for her, a young maiden of pure innocence. Consequently, the violet-haired girl resolved to suppress her thoughts. Treating his body as though it were a fragile porcelain artifact, she meticulously continued her ministrations until their gazes met, his ocean blue eyes locking onto hers. Startled, she froze, her hand still resting on his toned chest. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still as they exchanged glances. At this critical juncture, the narrative pivots. In the cabin, the atmosphere felt almost tangible, laden with unspoken words as the two young souls remained locked in their silent exchange. Eventually, the girl averted her gaze, seemingly oblivious to his awakening, and resumed her gentle care for him, just as she had over the past several days. Meanwhile, Hemingway, still unable to move, grappled with a complex array of emotions. During his days of unconsciousness, he had not been entirely devoid of sensation. Each brief moment of awakening had allowed him to feel her attentive care, for which he ought to express gratitude. However, he could not ignore the significant role she played in his current predicament, given that her father had orchestrated his capture, leaving him in a state of exhaustion and near incapacity. Injured by her kin yet salvaged by her care, how is one to reconcile such contradictions? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, leading him to shut his eyes once again, adopting a stance of denial. He resolved to relinquish control, resigning himself to the whims of fate. At that moment, the violet-haired girl, resembling a devoted spouse, continued to tend to him with a damp towel, her face a radiant shade of crimson. Yet her actions remained meticulous and unwavering. Her evident proficiency suggested that this was far from her first attempt. For Hemingway, feigning ignorance while keeping his eyes closed brought forth a peculiar sensation. The moist towel gliding across his skin, the gentle, soothing motions, each felt so exquisite he was on the verge of drifting back into slumber. Yet, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment enveloped him. To be so tenderly cared for by a young woman, revealing his body without reserve, left him feeling utterly exposed before her, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate this feeling, only aware that had he the ability to move freely, he would instantly don his clothes, wrapping himself tightly in layers of fabric. For the first time, he comprehended the profound joy of being clothed. The psychological trauma was far more severe than he had anticipated. The brain, as the core of the human body, governs all bodily functions. Thus, the mental scars he bore had severely impaired his ability to control his body. Despite the physical wounds having healed, he found himself utterly powerless, as if this body were not his own. The extent of his mental anguish had diminished his physical autonomy to such an extreme that he could barely wiggle his fingers, let alone perform any more substantial movements. At that moment, a low rumble echoed from his stomach, breaking the heavy silence. Hemingway was engulfed by a profound sense of hunger. At that moment, Jeune Pearl had just finished tending to him and gracefully exited the cabin with the basin in hand. Her exquisite visage appeared remarkably composed. Yet the seemingly tranquil rhythm of her footsteps betrayed a hint of agitation, suggesting that she was not as unflappable as she appeared. "I am so hungry," Hemingway mused, acutely aware of the gnawing emptiness in his abdomen. A pivotal question suddenly struck him. How had he managed to sustain himself during the days he lay unconscious? Hemingway estimated that he had been in a state of oblivion for at least 10 days. If he had truly gone without food or water for such an extended period, his current condition would be far from satisfactory. Even with the presence of his spiritual energy, he would likely be emaciated and on the brink of collapse. How could he merely be experiencing hunger? Unless, as Hemingway contemplated this, the cabin door swung open once more. There appeared Pearl, gracefully carrying a steaming bowl of millet porridge, slowly making her way toward him. Even from a distance, he could discern the enticing aroma wafting from the bowl. Very well. The mystery was solved. Hemingway was aware of his condition. Now, why is it so favorable? Are you able to move now? Jeune Pearl gently squatted beside him and inquired softly. Hemingway remained silent, although he could not currently command his limbs. A mere tilt of his head would allow him to articulate words. However, he found himself at a loss on how to confront this woman, uncertain of the demeanor he should adopt. Should he maintain the same indifference as before, or greet her with a smile? Observing his silence, the pair of beautiful azure eyes reflected a complexity that was difficult to decipher. It seemed as though the girl, adorned with a purple pearl, understood something and gently nodded. She then set aside the bowl in her hands and reached out, helping to support his still exposed body against the cabin wall. Afterward, she picked up a bowl nearby, scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, and delicately brought it to her crimson lips, blowing gently before offering it to Hemingway. Faced with the spoonful of porridge so near, Hemingway hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened his mouth slowly and consumed it. After years of subsisting solely on fish and meat on the desolate island, the taste of this simple millet porridge was unexpectedly delightful, provoking an urge to weep. Yet, he pondered where this porridge could possibly have come from. He recalled the ship being devoid of provisions, and even if there were supplies, how had she managed to cook? As he observed the girl extending the spoon once more, his gaze fell upon the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. The bracelet was evidently a spatial storage artifact. Presumably, these provisions were hers all along, merely withheld until now. With each spoonful consumed, the sweetness of the millet porridge soothed his tumultuous stomach, and as he finished the bowls, his spirits lifted. Regrettably, he remained unable to control his body. Thus, in the days that followed, Hemingway lay motionless on the bed, resembling a paralyzed figure. Meanwhile, Jeune Pearl diligently attended to him like a devoted wife, meticulously washing his body each day, preparing meals to nourish him, and even assisting him to the restroom when nature called. She embodied the essence of a dutiful spouse caring for her incapacitated husband. Initially, when Jeune Pearl offered her support to help him to the toilet, Hemingway vehemently refused, as the notion filled him with profound embarrassment. How could a grown man require assistance from a woman for such a basic need? It was simply unfathomable. Yet, regardless of his resistance, reality remained unyielding. Eventually, feeling that his endurance had reached its breaking point, he succumbed to the choice between soiling himself and being assisted. He closed his eyes, surrendering like a marionette, allowing her to guide him to the restroom, where he then adeptly unfastened his trousers. "Hey, how come you were so proficient at this?" Hemingway suddenly realized this. What a predicament. Observing the woman's adept demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if during these 10 days of unconsciousness he had. Sometimes, the more one contemplates certain matters, the more unbearable they become to behold. Hemingway suddenly became acutely aware of a critical question. How had he been sustenance and hydration over these past several days? Could he merely wield a spoon and force food into his mouth without proper mastication? Furthermore, without chewing, digestion would be compromised. After consuming food, one must inevitably expel it. He remained a mere mortal, bound to such earthly necessities. Therefore, if he had indeed ingested sustenance during this time, it followed that a normal metabolic process had occurred. What, then, had this woman done to her own body during these days? Hemingway was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to cover his face. It was over. Completely over. He was no longer pure. If he were a woman, one might say she would never marry again. Chapter 41. The Filial Daughter. After being supported by the Purple Pearl and resolving his physiological issues, Hemingway appeared utterly numbed, akin to a soulless puppet. He allowed her to assist him back to the cabin, where he lay on the bed like a lifeless corpse. Hemingway stared blankly at the ceiling of the ship's cabin, a profound sense of shame rendering his life seemingly devoid of meaning. He felt utterly transformed into a mere shadow of himself. Having succumbed to such a state, he resigned himself to the whims of fate. Time slipped by quietly. After several days of being treated like a paralytic, Hemingway gradually began to regain sensation in his body, his mind reasserting control over his physical form. From barely being able to move his fingers, he progressed to standing unaided, serving himself meals, and attending to his own needs, albeit with some awkwardness and a sluggishness that suggested an invisible burden weighing him down. Fortunately, he was spared the indignity of being fed like an infant or having his bodily functions managed by others, a small blessing amidst his misfortunes. During these days, the interactions between Hemingway and the enigmatic Pearl became increasingly awkward. Their conversations dwindled to a bare minimum, limited to necessities. Hemingway never initiated dialogue with Pearl, and even now, he remained unaware of her name. He was oblivious to the fact that she was a well-known supporting character from the original narrative of Douluo, possessing both fame and a notable following. Nearly 10 more days passed in this manner. Hemingway has finally regained his health, and it has been a month and a half since he was taken hostage by the Purple Pearl and cast adrift at sea. During the initial 2 weeks, Hemingway focused solely on navigating the vessel to escape, but succumbed to unconsciousness for the latter half of that period. Upon awakening, he faced several days of impaired mobility, followed by a further 10 days before he regained his former strength. For the Purple Whale, who is a father, this month and a half has been fraught with anxiety and monotony. Despite possessing a sea conch that could pinpoint the location of the scoundrel who had kidnapped his daughter, he hesitated to approach, wary of the hostages in the scoundrel's possession. He contemplated waiting until Hemingway's ship reached a prosperous island, believing that once he felt secure, he might release his daughter. Even if she were not released, he could quietly lead his men onto the island to rescue her, and subsequently, he would be free to capture the scoundrel without restraint. Based on his estimates, considering Hemingway's ship's speed, he anticipated that they would arrive at the island within half a month. However, to his surprise, Hemingway's vessel drifted for a full month and a half without encountering a single island, coincidentally bypassing numerous populated islands and steering toward more remote waters. This completely derailed his initial plans. Why was this happening? Logically, according to the navigational data aboard Hemingway's ship, there were indeed several trade-rich islands in their path. If Hemingway were to anchor and seek refuge on one of those islands, even without the conch, the Purple Whale would find it nearly impossible to locate him. Anything would be preferable to drifting aimlessly at sea. Yet, why did Hemingway deliberately ignore those islands? Could it be that he was aware of the tracking device and thus avoided landing? Yet that seemed implausible if he truly knew about the tracking device. Discarding the conch would be far simpler than intentionally circumventing the islands. The Purple Whale wrestled with these questions, unable to comprehend the situation. However, the answer was quite simple. Hemingway had fallen into a deep slumber before encountering any islands, thus relinquishing control of the vessel to his beloved daughter, the Purple Pearl. Shortly after Hemingway lost consciousness, Purple Pearl took the helm and soon spotted a vast island ahead. Observing the bustling dock in the distance, she realized that if she brought her unconscious father ashore, he would undoubtedly pursue the scoundrel within days, rendering all efforts futile and dooming him to a life of captivity in the Starry Empire as a breeding stallion. Reluctant to see the man she had only just met be captured for such a fate, Purple Pearl inexplicably chose to ignore the island and redirected the ship in another direction, thus deviating from their original course. For the first time, she defied her father's wishes for the sake of a stranger whose name she did not even know. What a devoted daughter! If the Purple Whale were to discover his daughter's audacious actions, he would surely be devastated. At this moment, within his opulent cabin, the Purple Whale scrutinized the nautical charts while closely monitoring Hemingway's vessel's trajectory. In his hand was a remarkable sea conch, glowing with a mysterious luminescence that coalesced into a miniature 3D map, complete with a small red dot that constantly shifted, indicating its presence. The Purple Whale furrowed his brow, comparing the map generated by the conch with the nautical charts hanging in his cabin to deduce Hemingway's position. The more he compared, the darker his expression became, until he looked as though he might burst with rage. This was dire. The scoundrel had not only strayed off course but was also inching closer to a treacherous sea zone, truly courting disaster. If he perished, that would be one thing. But he must not endanger his daughter. Enraged, the purple whale felt as though he might go mad. It was well known that, aside from the perilous storms, the true adversaries of sea soul masters were the ubiquitous sea spirits. Particularly, the ancient sea spirits claimed vast territories as their own, attacking any vessel that dared to trespass. Over time, sailors had identified several forbidden zones, areas ruled by these formidable beings. No ship would dare navigate these waters unless absolutely necessary, for the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. By a stroke of misfortune, the tracking conch revealed that the scoundrel who had taken his daughter was steadily moving toward one such perilous forbidden zone. The purple whale could no longer remain idle. "Listen to my command," he bellowed, grasping the communication conch. "According to the navigational chart I've sent you, proceed at full speed. We must intercept that ship before it enters the forbidden zone." At that very moment, all the captains of the subordinate vessels, clutching their conchs, heard the leader's voice echoing through the air. Gazing at the floating map above the conch, they wasted no time in issuing orders to their crews to accelerate. In an instant, a dozen massive pirate ships unfurled their sails, racing madly towards a singular direction. Some crew members, seemingly impatient, leapt into the water, employing their soul techniques to propel their ships forward. All were consumed with urgency, hurtling toward their objective. Chapter 42, The Determined Father. Where are we now? Hemingway stood at the bow, gazing at the tranquil sea. An unsettling premonition stirred within him, prompting him to turn and inquire of Purple Pearl, who had just emerged from the cabin. "I don't know," she replied, shaking her head in confusion. Although she could read nautical charts, she was not a professional navigator, and thus could not ascertain their current location. Consequently, she too was left in the dark about where they had drifted. "What's wrong? Why do you ask?" she questioned, puzzled, completely unaware that they might have strayed into a forbidden zone. "Nothing, it's just that I suddenly feel an ominous foreboding, as if this surrounding sea harbors some inexplicable danger," Hemingway said, shaking his head, his expression grave. "Danger?" At his words, Purple Pearl's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Suddenly, she recalled the existence of the forbidden sea zones. "Could it be that we have already wandered into one? Quick! Accelerate! Increase our speed!" A fleet of colossal pirate ships surged against the wind, with the largest vessel leading the charge, its flag emblazoned with the image of a deep-sea leviathan. Within the hold, numerous captains from the Leviathan pirate crew congregated, each possessing formidable powers at the Soul Sage level, summoned by the Purple Leviathan to devise a strategy. As the Purple Leviathan scrutinized the real-time position displayed on the conch, he compared it with the nautical charts, watching the small red dot on the 3D map inch closer to a forbidden zone. The distance between himself and the red dot was rapidly diminishing, darkening his expression with dread. Time was running out. The surrounding Soul Sages were also studying the sea charts, and as they observed the red dot's impending entry into the perilous area, they shook their heads in unison. Given the current condition of the ship, it was clear they could not intercept it before it crossed into the forbidden zone. It was over. Everything was lost. With a sudden clatter, the conch slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The Purple Leviathan was consumed by regret, lamenting his ambition for the titles of the Starry Empire and his failure to seize that young man at the outset. However, it was too late for remorse now. All he could do was pray that when the two entered the forbidden zone, they would not awaken the lurking monster within. Otherwise, he might not even be able to retrieve his daughter's remains. No, it was not yet time to surrender. The Purple Leviathan paced restlessly, his expression dark as an oppressive aura enveloped him, causing the nearby Soul Sages to struggle for breath, too intimidated to speak. They could only watch as their leader faced a critical decision. Suddenly, he slammed his palm against the table, as if finally resolving to take action. He could not abandon his daughter. As a pirate who had risked his life, his only weakness was his beloved daughter, Pearl. With her in peril, how could he remain idle and leave her fate to chance? As a father, he could not tolerate entrusting her life to the whims of fortune. Therefore, for his daughter's sake, he resolved to take a gamble. "Captain, it appears they are destined to enter the forbidden zone. Should we pursue them?" a Soul Sage inquired. "Yes, we must pursue." The Purple Leviathan gritted his teeth, having resolved to follow them into the forbidden zone. With him there, his daughter would have a fighting chance to escape any danger. For Pearl, he was prepared to risk everything. However, while the Purple Leviathan could risk his life for Pearl, the other captains in the hold had no familial ties to her. How could they jeopardize their lives for a stranger? After exchanging glances, one middle-aged soul sage, with a sharp chin and gaunt features, stepped forward as a representative and spoke, "Captain, we are indeed concerned for our niece Pearl. But that forbidden sea zone is fraught with peril. Even if we all join forces, we might not withstand a single wave. Perhaps you should reconsider?" His tone suggested negotiation, clearly indicating their reluctance to accompany the purple Leviathan into danger. Do you all share this sentiment? The purple Leviathan, upon hearing the middle-aged soul sage, scanned the faces of his comrades. With an impassive expression, he said, "You have fought alongside me for over 30 years. You are like brothers to me. I will not force anyone who does not wish to go. If anyone prefers to stay, take a seat." Upon hearing their leader's words, the soul sages erupted into a frenzy, rushing to the chairs that had been hastily arranged around them, each claiming a seat for themselves. Not a single one chose to stand. Observing this scene, the purple Leviathan felt a pang of disappointment, though he had not expected loyalty from these so-called brothers. Despite their shared titles, their allegiance was merely a byproduct of his strength and did not guarantee their fidelity. Pirates, after all, were not known for their virtue. Notions of honesty and chivalry were non-existent among them. They believed firmly in self-preservation above all else. Thus, the purple Leviathan was unsurprised by his crew's unwillingness to risk their lives for his daughter. He nodded solemnly. "Very well, if you do not wish to go, I will not compel you. You may wait here. I shall go alone." At this declaration, the soul sages collectively sighed with relief, their hearts racing with the fortune of having escaped a perilous fate. In truth, had the purple Leviathan insisted on forcing them to accompany him, they would have had no choice but to comply. However, as the saying goes, a reluctant partnership yields no sweetness. Should he compel them, they might become liabilities or even turn against him in desperation. The stakes were high. A journey into the Forbidden Zone meant near certain death. Yet, if a group of soul sages ventured forth, they might conspire to eliminate the purple Leviathan, thereby securing their own survival. One must never underestimate the madness of pirates. These desperate souls would resort to anything when their lives were at stake. Beside the massive pirate ship, a smaller vessel was lowered into the water by means of a rope. The purple Leviathan stood aboard this small craft, gazing up at his subordinates on the deck above. Ultimately, he resolved to set out alone, bringing no crew with him. After all, if he could not handle the situation himself, having a crew would be of little use. Turning around, he unleashed his soul power, causing the small boat to dart forward like an arrow, leaving a trail of splashing water in its wake. "If I do not return, let the Leviathan pirate crew disband," he called out to the pirates on deck, his voice a mere whisper on the wind, leaving their expressions fraught with complexity. Chapter 43. Beyond strength. With a swift motion, the small boat raced across the vast ocean, stirring up towering waves. The purple Leviathan stood aboard, one hand clutching the conch as he gazed at the hovering map to confirm his direction, while 8 soul rings floated around him, one emanating a brilliant glow. This particular soul ring possessed a simple ability enhancing speed. As long as he stood upon something buoyant, be it a ship or a mere plank, it would propel him forward at remarkable velocity. In his youth, he had relied on this power to escape countless life-threatening situations. "Faster, faster," he urged, his gaze fixed on the red dot on the conch, his expression grave as he unleashed his soul power without reservation. Instantly, the speed of the small boat surged once more, visibly closing the gap to the red dot on the map. Yet, it was already too late, for the map revealed. At this moment, his daughter and the others had already ventured into the Forbidden Zone. Now, he could only hope that they would not disturb the lurking creature and that they could safely traverse the expanse of sea. The region inadvertently entered by Hemingway and his companion is known as the Abyss of the Mystic Whales. It is rumored to be the deepest expanse nearby, with an ocean trench extending to depths of 1,000 meters beneath the surface. Consequently, if a flying soul master were to gaze down from above, they would discern that the waters in this area possess the darkest hue. The designation Abyss of the Mystic Whales is aptly derived from the fact that beneath these waters dwells a formidable deep-sea whale. As previously mentioned, whales are inherently powerful oceanic soul beasts, and the deep-sea mystic whale stands as a paragon among them, a true noble of the oceanic realm. The deep-sea mystic whale residing in this domain is far from an ordinary specimen. It is regarded as the sovereign of the seas, an entity of 100,000 years of existence. To estimate its power is to recognize it as a being of the tidal Douluo level. Although the purple giant whale is formidable enough to rival a typical tidal Douluo, it still quakes in fear at the thought of facing a 100,000-year soul beast, especially one of the same kind as itself. No one could comprehend the terror of this deep-sea mystic whale better than he. Fortunately, hope is never entirely extinguished. Even if one were to unwittingly wander into the abyss of the mystic whales, there remains a slender chance of survival. This particular deep-sea mystic whale is blind in its left eye and, throughout the seasons, positions its head eastward in spring and autumn, while turning westward in summer and winter. Thus, vessels navigating through the abyss need only steer towards the direction of its blind eye to avoid provoking it. Most crucially, this deep-sea mystic whale is inherently lethargic, generally lurking at the ocean floor, opening its massive jaws to consume marine life without actively engaging unless threatened by intruders into its territory. Therefore, at this moment, the purple giant whale can only hope that his daughter and her companions are steering towards the blind eye of the deep-sea mystic whale, enabling them to traverse the abyss safely. However, something feels amiss. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway gazes at the eerily tranquil sea around him, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What feels off? Inquired the puzzled purple pearl beside him. It is too calm. Hemingway's expression grew grave as he cautiously surveyed the surrounding waters. In a low voice, he remarked, "Do you not find it peculiar that this sea has seemed overly tranquil since just a moment ago? Despite the winds blowing, observe the surface of the water." Upon hearing his words, Zhejian Pearl directed her gaze toward the sea, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, her violet eyes widened in alarm. The surface was eerily calm, devoid of any waves, despite the persistent winds swirling around. What could be the reason for this? Have we unwittingly wandered into a forbidden zone? Zhejian Pearl's delicate face turned ashen, and she could not help but murmur to herself, "A forbidden zone?" Hemingway was engulfed in a state of bewilderment. Yet, before Zhejian Pearl could elaborate, the surrounding air twisted peculiarly, and a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet, accompanied by a deafening roar that rendered them temporarily deaf. Their bodies, along with the small vessel, were violently hurled into the air. The ship, forged entirely of steel and nearly 30 meters in length, was instantaneously reduced to fragments by the ferocious impact. Most terrifying of all, amid the intense shaking, both individuals succumbed to a dizzying disorientation, propelled skyward to a height of 100 meters. The previously tranquil sea churned violently, transforming into a tumultuous cauldron of waves. A massive water column, 15 meters in diameter, shot skyward, with the distorted air serving as the architect of the destruction of the steel vessel. As the ship splintered, a colossal form, reminiscent of an island, began to rise slowly from the depths below. All the surrounding seawater shimmered with a deep blue luminescence, creating an illusion where the sky seemed to become the earth, and the ocean transformed into a cerulean expanse above. A deep, resonant roar erupted, unleashing a vast wave of sound. Before Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl could regain their bearings from the prior upheaval, they were plunged into a deeper stupor by the colossal sound wave. Emerging from beneath the waves was an enormous entity exceeding 200 meters in length, its body glistening with a sapphire hue. Its head bore two immense eyes. Yet the left eye was conspicuously absent, replaced by an ominous void. The sheer size of this behemoth rendered its remaining eye a staggering 3 meters in diameter, piercing the air with a chilling gaze. With a subtle movement, a massive tail arched from behind, crashing down onto the ocean's surface with a distorted blue glow. Countless droplets of water surged skyward, each resembling a swift arrow. In midair, a wondrous curtain of water illuminated the horizon, enveloping the shattered steel vessel and the airborne duo within its embrace. The first to make contact were the scattered fragments. If they were mere debris a moment ago, they were reduced to dust the next. This was the true might of a 100,000-year soul beast, a force far more terrifying than that of a tidal Douluo. Particularly in the depths of the sea, provoking a 100,000-year soul beast only heralded annihilation. In the midst of this chaos, Hemingway regained consciousness first, not merely due to his formidable physique, but primarily because his mental strength surpassed that of Zhejian Pearl. At the very moment he awoke, the tail of the 100,000-year demon whale crashed against the ocean's surface, sending a shower of water droplets spiraling upward. In an instant, Hemingway's heart raced wildly, for he beheld the horrific sight of the robust steel vessel being pierced by the water droplets. He understood clearly that this curtain of water was beyond the capacity of his current strength to withstand. He could not afford to confront it head-on. In this life-and-death crisis, Hemingway disregarded exhaustion as his soul power surged into a fierce manifestation of armed color hockey. Brilliant golden light erupted from within him, enveloping his form and transforming him into a golden statue. Under the amplification of the armed color hockey, his attributes experienced a dramatic enhancement. With a leap that defied gravity, he transformed into a streak of gold, swiftly traversing the air to clasp the still dizzy Zhejian Pearl in his arms. He then executed the moon step, narrowly evading the torrential downpour of water droplets that threatened to engulf them. Until one truly confronts it, the terror of 100,000-year soul beast remains unfathomable. Hemingway gracefully executed a series of moon steps, cradling the still somewhat dazed purple pearl as he ascended ever higher into the sky. The golden light that enveloped him dissipated swiftly. The previous moment of complete coverage had drained 1/20th of his soul power. This illustrated that while the armed color hockey was indeed formidable, its consumption of soul power was equally formidable. Suspended in midair, Hemingway's gaze was fixated on the colossal whale below, particularly its singular eye, which caused his lips to twitch uncontrollably. His thoughts were beyond articulation. Such an immense form, coupled with that distinctive solitary eye, could it possibly be the deep-sea demon whale king? A nearly million-year-old super soul beast from the original narrative of Douluo. What extraordinary fortune this was. Hemingway was on the verge of tears, adrift in the vast ocean. Unexpectedly, he found himself in the treacherous domain of the abyssal whales. Was his fortune truly so lamentable? Could it be that fate had conspired against him? Below, the deep-sea whale king, enraged by the fact that these two insignificant creatures had evaded his onslaught, began to gather a colossal sphere of blue light, exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Atop his mountain-like head, the terrifying blue radiance coalesced in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it was unleashed, hurtling directly toward Hemingway, who clutched the purple pearl. Hemingway could distinctly perceive that the blue light was the very attack method that had previously surged from beneath the waves, obliterating the iron vessel. In contrast to the earlier cascade of light, this was the true offensive maneuver of the deep-sea demon whale. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly transformed into something peculiar. Hemingway felt acutely aware that, although he was currently suspended in midair, it was as if he were immersed in the ocean itself. The air around him shimmered in an odd undulation, and an invisible resistance enveloped him, as though he were submerged in the depths of the sea. Yet this ocean composed of air possessed an even greater resistance, an insurmountable force. It was the realm. For only the power of a domain could exert such extensive control over the entire sky. This was the domain of the deep-sea demon whale king, a being that had existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Even though Hemingway possessed the moonwalk, allowing him to traverse the void, he found himself utterly incapable of fleeing swiftly while ensnared in this domain. There was no possibility of evasion or respite. That terrifying blue light had already surged into the heavens. It was the end. My life is forfeit. Hemingway gazed wide-eyed at the overwhelming azure light surging towards him. As the essence of his soul power incessantly transformed into the formidable armament hockey, enveloping his entire being in a golden radiance, he yearned to break free from the confines of the domain, only to discover the futility of his efforts. The disparity in strength was insurmountably vast. How could he, a mere soul master of over 30 levels, contend with a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years in age, a creature that could almost be deemed a demigod? Particularly when this superlative soul beast resided within the depths of the ocean, leveraging the advantageous terrain that maximized the potency of its domain. These myriad disadvantages rendered Hemingway utterly powerless against the deep-sea demon whale king. Even though his martial soul was that of the mermaid princess, renowned as Poseidon, capable of commanding sea soul beasts, the absolute chasm in strength rendered such abilities nearly meaningless. An ant could hardly command an elephant, after all. Had Hemingway possessed even slightly greater power today, perhaps the title of titled Douluo would be too far-fetched, but merely being a soul Douluo would have sufficed. If he were a soul Douluo now, upon invoking his ability to control sea soul beasts, even if he could not dictate the actions of the deep-sea demon whale king, he would at the very least be able to alleviate its hostility, ensuring that this ferocious creature would allow their passage unhindered. It was an utter disgrace that his capability to command sea soul beasts felt non-existent in this moment. A blatant affront to the title of Sea King. Was this truly the end? Bound by the domain, immobile, Hemingway watched as the cataclysmic blue light approached, casting everything around him in shades of devastation, surprisingly calm within. In his perception, time appeared to slow to a crawl. Thump, thump. The sounds around him seemed to recede into the distance. At that moment, Hemingway distinctly heard the rapid beating of his own heart, the flow of blood coursing through his veins quickening as if it were beginning to boil. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of his heartbeat accelerated further. Hemingway felt as though something within him was stirring, akin to a seed lying dormant in the soil, on the verge of breaking through the earth. The ominous blue light loomed ever closer. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat quickened, growing faster and faster, fixated on the radiant blue ahead. Hemingway sensed a revival deep within his being. As he approached the precipice of awakening, a savage and frenzied roar abruptly shattered this peculiar state. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, his wildly beating heart suddenly regaining its calm. It was as if the earlier sensation of something about to awaken was merely an illusion. A sense of wistfulness enveloped him, as if he had missed a significant opportunity. In the next moment, a colossal deep-sea demon whale, surrounded by 8 ethereal soul rings and measuring several dozen meters in length, abruptly appeared before him, staunchly blocking the impending wave of destructive blue light. Boom! The terrifying destructive blue light crashed against the small deep-sea demon whale, eliciting instinctive cries of anguish and furious roars from it. Was this the true form of a martial spirit? Hemingway was taken aback upon witnessing the 8 soul rings encircling the small deep-sea demon whale. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered this configuration before. Indeed, wasn't the soul ring arrangement of that notorious pirate captain strikingly similar? Furthermore, his martial spirit was also the deep-sea demon whale. It appears that this diminutive deep-sea demon whale is none other than the pirate captain's. Hemingway swiftly grasped the identity of the diminutive deep-sea demon whale before him. "Take my daughter and flee." A voice resonated in Hemingway's ear. Immediately thereafter, he beheld the small deep-sea demon whale erupting with a terrifying blue light, its rampant soul power distorting the surrounding domain. The immense burden he bore vanished in an instant. Hemingway, without the slightest hesitation, enveloped himself in a radiant golden light. He then embraced the gradually recovering purple pearl, and with a series of swift steps through the void, transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the distance. Chapter 45, The Missing Element. In an extravagant display of armament color hockey to enhance his own abilities, Hemingway executed the moonwalk with astonishing speed. He became a streak of golden light, effortlessly escaping to a considerable distance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the purple pearl, cradled in his arms, had fully regained her senses. She gazed at the distant scene where a small deep-sea magic whale was battling a colossal deep-sea magic whale, exclaiming, "Father." While it was termed a battle, it was indeed an exaggeration for the purple giant whale. Before the 200-meter-long deep-sea magic whale king, the true form of the purple giant whale appeared as nothing more than an infant. Any attack it launched was utterly inconsequential to the deep-sea whale king. On the contrary, a mere swish of the whale king's tail could send it flying far away amidst the splashes of water. The deep-sea whale king was merely toying with it, finding amusement in the sight of the purple giant whale's diminutive transformation. For the time being, it indulged in this playful interaction. But should it truly desire to end its life, a single strike would suffice. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. The purple giant whale was acutely aware of this reality, yet it remained unconcerned. As long as it could buy time for its daughter to escape, it would gladly sacrifice its own life. "Let me go. I want to help father." The purple pearl, held tightly in Hemingway's embrace, struggled fiercely, yearning to break free. "Calm yourself," Hemingway urged. Hemingway held her soft figure tightly, his brow furrowed as he spoke. "That is the deep-sea demon whale king, a nearly semi-divine, million-year-old soul beast. It is far beyond our capability to contend with. Even if your father joins forces with us, we would still be like an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Do not act foolishly." Zhejian Pearl's struggling body stiffened, seemingly taken aback by his words. "My heavens, a million-year-old soul beast? What does that even entail?" Zhejian Pearl was unaware. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast was a legendary existence to her, let alone one that purportedly existed for 1,000,000 years. Yet, what of it? Could this truly be her justification for abandoning her father and fleeing? "Release me." Zhejian Pearl's voice was cold, her heart swelling with profound disappointment towards this man. "Do not act foolishly." Hemingway paused his hurried steps, his feet still hovering in the air, maintaining his position without falling, gazing at the girl in his arms. He sternly reproached, "Do you wish for your father's sacrifice to be in vain? Put me down." Zhejian Pearl remained unmoved by his words, her violet eyes radiating determination and resolve. Hemingway was taken aback by her gaze. Within those eyes, he perceived something that was fiercely unwilling to be forsaken. It seemed that this very essence was what he currently lacked. "I understand now." Hemingway, for reasons unknown, ceased his persuasion, gently releasing her while one hand still encircled her waist and the other rested upon her shoulder. The innate spiritual energy within him surged forth unreservedly, unblocking her meridians and dispelling the golden armor that sealed her core's soul power. With a resounding explosion, the energy coiled within her core erupted, instantly flooding her limbs with vitality. As she sensed the tumultuous power coursing through her body, a long-lost feeling of strength returned. In her beautiful, violet eyes, a fleeting daze appeared, but she quickly regained her composure. She fixed her gaze intently upon his azure eyes, as if wishing to etch his image into the depths of her heart forever. "Thank you," she uttered, and with that, she freed herself from his grasp. Plunging into the ocean. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings began to manifest around her, and a phantom of a sea serpent emerged, swiftly merging with her being. Her form twisted slightly, becoming more supple, and a chilling aura flickered in her eyes. The surface of her skin bore a new layer of fine, gray-blue scales. "You must leave. This place is perilous. I am truly sorry about your father's capture, but I cannot abandon him to escape alone," she declared, not glancing back as she descended into the sea. With a twist of her waist, a gentle radiance enveloped her, and she transformed, as if becoming a sea serpent, swiftly propelling herself towards the battlefield ahead. Hemingway gazed at her retreating figure, gritting his teeth. He turned and continued to employ the moonwalk, hastening his escape. Yet, for reasons unknown, a conflagration seemed to blaze within his heart. He had undoubtedly made the most prudent decision at this moment, seizing the opportunity to flee while the formidable deep-sea demon whale king was momentarily occupied by that pirate captain. After all, he bore no kinship to the pirate and his daughter. In fact, one could argue that there existed a grudge between them. It hardly seemed worth risking his life for the sake of these 2 individuals. Furthermore, even if he were to return, it would change nothing, only resulting in an additional casualty. As a traveler from another realm, endowed with a radiant and promising future, and harboring deep-seated vendettas yet unresolved, how could he resign himself to a pitiful demise in this place? Run. Escape swiftly, like a coward. Suddenly, his rapid strides came to an abrupt halt. Hemingway stood suspended in midair, slowly lifting his gaze to the azure sky, as memories of his arrival in this world began to replay in his mind. Recalling the unwavering care of the purple pearl during his unconsciousness, his fist gradually clenched. Suddenly, a torrent of water splashed mercilessly against the body of the purple giant whale, leaving its lengthy form battered and bruised. At that moment, the deep-sea magic whale king, with its solitary remaining eye, looked mockingly at the transformed small deep-sea magic whale, akin to a child observing a mere toy. As for the fleeing Hemingway and the purple pearl, it paid them no mind. After all, they could not escape. Once it had tired of its plaything, it would rise and pursue them, catching up swiftly. In this vast ocean, how far could the 2 of them truly flee? No one had ever evaded its pursuit upon the sea, save for that young lad wielding a trident who later ascended to godhood. The deep-sea magic whale king felt a shadow cast over its remaining eye as it recalled the many millennia since the boy named Poseidon had become a god. It had lingered here for far too long, and the celestial realm had rescinded the qualifications for soul beasts to achieve divinity, despite its cultivation having reached 1,000,000 years. Granting it the right to ascend, it had perpetually faltered at that final, infinitesimal step. Yet, that minuscule difference was as vast as the chasm separating mortals from the divine. No matter how it toiled, it could never attain godhood. Over time, the deep-sea magic whale king grew disheartened and despondent. It spent its days sleeping at the ocean's depths, passing time in utter tedium. Originally, when awakened by the 2 insignificant pests, it had intended to simply dispose of them. However, it was soon confronted by a larger pest, which foolishly approached for a confrontation, igniting a flicker of interest. Thus, it decided to indulge in some amusement to alleviate its boredom. Chapter 46. Incredulity. Above the cerulean sea, the tumultuous waves stirred by the large and small deep-sea magic whales surged violently. It was evident that the larger deep-sea magic whale was merely toying with its smaller counterpart, treating it as if it were a plaything. The purple giant whale could only resist desperately, precariously fending off the taunts of the immense soul beast before it. Deep down, he understood he was no match for this super soul beast, and that once it had finished its amusement, his demise would be inevitable. Yet he cared not. If he could buy even a moment's time for his daughter to escape, he would endure the mockery. Was this perhaps his reckoning? The purple giant whale mused bitterly. Having roamed the seas for decades, never anticipating that this day would be his last, perhaps there truly existed a cosmic balance of good and evil, and this was his retribution. Sighing heavily, he considered it a tremendous fortune to allow his daughter a chance at survival. What more could he wish for? His immediate concern was to delay as long as possible, enabling her to flee farther away. However, soon, a melodious voice echoed from afar, sending his heart into turmoil. "Father." The purple giant whale's heart raced with an indescribable panic. Why had she returned? Hadn't he entrusted her to that young lad for safe passage? Cursed be the day. The purple giant whale felt he had miscalculated. Who could have imagined that the young lad would prove so unreliable, leading his daughter back into danger. "What are you doing back? Hurry and leave," he roared, struggling against the deep-sea magic whale king's torment. "I won't." The purple pearl vehemently shook her head. Her father's predicament was entirely her fault, and should she flee now, she would never forgive herself. She understood the consequences of her return and recognized that the wisest choice would be to escape immediately. Yet, to be human is to experience joy and sorrow, to possess emotions. Unlike a mere machine that weighs profit and loss, the purple pearl would rather stand shoulder to shoulder with her father, even if it meant facing death. Death, after all, is not the most terrifying fate. Some things in this world inspire greater fear. You are driving me to madness." The purple giant whale, witnessing his resolute daughter, felt a surge of frustration that nearly brought on a heart attack. "I risked everything to save you, and you, foolish girl, return. Are you trying to kill me? Go, quickly." The purple giant whale unleashed his soul power, stirring the waters around him. The waves surged violently, crashing against the oncoming purple pearl and forcing her to retreat, preventing her from drawing closer. Yet, the determined girl continued to swim toward him, igniting a mix of heartache and helplessness within the purple giant whale. Perhaps this was indeed his retribution. The heavens had waited long to deliver it. The deep-sea magic whale king watched with keen interest as the father-daughter dynamic unfolded, then casually flicked its tail. A torrent of tidal waves, accompanied by a rain of water droplets, surged forth as if intending to sweep the pair away in one fell swoop. "How dare you!" The purple giant whale realized that the deep-sea magic whale king had grown weary of its game and dared not hold back any longer. He unleashed his most powerful soul skill. The 8th soul ring radiated with brilliance. 8th soul skill, frozen for 1,000 miles. The small deep-sea magic whale inhaled deeply, its belly swelling like a balloon. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth wide, a brilliant blue light surging from its throat before exploding forth. A chilling torrent erupted from the purple giant whale's maw. Wherever this icy current swept, the surrounding waves and cascading droplets solidified into blocks of ice. The colossal form of the deep-sea magic whale king, facing this onslaught, was instantly cloaked in frost. In the blink of an eye, the sea within 1,000 meters was frozen solid, save for the purple giant whale, who had unleashed this technique. The purple pearl, positioned too far away to confront the icy blast directly, was merely affected by the aftermath, narrowly avoiding entrapment beneath the thick ice layer. After executing this formidable technique, the purple giant whale expended all of its soul power, emanating a faint glow as its vast form gradually diminished, ultimately reverting to a human shape. With a foot planted upon the icy expanse, the disheveled middle-aged man gasped for breath, gazing at the deep-sea magic whale now encased in ice not far from him. Murmuring to himself, "Did I succeed?" A sense of relief washed over him, disbelief mingling with gratitude. He had truly managed to encase a 10,000-year soul beast in ice. However, uncertainty lingered. How long would this frozen state endure? He needed to escape quickly. The purple giant whale felt an unsettling intuition. How could a being of such renown as the ruler of the abyss be so easily subdued? Yet, at that moment, he cared not to ponder further. Or perhaps he feared to. Whatever the case, the pressing matter was to flee from this place post-haste. Fear gives rise to change. "Father," at this moment, Zazinza finally dashed over from afar. The sea surface within 1,000 meters had transformed into a thick layer of ice, at least 10 meters deep, allowing her to traverse it with ease. "Oh, you foolish girl," the purple giant whale gazed at his beloved daughter rushing toward him, his expression a mixture of helplessness and affection. Yet, he tenderly extended his arms to catch his precious daughter, as she collided into his embrace. The massive body of the purple giant whale could not help but take 2 steps back, a testament to his current frailty. Feeling the slight tremors of his daughter in his arms, the purple giant whale found himself lost in thought. How long had it been since he last held her? It seemed that since she turned 10, she had never shown such affection toward him again. "It's all right, my dear. Everything will be fine," gently cradling his daughter's petite form. He suddenly felt weary of the life at sea after experiencing this brush with death. He realized that the fame and fortune he had pursued were ultimately hollow pursuits. It would be far better to shed his armor and leave the treacherous ocean with his daughter, seeking a tranquil place on the continent to start anew. Although their status as sea soul masters would render them less powerful on land, he was still a soul Douluo, capable of safeguarding his daughter for a peaceful life. There was no need to chase after titles. In this world, possessing strength meant having everything, and with his prowess, they could thrive anywhere. The purple giant whale finally came to this realization. Yet, Just as the touching reunion between father and daughter unfolded, a thunderous explosion shattered the moment. Chapter 47. This boy's mind is disturbed. Boom. The ice layer shattered, revealing the deep-sea demon whale king, whose body stirred slightly, causing the ice that imprisoned it to splinter. The ice covering the deep-sea demon whale king was over 5 meters thick, but to the ocean's apex predator, it was as if it were non-existent. With a mere motion, the ice shattered into fragments. Both the purple giant whale and Zizenzu stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how something previously frozen could suddenly return to a state of danger. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. The purple giant whale shook his head in a bitter smile. He had anticipated this situation, for his 8th soul skill was a desperate gamble, a last resort fueled by the hope of a miracle. Defeating the deep-sea demon whale king or temporarily freezing it had never crossed his mind. Thus, upon witnessing its ice entrapment, he had felt as if he were in a dream. The subsequent escape of the deep-sea demon whale king did not surprise him much. Rather, he felt a deep sorrow for his young daughter, who would have to accompany him to his demise in the depths of the ocean. Observing his vibrant daughter, the purple giant whale was overcome with melancholy. However, in his current state, exhausted of soul power, he was powerless to take any action. The deep-sea demon whale king regarded the pair of resigned humans, its single remaining eye reflecting a hint of boredom. It had grown weary of the game. It was time to eliminate these two insignificant beings and pursue the fleeing one. The colossal mouth of the whale opened slowly, revealing a blue glow gathering in its throat, reminiscent of the icy breath the purple giant whale had emitted moments earlier. However, this breath bore no freezing intent. Rather, it was a destructive fusion of soul power and water. The earlier ice covering 1,000 meters of the sea surface had displeased the deep-sea demon whale king, prompting it to unleash a bit more power to clear away the obstructions. The purple giant whale and Zizenzu were merely collateral damage in its path. Buzz. The energy converging within the open mouth produced a resonating hum. At last, when the energy reached a critical mass, the whale's abdomen expanded, and it exhaled with a roar. The air whistled violently. A blue beam of light erupted from the deep-sea demon whale king's mouth, forcefully dispersing the surrounding air with an unparalleled might. As the recipients of this breath, the purple giant whale and Zizenzu could only see blue light engulfing their vision. Even before the beam reached them, a terrifying pressure enveloped them from all sides. The father and daughter could do nothing but stand silently, awaiting their fate. In that moment, as Zizenzu gazed at the nearly all-consuming aquamarine beam, she instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for her end. Flashing through her mind were 18 years of memories, but unexpectedly, the most vivid recollection was of a white-haired youth. His clear, deep-sea blue eyes seemed to hold infinite stories waiting to be discovered. Regrettably, she would never have the chance again. Am I truly going to die? How could it be him? I hope he can escape in the end. In that final moment before death, Zizenzu comprehended her feelings. How surprising it was that a mere acquaintance of less than 2 months had left such a profound impression on her. It was truly regrettable that she would never see him again. How she longed to experience love, to remain by his side. Was this what they meant when they spoke of falling for a man? Recalling her time with the boy, a faint smile crept onto Zizenzu's lips. After a while, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had the overwhelming pressure dissipated? Could it be that she was already dead? And the destructive force of the breath had rendered her incapable of feeling pain, leaving her in the afterlife? With such doubts, Zizenzu slowly opened her eyes, first encountering blinding light, an intense white radiance. The dazzling glow caused her to instinctively shut her eyes again, though she found it peculiar that the breath had been blue. Where had this white light come from? Could it be that she was indeed in the afterlife? Perplexed, Zizenzu cautiously opened her eyes once more, narrowing them to a slit to scrutinize the source of the white light, striving to discern what it truly was. It appeared to be a vague silhouette, from which extended a pair of beautiful, pure white wings. An angel? Zizenzu thought, but as she gradually adapted to the light, the outline became clearer, and her squinting eyes widened until she stood transfixed. Zizenzu stared at the familiar figure before her, one that should have long since departed and never returned. Her heart swelled with warmth, and an uncontrollable smile crept across her face. It was him. He had come back, within the depths of her heart. The purple pearl could not help but rejoice. The once lifeless core of her being seemed to be infused anew with vitality. An indescribable sense of security surged within her, despite her rational mind indicating that the return of this youth merely meant a shared demise for them both. When he resolutely stood before her at this most perilous moment, she felt elated beyond measure. It seemed that as long as he was present, All difficulties ceased to be formidable. The dread of death that once consumed her was now supplanted by another, more potent emotion. That boy has returned once more. The purple giant whale gazed in disbelief at the white-haired youth, who stood defiantly in front, arms outstretched, valiantly blocking the breath of the deep-sea demon whale king. It struggled to comprehend his thought process. Logically, he should have seized the opportunity to flee. Why return to court death? Could it be? The purple giant whale glanced at its daughter, her violet eyes entranced as she gazed at the boy. Could it be that this lad harbors feelings for my daughter? Yet, he is hardly wise. What purpose does his return serve at such a time? With his limited strength, he would merely be another soul lost. The more it pondered, the more convinced the purple giant whale became that the boy must be out of his mind. Chapter 48, The Awakening. Conqueror's Haki. From the back of the white-haired youth. A pair of swan-like, snow-white wings unfurled, radiating a warm white light. This was the manifestation of the infernal white tiger martial spirit. At this moment, Hemingway extended his hands. The pads of his palms inflating like those of a kitten, steadfastly blocking the massive, aqua-blue breath that spanned 10 meters in diameter. The power of the flesh ball fruit finally came into play, firmly halting the terrifying breath that surged toward him, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he could have effortlessly rebounded this breath. Alas, constrained by his own limitations, merely maintaining this stalemate consumed nearly all his energy. The deep-sea demon whale king, unleashing its devastating breath, glanced at the diminutive figure obstructing its attack, a flicker of incredulity passing through its solitary eye. Strange, exceedingly strange. By all accounts, this breath, composed of a mixture of energy and pure water essence, should have dispersed upon being blocked, yet here it remained, as if it had taken on a corporeal form. What could possibly have caused this breath to undergo such a transformation? The deep-sea demon whale king's curiosity piqued. This strike had initially held little power, allowing Hemingway to barely withstand it. Now intrigued, it began to amplify the energy of its breath. Eager to see how long this presumptuous little insect could endure. I must be insane. Hemingway, struggling against the increasingly formidable breath of the deep-sea demon whale king, was consumed by this singular thought and increasingly convinced that his mind had indeed faltered. Why else would he foolishly rush to shield this pirate father and daughter from a fatal blow? There was no justification for such an action. He had no familial ties to them and, in fact, bore a grudge, watching the pair on the brink of death beneath the whale's breath. He should have remained an indifferent observer, perhaps even applauding their demise. Yet, he had run recklessly to intercept a lethal strike meant for them. Truth be told, Hemingway himself could not fathom his motivations. Why had he returned to court death? He only knew that he could not bear to watch the girl perish while he sought to escape. Humans are creatures of impulse, often driven by their emotions to commit acts that, upon reflection, seem profoundly irrational. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's pride as a man compelled him to prevent the girl he held affection for from facing death alone. After a month of shared experiences and the tender care she provided during his unconsciousness, Hemingway had developed a subtle affection for her. To stand idly by as someone he cherished faced death, what sort of man would he be? If he abandoned her to flee, he would likely despise himself for eternity. An everlasting torment within his heart. Thus, he came. No longer concerned with trivial matters, he followed the guidance of his heart and stood resolutely before the purple pearl, ready to shield her from the cataclysmic breath of the whale. With a resounding roar, the already terrifying aqua-blue breath deepened in hue. Hemingway, arms outstretched in defense, could distinctly feel the breath's power intensifying, his bones creaking under the strain. It was evident that the force was gradually exceeding his limits. Should he falter, the outcome was inevitable. All would be reduced to ash beneath this annihilating breath. Honestly, feeling the escalating power while his own endurance waned was utterly dreadful. Those with weaker psychological fortitude might have succumbed to despair, surrendering to death. Yet, Hemingway's mind remained unprecedentedly clear and composed. He felt no fear of the impending demise, only a subtle sense of liberation. Is this it? Is this truly my end? He mused. To his surprise, it was this Hemingway opened his eyes, feeling as though an invisible force was awakening within him. This power sustained him, allowing him to forget fear, to disregard death, and bestowed upon him unparalleled confidence and courage. Indeed, he sensed it. That force had always resided within, a unique radiance of the soul. However, upon arriving in this unfamiliar realm, the despair of being marooned on a deserted island, the disorientation of isolation and helplessness had obscured this inner light, shrouding it in layers of dust. Yet, in this moment of profound terror between life and death, a glimmer finally pierced through the grime, gradually blossoming into brilliance. How could I falter here? A flicker of crimson ignited in his cerulean eyes. Those beautiful orbs, reminiscent of the ocean, were now veiled in a bloody hue, transforming their once pristine beauty into a foreboding darkness. A mere beast dares to end my life. His vengeance remained unfulfilled. How could he resign himself to die in such a pitiful manner? Having traversed into this world, he had yet to unleash his own brilliance, only to perish in this desolate backwater. Like an ant, unable to stir even a ripple in this vast world. Hemingway, refused to accept this. Thunderous roars seemed to resonate in his ears, an invisible cacophony echoing in explosive resonance. Hemingway gazed ahead, as if an invisible restraint within him shattered at that moment, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of power. Rays of light pierced through the dust that clouded his spirit, and he felt as though he had liberated himself from some binding force. A sense of natural, exhilarating freedom surged within him, a wondrous feeling of unrestrained beauty enveloping his heart. I possess a pearl, long confined by the burdens of the mundane. Today, as the dust settles, light emerges, illuminating the mountains and rivers in a myriad of blossoms. Chapter 49, Rebirth. With a resounding roar, the azure sky was abruptly shrouded in darkness, as if the very heavens had collapsed. A terrifying pressure surged outward in all directions. The once tumultuous sea fell into an eerie silence. The entire region of the abyssal whales suddenly became still, as if ensnared in eternal quietude. The deep sea whale king stood motionless, his lone remaining eye reflecting an indescribable horror. The purple giant whale and her daughter, the purple pearl, were equally taken aback. Their expressions drained of color as they beheld that silhouette, as if witnessing the descent of a true deity, the architect of this cataclysmic phenomenon. Hemingway's gaze remained tranquil, as the ominous hue of his dark eyes gradually faded, transforming into the deep, azure beauty reminiscent of the ocean. His emotionless stare pierced through the cerulean breath of the water, locking on to the deep-sea demon whale king. In that singular glance, an indescribable panic surged within the depths of the whale's heart. It felt as though a pair of cold, indifferent eyes from the heavens were scrutinizing it, akin to the gaze of a deity. This recollection stirred the painful memory of the sea god's lost eye from eons past. No, the sensation this human evoked was even more terrifying than that which the sea god had imparted upon it in the past. It felt as if it were a small fish on a cutting board, with an ineffable, towering divine presence slowly raising a divine blade to strike it down. No, I must flee. I cannot remain here any longer. The instinct for survival overwhelmed its every thought, and the deep-sea demon whale king was thoroughly gripped by fear. It dared not linger any longer. Its gaping mouth snapped shut, ceasing to provide energy for the breath it had unleashed, and with a violent flick of its tail, its massive form plunged into the depths of the ocean, shattering the ice above with a thunderous crash. With the cessation of the whale's energy supply, Hemingway felt a sudden release throughout his body, akin to a spring that had long been coiled. The immense breath he had encountered was deflected back by his palms. Boom. The rebounding breath shot into the distance, culminating in an explosion far away. The blast stirred the sea into tumultuous waves, accompanied by fierce winds whipped up by the unleashed energy. The violent gusts tousled his white hair, yet his stance remained unshaken. In contrast, the purple giant whale and its daughter were forced to retreat repeatedly by the forceful winds. Once the tempest subsided, the father and daughter focused their gaze forward, only to discover that the divine figure they had witnessed was now sprawled on the ground, unmoving. They had not anticipated that they would emerge from this encounter with their lives intact. A small, cabin-less boat drifted upon the sea, with the purple giant whale standing at the bow, comparing maps while observing the wind direction around them. They had now departed from the territory of the demon whale and entered safe waters, their hearts filled with gratitude for surviving such a perilous ordeal. Yet, it was truly thanks to that boy. Reflecting on the presence that had felt like a deity in their midst, the purple giant whale was still overwhelmed with reverence. At this moment, any malice towards the youth had dissipated entirely, leaving no inclination to oppose him. Such an individual was clearly beyond the realm of his provocation. Turning his gaze back, he looked at the white-haired boy resting on the boat, while his daughter, using her knee as a pillow, remained vigilantly by his side. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The purple giant whale recognized that his precious daughter's heart had been thoroughly captivated by this young man. When Hemingway finally awoke from his slumber, 3 days had already elapsed. He had been in a deep coma for 3 days and nights. However, during this period of unconsciousness, he underwent a silent yet profound transformation, emerging revitalized and renewed. As he opened his eyes, Hemingway, upon revisiting this world, perceives it in a profoundly different light. The tumultuous unease and lingering uncertainty that once resided deep within him, along with the bewilderment and trepidation concerning the future, have all dissipated into oblivion. The individual he is now bears no resemblance to the person he once was. Where am I? Hemingway slowly propped himself up, his azure gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings, revealing a beautifully adorned room. It was evident that his circumstances did not resemble those of a mere captive. Rather, he appeared to be a guest of honor. He recalled how he had used his conqueror's haki to intimidate the deep-sea demon whale king, causing the beast to flee in terror. However, the exertion of unleashing such power had left him utterly drained, leading to his subsequent unconsciousness. In his stupor, he had anticipated awakening within a cage or perhaps in some dank prison cell. Yet, it seemed that the pirate father and daughter had no ill intentions during his unconscious state. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A girl with long purple hair and striking violet eyes, her skin as white as jade and her beauty unparalleled, entered the room, carrying a basin of water. Upon noticing the young man sitting on the bed and gazing at her, she instinctively dropped the basin, which clattered to the ground, spilling water everywhere. You're awake," exclaimed the girl, her excitement palpable. She had watched over him for 3 days since that fateful day, fearing he might never awaken from his prolonged slumber. "Where is this place?" Hemingway gently lifted the quilt and rose to his feet. At that moment, he was clad only in a pair of square-cut shorts, his robust physique boldly on display. "This is Magic Whale Island, my home." As Zhejian Pearl beheld his unabashed exhibition of his body, her fair cheeks involuntarily flushed. She instinctively averted her gaze and murmured, "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Is that so?" Hemingway, upon awakening from a 3-day stupor, felt no surprise. Rather, he regarded her with a hint of bemusement and remarked, "Yet, you have exceeded my expectations. During my unconsciousness, a time when I lay utterly defenseless, you did not seize the opportunity to deliver me for a reward?" Listening to his words, which may have carried an undertone of sarcasm, Purple Pearl could not help but puff her cheeks slightly, responding with a touch of indignation, "Though we are pirates, we do not repay kindness with malice. You saved our lives, and regardless of the circumstances, our magical whale pirate crew shall not harbor any ill will towards you." "Pirates actually speak in such a manner? Are you jesting with me?" Gazed at the seemingly innocent yet overly naive violet-haired maiden, Hemingway contemplated but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, such words would undoubtedly inflict great emotional pain. He could discern that the girl before him harbored a budding affection, and he felt no inclination to shatter her worldview, exposing her to the harsh realities and grotesque facets of humanity. Sometimes, it is indeed a rare blessing to embrace ignorance in this life. Thus, Hemingway shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, having known each other for so long, I still do not know your name." Upon hearing this, the violet-haired girl, with her equally violet eyes, regarded him with a complex expression and declared, "My name is Purple Pearl. Remember it well. You must never forget." Chapter 50, The Awakening of the King. Purple Pearl. Upon hearing the young maiden's name, Hemingway was taken aback. He scrutinized her delicate and exquisite features, captivated by her charming demeanor, and couldn't help but inquire, "You are called Purple Pearl? What is your martial soul?" Isn't Purple Pearl the female pirate encountered by Tang San and his companions when they journeyed to the sea for the sea god's 9 trials in the original tale? At the time of her first appearance, she was already in her 30s. Given the current timeline, it is indeed plausible that this young girl is the same Purple Pearl from the original narrative. Yet, it raises questions if she truly is the original Purple Pearl. How could the daughter of a formidable pirate king end up in such dire straits? How could she, once commanding the seas, now be relegated to merely inhabiting a small island as a petty pirate? What circumstances could have led her to such a downfall? Indeed, I am called Purple Pearl, and my martial soul is that of the sea serpent, inherited from my mother," she replied, observing his astonishment with a sense of perplexity. "Is my name truly so surprising?" "Well, the evidence is undeniable. She is undoubtedly the Purple Pearl from the original story." After Hemingway received her unequivocal confirmation, he understood in his heart that this woman was undoubtedly the exquisite Pearl from the original tale. After all, with their similar ages and matching physical traits, it would be hard for anyone to believe this was mere coincidence. As for why she later fell to the status of a petty pirate in the original story, Hemingway speculated it might have been due to some misfortune that befell her father, leaving her without support and leading her to such dire circumstances. Surely, if she were still the daughter of a pirate king, how could she possibly be reduced to occupying a small island as an ordinary pirate? One could not deny that her father's reputation alone would have ensured they did not fade into obscurity. In a somewhat dim conference room, The purple giant whale sat at the head of the table, surrounded by walls adorned with a few gleaming gems that emitted a soft glow, preventing the room from being completely shrouded in darkness. Below him were several seats occupied by men and women, the youngest being a robust middle-aged man, while the eldest was a frail, white-haired elder. Without exception, all present were at the Soul Sage level, leaders of various factions under the Magic Whale Pirate Group. Only those who held the title of Soul Sage were permitted to sit in this chamber. Those below this rank were excluded. Captain, since we have captured Dai Mubai, when shall we hand him over to the Star Luo Empire? Inquired a middle-aged soul sage, his eyes glinting with greed and eagerness. He dared not dream of obtaining a soul bone or soul ring, but once the captain surrendered Dai Mubai, they could join their leader in the Star Luo Empire and indulge in noble luxuries. Indeed, it has been 3 days, Captain. It is time to deliver Dai Mubai to the Star Luo Empire. Delaying further may lead to unforeseen complications, echoed a sharp-featured middle-aged man, who was impatient to revel in the comforts of the Star Luo Empire. He had no desire to remain a pirate any longer. The remaining soul sages chimed in, their eyes betraying their evident greed. Meanwhile, the purple giant whale remained composed, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly unperturbed by the discussions below. Only when the chatter subsided did he slowly open his eyes, casting a gaze that exuded immense pressure over the gathered soul sages, causing some who harbored ulterior motives to recoil in trepidation. Silence fell upon the room as everyone focused intently on their leader, recalling that the title of Pirate King was not mere bluster, but a hard-earned reputation forged through blood and battle. I have my own plans regarding Dai Mubai. The purple giant whale finally spoke, his gaze piercing through the crowd. However, upon hearing his words, the soul sages grew restless. Could it be that you intend to keep him for yourself? A voice broke the tension, and the room fell into an abrupt silence. Many soul sages exchanged furtive glances, evidently scheming. The purple giant whale's expression darkened, and an ethereal figure of a deep-sea magic whale materialized behind him, accompanied by 8 soul rings that radiated a terrifying pressure throughout the chamber, sending a chill through those who had previously entertained treacherous thoughts. In that moment, they remembered that their captain, the Pirate King, had not earned his title lightly. He was a force to be reckoned with, acknowledged by all pirates. His power was indisputable. Observing the flickering eyes of his subordinates, the purple giant whale was acutely aware of their growing disloyalty. Should he refuse to hand over Dai Mubai to the Star Luo Empire, he knew these men would not hesitate to betray him, potentially allying with the Empire against him. He never had faith in the integrity of those who chose the pirate's life. Betrayal and treachery were commonplace among them. The purple giant whale had managed to subdue these desperate rogues largely due to his formidable strength. Should any hint of weakness emerge, these seemingly loyal comrades would not hesitate to turn against him. Although he appeared unfazed, he was inwardly troubled. Had he known the repercussions of returning to Magic Whale Island, he would have refrained from doing so, for now he faced a multitude of brothers pressing him to surrender Dai Mubai to the Star Luo Empire in exchange for benefits, while he himself was reluctant to part with him. Setting aside the fact that Hemingway had scared away the deep-sea magic whale king at a critical moment, thus saving the lives of the father and daughter, it was clear that his daughter had developed deep feelings for that young man, making it evident that he was not to be trifled with. If he were to act against him, it would undoubtedly lead to a rift with his daughter. Of course, beyond these reasons, the most significant factor was that the purple giant whale was genuinely intimidated by Hemingway. The aura he exuded was akin to that of a true deity, making the Whale King acutely aware that this young man was no ordinary individual. If he were to oppose him, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Those who had not witnessed the scene could scarcely imagine the terror that the young man inspired. Even the deep-sea magic Whale King had fled in disarray. As the atmosphere in the chamber reached a tense stalemate, the great door swung open slowly. Instantly, every face turned to scowl at the entrance. Anger etched upon their features as they sought to discover which fool dared to intrude upon their meeting. Had they not been warned to refrain from disturbances during their discussions? As the door creaked open, blinding sunlight poured in, causing those accustomed to the dimness of the conference room to squint. They could only vaguely discern the silhouette beyond the threshold. However, as their eyes adjusted, they gasped collectively upon recognizing the figure standing in the doorway. Chapter 51. Subjugation. Embarking on the path of kings. There are individuals who seem destined to embody strength, their very presence radiating power. Some appear to be born leaders. Merely gazing upon their commanding visage evokes a sense of awe. There are those who, without lifting a finger, emanate an overwhelming aura simply by standing there. Once the identity of the visitor became clear, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was struck dumb. their shock rendering them momentarily speechless as they beheld the figure at the entrance. After Hemingway opened the door and stepped inside, he surveyed the room filled with stunned faces, their expressions frozen in shock. His azure eyes were calm, unperturbed by their evident dismay, as if their reactions were merely to be expected. "I hear you are discussing how to deal with me?" He spoke evenly, casting a glance around the room. Despite facing a dozen soul saints and a soul Douluo whose intentions towards him remained ambiguous, Hemingway's demeanor remained remarkably composed, devoid of any hint of panic, exuding an air of tranquility. Having awakened the conqueror's haki, his mentality had undergone a profound transformation. Whereas he once was merely an ordinary individual endowed with power, he now possessed the heart of a true warrior, a regal spirit that surveyed the world with indifference, overlooking the masses with the authority of a king. Previously, he had been nothing but an empty shell, lacking substance, akin to a virtue unworthy of its position. Yet now, with the awakening of the conqueror's haki, he had achieved a harmonious unity of both his outward appearance and inner essence. Every gesture he made radiated an overwhelming grandeur, eclipsing the presence of all the soul saints in attendance. Even the purple Leviathan, gazing upon the white-haired youth, felt an inexplicable sense of awe. It was evident that this boy was no longer the same as before. He exuded a kingly aura, not merely the superficial force of a strong individual, but an innate nobility, a solemnity befitting one of higher stature, the unique majesty of a ruler, a commanding presence that instilled fear without requiring anger, made the purple Leviathan feel as though facing a sovereign of unparalleled might. An overwhelming urge to kneel and submit arose within it. Suddenly, one of the soul saints collapsed without warning, and a chain reaction ensued. One by one, those who had previously been vociferous fell to the ground, unconscious. What is happening? What did he do? The purple Leviathan, struggling to suppress the urge to kneel, was taken aback by the sight of its subordinate succumbing unexpectedly. "Apologies. It appears my aura got the better of me," Hemingway remarked with a tranquil smile, observing the beleaguered purple Leviathan. "It seems your subordinates lack the necessary mental fortitude." Having awakened the conqueror's haki, Hemingway had truly transformed into a man radiating the essence of a ruler. The soul saints had been naturally overwhelmed by his aura, their spirits profoundly affected, leading to their sudden collapse. This phenomenon was not merely a reflection of strength, but was intricately tied to the will and spirit of individuals. Even a creature as formidable as the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king could only instinctively flee in the face of his dominance. Though a mere flick of its tail could have obliterated Hemingway, it lacked the courage to act. Such is the power of the conqueror's haki. Any individual with a weak psychological constitution who harbors ill intentions towards him would inevitably be subdued by his overwhelming aura. Falling unconscious was the least of their concerns. More severe cases could lead to psychological trauma, instilling a lasting fear that would render them incapable of resistance at the mere thought of him. Clearly, the purple Leviathan had been affected, leaving it feeling like a mouse in the presence of a cat. "What do you wish to do?" the purple Leviathan asked, a faint smile of resignation on its face, clearly indicating it had come with intentions of significance. The intimidating reception suggested that its visit was not merely benign. "How much do you know about my background?" Hemingway suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question. "I know you are the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, possessing dual martial souls," the purple Leviathan answered honestly. "Then do you understand why, as the second prince, I am being hunted by the Star Luo Empire?" Hemingway's gaze darkened, and his aura deepened with gravity. "I do not know," the purple Leviathan shook its head. "As pirates, we only concern ourselves with potential gains and do not delve into deeper truths. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise." "Ah, you are indeed a clever one." Hemingway shook his head with a wry smile, but soon his expression turned solemn. He gazed at his companion and slowly declared, "I shall not hesitate to reveal that I harbor a deep-seated enmity towards the Star Luo Empire. In the future, I will undoubtedly seek to obliterate it, and thus I require the establishment of a formidable force capable of standing against the Empire." Upon hearing this, the purple giant whale immediately grasped the implication behind Hemingway's words. He was overtly inquiring whether the whale would be willing to serve as his loyal subordinate, ready to face peril for him. To articulate it more elegantly, submission or demise. A bittersweet smile crept across the purple giant whale's face. Did he truly have a choice between life and death? Furthermore, aligning himself with this man might not be as unfavorable as it seemed. Observing this white-haired youth, who spoke boldly of annihilating the Star Luo Empire, one might deem it absurd or mockingly label him a foolish dreamer. Yet, the purple giant whale sensed that the ambitious pursuits of this young man were not necessarily unattainable. the reason for his unwavering trust remained a mystery. He simply felt an inexplicable confidence in this youth, convinced that he would one day ascend to greatness. Thus, the answer became manifestly clear, gradually rising from his seat. The purple giant whale took a few steps forward and knelt before Hemingway, resembling a mountain bowing down. "I pledge my allegiance, my lord." In this extraordinary moment, the illustrious Douluo, the notorious pirate king who had roamed the seas for decades, willingly succumbed at the feet of a mere 12-year-old boy. Thus began Hemingway's inaugural step towards conquering the oceans, as he laid the foundation for his burgeoning power and the grand ambitions that would follow. Chapter 52, Epiphany. On the enigmatic Magic Whale Island, within a concealed prison, a number of prisoners were bound to crosses, utterly immobile. Accompanied by the purple giant whale, Hemingway arrived at this grim location, nodding at the captives. He then turned to the purple giant whale and instructed, "You may withdraw for now, as you wish." Though curiosity flickered within the whale regarding Hemingway's intentions, he understood the peril of knowing too much as a subordinate. Such knowledge often led to a swift demise. Thus, he refrained from further inquiry and exited the prison with his entourage, closing the door gently behind them. In that moment, Hemingway found himself alone within the prison. Observing the terrified expressions of the bound pirates, his heart remained unperturbed, for these men were hardly innocent. They were notorious pirates, imprisoned by the purple giant whale for their crimes, awaiting their fate. Now, they would serve as unwitting subjects for his experiment, a repurposing of sorts. Having recently acquired the Magic Whale Pirate Group, Hemingway had begun to establish his own power. His next objective was to expand and strengthen it, and he intended to utilize the capabilities of the meatball fruit to artificially create a cadre of dual-soul geniuses. Unfortunately for these pirates, they had become the unfortunate subjects of his trials. Given his lack of prior experience in such ventures, it was essential to conduct preliminary experiments on a few individuals, essentially using them as guinea pigs. Thankfully, these pirates were expendable, allowing him to experiment without restraint. "Rest now," he uttered as he gazed at the wide-eyed, struggling pirates. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of golden light that descended upon their foreheads. Instantly, they rolled their eyes back and fell into unconsciousness. The subsequent procedures required their cooperation. Should they awaken and resist, it would pose significant obstacles. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it was best to render them unconscious. After ensuring the pirates were incapacitated, he proceeded with his plans. Hemingway surveyed the crowd and ultimately selected a young man in his 20s to serve as the inaugural subject for his experiment. As he approached the individual, he fixed his gaze intently, and the power of the flesh ball fruit was unleashed. Instantly, everything before his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, intricate and complex, profoundly enigmatic. "The martial soul." Hemingway silently murmured a phrase. Suddenly, amidst the vibrant colors manifested by the young man before him, a radiant white light became strikingly prominent. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a small white fish. This was, in fact, the young man's soul spirit. Hemingway slowly extended his right hand, the palm swelling with a cushion-like softness reminiscent of a cat's paw, and gently tapped the young man. With a soft pop, a bubble was instantly expelled from the youth, floating gracefully in the air. Within this bubble, a faint silhouette of a small white fish could be discerned. It was evident that Hemingway had extracted the young man's martial soul using the powers of the machi fruit. Hemingway extended his hand, and the bundle of small white fish encased in bubbles gently floated over, settling into his palm. After casting a casual glance at it, he shifted his gaze to a few other pirates. Ultimately, he chose a middle-aged pirate. In his eyes, this middle-aged pirate's martial soul resembled a fishing rod, evidently a tool-type martial soul, contrasting perfectly with his own dual martial souls. Hemingway gently pressed the small white fish spirit, cradled in bubbles, against the chest of the middle-aged pirate. Gradually, the bubbles dissolved into his being. It was accomplished, as Hemingway's face momentarily illuminated with joy. An ensuing scene abruptly froze his expression. Before his eyes, the small white fish spirit, now intertwined with the pirate's essence, clashed violently with the fishing rod spirit residing within him, resulting in a fierce mutual repulsion. The middle-aged pirate, caught in a state of unconsciousness, displayed a visage of anguish, his body convulsing as though he were enduring excruciating torment. What was transpiring? Hemingway fixed his gaze intently upon the two soul essences, scrutinizing their differences and pondering the reasons behind their mutual conflict and repulsion. The clash between the two soul essences intensified with the passage of time, resembling an irreconcilable struggle between water and fire, destined to allow only one to prevail. They eroded each other, locked in a confrontation that would ultimately lead to their mutual destruction. Bang! Though there was no audible sound, Hemingway, ever watchful, seemed to perceive that very noise. Before his very eyes, the two soul essences ultimately shattered into oblivion. The pirate, previously in a state of unconsciousness, ceased his convulsions, his entire being appearing to have lost all vitality. He became exceedingly weak, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Indeed, the endeavor to forge a dual soul essence proved far more challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, I had conducted preliminary experiments. Having observed the entire process, Hemingway gradually grasped the fundamental reason for the two soul essences conflict, which culminated in their catastrophic explosion. The explanation was rather straightforward. Their incompatible attributes rendered coexistence impossible. Just as water and fire are antithetical, how could they ever merge as one? But what if the two soul essences possessed identical attributes? Could they coexist? Hemingway contemplated, his gaze sweeping over a group of a dozen individuals before finally settling on a youth of mere adolescence. This boy possessed a spirit akin to a small white fish. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and effortlessly summoned his spirit. Cradling it delicately in his hands, he approached another young man. This young man's spirit was a dark fish, exuding an aura of strength far superior to that of the small white fish. Hemingway did not hesitate to infuse the small white fish spirit into the body of the young man. He then widened his eyes, closely observing the reaction of the spirit within him. The two spirits began to clash fiercely. However, at that moment, the black fish spirit within the youth clearly held the upper hand, compressing the small white fish spirit into a mere ball, demonstrating almost no resistance. It was swiftly eroded and ultimately absorbed by the black fish spirit. After assimilating the small white fish spirit, the black fish spirit visibly grew stronger, adorned with new white stripes, indicative of having acquired some of the small white fish's virtues. Thus, it became evident that the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly pronounced. The absorption of the small white fish spirit had evidently enhanced the black fish spirit. Realizing this, Hemingway contemplated that there was no need to obsess over possessing twin spirits. He could directly strengthen his spirit through this method. He nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that he had fallen into a cognitive trap, perceiving only the advantages of twin spirits while overlooking their drawbacks. It is crucial to understand that twin spirits can indeed conflict, especially as additional spirit rings are introduced in the later stages, exacerbating the clash. If the spirit conflict cannot be subdued, the likelihood of catastrophic failure is exceedingly high. Therefore, his previous aspirations of cultivating a genius with twin or even triple spirits were utterly impractical. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Tang San or Bibi Dong, capable of mastering twin spirits. For an ordinary person, possessing twin spirits is far from beneficial. The greatest risk lies in being unable to suppress the conflict between the two spirits, leading to fatal consequences. The original text recounts a tale of a previous twin spirit holder who perished during cultivation without leaving behind a legacy. This illustrates that mastering two spirits is not an easy feat and is not achievable by everyone. Even if one could, the resources expended would be disproportionate to the gains. In light of this, it would be wiser to focus on a single spirit, as he could aid in strengthening their spirits and enhancing their innate qualities, ultimately evolving into a top-tier spirit rivaling the likes of the Haotian hammer or angel spirit. Thus, the fixation on twin spirits may, in fact, lead to a disadvantage. Chapter 53. Unexpected Outcomes. Further experimentation and data collection are necessary. Hemingway turned his gaze towards the remaining 10 individuals and commenced his experiment anew. After considerable effort, Hemingway acquired the following insights. Firstly, the phenomenon of twin martial souls is exceedingly rare and difficult to coexist. A single individual can possess only one martial soul, and the likelihood of two souls coexisting simultaneously is exceedingly low. A delicate equilibrium must be achieved for the harmonious existence of both souls. Moreover, even if one manages to possess twin martial souls, the process of their coexistence, coupled with the cultivation of the martial souls and the addition of soul rings, is prone to intense conflict. Therefore, the creation of twin martial souls is not advisable. Not everyone can master the duality of twin souls. It requires a rare individual endowed with fortune, talent, and willpower to bear the burden of such a gift. Unfortunately, those who meet these criteria are exceedingly few. Secondly, to elevate a martial soul through the consumption of others, one must adhere to certain principles. The attributes and types of the martial souls must not diverge excessively. For instance, If one possesses a water attribute and the other a fire attribute, even if one successfully consumes the other, the benefits gained would be minimal due to the inherent conflict between their attributes. Instances of harmonious coexistence are indeed rare. However, exceptions exist should they manage to coexist. Their combined strength would be formidable. Regarding types, if one martial soul is a weapon type and the other a beast type, the act of consumption may yield negligible benefits, potentially even leading to the regression of the martial soul. There exists a possibility of unforeseen mutations leading to enhanced strength, but such occurrences are exceptionally rare and considered anomalies. In summary, the endeavor to consume martial souls necessitates careful consideration of numerous factors. Not just any martial soul can be indiscriminately consumed or fused. Erroneous actions may result in unpredictable and severe consequences. In the following period, Hemingway gradually conducted experiments involving hundreds of individuals to draw comparisons and gather data. After considerable effort, he finally gleaned some insights regarding the enhancement and transformation of martial souls. Once he was assured that no further issues would arise, he could officially begin cultivating his subordinates. The first beneficiary of the martial soul transformation would be the purple giant whale. Hemingway summoned a dozen individuals, each possessing whale-type martial spirits, and subsequently extracted their spirits one by one. Gradually, and through a harmonious blend, these spirits were absorbed into his being. Due to the nature of the purple giant whale's martial spirit, the abyssal demon whale, which is inherently a supreme spirit, these whale-type spirits were readily devoured, significantly enhancing the foundation of his own martial spirit. Originally, owing to hidden injuries and a suboptimal configuration of soul rings, despite possessing a top-tier martial spirit, he had little hope of ever attaining the title of a Douluo. However, after assimilating and consuming the martial spirits of over a dozen of his kin, his potential surged, bestowing upon him the possibility of becoming a Douluo. This prospect filled him with such overwhelming emotion that he was almost brought to tears, and his loyalty to Hemingway soared anew. Yet, upon reaching this juncture, the purple giant whale had also reached its limits. Further integration of new martial spirits would yield no benefit, as his own spirit was already of an exceptionally high caliber. Surpassing his limits was no simple feat. Unless he could consume a spirit of equivalent rank, the influx of lower-tier spirits, regardless of their quantity, could not trigger a qualitative transformation. Following the purple giant whale was Purple Pearl, whose martial spirit was that of a sea serpent, distinct from her father's abyssal demon whale, originating from her mother. The sea serpent spirit is, to be candid, not particularly remarkable, merely above average. Her current prowess is largely due to the guidance and nurturing provided by her father, a Soul Douluo, since her childhood. Barring unforeseen circumstances, reaching the rank of Soul Douluo would be a commendable achievement for Purple Pearl. Indeed, should her soul ring configuration be subpar, potentially affecting her foundation, she might even fall short of attaining the rank of Soul Douluo. This illustrates the undeniable advantage of having a formidable patron to rely upon. Hemingway, harboring a profound affection for the girl, spared no effort in his endeavors. The inherent weakness of her martial soul, in fact, signified a greater malleability, promising an abundance of possibilities and the potential for evolution into the unknown. Thus, after meticulous calculation, Hemingway amassed 38 types of serpent martial souls, subsequently integrating each one into her being while vigilantly monitoring her transformation to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Fortunately, once all 38 serpent martial souls melded seamlessly into her essence, the previously modest sea serpent martial soul of the Purple Pearl underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. This transformation was undoubtedly beneficial, exceeding Hemingway's expectations. He gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure encircling the Purple Pearl, sensing he had inadvertently concocted something extraordinary. Without question, the sea serpent, having absorbed the essence of 38 serpent martial souls, remained a serpent, yet had undergone a profound rebirth. Hydra. Hemingway instinctively murmured upon witnessing the newly evolved martial soul of the Purple Pearl. What is Hydra? The overjoyed Purple Pearl, reveling in her transformation, inquired with curiosity. No, it's nothing, Hemingway replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate. The name Hydra simply sprang to his lips because the form of the Purple Pearl's martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Greek monstrosity. Around the body of the Purple Pearl coiled a gigantic serpent, over 30 meters in length, boasting 9 heads. This appearance was unmistakably reminiscent of the fabled 9-headed serpent, the Hydra. The Purple Pearl's sea serpent martial soul had transformed into a 9-headed serpent martial soul, Undoubtedly, this was a top-tier martial soul, rivaling the likes of the Haotian Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. What abilities does your nine-headed serpent martial soul possess now? How does it differ from your original martial soul? Hemingway eagerly inquired. He sensed he had inadvertently stumbled upon an incredible martial soul. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and he had a premonition that replicating the serendipitous creation of a top-tier martial soul would be nearly impossible in the future. The situation of the Purple Pearl was a unique exception, heavily influenced by chance. The harmonious mutation between the 38 serpent martial souls and her original martial soul had given rise to this extraordinary creature. Upon hearing his inquiry, the Purple Pearl fell silent. She gently closed her eyes, initiating a communion with her new martial soul. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open, radiating joy as she exuberantly proclaimed to Hemingway, "My martial soul is now incredibly powerful. Each of the 9 heads possesses its own unique ability, and my overall physical attributes have experienced a tremendous enhancement. Oh dear, I'm at a loss for words. How about we engage in a spar?" Observing the girl's eager demeanor, Hemingway recognized her inflated confidence stemming from her martial soul's evolution, likely intending to seize the opportunity to challenge him. Truly, what could provoke such absurd thoughts? Had the evolution of her martial soul truly instilled her with such self-assurance? At that moment, Hemingway himself felt intrigued, and thus acquiesced to her request, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let me personally assess the nature of this remarkable creature I have created." Chapter 54, Do Not Think to Shake Me Off. A secluded shore on Whale Island. Hemingway stood in a distant confrontation with the girl, his gaze fixed upon her as he nonchalantly beckoned, expressing a curious challenge. "Come at me with all you've got." "Humph, just watch." Seemingly incensed by his dismissive demeanor, the girl, known as Purple Pearl, huffed softly. She then summoned her brand new martial spirit, conjuring an immense spectral 9-headed serpent. The apparition gradually coalesced, ultimately taking on a form that seemed almost tangible. Its body shimmered in a deep oceanic blue, while each of the 9 serpentine heads bore scales of various hues, creating an enigmatic pattern that exuded an otherworldly allure. The colossal serpent, stretching over 30 meters in length, coiled protectively around Purple Pearl, forming a formidable barrier. With its elongated heads, the serpent fixated coldly on Hemingway, and suddenly, the central head's eyes ignited with a fierce red glow. Instinctively sensing danger, Hemingway raised his hand without hesitation, manifesting a golden armament of haki that materialized into a massive shield before him. Buzz! The resplendent shield emitted a powerful humming sound. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the forefront of the shield had partially transformed into a grayish-white substance. This is the ability of petrification. Hemingway was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, yet he remained entirely composed. He merely intensified the infusion of his haki, and with a resounding clash of metal, the petrified portion of his haki was relinquished, falling from his shield to the ground. "Do all 9 heads possess unique abilities?" he murmured, then turned his gaze towards the Hydra, which had not pursued him after its initial attack, and declared, "Reveal your abilities. Let me witness the extent of your current capabilities." In response to his words, the 9 heads of the Hydra collectively nodded in unison. It was evident that this spirit was under the influence of the consciousness of the Purple Pearl rather than possessing any self-awareness of its own. "Come forth." Hemingway lifted the golden shield forged from the condensed essence of armed color and proclaimed loudly. No sooner had his voice faded than the 9-headed serpent commenced its assault in succession. A barrage of eclectic attacks rained down upon him. Some serpent heads gaped wide, exhaling a chilling breath that encased his shield in ice. Others spewed forth fierce flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all in their path. A few heads, adorned with sharp fangs, unleashed twin streams of venom. As each of the 9 heads unleashed its unique power, the area surrounding Hemingway descended into chaos, marked by traces of frost, scorched earth, and corrosive toxins, revealing a remarkably diverse array of abilities. Some of these powers even clashed with one another, yet they harmoniously coalesced within a singular martial spirit. Truly astonishing. Hemingway gazed in astonishment at the colossal Hydra, as though beholding a rare treasure. He was utterly surprised, never expecting that by mere happenstance he had inadvertently created such a monstrous being. The 9 heads of the Hydra each represented a distinct ability, with each possessing a unique power: venom, flames, frost, rapid regeneration, corrosive acid, curses, corporeal mist, petrification, and healing. These 9 abilities encompassed control, offensive strength, support, and healing, addressing nearly every aspect of combat. From the perspective of soul masters in this world, it was nothing short of a perfect martial soul. The synergistic use of these abilities left virtually no weaknesses. Capable of serving both as support and defense, while also providing control, it was as if one individual could function as an entire team. Particularly remarkable was the fact that the 9 heads could employ their abilities simultaneously, making it akin to 1 against 9 when facing an opponent. Such an advantage was undeniably unfair. No wonder Zhejian Pearl brimmed with confidence, believing she could triumph over him. Furthermore, these 9 abilities were inherent talents of the martial soul itself, not skills bestowed by soul rings. Thus, as soul rings were added, Zhejian Pearl's powers might undergo even more extraordinary transformations, potentially granting her an even broader array of abilities. Just the thought of it was enough to make one envision her boundless prospects. "How impressive am I?" she exclaimed, as she retracted her martial soul. Zhejian Pearl's complexion revealed signs of fatigue. Having unleashed all 9 abilities in succession, each at maximum output in her quest for testing their effects, the toll on her was undeniably significant. Nevertheless, she mused, indeed, the future holds the promise of becoming a limit Douluo. If she were to gain the favor of the divine, achieving godhood might not be beyond reach. Observing her apparent exhaustion yet unwavering spirit, Hemingway's gaze softened, and he offered genuine praise. His words were not mere flattery. They articulated a profound truth. Given Zhejian Pearl's current potential, she genuinely possessed the possibility of attaining divinity. He could hardly fathom that he had unwittingly crafted a martial soul with the potential for godhood. Or perhaps it was simply Zhejian Pearl's extraordinary fortune that led her to encounter an exceedingly rare and beneficial mutation. If Hemingway were to attempt to replicate the example of the purple pearl, it would likely be an impossible endeavor. Instances of such beneficial mutations are exceedingly rare, with odds akin to winning the lottery. Unless he were to enhance his abilities to a level where he could perceive deeper concepts and truly glimpse the essence of martial souls, he would not be able to transform such advantageous mutations into the norm. For now, he can only rely on chance. The mass production of supreme martial souls remains an unattainable aspiration. Upon hearing Hemingway proclaim his potential to become a limit Douluo and even ascend to godhood, a smile graced the delicate features of the purple pearl. She then gazed at him with anticipation, asking, "May I accompany you to see God Island?" Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. As he gazed into the girl's expectant eyes, he finally comprehended the source of her earlier exuberance. It was her desire to accompany him to the Isle of the Sea God. Not long ago, he had inquired of the purple giant whale, and, as anticipated, it had indeed revealed the location of the isle. Instantly, he resolved that once he concluded his current affairs, he would embark on the journey to the Isle of the Sea God to participate in the divine examination. The original text had already indicated that many locales there served as exceptional grounds for honing one's physique and enhancing one's prowess. Moreover, the rewards of the divine examination were undeniably enticing. The sea god's trials were not something he had ever contemplated, yet he believed that, given his innate talents, he could at least manage to secure a black-level assessment, if not even a red-level one. The rewards bestowed by successfully completing the divine examination would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly, and it would also forge a connection with the true masters of the ocean, the Sea God Island. Those who completed the divine trials, depending on their level of accomplishment, would automatically be integrated into the ranks of Sea God Island, especially those who succeeded in the black and red level assessments. Completing the black level trial would catapult one into the upper echelons of Sea God Island, while passing the red level trial could elevate one to the position of a great offering, the highest authority on the island apart from the Sea God himself, second only to one, yet above thousands. Therefore, for Hemingway, participating in the divine trials at Sea God Island appeared to be a venture with innumerable advantages and no drawbacks. Upon hearing of Hemingway's intention to travel to Sea God Island, Pearl of Purple immediately expressed her desire to accompany him. However, she was sternly admonished by the purple whale, who understood that the trials of Sea God Island were not easily surmountable. For the vast majority, they were a matter of life and death. Only true prodigies stood a chance of succeeding. As Pearl of Purple's father, the purple whale was acutely aware of his daughter's limitations. To send her to undertake the divine trials with such meager talents was nothing short of a farce, akin to courting death. Hemingway shook his head repeatedly when he saw Zhejian Pearl wanting to accompany him, candidly expressing that her qualifications were woefully inadequate and that participating in the divine examination would be exceedingly perilous. This left Zhejian Pearl profoundly disheartened, lingering in despondency for several days. Strangely, upon hearing Hemingway's intention to journey to Ocean God Island, Zhejian Pearl felt an inexplicable dread that if she could not accompany him, the chasm between them would only widen, ultimately rendering his figure invisible to her. Thus, witnessing his high regard for her now filled her with exhilaration, for it signified that she might indeed travel to Ocean God Island alongside him. With the surname Hai, you shall never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. Chapter 55, The Capriciousness of Fate. The island of the sea god is a singular locale, a veritable sanctuary in the hearts of nearly all sea soul masters. The sea soul masters differ from their terrestrial counterparts. It is only within the vast expanse of the ocean that their powers can be fully realized. The sea can be regarded as their dominion, where landbound soul masters of equivalent ranks stand little chance of rivaling the prowess of sea soul masters. Just as the terrestrial soul masters revere the spirit hall, the sea soul masters too possess their own beliefs. The belief of the sea soul masters is not rooted in a sect, but in the divine, the sea god. Each sea soul master firmly believes in the existence of the sea god, the sovereign of all that dwells within the ocean, and the ancestor of all sea soul masters. It is under the protection of the sea god that they possess formidable abilities, harnessing the powers derived from the sea. While the land soul masters may not regard the spirit hall as a matter of faith, for the sea soul masters, the sea god represents their singular and absolute belief. No sea soul master would dare to profane the sea god. The reason why Sea God Island is revered as the sacred ground for sea soul masters is that it serves as the sanctuary dedicated to the sea god. Throughout history, great priests have acted as the emissaries of the sea god, guiding numerous powerful sea soul masters in their offerings on the island. Any soul master who arrives at Sea God Island must undergo trials. However, these trials are not imposed by the soul masters residing on the island, but are bestowed by the sea god himself, known as the divine exam. The nature of the trials varies greatly according to the individual's innate talents. Some face trials that are exceedingly simple, such as retrieving a single shell from the sea, while others endure harrowing challenges, fraught with peril. The trials are personalized, yet are inherently linked to the strength of the aspirant. The sea god does not orchestrate trials that are guaranteed to end in death. Although some trials may be extraordinarily difficult, they still hold the possibility of completion, albeit at the cost of risking one's life. Countless souls have perished in pursuit of these trials. In his youth, the purple giant whale had aspired to partake in the trials and even sought the location of Sea God Island. However, as he matured and embraced the responsibilities of family life, his fear of death grew, leading him to ultimately refrain from the endeavor. This remained a profound regret in his heart. Little did he anticipate that fate would intervene, and the aspirations he once harbored would now be taken up by his daughter. Merely contemplating this fills the purple giant whale with nostalgia. Had his daughter expressed a desire to undertake the trials of Sea God Island in the past, he would have vehemently opposed it, for her participation would have been tantamount to courting death, given her innate abilities. The likelihood of survival in the trials would have been dismally slim. Yet, circumstances have now shifted. In light of his daughter's extraordinary new martial spirit, the enigmatic and multifaceted Hydra martial spirit, even his own deep-sea demon whale martial spirit feels a sense of suppression. What does this signify? It signifies that, in terms of rank, his daughter's Hydra martial spirit has far surpassed that of her father. Furthermore, with the support of the newly appointed leader accompanying her, her safety is assured. Therefore, the purple giant whale ultimately consented to his daughter's wish to journey to Sea God Island for the trials. For such adventurous spirit is commendable in youth. It is better to embark on such ventures than to live with regrets in later years, as he himself does now. Despite his enhanced talents, he still refrains from participating in the trials, because now he can simply continue his cultivation methodically and in due time. He will undoubtedly become a titled Douluo, the pinnacle of soul masters, which has made him even more cautious of his life than before. Hence, accepting the trials is not an option for him. The purple giant whale is only responsible for escorting the two to Sea God Island, not for undergoing the trials himself. The sea breeze caresses the waves, while the sun's rays bestow a myriad of glimmers upon the gently undulating expanse of the ocean. A grand vessel swiftly navigates these waters, its towering mast adorned with a magnificent blue sail, at the pinnacle of which is emblazoned the image of a deep-sea leviathan. This is the illustrious Leviathan, renowned throughout these waters as the flagship of the infamous Leviathan pirate crew, helmed by the formidable Captain Purple Leviathan. At this moment, Hemingway stands at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, embraced by the oncoming sea breeze. In his azure eyes, reminiscent of the vast ocean, lies the essence of the entire sky and sea, imbued with an enchanting depth and mystery. After enduring a pirate attack and the encounter with the formidable deep-sea whale king, Hemingway has finally embarked on his journey to the island of the sea god. Although the path has been fraught with challenges, the multitude of tribulations he has faced has fostered immense personal growth, culminating in a profound transformation. Awakened to his kingly disposition, he now possesses an attitude and spirit that are incomparable to his former self. He has truly matured into adulthood. My lord, we shall reach the vicinity of the island of the sea god within 3 days, spoke the purple giant whale, standing respectfully beside the silver-haired youth. However, my lord, I cannot escort you directly to the island. We can only anchor near its shores, and you must make your way there on your own. The waters surrounding the island of the sea god are teeming with powerful sea soul beasts. Should our vessel approach, we are certain to encounter aggression. Moreover, I dare not provoke the majesty of the sea god. Hemingway cast a glance at the purple giant whale, yet uttered no further words, simply stating, just take me to the vicinity. As long as I can glimpse the Isle of Poseidon, your task will be accomplished. The purple giant whale, observing the serene expression on Hemingway's face, suddenly recalled the deep-sea demon whale king that had been frightened away earlier. It felt that if it were not for its unfamiliarity with the route, this individual could likely embark on the journey to the Isle of Poseidon with ease. In the subsequent 3 days, for the majority of his time, Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship, relishing the caress of the sea breeze, his gaze penetrating the horizon, exuding an aura of endless mystery. One cannot help but ponder the thoughts swirling in the mind of this unparalleled silver-haired youth. The subsequent 3 days of navigation unfolded with remarkable smoothness, devoid of any encounters with the formidable sea spirits that might have collided with the vessel. This unexpected tranquility left the purple giant whale, who had braced itself for battle, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the reason for such an untroubled journey. Unbeknownst to them, this serene voyage was a testament to Hemingway's influence from his position at the helm. Ever since awakening his conqueror's haki, he radiated an intangible aura of dominance that permeated his being. Even without consciously unleashing his formidable power, the mere hint of his presence was sufficient to intimidate lesser beings. This included the sea spirits. Any formidable soul creature that ventured near him would flee in terror, tail between its legs. Hence, the days passed in an unusual calm, untouched by any assaults from sea spirits. Chapter 56. Not a threat. On this particular day, a small black that emerged on the distant horizon. The purple giant whale, stationed at the bow, immediately commanded the sailors to drop anchor. Hemingway, aware that they were nearing their destination, had already prepared alongside Purple Pearl. The purple giant whale approached Hemingway and said, "My lord, this is where I must bid you farewell. Beyond this point lies the territory of the Sea God Island. Any vessel that crosses into this realm will be met with the wrath of the island's guardian beast, the 10,000-year soul creature I previously mentioned to you. Please exercise utmost caution as you traverse the waters. The guardian beast is exceedingly fearsome and possesses remarkable aggression. Even the deep-sea magic whale holds it in considerable regard." After listening to his account, Hemingway remained non-committal, fully aware of the true nature of the so-called guardian beast of the island. Having perused the original text, he understood that the guardian beast was a shark that had cultivated for 100,000 years, specifically the most ferocious among sharks, the soul-devouring great white shark. Renowned as a marine predator, it is one of the most aggressive and formidable soul beasts of the ocean. Even a millennium-tier soul-devouring great white shark could contend with an ordinary 10,000-year-tier soul beast, although its size does not rival that of the abyssal leviathan. Its speed is unmatched by the latter. In the face of its onslaught, escape is utterly impossible, rendering it one of the ocean's most ruthless carnivorous soul beasts. Moreover, it is paramount to note that this soul-devouring great white shark serves as the steed of the sea god. The clan of soul-devouring great white sharks acts as the guardians of the Sea God Island, with hundreds of these formidable creatures congregating in the surrounding waters, forming a natural barrier. Any intruder seeking to set foot on Sea God Island must first contend with these soul-devouring great white sharks. However, nothing is absolute. There are indeed ways to circumvent these formidable guardians and gain entry to Sea God Island through cunning. The soul-devouring great white sharks possess an immense appetite, yet their numbers in the surrounding waters are exceedingly high. Consequently, every fortnight, they embark on hunting excursions led by the 100,000-year guardian beast, typically lasting about 3 days. This period presents the optimal opportunity to infiltrate Sea God Island. Nevertheless, as the Sea King, Hemingway need not resort to such subterfuge. Since awakening his conqueror's haki, his very presence instills fear in the soul beasts. Beyond that, his ability to command marine soul beasts has received a remarkable enhancement. Currently, he can forcibly command a single 100,000-year soul beast, albeit not without limits. Nonetheless, even the capacity to control one such creature is extraordinarily formidable. Hemingway, at present, is merely a soul master of less than level 40, yet he possesses the innate ability to command a 10,000-year spirit beast, which even the ordinary title Douluo cannot conquer. Should he continue to develop, the implications are staggering. Thus, the soul demons guarding Sea God Island pose almost no threat to him. Furthermore, even without employing his ability to control spirit beasts, the mere release of his imposing aura would instill terror in creatures of 10,000 years. After all, even the million-year deep-sea demon whale king fled in disarray. The primary reason for the deep-sea demon whale king's frantic retreat was the revival of the fear instilled in him by the sea god long ago. Although this fear may not apply to other million-year spirit beasts, it nonetheless illustrates the formidable nature of the conqueror's haki. In conclusion, since awakening his conqueror's haki, Hemingway has genuinely begun his ascent. His prowess has reached levels incomparable to before. At this juncture, the purple giant whale continued, "My lord, should you encounter the soul demons, refrain from harming any of them, even the weakest among them. Otherwise, you would surely provoke a united assault from the entire pack of soul demons. The optimal strategy for landing on Sea God Island is to wait. While I am not well versed in the habits of the soul demons, I can assert one certainty. During the darkest hours of the night, their activity diminishes significantly. Thus, crossing the sea during that time would yield a greater chance of success." Hemingway nodded, neither rejecting the kindness offered nor explaining that he was not intimidated by those monstrous soul sharks. He simply stated, "I understand. Your advice is invaluable, and we shall proceed with caution. Lower the lifeboat." The purple giant whale nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand to the side. Instantly, a small boat was hoisted from the cabin and gently lowered to the surface of the sea by a rope. After casting a final, lingering gaze at his beloved daughter, he gently remarked, "Be careful, my dear. You are my only daughter, and I am counting on you to provide for me in my old age." A father's love is often silent, quietly safeguarding his child. The purple pearl covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes now glistening with tears. She simply nodded solemnly before turning away, unable to look back, fearing that she might change her mind and choose not to go. The island of Poseidon remains an enigma to Zhejian Pearl, as she is oblivious to the trials that await her, uncertain of her survival upon returning alongside Hemingway. She embarks on this journey with a resolute acceptance of her fate. Witnessing this moment, Hemingway, who observed the entire spectacle, felt a fleeting pang of nostalgia in his azure eyes reminiscent of the sea, recalling his long-lost mother, who, unlike him, still had kin alive in this world. Yet, he was burdened with the sorrow of unfulfilled filial duty, enveloped in an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The lifeboat had been lowered. The vessel accompanying the Leviathan was more than capable of accommodating 10 individuals without issue. Hemingway and the purple pearl gracefully descended from the lofty deck, ultimately landing upon the lifeboat. The vessel merely dipped slightly, a testament to their remarkable control. As the two alighted on the rescue boat, the purple whale abruptly turned. Bellowing to the sailors, raised the anchor, set course for home. The magic whale stirred, pivoting its bow towards the direction of their return. Without casting another glance at the pair, the purple whale retreated into its private cabin, closing the door behind, leaving one to ponder its solitary pursuits within. As they watched the magic whale recede into the horizon, Hemingway and the purple pearl exchanged glances, lingering in silence until the ship vanished from sight. Breaking the stillness, it was the purple pearl who spoke first. "Father mentioned that this expanse harbors the soul-eating great white shark. How shall we navigate through? If there are indeed hundreds of such formidable sea spirits, traversing this domain would seem nearly impossible." "Patience," Hemingway replied. Hemingway mysteriously shook his head, smiling in silence. "Just watch closely. To me, the sea spirit beast is hardly a threat." Chapter 57. Arrival at the Isle of Poseidon. "What do you intend to do?" Zizinzu inquired. Gazing at the man whose face radiated confidence, her curiosity piqued. Hemingway remained silent. Instead, he approached the edge of the lifeboat and gently crouched down, his hand slowly dipping into the ocean. In an instant, the sea's responsive essence was unleashed. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the waters became vividly discernible to him. "Ah, it seems fortune is favoring us." Hemingway was astonished. In his perception, there were no formidable sea spirit beasts in the expanse of water stretching from here to that distant black dot ahead. As for the legendary guardian spirit beast, the soul-eater great white shark, not even a single one was in sight. The situation had become quite evident. The two of them had fortuitously encountered the bi-monthly hunting expedition of the soul-eater great white shark. Now, they merely needed to accelerate their progress to swiftly reach their destination ahead. This indeed spared them the effort of controlling those formidable sharks. Hemingway withdrew his hand and rose to his feet. Gazing at the distant black dot, he turned to Purple Pearl and remarked, "We are fortunate. There are no powerful spirit beasts in this region, and as for the soul-eater great white shark, not even half a one has been spotted. We simply need to hasten our pace to reach Sea God Island unobstructed." No soul-eater great white shark? Purple Pearl was momentarily perplexed by his words. She had prepared herself for a fierce encounter with the feared soul-eater great white shark. Yet, you are telling me that this notoriously perilous creature does not exist? Indeed. It does not. Hemingway nodded thoughtfully, speculating. Perhaps they have ventured out for some reason, possibly to hunt. After all, the abyssal great white shark possesses an enormous appetite. And the creatures inhabiting these waters are undoubtedly insufficient to satiate it. It is conceivable that our arrival coincided with their hunting excursion. In any case, it is evident that no abyssal great white shark is present in these waters at this moment. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart, urged Zhejian Pearl, her impatience palpable. Given the possibility that they may return at any moment, it would be a grievous mistake to squander this opportune moment without hastening to Sea God Island. Sailing there directly would be too slow. Since you are so eager, allow me to carry you there, Hemingway remarked, shaking his head in resignation at her urgency. He then summoned his seldom-used second martial spirit. Carry me? Zhejian Pearl inquired, her curiosity piqued, but she soon received her answer. A colossal phantom of a white tiger materialized, swiftly merging with Hemingway's being. In an instant, a glimmer of crimson ignited within his ocean-blue eyes, which were soon enveloped by a blood-red hue. And a pair of magnificent snow-white wings unfurled gracefully from his back. This is the second martial spirit. Zhejian Pearl recalled the moment when Hemingway had shielded her from the deep-sea demon whale king, striking a similar pose. Hemingway's second martial soul is named the ethereal white tiger, which bears a striking resemblance to the white tiger martial soul of the Star Luo royal family, as well as the swan martial soul of the Heaven Do royal family, merging the two into a singular entity, with a pair of swan wings adorning the white tiger. It is bestowed with the ability to soar through the skies. Anyone familiar with his lineage, upon witnessing the appearance of his martial soul, would naturally assume that the winged white tiger martial soul is a fusion of the white tiger and swan martial souls. Perceiving the swan as granting the terrestrial king a pair of wings, thus endowing it with the potential to dominate the heavens. Stepping forward, Hemingway radiated a pure, holy white light. He extended his arms to embrace the Purple Pearl and a quintessential princess carry. In that moment, the enormous, snow-white wings on his back gently unfurled, generating a fierce gust of wind in the surroundings. Rise. Hemingway's snow-white wings suddenly flared, and cradling the Purple Pearl, he soared into the sky. Transforming into a streak of white light, he darted towards the distant black spot with the speed of lightning. During the flight, the Purple Pearl nestled quietly in Hemingway's embrace, relishing the tender care he bestowed upon her, her heart brimming with sweetness. The radiant light emanating from Hemingway dulled the fierce winds that swept in, transforming the once piercing gusts into a gentle caress. As the soft breeze enveloped her, Zhejian Pearl felt an overwhelming drowsiness, almost as if she wished for time to freeze at that very moment. She longed for a slower passage of time, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she nuzzled against his chest like a kitten. Then, surrendering to the moment, she closed her eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. As Hemingway felt the girl's breathing steady in his embrace, the majestic wings at his back instinctively began to slow their rapid flight, the urgency of their journey dissipating. Cradling the enchanting maiden, his expansive, pristine white wings fluttered gently, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow, giving him an almost angelic appearance, if one were to overlook the ominous crimson glint in his eyes. Despite his deliberate deceleration, the promise of arrival remained inevitable, regardless of the distance yet to be traversed. Soon, the island, which had appeared merely as a distant speck, grew larger and more defined, revealing a picturesque landscape that seemed to bask in eternal spring. Could this truly be the fabled Sea God Island from the original tale? The environment indeed seemed perfect for retirement, as he gazed at the increasingly vivid beauty of the island before him. Hemingway felt an urge to set aside all fame and fortune upon completing his ambitions, yearning to retire here. Before long, he reached his destination. As he hovered in the air, his snow-white wings gradually retracted, and the warm light surrounding him began to fade. When the last glimmer of radiance vanished, Hemingway, still holding Zhejian Pearl, descended lightly onto the island. The first sensation that struck him was the warmth of the land. Although it was winter, and one might expect a chill, the island's temperature, influenced by the oceanic climate, felt surprisingly balmy, reminiscent of spring. As he stepped onto the soil of Sea God Island, the warmth enveloped him. The landscape unfolded before him in a vibrant green expanse, reminiscent of his homeland, Douluo continent, stretching endlessly to the horizon. The island was adorned with a myriad of flora, many of which Hemingway could not name. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of the sea, a soothing balm to the senses, while the wind carried whispers and cries from the ocean. The sun-drenched beach sparkled with fine, white sand, glistening like tiny crystals. Upon arriving, Hemingway was immediately struck by the serene beauty of the scene, where the sea and sky melded seamlessly, and seagulls soared in playful flight. The sky was a brilliant azure, clear and pure, reminiscent of Hemingway's own captivating eyes. At that moment, Zhejian Pearl awakened from her slumber, her gaze drawn to the breathtaking scenery before her. The enchantment in her violet eyes was palpable as she nestled closer to Hemingway and softly remarked, "What a beautiful place. Is this truly the legendary sanctuary of the sea god?" Hemingway, equally mesmerized by the beauty surrounding them, nodded gently and replied, "If one ever tires of the mundane, this would indeed be a splendid place for retirement." Retirement? Zhejian Pearl paused, taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this boy, nearly 12 years old and still in the bloom of youth, would contemplate such distant dreams. Yet, she couldn't deny the truth in his words. This was indeed a fitting place for one to retire. She mused that if it were safe, perhaps her father could come to live here, for there could be no better haven for retirement. Chapter 58, A Strange Sensation. Who dares intrude upon Sea God Island? Just as Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl reveled in the island's splendor, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a low, commanding voice, as figures suddenly emerged from the thicket, pulling the two from their reverie. Hemingway glanced up and observed a diverse array of individuals, yet they shared a singular characteristic: their attire. All donned garments reminiscent of athletic wear, in soft hues of yellow. The eldest among them appeared to be in their 40s, while the youngest were merely in their early 20s. Hemingway faintly recalls that, as per the original text, the sea spirit masters on the island of the sea god are distinguished by the colors of their garments. However, this classification does not pertain to their soul power levels, but rather to the challenges they endured during the sea god's trials. The higher the difficulty of the trial they successfully overcame, the greater their status on the island of the sea god. Consequently, the colors of their attire vary accordingly, arranged from low to high in the order of soul ring colors: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The 6 sea spirit masters before Hemingway, clad in yellow garments, evidently ranked just above the white-clad spirit masters, falling into the second tier. Above them are those in purple, black, and red. At this moment, the 6 yellow-clad sea spirit masters, initially exuding a fierce demeanor, were suddenly struck by astonishment upon beholding the visage of the outsiders. Their previously imposing presence faltered instantaneously, replaced by expressions of shock directed at the youth with cascading white hair before them. Words escaped them, rendering any utterance futile in this moment. With mouths agape, they stood frozen in place, their immobility betraying the turmoil within their hearts. Hemingway remained silent, merely gazing at the 6 individuals before him. The atmosphere, combined with the unfamiliarity of the surroundings, rendered the purple pearl speechless. Thus, the entire scene fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the 6 sea soul masters gradually acclimated to Hemingway's countenance. Among them, the leader regarded him with a particularly cautious and respectful gaze, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you to our sea god island?" Indeed, it is a world that places great emphasis on appearances, Hemingway inwardly lamented, reflecting on the treatment the protagonists of the original work received upon their arrival on this island. The demeanor of the sea spirit masters of Sea God Island towards outsiders would certainly not be characterized by such deference and civility. The respect they now exhibited was evidently a reaction to the imposing aura he inadvertently exuded. Had it been anyone else, the inhabitants of Sea God Island would not have displayed such courtesy. Given this, Hemingway naturally felt no obligation to maintain politeness and directly stated his intentions. "We have long yearned for Sea God Island, and we have come here solely to be part of it." Upon hearing this, the 6 sea spirit masters clad in yellow breathed a collective sigh of relief. If only they had mentioned it sooner. It turned out they were not here to cause trouble, but rather to join Sea God Island. How reassuring. As the sacred ground for all sea souls, Poseidon Island attracts numerous aspiring sea souls each year. Over time, a specific process has emerged. Initially, one must undergo the trials set by the guardian of the sacred pillar. Only through this can one aspire to face Poseidon's challenges. Upon successfully navigating these trials, one is formally recognized as a denizen of Poseidon Island. After all, it would not be appropriate for anyone to simply declare their intent to undertake Poseidon's trials without due process, for such an approach would render the deity's grace rather trivial. Thus, outsiders wishing to partake in the divine examination must first prove their worth through the guardian's assessment before being granted the opportunity to confront Poseidon's trials. Generally, if one is a sea soul, the guardian will not impose excessively stringent challenges. As long as their performance during the test is satisfactory, they are likely to succeed. However, should a land soul seek entry to Poseidon Island, the difficulty of the guardian's trials escalates significantly. For instance, if not for their protagonist's aura, Tang San and his companions would have found the tests far more formidable. Subsequently, several sea souls clad in yellow lead Hemingway and Pearl towards the domain of the guardian. If the air by the seaside was humid and pristine, then the atmosphere within the forest is imbued with the refreshing essence of nature. Hemingway increasingly felt that this island of Poseidon was an idyllic place for retirement. Before long, a group of individuals traversed the forest and arrived at a serene pool of water. Hemingway's gaze flickered as he beheld the tranquil pond, which, though nestled inland and modest in size, exhibited tumultuous waves that surged and rolled across its surface. Surrounding the pond, a dense thicket of trees flourished, their trunks leaning toward the enigmatic stone pillar at the center, resembling a congregation of devoted worshippers. At the base of the pillar, a square platform emerged. Yet the central column atop it was anything but ordinary. Rather than a mere pillar, it resembled a statue, an ethereal figure of a maiden, crafted from what appeared to be pure white jade. She knelt upon the sacred pedestal, her hands clasped in prayer before her chest, gazing reverently toward the temple of the sea god. Though merely a sculpture, the devout expression upon her visage was strikingly vivid, almost lifelike. This was indeed the Sea Witch's Pillar, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. At that moment, perched upon the edge of the Sea Witch's platform, a young maiden sat, astonishingly adorned with a magnificent fishtail that gracefully extended from her waist. Her tail gently splashed against the surface of the water, creating ripples that danced in the sunlight. She wore a black garment that clung to her form, revealing her alabaster midriff, even leaving her navel exposed, evoking the image of a siren in a swimsuit. Her large, sky-blue eyes bore a striking resemblance to Hemingway's own, reminiscent not of the ocean, but rather of the vast expanse of the sky. Her features were exquisite, and her lips perpetually curved into a soft, serene smile. As her fishtail playfully struck the water's surface, she exuded an air of joyous abandon. For Hemingway, this scene was as exhilarating as the sight of a maiden's perfect, delicate feet. Hemingway found himself at a loss, perhaps due to the enchanting presence of the mermaid spirit. He couldn't help but perceive the mermaid maiden before him as extraordinarily beautiful, especially her gracefully undulating tail, which seemed to beckon him seductively. That gently swaying, exquisite tail appeared to whisper, "Come, indulge in joy." It captivated his gaze entirely. This incited a flicker of jealousy in the nearby purple Pearl, who exclaimed inwardly, "This stubborn blockhead is utterly entranced. Is it merely a fishtail? Is it truly that stunning?" Growing increasingly irate, Purple Pearl pinched his waist, twisting it fiercely. Yet, Hemingway's robust physique rendered her playful assault ineffective. The pinch was merely a trivial annoyance to him. Thus, he calmly disregarded the girl's jealous antics, continuing to gaze fixedly at the mermaid maiden. As if sensing the presence of an outsider, the mermaid lifted her head, her gaze drifting toward the shore, locking onto Hemingway's eyes. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar tremor coursed through his heart. 2 pairs of azure eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Chapter 59, Breakthrough. Listen. After Hemingway and Purple Pearl were led to the Sea Witch's sacred pillar, the leading figure, a sea spirit master clad in yellow, adopted a solemn demeanor. With a sacred expression, he addressed the two. "Welcome to the Sea of Seas, the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. This pillar is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, bestowed with divine power by the sea god, through which the divine will is disseminated. Each pillar can assess foreign spirit masters, and today, you shall undergo a trial here." Hemingway nodded lightly, unperturbed by the impending challenges. As a dual-spirited individual, he belonged to the ranks of sea spirit masters, not merely terrestrial ones. As for Purple Pearl, her situation was even less concerning. "Ah, it has been ages since anyone visited here. I never expected a striking blue child to arrive this time." The mermaid maiden seated on the platform exhibited an innocent demeanor, yet her sea-blue eyes were fixed intently on Hemingway. Her heart inexplicably stirred. Her magnificent tail swayed gently atop the water's surface, presenting an elegant posture, with droplets cascading from the tail's tip. Gazing into the depths of those azure eyes, Hemingway mused, she must be the sea witch from the original tale. According to the narrative, she possessed the innate ability to read minds, which posed a significant dilemma. Facing an adversary capable of such an ability was indeed daunting. For everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden. If his identity as a traveler were to be exposed, it would lead to considerable trouble. Just as he contemplated this, Hemingway sensed an invisible force of spiritual energy silently approaching him, and instinctively unleashed his observation haki to resist it. The clash with the incoming intangible spiritual power ensued. Boom! Hemingway felt a resounding roar echoing within his mind, as if flames had encountered gasoline. Stimulated by that surge of mental energy, he experienced an unprecedented clarity and vivacity of thought. In the next moment, a loud bang resonated. As if a barrier had been shattered, Hemingway felt as though his spirit had transcended some invisible barrier, and suddenly, the scope of his observation haki began to expand outward with remarkable swiftness. Remarkably, he had previously only been able to vaguely sense the emotional shifts of others, perceiving their inner thoughts as if through a fog. Yet, at this moment, influenced by that surge of mental power, it was as if the veil of mist had been torn asunder. Clarity dawned upon him. His mental prowess surged to unprecedented heights. At this very instant, Hemingway could effortlessly hear the incessant mutterings of the nearby Purple Pearl, who was fixated on thoughts of a heartless scoundrel, a seductive temptress, and a shameless old woman. This was mind reading. My observation haki can now discern the voices of others. He was taken aback. He had never anticipated that upon arriving at the Sea God Island, his long-dormant observation haki would break through. Stimulated by the Sea Witch's mental energy, Hemingway's observation haki had finally attained a breakthrough, granting him the ability to read minds. In the original tale, the Mermaid Princess, by Xing, was born with advanced observation haki, capable of discerning the thoughts of others. This resemblance to the Sea Witch was striking. Perhaps it was precisely because of her mental energy stimulation that Hemingway's observation haki was awakened to the power of mind reading. Oh, the Sea Witch, who had been quietly employing her mental power to probe the thoughts of the small boy that stirred her heart, suddenly emitted a sound of surprise. She felt as though the mental energy she had released had collided with an impenetrable barrier. Moreover, she sensed a peculiar mental force suddenly erupting from the boy before her, seemingly attempting to invade her mind in return. You can read minds too. The Sea Witch gazed at him with a hint of astonishment, her eyes reflecting the wonderment one might reserve for a rare creature. It is rather impolite for this Sea Witch of Douluo to invade the thoughts of others without their consent. In that moment, the azure depths of Hemingway's eyes radiated a divine brilliance, a result of his breakthrough in the observation of colors. His spirit surged with vitality, producing an overwhelming aura that caused the ground beneath to tremble slightly. The Sea Witch, standing closest, felt as if the figure of the silver-haired youth before her had suddenly soared to unimaginable heights. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant manifested, gazing down with eyes as majestic as the sun and moon, cold and indifferent, regarding her with the scrutiny of a true deity. The Sea Witch's spirit was profoundly shaken. Everyone realizes their mistakes. A soft, submissive voice involuntarily escaped her lips. Even the Sea Witch was startled by the sound of her own voice. What is happening? Is this feeble voice truly mine? Moreover, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of reverence when gazing upon this young boy? It is a sensation I have never experienced. Even in the presence of the sea god, it is as if this boy is my sovereign, embodying an innate nobility that elevates him above all. This leaves her bewildered, utterly uncertain of how to approach this young lad. You old hag, pretending to be youthful and coy. Purple Pearl observed the bashful Sea Witch, listening to her voice, delicate enough to weaken a man's resolve. She silently cursed her. Among the merfolk, it is well known that any sea soul master is familiar with their kind. After all, this race is a unique treasure of the ocean. Half human, half sea beast, they possess lifespans far exceeding those of humans. More importantly, their beauty remains eternally youthful. Thus, though the Sea Witch appeared to be merely in her 20s, her status as a title Douluo might indicate she is actually over a century old. At that moment, the Sea Witch suddenly turned to Purple Pearl, beaming as she said, "Little sister, our merfolk enjoy a lifespan 5 times that of humans. By your human standards, I am still under 20, so I am quite young and not merely pretending. The notion that her lifespan is quintuple that of a human, implying this old woman is nearing 100, caused Purple Pearl to smirk inwardly. Ah, indeed, a woman pretending to be youthful. The Sea Witch, having clearly read her thoughts, felt a vain throb on her forehead, and her smile faltered. Her gaze turned increasingly hostile. No woman wishes to be deemed old, regardless of having lived a century. She resolved to ensure that this girl faced some challenges during the upcoming test to teach her the meaning of respecting her elders. Chapter 60, Breezing Through the Trials. The sea god's trials are not something just anyone can undertake. especially not outsiders. The sea witch's demeanor grew serious as she gazed at Hemingway and Purple Pearl, stating, "Before you can accept the trial, you must first pass my test. Only those who qualify may face the sea god's challenge." What kind of test must we undergo? Though Hemingway was well aware of the original narrative, he feigned ignorance, appearing somewhat perplexed. It's quite simple. You merely need to traverse the Sea of Seas and reach the holy pillar of the sea witch to qualify for the trial. The sea witch smiled brightly, winking playfully at him, and added, "Fear not, dear sister, I shall be lenient." Hemingway understood that outsiders, whether they were sea spirit masters or land spirit masters, must first pass the trial of the guardian of the sacred pillar before they could face the sea goddess challenge. The difficulty of this trial wholly depended on the temperament of the guardian. If he took a liking to you, he might allow you to pass with little more than a casual gesture. Generally speaking, the trials faced by sea spirit masters were considerably easier than those endured by land spirit masters who had journeyed from afar, as it was, after all, the island of the sea god. It was entirely natural for the sea god to exhibit a certain bias towards sea spirit masters, and there was nothing reprehensible about that. Moreover, Hemingway possessed dual martial spirits. While one was a land spirit master's martial spirit, the other, inherited from his mother, was the unparalleled mermaid spirit. Undeniably a true sea spirit master's essence. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that he would not be unduly targeted during the trial. At that moment, the nearby Purple Pearl, having listened intently to the sea witch's words, could not help but furrow her brow and inquire, "Esteemed elder, do we truly need to endure a trial from a titled Douluo before facing the Sea Lord's challenge? Do you believe we stand a chance against a titled Douluo?" The sea sorceress gently waved her hand, her eyes twinkling with a smile as she spoke. "Rest assured, although I am the one orchestrating the trials, I shall show mercy. I will not impose challenges beyond your capacity. Now, which of you will go first?" As she spoke, a soft blue glow began to radiate from behind her, followed by the sudden illumination of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar, a brilliant azure beam reaching from its base to its pinnacle, centered on the top of the sacred pillar. A circle of blue ripples swiftly expanded, resembling a shimmering veil suspended above the sea. Given that the pillar stood approximately 10 meters tall, this luminous barrier also soared to the same height, effectively restricting flight and movement within that span. "I shall go first," declared Z Pearl, stepping forward and inhaling deeply. She then approached the shoreline, her feet sinking into the shimmering, fine sand. She wishes to venture forth alone first to ascertain any potential traps, ensuring her passage through the trial is flawless. The sea sorceress observed the silent violet-haired girl, keenly reading her inner thoughts, yet chose to remain silent. The initial intention to increase the difficulty and add obstacles for her had dissipated. Standing at the water's edge, Z Pearl began to emanate a brilliant blue glow, and soon, a colossal nine-headed serpent's ethereal form emerged, gradually solidifying. Ultimately, she melded completely with her martial spirit, transforming into a magnificent 10-meter-long azure hydra. The aura of a supreme predator instantly enveloped the surroundings. The gazes of the yellow-clad sea spirit masters involuntarily gravitated towards the formidable hydra, their bodies tensing as they instinctively retreated. They felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the serpent, akin to a frog at the mercy of a snake's jaws, poised to be devoured at any moment. This sensation was utterly dreadful. This martial spirit embodiment is rather intriguing, the sea sorceress mused, slightly taken aback. Typically, individuals integrate their martial spirits within themselves, manifesting certain characteristics and exhibiting beast-like traits. However, Z Pearl's embodiment was distinct. She completely merged with her martial spirit, allowing it to take a tangible form. It bore a resemblance to the martial spirit true body possessed only by soul saints, yet differed in that this was merely the materialization of her martial spirit. Thus, it could not double all attributes or grant unlimited use of all soul skills as a true body would. Nevertheless, even in this form, the transformed Z Pearl was exponentially stronger than her human state. With a hiss, the immense hydra flicked its forked tongue, 3 soul rings igniting around it, as its entire body shimmered with a brilliant blue luminescence. With a flick of its tail, the serpent surged forward like a blue streak of lightning. Swift, far swifter than her human form. Such terrifying velocity even caused the sea sorceress, standing over 200 meters away, to take notice, realizing she had underestimated this girl. The beautiful fish tail, still immersed in the ocean, gently swayed, causing the waves to swell dramatically, rising to 10 meters, as if sealing off all paths of advancement. The tumultuous sea roared with a thunderous force, yet contained within the boundaries of the sea. In the face of this spectacle, the Hydra, darting across the surface with unparalleled speed, showed no sign of fear as it confronted the oncoming waves. It did not flinch. One of its heads opened wide, gathering flames that erupted forth in a fierce burst of crimson light, charging directly at the waves. With a thunderous roar, the red light exploded, creating a gaping hole in the advancing waves and enveloping the area in thick steam. Simultaneously, the Hydra, moving at breakneck speed, dove straight into the newly formed gap. Boom! However, even as it advanced, more powerful waves surged from behind, crashing heavily against the Hydra's form. Fortunately, as a creature of the sea, the Hydra merely twisted its body, dissipating the force of the incoming waves. In this motion, it utilized the momentum of the oncoming tide to propel itself forward, its speed not only unimpeded but enhanced. For the transformed Z-Pearl, these incoming waves posed no threat whatsoever. Before long, the Hydra arrived within 5 meters of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar platform, victory tantalizingly close. With a powerful flick of its tail, the massive serpent leapt into the air, aiming directly for the platform. As it soared, the Hydra began to emit a radiant blue light, gradually shrinking in size. Thud! A pair of delicate feet gently touched down upon the sacred pillar platform of the sea sorceress. Z-Pearl landed gracefully beside her, appearing unruffled, her expression calm and composed, as though traversing such a distance had required no effort at all. The sea witch's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of approval as she nodded towards her. It was the first time I had witnessed a sea serpent capable of breathing fire. Evidently, your martial spirit is not to be underestimated. Moreover, I sensed a subtle yet oppressive aura, suggesting that you had not yet exerted your full strength. Although your soul power level may be somewhat lacking, it does not detract from your merits. Very well, you possess the qualifications to undertake the trials of the sea god. I find myself at a loss for words. Numerous readers have accused me of diluting the narrative. Upon reflection, I realize that I have not resorted to any form of plagiarism. The author has invested considerable effort into crafting this story, and the protagonist's strength is steadily progressing. Thus, where is this dilution? However, after further contemplation, I recognized my error, namely, the title of the book. It should not be called The Early Trials of the Sea God. Those drawn in by the title seek to witness the protagonist's participation in the sea god's trials and his display of prowess. When they do not encounter the chapters they anticipated, it is only natural for them to perceive the chapters involving pirates as lacking substance. But is that truly the case? They merely encountered a narrative that diverged from their expectations, leading to a sense of monotony and the impression of dilution. If I had instead titled my work Rising from the Sea or Claiming Kingship from the Pirates, I can confidently assert that no one would accuse me of dilution. Alas, I have indeed chosen the wrong title. However, with the contract already submitted, there is no recourse for alteration. Chapter 61, Commencement of the Assessment. Listening to the sea witch's commendatory words and gazing at her gentle expression, even though I had previously harbored reservations about this woman who had captured Hemingway's attention, I found myself reassessing my views. I could sense that she had shown restraint towards me despite my earlier affront. The mere thought of her graciousness in light of my transgressions filled me with a tinge of shame. Of course, had I known that the sea witch had initially intended to make things difficult for me, my reflections would likely have differed. Now, young lad, it is your turn. The sea witch beckoned to Hemingway across the water, her smile radiant. Observing this test akin to the original protagonists, Hemingway felt no difficulty whatsoever. He stepped slowly into the sea, and as his foot made contact with the surface, an astonishing scene unfolded. The previously tumultuous waters, with their crashing waves, instantaneously transformed into a tranquil expanse, the sea resembling a flawless mirror, devoid of the earlier tumult. Hemingway strolled leisurely, as if meandering down a gentle avenue, gliding across the surface of the sea with effortless grace, making his way step by step towards the sea sorceress's pillar. Behind him, several yellow-clad sea soul masters gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they beheld his scientifically implausible ability to tread upon the water. His entire form remaining buoyant and untouched by the sea, not even a trace of moisture gracing his shoes. Such formidable control over water. The sea sorceress, witnessing this spectacle, discerned the underlying essence of his prowess. Undoubtedly, it was an extraordinary manipulation of water. As Hemingway's feet met the surface of the ocean, he seized dominion over the very waters, rendering the sea sorceress incapable of exerting any influence, unless she summoned her full strength to contest his control. Yet, this was merely a trial, and she could not afford to unleash her full power. Thus, she could only watch in astonishment as he claimed authority over the ocean's depths, executing this revolutionary act as part of his assessment. Step by step, Hemingway ambled across the water's surface, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. With the awakening of his conqueror's haki, it was as if he had discovered the key to a hidden treasure. The abilities inherent to the mermaid princess's martial spirit surged forth with explosive vigor, particularly her water manipulation skills. Had he possessed such power while being pursued by pirates? He could have effortlessly turned the tide against them or slipped beneath the waves to evade capture. As he approached, the sea sorceress elegantly lifted her enchanting fish tail, droplets of water cascading from its tip. In an instant, her tail transformed into 2 legs, gracefully draped by a flowing black gown. In the blink of an eye, she appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human girl. The transformation of a mermaid's tail into legs? The nearby purple pearl stood momentarily stunned. Of course, upon leaving the water, we assume a human form, albeit only for a brief duration, lest we perish. After all, the sea is our true home. Hearing her subconscious muttering, the sea sorceress turned with a smile, explaining, "Thus, under normal circumstances, we do not reveal our legs before others. Outsiders remain oblivious to this trait of our kind." By this time, Hemingway had reached the vicinity of the sacred pillar, mere meters away. Suddenly, the water surged, swiftly coalescing into a staircase. Without pausing, he ascended the steps, one after another, until he officially stood upon the sacred pillar. Upon his arrival, the water-formed staircase seemed to fulfill its purpose, disintegrating back into the sea. Simultaneously, the previously calm surface of the ocean began to churn with tumultuous waves once more. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." The sea sorceress gazed with a smile at the silver-haired youth before her, expressing mild surprise as she remarked, "I never anticipated you would traverse the Sea of Seas in such a manner. To be candid, among the multitude of visitors each year, your approach to crossing the Sea of Seas is the most composed I have ever witnessed. Quite impressive indeed." "You're overly gracious," he replied modestly. "I merely found myself fortunate." Even when praised by a strikingly beautiful elder sister who suited his tastes, Hemingway remained unflustered and composed. In his eyes, passing this trial was of little consequence. The true test lay ahead with the sea goddess evaluation. "Very well, I presume you two can hardly contain your anticipation. Let us commence the examination," the sea sorceress proclaimed, gracefully approaching the sacred pillar, her expression imbued with reverence. "Little sister, you shall go first," she beckoned. Upon hearing this, Zizhenju felt a pang of anxiety, aware that the real trial was imminent. As a genuine sea soul master, she had heard whispers of the legends surrounding the sacred sea god island. Thus, standing before this daunting assessment, which had instilled dread in many a sea soul master, she felt a flicker of trepidation about her own capability to succeed. However, having arrived, retreat was not an option when faced with the trial. With determination, she bit her lip, preparing to step forward, only to be gently grasped by a larger, warm hand. Turning her gaze to the side, she found her heartthrob smiling reassuringly, saying, "Do not fear. I am here with you." In that instant, Zizhenju was astonished to find that the anxiety within her dissipated entirely, vanishing with those simple yet profound words. She murmured, lowering her head in acknowledgement. Releasing his hand, she lifted her gaze once more, her countenance now radiating the vibrant confidence she once possessed. She approached the sea sorceress, standing a step behind her, her violet eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the commencement of the divine examination. The sea sorceress slowly raised her elegantly proportioned arms, her flawless visage adorned with an expression of profound devotion. She brought her hands to her full chest, palms facing each other at a distance of half a foot. A gentle blue light began to materialize at the center of her palms, gradually intensifying. As the azure glow filled her hands, it suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire sanctum of the sea sorceress in a shimmering azure radiance. Almost immediately, a flash of light emanated from beneath the sacred pillar, a stream of blue luminescence tracing the intricate patterns upon the pillar, ascending swiftly to its pinnacle in the blink of an eye. The sea witch turned, facing the purple pearl, her slender right hand pointing towards her form. A column of azure light descended from the heavens, enveloping her voluptuous figure. Bathed in this luminescence, the purple pearl appeared somewhat bewildered, evidently feeling nothing. The hue of the light began to transform, shifting from blue to white, and swiftly transitioning from white to yellow, almost without pause, before morphing into purple. The purple deepened gradually. This transformation was somewhat slower, yet it continued unabated. Observing the dramatic fluctuations of radiance surrounding the purple pearl, The sea witch seemed taken aback, her luscious red lips parting slightly, clearly astonished by the unexpected spectacle before her. In a brief span, the violet light had entirely transformed into black, nearly obscuring the enchanting figure of the purple pearl beneath the column of light. Meanwhile, on the sacred pillar behind the sea witch, the lowest patterns began to turn black, gradually ascending. Given this scenario, it was evident that the lowest level was black. With red also a possibility, Hemingway speculated silently. He was not particularly surprised, for following his modifications, the purple pearl's Hydra martial spirit had truly attained a divine semblance. Achieving the black grade assessment was entirely to be expected, had it not been for the absence of the heart of the sea god. Hemingway would not have found it strange if the purple pearl had secured the sea god's 9 trials, for her martial spirit possessed such qualifications. Alas, without the heart of the sea god, she remained destined to miss that opportunity. The black luminescent patterns continued to ascend, reaching nearly 1/3 of the height of the sea witch's sacred pillar without losing momentum, spreading upward at an even swifter pace. In a matter of moments, the black patterns had encompassed the entire pillar of the sea witch. Just as Hemingway believed this would be the limit, suddenly, the seemingly halted demonic patterns surged upward slightly. Immediately, the blackened patterns enveloping the sea witch's sacred pillar transformed, becoming a brilliant crimson hue. A beam of red light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. That sanguine brilliance ascended directly into the azure expanse, causing the tranquil blue sky to flicker with a flash of blood-red light. On the island of the sea god, thousands of gazes were almost simultaneously directed towards the sky. Among them, 6 guardians of the sacred pillars, each standing before their uniquely styled columns, could not suppress the intense brilliance that illuminated their eyes upon witnessing the crimson light. Almost concurrently, they exclaimed in unison, the top-tier 7 trials. Even within a special temple at the heart of the island, where a pair of eyes had been closed for a decade, the emergence of this red glow prompted them to open. A subtle astonishment mixed with profound joy spread across their faces. After years of stillness, the body gradually rose. Chapter 62. Incredulity. The sea witch's sacred pillar. The crimson light gradually receded, as the 7 red luminescent screens merged into the forehead of the purple pearl, transforming into an enigmatic red 7-pointed star, bestowing a subtle hue of red upon her originally delicate and fair skin. At this moment, the sea witch was utterly stunned. The crimson hue, indeed, it signified a level of supremacy, distinct from the high mortality associated with black. This shade of red was extraordinarily rare. The perplexing question remained, how could this girl possibly attain the pinnacle of the 7 trials? By what merit? The sea witch acknowledges that the 9-headed serpent martial soul of the purple pearl is indeed extraordinary. However, to attain the red level 7th assessment solely based on this is rather unrealistic, is it not? A red level evaluation, nonetheless. Hemingway gazed upon the scene, lamenting the missed opportunity. The purple pearl, lacking the heart of the sea god, had still managed to achieve the red level assessment. Had she possessed the heart of the sea god, securing the 9 trials would have been a foregone conclusion. What a pity it was, indeed. May I inquire your full name, esteemed lady? At this moment, the sea witch's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming exceedingly respectful. She slightly bowed and even paid homage to the purple pearl. The abrupt shift in the sea witch's attitude left the purple pearl momentarily stunned. As a titled Douluo and guardian of one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, why would she show such deference? Could it be that this red assessment held some peculiar significance? After all, she was a titled Douluo. My name is Purple Pearl. Slightly bewildered by the witch's unusual behavior, the purple pearl found herself hesitant to act presumptuously. With cautious curiosity, she inquired, Senior, what does this mean? The sea witch gazed at her cautious demeanor, a bittersweet smile gracing her delicate features. I must confess, I misjudged you, she remarked. It is an honor to serve as your examiner, Miss Purple Pearl. While I am perplexed as to why such a top-tier assessment has fallen upon you, know that for the foreseeable future, should you require anything on the island, you may seek my assistance. I will endeavor to aid you as best as I can. Curiously, Miss Purple Pearl blinked her large violet eyes and inquired, Senior, is there something extraordinary about this assessment? Why do you regard me with such deference? At her words, the respect on the sea witch's countenance deepened. The trials bestowed by the sacred pillar are categorized into 5 levels: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, mirroring the hues of the soul rings. White represents the lowest tier, while red signifies the highest, denoting a supreme examination. Remarkably, there has yet to be a recorded failure in the history of the top-tier assessments. The last instance of such an evaluation occurred during the trial of the island's Grand Priest. Should you, Miss Purple Pearl, successfully complete this esteemed trial, you shall be the heir to the Grand Priest's legacy and the future steward of Sea God Island. Upon hearing the Sea Witch's elucidation, Miss Purple Pearl grasped the gravity of the situation. The intricacies of the Sacred Pillar's trials were far more profound than she had previously understood. Even her father was unaware of these particulars. It was indeed an enlightening revelation. Then hastened to conduct the test. Who knows, he might also attain a red-level assessment. Miss Purple Pearl turned her gaze toward Hemingway, thinking that if she could achieve a red-level evaluation, he would surely not fall short. Indeed, he would surpass her, without a doubt. Thank you for your efforts. Hemingway stepped forward, his curiosity piqued regarding the rank he might attain in the assessment. He believed that, at the very least, he could secure a black rank, with a significant probability of achieving the coveted red rank, especially given his unparalleled aptitude stemming from his dual martial souls. Should the assessment yield a lower rank, it would only suggest that the sea god had erred in judgment. The Sea Witch gazed at him with great interest. Before the assessment of the Purple Pearl, her primary curiosity had been directed towards Hemingway. Thus, she refrained from further conversation and directly channeled her soul energy to initiate the second sea goddess light of the day. A blue radiance enveloped the white-haired youth, quietly bathing him in its glow. Strangely, however, unlike the rapid color transformation that had occurred with Purple Pearl, the blue light surrounding Hemingway remained unchanged. Instead, its brilliance intensified remarkably. This was a situation the Sea Witch had never encountered before. She could not comprehend why the blue light showed no signs of alteration. Even the least capable soul master would typically exhibit at least a white-level assessment, yet the evident prowess of the white-haired youth was extraordinary, bordering on astonishing. How could such a phenomenon arise? Purple Pearl, equally apprehensive, widened her eyes in concern, fearing something might have gone awry. Just as both women were enveloped in astonishment at the inexplicable absence of color change in the sea goddess light, the blue radiance surrounding Hemingway began to shift. If Purple Pearl's experience with the sea goddess light had involved a gradual color transition, the light encasing Hemingway exhibited a remarkable and rapid fluctuation of hues. Blue, white, yellow, and purple flashed in succession, each color flickering briefly before yielding to the next in an exhilarating blur, almost dizzying in its pace. Even the transformation from purple to black transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, black magical patterns surged upwards at an astonishing speed. The rapidity of the change left the Sea Witch momentarily speechless. Having safeguarded the sacred pillar for many years and presided over numerous assessment ceremonies, she had never before witnessed a color shift occurring with such breathtaking swiftness. It was as if her worldview had been irrevocably altered. Goodness, could this be another top-tier assessment? The Sea Witch felt her heart racing, struggling to withstand the intensity of such stimulation. As the guardian of the Sea Witch's sacred pillar, she had never encountered a spectacle so extraordinary, even when considering the combined experiences of the 7 sacred pillars. Yet, the astonishing scene only intensified, reaching unprecedented heights. The black magical pattern successfully traversed 2/3 of the Sea Witch's sacred pillar, transforming into a blood-red hue. Blood-red magical patterns erupted forth, and this time, the emergence was not merely a minor leap from the previous 2/3, but an instantaneous surge that ascended to the very apex of the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. A sound reminiscent of the ocean's lament resonated from the pillar, followed by a colossal blood-red beam of light that shot upwards with tenfold strength compared to the earlier eruption caused by Purple Pearl. The sea surged with fervor, and in that moment, towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, erupted vertically from the depths. Within these colossal waves, a vivid azure light burst forth. But the transformation was not yet complete. The entire Sea God Island seemed to tremble in response to the crimson radiance emanating from the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. Subsequently, both the Sea Witch and the Purple Pearl distinctly perceived 6 immense scarlet beams of light ascending into the heavens. These 7 beams converged at a singular point in the sky, and in the next instant, the crimson hue faded, revealing a resplendent golden light cascading down from that very point. Everything around fell into an absolute state of stillness, save for that brilliant and radiant light, akin to a focal point between sea and sky, descending from above. The sea god's 9th trial. At this moment, Hemingway, the principal figure, was enveloped in disbelief, feeling as though he were ensconced in a dream. Chapter 63. It turns out I am just a mortal. The golden light that now appeared before Hemingway was unlike any he had previously encountered. It exuded an aura of majesty and grandeur, embodying the essence of royal illumination. The instant it manifested, the entirety of Sea God Island, be it the 7 sacred pillars, the forests, the hills, or the vast sea, was bathed in an ethereal golden hue. Even all the sea's soul masters were enveloped in this extraordinary golden glow. Yet, the focal point of this radiance was singular, Hemingway. Standing beneath the sea witch's sacred pillar, appeared somewhat dazed and incredulous. Such a magnificent spectacle rivaled the very majesty of nature itself. Was this the might of a divine being in this world? Hemingway conceded that he had indeed underestimated the power of the world's formidable entities, despite possessing an advantage. He recognized that he remained far too weak and had not yet developed sufficiently to regard the deities of this realm with disdain. The golden beam imparted upon him a peculiar sensation, as if something within him had been stirred. Following this, 9 square golden screens materialized before him. The first screen radiated the brightest light, while the other 8 appeared somewhat dimmer. Before Hemingway could ponder deeply, these screens, akin to golden meteors, surged directly into his brow. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, though it remained somewhat indistinct. Save for a singular thread, he could discern clearly. Closing his eyes, he silently began to assimilate the information swirling within his consciousness. Hemingway experienced a profound surge of unique energy, enveloping his entire being as though he were immersed in a refreshing liquid, an indescribable comfort. Gradually, he became vaguely aware of subtle transformations occurring within his body amidst the golden light. Although he could not articulate the exact nature of these changes, the sensation was enchanting. As if his bodily functions had been harmonized, bestowing an ineffable ease. Particularly, the mermaid princess's soul, bathed in this golden radiance, involuntarily conveyed feelings of joy and exuberance, akin to a parched fish finally returning to the ocean. At that moment, Hemingway discerned a rapid enhancement of his overall capabilities, especially the mermaid princess's soul. After absorbing the power from the golden light, seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, reminiscent of a thirsty plant finally receiving the much-needed water. Hemingway was uncertain about the circumstances, yet he instinctively sensed that it heralded a fortuitous turn for him. The golden light gradually waned, first dimming from above in the sea, then fading from all directions. Hemingway's body became the ultimate destination of this resplendent glow. The very point where all the luminous radiance converged was the center of his forehead. What remained was not a star-shaped mark, but rather a golden trident emblem. This delicate golden trident bestowed upon Hemingway a sense of noble grandeur imbued with authority. Coupled with his inherent, unparalleled charisma, despite his unassuming stance, he exuded an undeniable air of superiority that seemed to look down upon the world. As he slowly opened his eyes, the once azure hue of the youth's gaze appeared even more crystalline. Raising his hand, he instinctively brushed his smooth forehead, intrigued by his transformed appearance. With a swift motion, he summoned the omnipresent water molecules in the void, which coalesced to form a shimmering mirror of water. Hemingway gazed into the reflective waters, observing his own visage. The sun-kissed bronze hue acquired from 6 years on a deserted island had transformed under the golden light into a complexion as fair as jade. Complemented by the regal trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead, he exuded an exquisite beauty that left him somewhat dissatisfied, his brow furrowing in discontent. To his mind, such a pale complexion, juxtaposed with his handsome features, rendered him effeminate. He found his original bronze skin far more pleasing to the eye, imbued with a distinctly masculine allure. At that moment, the once distracted pearl of purple finally regained her senses and turned to the utterly entranced sea witch, whose perfect form stood rigid like a statue, and inquired, "Senior, red signifies the highest assessment. What, then, does this golden hue represent?" The sea witch gradually emerged from her stupor, her azure eyes flickering as they turned towards the silver-haired youth. She noticed the radiant golden trident imprint that still shimmered on his smooth forehead. Indeed, this was no mere dream. The 5 words, "I do not know," seemed to escape the sea witch's lips with great difficulty. She gazed at Hemingway with a look of bewilderment, as if confronting an indescribable creature. Having resided on this island for many years, I had never heard of any assessment marked by gold. His circumstances far exceeded my understanding. What? Even the esteemed guardian of the Holy Pillar is unaware? Zazinza was momentarily taken aback. As the sea sorceress was about to speak, a serene voice resonated from afar, reminiscent of a melody descending from the heavens, both enchanting and suffused with a warmth of compassion. There was no need to burden her further. Since her arrival on Sea God Island, such an occurrence had never transpired. The trials this youth was to endure were not merely the supreme trials of the 9 tests, but rather the revered Sea God's 9 tests. The voice drew nearer, and as the final word reached the ears of the 3 present, a crimson point of light gradually expanded in the distance. The onlookers sensed a slight distortion in the fabric of space, and in the next moment, another figure stood before the sea sorceress's sacred pillar. This individual was tall and regal, enveloped in a flowing crimson robe, with sea blue hair cascading down her back, nearly touching the ground. Her delicate features suggested she was no more than 30, yet her beauty emanated from an aura of nobility, grace, and a gentle warmth. In her right hand, she held a staff 3 meters long, resplendent in golden hues akin to the light that had graced the horizon moments before. The staff was intricately carved with arcane patterns, its tip adorned with a diamond-shaped projection reminiscent of a spearhead. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, she would undoubtedly be an extraordinary beauty, unparalleled in her elegance. However, what was most astonishing were her eyes, crystal-clear blue orbs that appeared deeper than the ocean itself, imbued with a wisdom born of ancient experiences. Such eyes were surely beyond what a mere 30-year-old woman could possess. "Your Excellency, the great offering," the sea sorceress said, bowing slightly to the woman in red. "My subordinates have failed to fulfill the esteemed sea goddess guidance. I humbly request your judgment." The woman in red smiled gently, and the sea itself seemed to ripple in response to her expression. "Do not blame yourself. I, too, am encountering this situation for the first time." Her gaze shifted, finally resting upon Hemingway, or more precisely, the golden trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead. "Youth, I have awaited your arrival for over a century, and at last, as I approach the twilight of my years, I stand before you. Might you share with me your origins?" As Hemingway listened intently to her voice, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion of love at first sight, yet upon encountering this woman, he discovered a latent desire within himself, awakening his baser instincts. However, he quickly recognized the impropriety of his feelings. He chastised himself for his lack of composure, feeling as though he had never encountered a woman before, as if this singular beauty could stir such emotions within him. It was important to note that though this woman appeared to be in her 30s, Hemingway, familiar with the original narrative, understood that she was one of the last 3 legendary Douluos of her time. Poseidon, the god of the sea. Yet, this is not the focal point. The crux lies in the fact that this woman is at least over 120 years old, truly a figure of grandmotherly stature. How could I, of all people, develop feelings for her? Is there anything more absurd in this world? Indeed, we inhabit a realm that values appearances. I had once believed myself to be exceptional, only to discover that I too am merely a superficial being. A profound sense of shame welled up within Hemingway. Hemingway, with an unwavering resolve, suppressed the tumult within his heart, daring not to reveal the stirrings of affection he felt for the enchanting lady before him. As a younger man, he had encountered his elders and instilled with the decorum of his upbringing and a deep-seated respect for those older than himself. He intended to pay his respects to the sea god Douluo, who embodied the highest authority of the sea god island. However, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon, flickered slightly and appeared at his side, gracefully declining his gesture of reverence. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. This was due to her attainment of the 9 trials of Poseidon, which elevated her status to that of the heir to the sea god. She hesitated to bow to herself. "No need for such formalities, my child," Poseidon said to Hemingway with solemnity. "From this moment forth, you must remember that on the Isle of the Sea God, no one is entitled to receive your deference, myself included." Hemingway was acutely aware, yet he feigned surprise, as if perplexed by the words uttered by this formidable figure. After all, there were certain matters he could not elucidate. Thus, adopting a guise of ignorance was essential to evade suspicion. Poseidon turned to the sea witch and commanded, "Lorelei, convey my orders. Until these two have completed the trials set forth by the Lord of the Sea, they shall be regarded as esteemed guests of this island. No one is to neglect or offend them. Aside from refraining from assisting them in their trials, do your utmost to accommodate their requests. Let them reside in your mermaid city. Also, summon the other 6. We shall convene at the sea god's temple tomorrow." "Understood." The sea sorceress responded with utmost reverence. Despite having not seen the grand offering for many years, Poseidon remained the supreme entity on this Isle of the Gods. Only the divine presence of the sea god himself could surpass her. Poseidon's gaze once again fell upon Hemingway, and she smiled, saying, "Should you require anything, feel free to address it to Lorelei. Remember, you must fulfill at least one of your sea god's 9 trials each year. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be in vain." Hemingway nodded silently, yet his heart was filled with perplexity. Why had he been granted the 9 trials of the sea god? According to the original text, possessing the heart of the sea god was essential for inheriting the divine position. It was the pivotal item for such a legacy. Logically, without the heart of the sea god, he should not possess the qualifications to inherit this esteemed title. But why then? Was he able to receive the 9 trials of the sea god? In truth, Hemingway had fallen into a cognitive trap, having read the original narrative. He subconsciously believed that without the heart of the sea god, it was impossible to attain the 9 trials. He overlooked a crucial point. It is the sea god who determines the heir, not the heart of the sea god. The heart merely serves as a tool for assessing potential and facilitating the inheritance of divine status. Thus, if the sea god found him favorable, he could still bestow the 9 trials upon him, even in the absence of the heart. Ultimately, Hemingway might need to venture out to retrieve the heart of the sea god to complete the final test. As for Hemingway's innate talent, it was beyond question. With dual martial souls, particularly the mermaid princess soul, he was a natural dominator of the ocean. His attributes aligned perfectly with the essence of the sea god, making him even more suited to inherit this divine title than Tang San from the original tale. Upon detecting his extraordinary potential, the sea god was eager to grant him the 9 trials, fearing that this long-awaited successor might slip away. The sea god's urgency in selecting an heir stemmed from the fact that deities in this world were bound by their divine positions, confined to the divine realm, living like prisoners devoid of freedom. After thousands of years, even a god could succumb to madness. To escape this confinement and achieve true freedom, one must relinquish their divine title. Only by doing so could the sea god break free from the constraints of the divine realm and explore the uncharted expanses of the cosmos. In any case, this prospect was far more appealing than being trapped within the confines of the divine realm. Thus, upon recognizing someone suitable for the inheritance of the sea god's mantle, the sea god promptly presented him with the 9 trials, hoping he would swiftly assume the divine position and take on this daunting responsibility. In a sense, the deities of this world were quite pitiable, bound by their titles. They possessed neither freedom nor autonomy. Upon observing Hemingway's acknowledgement, Poseidon nodded slightly, and then, enveloped in a crimson glow, her perfect form vanished into the ether. After her departure, the purple pearl exhaled a long breath, her complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting her fair forehead. She remarked, "So powerful." The mere presence of that esteemed elder made the very air feel oppressive. My instincts, born of martial souls, warned me of her danger. A single glance from her could obliterate me. Hemingway remained silent, his mind perplexed as to why he had been bestowed with the 9 trials of the sea god. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, unable to conjure a definitive answer, no matter how fervently he pondered. At that moment, the voice of the sea sorceress broke through, her smile illuminating her features as she addressed the 2 gentlemen. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." A vibrant blue light emanated from her hand, and with a graceful wave, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The waters on one side of the sea surged upward, coalescing in midair, and within moments, transformed into a bridge. This bridge did not lead back to their point of arrival. Rather, it beckoned towards the deeper forests of the sea god island. The demeanor of the sea sorceress was notably respectful, undoubtedly influenced by the earlier words of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. It was disconcerting for Zizenzu to witness a being of such formidable power, a titled Douluo, addressing them with such reverence. It was worth noting that even her most revered father was merely a sole Douluo. Hemingway gathered his thoughts, aware that this was not an opportune moment for deep contemplation. He bowed respectfully to the sea sorceress and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, dear sister." He refrained from addressing her as senpai, as that felt somewhat distant. The youthful appearance of the sea sorceress was quite appealing to him, resembling that of a friendly neighbor. Thus, he instinctively chose to address her as sister. Sister? The sea witch was momentarily taken aback. Despite her constant self-identification as sister, it was the first time she had ever heard someone address her as such. Strangely, she found the experience rather pleasant. Hemingway and the purple pearl stepped onto the bridge formed by as if their feet were firmly planted on solid ground. The sea witch's maneuver had been previously experienced by Hemingway when they traversed the Sea of Seas. As they crossed the bridge and reached the shore, they were immediately greeted by 10 sea soul masters clad in yellow, who respectfully stood on either side. Following this, the sea witch gestured for Hemingway to proceed ahead, while she humbly took her place behind him. Hemingway, unable to resist her charm, chose to no longer decline. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, he strode confidently forward. Chapter 65, The Sea Witch Lorelei. The group, led by Hemingway, proceeded leisurely ahead. The sea witch walked behind Hemingway, smiling as she spoke. "Esteemed guests, welcome to Neptune Island. You shall reside here for an extended period. Neptune Island is devoid of excessive regulations. Upon your arrival in the Mermaid City, you may decide when to commence your trials. However, it is imperative to complete at least 1 assessment each year. You may immerse yourselves in the challenges bestowed by the Lord of the Sea. The tasks must be undertaken sequentially, Only upon the completion of one will the conditions for the next reveal themselves, continuing until all tasks are fulfilled. Should you require anything? Dear guests, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall endeavor to accommodate your needs. One final point to note. While you are free to explore all areas of Neptune Island, aside from the central forbidden zone, please refrain from obscuring the brand upon your foreheads, for it signifies your identity. Hemingway nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, dear sister. From now on, we shall rely on your kind assistance during our time on this island." The sea sorceress smiled and replied, "Mr. C, you are too modest. You are a distinguished guest, appointed by the grand offering. Should you require anything, simply give the command. Mr. Hai?" Upon hearing her politely distant address, Hemingway furrowed his snow-white brows and replied, "Could you refrain from calling me Mr. Hai? I must admit, I prefer the way you addressed me before." The previous address? Little brother? The sea witch recalled her identity and realized that she could no longer act impulsively as she once did. After all, her current status was markedly different from before. "Then I shall call you my dear brother," she said. Contemplating this, the sea witch smiled at him, her previously forced serious demeanor finally giving way to her true nature. Upon witnessing this, Hemingway also broke into a smile and nodded, saying, "That is certainly agreeable. Your earlier aloofness left me feeling rather disheartened." Nearby, the Purple Pearl observed the two as they exchanged affectionate titles, quickly becoming quite familiar with one another. Watching them engage in lively conversation, she inexplicably felt a sense of unease, as if this older woman posed a formidable threat. At that moment, all she could do was glare with her beautiful purple eyes at the two, oblivious to her presence, feeling utterly powerless to interject. It was truly infuriating. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they finally emerged from the woods, revealing a small city before them. The town boasted walls only 5 meters high, and due to their elevated position, they could easily discern the layout of this quaint settlement. The most striking feature of the city was a tall building situated in its center, reminiscent of the sea witch's sacred pillars, albeit significantly broader, crowned with an enormous statue of the sea witch herself. Seeing this, the sea witch smiled and explained, "There are 7 sacred pillars and 7 cities on Sea God Island. This is the Sea Maiden City, which I protect. The building you see is the Lord's Manor. Approximately 1,000 inhabitants live in Sea Maiden City, all of whom are the most devoted followers of the sea god." At this moment, the Purple Pearl interjected, "I heard my father mention that there are only over 3,000 sea soul masters on Sea God Island, with over 1,000 in Sea Maiden City alone. Does that not suggest that the other cities have very few sea soul masters?" The sea witch smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "Not quite. The so-called 3,000 sea soul masters refer to the 3,500 divine warriors who protect our sea god. Each city is guarded by 500 soul masters. However, once the sea god warriors surpass the age of 70, they are allowed to retire and enjoy their later years. Additionally, children under the age of 18 who have not yet passed their trials are not counted among the sea god warriors. Thus, the actual population of each city is around 1,000. The number of inhabitants here is relatively small. The largest, Sea Dragon City, boasts over 2,000 residents. Now, let us enter the city. Indeed, this is a small town, with merely 4 basic city gates. While they are termed gates, they resemble more of grand doors. At the entrance, 2 in white and 2 in yellow, for sea soul masters stand guard. Upon the arrival of the sea woman Douluo, all immediately bowed and greeted her with utmost respect as they welcomed everyone into the city. Although the sea woman city is modest, it possesses all essential elements. The streets, though not wide, are remarkably clean, and the buildings on either side are not towering, primarily constructed of wood and stone. There are few shops, yet they do exist. Observing these establishments within the city, it is hard to imagine this is situated on an island, as if one has returned to the heart of the mainland. The sea witch spoke, "You may temporarily take refuge in the Lord's Manor to rest. I cannot stray far from the ocean for too long. Thus I usually engage in my cultivation at the sacred pillar. The inhabitants here are largely self-sufficient, cultivating simple crops and relying on the bounty of the sea for sustenance. Consequently, the island of the sea god does not require currency, as trade is typically conducted through barter. However, we do have designated merchant fleets that venture out periodically to trade with nearby seaside cities for essential goods." As Hemingway and his companions entered the city of Sea Maidens, they immediately attracted a considerable amount of attention. Yet, with the sea witch present, the sea soul masters in the city dared not approach. The celestial phenomenon had already spread throughout the island of the sea god, and its manifestation was particularly noted in the city of Sea Maidens. It is impossible for Hemingway and the Purple Pearl to avoid drawing attention, especially given the conspicuous markings on their foreheads. A mere moment of observation reveals the astonished murmurs of the residents of Mermaid City. The Lord's Manor is smaller than one might imagine, aside from the sea which Lorelei. It houses a dozen or so sea spirit masters who have passed the prestigious purple level test, constituting the backbone of Mermaid City. The manor consists of 3 stories. At the insistence of the Sea Witch, her room was vacated for Hemingway, primarily because, as a mermaid, she cannot remain away from water for too long. This room has never been occupied by her. It merely exists in name, remaining uninhabited for an extended period. Regular cleaning and furniture replacement maintain it in a condition ready for occupancy. After all, she is the lord of the city, and thus, the manor must afford her a space, even if she does not reside there. The presence of such amenities is a matter of symbolism. Although the 3rd floor is quite spacious, it lacks any partitioned rooms, featuring a vast living area of over 200 square meters, yet only a single bedroom. Consequently, the Purple Pearl has been assigned to reside on the 2nd floor. After the Sea Witch had settled the 2 individuals, she departed. Undoubtedly to convey the orders of the High Priestess, the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Once the Sea Witch left, the entire Lord's residence was left with only the 2 of them. Z-Pearl sank into the plush sofa in the 3-story hall, her body seemingly devoid of all bones, resembling a boneless siren languidly reclining upon the couch. With a languorous tone, she remarked, "I never anticipated that things would unfold so smoothly upon our arrival here. I had initially expected to endure some harrowing trials, yet it turns out the challenges were surprisingly simple." Hemingway settled onto the sofa, gazing at her languid form with a hint of exasperation. Simple? Not in the slightest. For others, the odds of survival would be nothing short of miraculous. Though we have successfully reached the Isle of Poseidon, this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies in whether we can endure the real trials that await us. If you believe that the divine examination can be navigated with ease, you are gravely mistaken. He continued, "My initial trial was the crossing, the light of Poseidon." Z-Pearl tilted her head slightly, regarding him with curiosity. "And what of you? What was your first trial?" "Like yours, my first trial was also the crossing. The light of Poseidon," Hemingway replied, his expression tinged with peculiarity. "However, my ordeal differs in one significant aspect. I must traverse threefold the light of Poseidon." At his words, Z-Pearl mustered the strength to sit upright on the sofa. "My first assessment is to cross the light of Poseidon." The instructions read, "Proceed to the core forbidden zone of the Isle of Poseidon and ascend the 133rd step of the forbidden zone. This will be considered a successful trial. Withdrawal is permitted along the way, with a time limit of 1 year." Hemingway remarked, "My initial trial is to traverse the triple luminescence of the sea god. The challenge is to venture into the heart of the sea god's island, ascending the 666 steps of the forbidden domain, which is deemed the passage of the test. One may withdraw at any point, with a time limit of 1 year." The Purple Pearl, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it not triple? How is it that your number of steps is an astounding 5 times mine?" Hemingway, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "How could I possibly know? However, this is not the time for such discussions. Since the divine has issued a trial, there must be a purpose behind it. Given that our initial trial is quite similar, let us conduct a brief analysis. Judging by the assessment hints in the name of the trial, it appears that our first challenge involves traversing a unique form of defense surrounding the forbidden realm of the sea god island. It bears resemblance to the radiant light that the sea maidens employed to seal the skies today. However, the divine light of the sea god island is certainly of greater intensity. I suspect that with each level we ascend, we shall endure immense pressure." Zazinza nodded slightly, silently absorbing his analysis. Hemingway continued, stating that if the light of the sea god serves as a barrier against invading foes, it would impose pressure upon us as we step within its confines. Might this pressure, then, ignite our latent potential? If the answer is affirmative, then this initial assessment will be advantageous for both of us. The Purple Pearl is no naive fool. She readily comprehended his words and, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, "Once we have rested, let us venture forth to explore." A year may seem lengthy, yet the expression of the sea maiden reveals that overcoming this trial will be far from simple. We must seize the moment. Hemingway nodded, poised to utter further words when a purplish-robed sea spirit master ascended to the 3rd floor, informing the 2 that lunch was prepared and inviting them to dine. The dining area was located on the 1st floor, where the sea woman Douluo had already departed, leaving a message for them to express any requests to the purple-robed sea spirit master present. The luncheon was exceedingly sumptuous. far surpassing the offerings of the magic whale pirate group. There were colossal lobsters exceeding 3 feet in length, king crabs with a diameter of 2 feet, alongside an array of shellfish, various fish, and an assortment of vegetables and staple foods. These ingredients were no ordinary fare. They all belonged to soul beasts, notoriously difficult to capture. Although not aged, the soul power contained within them, consumed over the years, proved immensely beneficial for both soul masters and ordinary individuals alike. It could only be said that Sea God Island truly lived up to its reputation as the rightful sovereign of the ocean, displaying its affluence by treating such exquisite ingredients as commonplace sustenance. Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl partook in a modest breakfast aboard the vessel, yet as time passed, hunger began to gnaw at them. Upon witnessing the lavish spread before them, they graciously indulged in the feast. The marine delicacies, prepared from the freshest catch, were enhanced by the essence of soul beasts, whose flesh had been nurtured by soul power over the years, rendering it exceptionally delectable and nutritious. Both savored their meal with immense satisfaction. After relishing the sumptuous fare, they settled into their chairs, remaining still as they gradually digested their food, while the remnants on the table were attended to by others. "Shall we visit the sea god's light tomorrow, or shall we venture there this afternoon?" Zhejian Pearl inquired suddenly. "Let us postpone until tomorrow. There is no need to rush," Hemingway replied. Hemingway shook his head and said, "Upon arrival, it is wise to rest for a day, to rejuvenate one's spirit and face the challenges ahead in the best possible condition tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhejian Pearl silently nodded. After all, she had come here under his guidance. There was no urgency on her part, so if he suggested waiting until tomorrow, she would acquiesce. The following day, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl each enjoyed a blissful slumber in their respective chambers, allowing the fatigue accumulated from days of sailing to dissipate entirely. Upon rising, they refreshed themselves using the amenities provided in their rooms, and subsequently proceeded to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. After satisfying their appetites and replenishing their spirits to the fullest, they were ready to embrace the day ahead. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl sought out a master of the Violet Sea Soul, articulating their intentions. Upon hearing that these esteemed guests wished to venture into the forbidden realm of the Sea God Island, the purple-clad Sea Soul Master, in his 50s, was taken aback with astonishment. Hemingway once stated, "Indeed, we embrace the trials bestowed upon us by the Lord of the Sea. The first challenge entails traversing the radiant light of the sea deity. Thus, it is imperative that we journey to the forbidden grounds of Sea God Island. I must trouble you further." The purple-robed Sea Soul Master then suddenly realized and promptly replied, "Very well, I shall escort the esteemed guests forthwith. Might there be any other requirements?" Hemingway shook his head, indicating a negative response. Then, under the guidance of the purple-robed Sea Soul Master, the two departed from Seahorse City, heading swiftly outside its confines. As they walked, Zhejian Pearl leaned closer to Hemingway, her voice a soft whisper of confusion. "Isn't this too easy? We are heading to a forbidden area. Why has this purple-robed Sea Soul Master not questioned us further?" The warmth of her whisper caused Hemingway to raise an eyebrow in mild discomfort. Maintaining his composure, he replied quietly, "Easy? This ease only signifies the formidable trials that await us. Did you notice how, upon hearing that our first trial is the light of the sea god?" A flicker of pity crossed the eyes of this purple-robed Sea Soul Master. It is evident how daunting the light of the sea god truly is. If I am not mistaken, the reason this Sea Soul Master readily agreed to lead us to the forbidden area is twofold. Firstly, it is certainly due to the mark upon our foreheads. When the sea god bestows trials, he does not solely consider the strength and potential of the candidates. For outsiders like us, the aspect of character must also play a role, given that we have been awarded a higher trial, particularly one that has drawn the attention of the esteemed sea god Douluo. They harbor no doubts about us. Secondly, since we are to undergo our first trial in the forbidden area of Sea God Island, it stands to reason that the defenses of this place are extraordinarily formidable, including the light of the sea god we must endure. After hearing his analysis, Zhejian Pearl's face illuminated with understanding. In truth, these deductions were not particularly difficult to surmise. She was not lacking in intellect. It was merely that in Hemingway's presence, she instinctively relied on him, a testament to her inclination to avoid the exertion of thought. Hemingway himself was uncertain whether the Violet Pearl was a blessing or a curse. It could be said that he rather relished the sensation of being relied upon and needed by others. As the trio emerged from the city of sea maidens, the violet-clad Sea Soul Master addressed the two companions. "There remains quite a considerable distance from the city of sea maidens to the forbidden land. Esteemed guests, shall we hasten our journey?" Hemingway inquired, "How far is it from here?" The violet-clad Soul Master replied, The forbidden area lies at the very center of the circular sea surrounding Sea God Island. It is approximately 200 miles from here. Then let us hasten our journey. I would appreciate your guidance, Hemingway responded. Although 200 miles is not an insurmountable distance, traversing it on foot would require at least half a day. Only by advancing at full speed can we reach our destination in a timely manner. The violet-clad Soul Master directed his questions solely at Hemingway, evidently due to the golden trident mark upon his forehead. Upon receiving Hemingway's consent, the Soul Master promptly unleashed his martial spirit. 7 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, and black, materialized, signifying that he was a formidable soul sage. As he manifested his martial spirit, a layer of fine scales enveloped his entire being, glimmering with a gray sheen. Hemingway discerned that his martial spirit resembled a sea serpent, seemingly a highly venomous one at that. After signaling to the two, the violet-clad Soul Master suddenly accelerated. His method of propulsion was peculiar, as his feet barely left the ground while he moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to an arrow in flight, not wishing to lag behind. Violet Pearl also summoned her martial spirit, and a phantom of a 9-headed serpent materialized, encircling her form. Subsequently, this serpentine apparition coiled around her, guiding her as she weaved through the air. In the blink of an eye, she had caught up to the soul sage in violet garb. Hemingway was enveloped by the ethereal apparition of a white tiger, which was soon accompanied by a delicate radiance emanating from him. In an instant, a pair of wings began to materialize upon his back, their vast snow-white feathers and the luminous aura surrounding him rendered him akin to an angel descending into the mortal realm. This magnificent pair of wings, he surmised, might be derived from the swan martial spirit of the Tiandou royal family, for his mother was a princess of that lineage. Although she did not inherit the swan martial spirit, there was undoubtedly a trace of its bloodline coursing through his veins, albeit in a dormant state. As the son of his mother, he naturally inherited this lineage. With the assistance of the martial spirit upgrade card, this latent bloodline was awakened and merged with the white tiger martial spirit, granting it a pair of wings and the ability to soar, alongside the power of purification. He could sense that the potential of these wings extended beyond mere flight. They likely incorporated attributes from formidable beings of other realms, suggesting that they possessed additional, remarkable capabilities. However, his current strength was insufficient to fully unleash the latent potential of his martial spirit. As the martial spirit manifested and unfolded its wings behind Hemingway, a pair of pristine white wings gently fluttered, effortlessly catching up with the swiftly advancing purple-robed Soul Master. After a brief moment of progress, the purple-robed Sea Soul Master, fearing that the two might struggle to keep pace, despite being esteemed guests as instructed by the Sea Maiden Douluo, felt compelled to accelerate with unreserved determination. For their youth was indeed a concern. Yet, upon glancing back, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath, and without hesitation, he surged forward. The most vivid impression left in his mind was that of the white-haired youth, marked by a golden trident emblem on his forehead, adorned with snow-white wings, radiating a sacred white light as if an angel had descended. It was strikingly beautiful and divine. For an ordinary person, traversing 200 miles would likely take 2 days on foot, and even a full day on horseback. However, for a high-ranking soul master sprinting at full speed, it was merely a matter of an hour. At this moment, as the sun began to rise, both individuals had risen early, even after a meal and a brief rest. It was still very early in the day, as they passed through a dense grove, when the purple-robed Sea Soul Master finally halted. Hemingway and Purple Pearl were left awestruck by the breathtaking scene before them. The beauty of the landscape was beyond the reach of mere words. The shimmering sea, illuminated by the gentle rays of the rising sun, reflected countless hues, and nestled within this aquatic embrace lay a small island at the center of the circular waters. The island rose majestically, about 500 meters high, and peculiarly, it was enveloped in a soft golden glow. Although the radiance was not overpowering, it was evident to both that this brilliance did not stem from the morning sun, but rather emanated from the island itself. At the pinnacle of the island stood a structure that resembled a sculpture carved from white jade, square in shape with a dome. From their vantage point, they could only glimpse the outermost edge of this edifice, supported by colossal white stone columns. Its overall material exuded a crystalline quality, suffused with a divine luminescence. "Is this the forbidden area?" Purple Pearl murmured, unable to contain her awe. Women often find themselves easily entranced by beauty. Hemingway gazed at the breathtaking scenery before him, captivated by its beauty. Although the original text contained descriptions, the meager prose could hardly compare to witnessing the tangible landscape firsthand. Furthermore, his previous reading had been somewhat cursory. leaving him with only a vague recollection of many elements from the original work, with numerous details now forgotten. Thus, upon suddenly encountering such magnificent vistas, he found himself enraptured by the splendor surrounding him. The Sea Soul Master clad in purple looked on with a sense of reverence. Indeed, this was the sacred ground of our Sea God Island, home to the Sea God Temple, the sole structure atop Sea God Mountain. It is also known as the island within the island. Please observe, before us lies the staircase leading to the island. This is where you must undergo your trials, comprising a total of 1,001 steps. Only those guardians of Sea God Island who have passed the Sea Goddess trials at the purple level or above are permitted to ascend the steps and enter the temple to pay their respects. Otherwise, they will be met with the obstruction of the Sea Goddess light. If you wish to attempt the trials, you may proceed now. I shall await your return here. However, I kindly request that you refrain from making noise on Sea God Mountain to avoid disturbing the Sea God. Hemingway and the purple-clad Pearl gazed in the direction he indicated. Indeed, before the temple of the Sea God, stone steps descended gracefully, bathed in the morning sun. The white stone stairs shimmered like a jade ribbon draped lightly over the mountain of the Sea God. Exchanging a glance and a smile, they were about to take their first step when the purple-robed Sea Soul Master, as if recalling something, hurriedly interjected. Esteemed guests, during the trial, should circumstances prove insurmountable, do not feel compelled to persist. As long as you retreat swiftly from the sacred mountain, no harm shall befall you. The light of the Sea God may well be the only endeavor among your forthcoming trials that poses no significant danger. Thus, there is no need for excessive apprehension. Hemingway smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude for the guidance received. However, he suggested that there was no need for the purple-robed Soul Master to wait for them. They were uncertain how long this endeavor would last, and he surely had other responsibilities to attend to. The purple-robed Soul Master hesitated for a moment but ultimately replied, "It is of no concern. You need not worry about me. In fact, being granted the opportunity to undergo the trial of the Sea God is a privilege. Only the black-level assessment includes such a right. Without the Sea God's permission, even those of us who have passed the trial cannot enter the forbidden areas." Upon hearing this, Hemingway refrained from further discussion. He effortlessly cradled the purple pearl in his arms, and with the radiant white wings of holy light unfurling from his back, he ascended into the sky, enveloped in a shimmering aura, heading straight towards the circular sea. The circular sea spanned approximately 200 meters in width. With gentle waves that belied its designation as an ocean, it was, in truth, a circular lake, albeit filled with seawater. The method of entering the island remained elusive, likely requiring a specific soul skill. As Hemingway soared above the circular sea with the purple pearl in his embrace, he suddenly noticed that upon crossing the threshold into the circular sea, a faint glow enveloped his form. The light emanating from the purple pearl was crimson, while his own radiance shimmered with a delicate golden hue, reminiscent of the luminous glow he had stabilized during the final moments of the assessment. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, his mind instinctively beginning to wander back to the narrative of the original work, though the passage of time had rendered many details hazy. Furthermore, his initial reading had been cursory, a mere skimming of the surface. Consequently, aside from certain pivotal plot elements, the less significant aspects had long faded from his memory. Now, he could only vaguely recall the luminous aura that enveloped the two of them, which seemed to hold great significance, particularly in navigating the vast circular sea. However, other details eluded him. Yet, he dismissed this forgetfulness, reasoning that if it were truly important, he would not have lost it to memory. Thus, cradling the violet pearl, he gently flapped his pristine white wings a few times and successfully traversed the more than 200-meter-wide circular sea, reaching the opposite shore. As he tenderly set down the violet pearl, who nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, she furrowed her brows in mild discontent, seemingly lamenting why they could not have flown a bit longer. Hemingway paid no heed to her fleeting emotions, directing his gaze forward. The staircase leading to the mountain of Poseidon lay merely a few dozen meters ahead of them. Even now, he felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Why had he been granted the 9 trials of Poseidon? Was he not, in essence, preemptively seizing the opportunities meant for the protagonist? It appeared that in this world, Tang San was devoid of any protagonist aura. Perhaps, since his arrival in this realm, the butterfly effect had altered the narrative, rendering Tang San no longer the central figure. To envision a journey as smooth and divinely aided as depicted in the original work was now an impossibility. In this world, I am the true protagonist. Hemingway and the purple pearl walked side by side, slowly making their way to the foot of Poseidon Mountain. Upon their arrival, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur, as if an extraordinary energy weighed heavily upon them, instilling a profound sense of gravity in their hearts. They pressed on. Hemingway's response was but a single word. In the next moment, the two of them leapt forth, racing towards the staircase. Bang! Bang! However, immediately following, two muffled thuds resonated almost simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that just as Hemingway and the Purple Pearl reached the staircase, they seemed to collide with some invisible force, rebounding backward and even being propelled several meters away. Fortunately, their forward momentum had not been excessively forceful. Rather, it was the complete lack of mental preparation that caught them off guard, causing them to appear somewhat disheveled. What on earth is happening? After regaining her balance, the Purple Pearl rubbed her forehead in discomfort, subtly using her elbow to ease the ache in her chest from the impact. Noticing he was oblivious to her actions, she sighed in relief and remarked curiously, "It feels as though we have collided with an elastic wall." Hemingway remained silent, oblivious to her subtle gestures. His brow furrowed as he gazed into what appeared to be an empty expanse ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his right hand. Instantly, invisible water molecules in the air began to coalesce rapidly, forming a small water sphere. Ever since he had undergone the trials of the sea god, and after being immersed in those mysterious energies, his mermaid spirit had experienced a profound transformation. Particularly, his mastery over water had become remarkably refined. The ability to draw moisture from the air, something he could never achieve before, now felt as instinctive as breathing. He could manipulate water and command the sea effortlessly, even without the need to invoke his spirit transformation into the true form of the mermaid princess, Bai Xing. This clearly demonstrated the profound alignment of the mermaid princess Bai Xing with the position of the sea god. It was no wonder that the sea god, upon recognizing his exceptional potential, eagerly bestowed upon him the trials of the sea god. Such a gift of aptitude was unparalleled. No one else in the world could be more suited to the role of the sea god than he. Go! Hemingway hurled the water balloon upwards at an angle, resembling a cannonball being unleashed. In an instant, a remarkable scene unfolded. A faint golden light flickered, and the water balloon, launched like a projectile, paused momentarily before rebounding with lightning speed, surpassing even the velocity at which it was initially thrown. Hemingway casually swatted away the rebounding water sphere, dispersing it back into vapor. In his mind, he had come to a realization. It appeared that the true domain of the sea god's light began from the position of the steps. Although he had perused the original novel of Douluo continent, the author's prose was rather lackluster, leading him to engage in quantum reading, merely glancing at passages to glean a vague understanding of the overarching plot. In fact, upon encountering particularly tedious chapters, he often skipped ahead entirely. Thus, he found himself genuinely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding these steps and could only hypothesize based on the current situation. It seemed that the sea god's light functioned as a formidable shield, capable of rebuffing any physical or energy-based attacks. Moreover, it did not merely reflect attacks indiscriminately. It specifically rebounded them back to the assailant. Otherwise, the water sphere he had thrown, which had been launched at an angle, would have rebounded into the air at a corresponding angle. Analyzing the existing conditions, he deduced that during the ascent of the steps, one must refrain from using any skills, lest they immediately suffer a backlash. Hemingway articulated his conclusions. Upon hearing this, the nearby Purple Pearl could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this trial exceedingly cruel? With both physical and energy attacks being reflected, how on earth can we ascend?" Hemingway remarked that one must ascend step by step, enduring the pressure of rebounding forces. Should one's strength falter, immediate expulsion would ensue. While the offensive skills may be rendered ineffective, he believed that defensive and enhancement abilities could still be employed. With that, he boldly advanced, followed hesitantly by the Purple Pearl. The two returned to the staircase, with Hemingway taking the lead. He slowly raised his right leg and stepped onto the first step. As his leg entered the realm of the staircase, he was met with an overwhelming resistance pushing against his forward motion. This challenge bore a resemblance to gravity, albeit far less intense. Feeling this formidable resistance, Hemingway, seasoned by his experiences with gravitational trials, refrained from utilizing his soul power. Instead, he relied solely on the strength of his thighs, firmly placing his foot on the step and subsequently positioning his entire body on the first level. Once he stood upon the staircase, an immense pressure enveloped him, compressing his form as if he were pressing a finger into a balloon, which instinctively sought to expel it. Simultaneously, a golden mist materialized around him, and Hemingway distinctly sensed his stamina depleting rapidly. Straining against the pressure, he took his second step. As anticipated, the pressure intensified upon reaching the second step, about 10% more than that encountered on the first. His slender brows furrowed slightly, but But Hemingway pressed on, quickening his pace and advancing 8 steps to the 10th level. Suddenly, the sensation became more pronounced. The pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave. Conducting a brief calculation based on his condition, he discerned that to maintain stability on this 10th step, a level 40 Soul Master would need to exert their utmost effort to merely manage it. It was truly extraordinary. Considering that this staircase boasted over 1,000 steps, Hemingway could not help but glance back, only to see Zijin Pearl ascending the 5th step. Her form enveloped by the ethereal manifestation of a 9-headed serpent, striving valiantly to reach the 6th step. Clearly, she had unleashed an amplification of her soul power, enhancing her physical prowess as she endeavored to keep pace with him. Turning his gaze forward once more, Hemingway continued his ascent. This time, he reached the 30th step in one breath. At last, he felt a modicum of exertion, yet he still remained resilient. After all, the rigors of gravitational training were incomparable to this mere pressure. Such training engaged every cell of his being under the weight of gravity, rendering it exceptionally holistic and endowing his physique with a strength that far surpassed ordinary comprehension. He inhaled deeply. Hemingway summoned his strength once more, ascending 8 steps in quick succession. Upon reaching the 38th step, he finally encountered the limits of his physical endurance. Sweat began to bead at his snow-white temples, his stamina diminishing at an alarming rate. Clearly, he had reached the utmost threshold of his corporeal capabilities. Next, Hemingway would need to harness his spiritual energy to augment his physical prowess. Otherwise, he would be unable to progress any further. Chapter 69. The Fiery Spirit. As the spiritual energy surged within him, he felt the pressure around him suddenly ease. Turning to glance behind, he observed that Zijin Pearl had reached the 20th step. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, struggling to ascend to the 21st step. This stark contrast illuminated the vast disparity in physical capacity between the two. With her martial spirit enhancing her physical attributes and the application of spiritual energy alleviating some pressure, she had barely managed to reach the 20th step. In contrast, Hemingway, relying solely on his physical prowess without the aid of spiritual energy, had ascended to the 38th step. This underscored the extraordinary nature of his physique. Witnessing Zijin Pearl's determination and her unwavering effort to persevere was truly inspiring. Hemingway turned around and charged once more towards the higher steps. The 40th step, the 45th step, the 50th step, the 56th step. Upon reaching the 59th step, Hemingway found himself unable to move again. This time, without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit. A colossal mermaid apparition flickered into existence and subsequently merged into his being. In an instant, his previously taut body relaxed. The manifestation of his martial spirit significantly enhanced his physical prowess once more. He continued his ascent towards the higher steps. The 60th step, the 66th step, the 72nd step. Beneath his feet, the ground began to bear the imprints of sweat, while the golden mist surrounding him grew increasingly dense. At this juncture, Hemingway's pace slowed considerably. He clenched his jaw, his muscles tensed, and the veins on his pallid skin protruded. Each step became a Herculean effort, as though he were dragging a mountain upwards. The 79th step, the 80th step. Just as Hemingway was about to ascend the 81st step, a tremendous noise erupted from the steps below. He strained to turn his head, slowly glancing back. It was then that he saw Zijin Pearl, who, upon reaching the 30th step, could no longer endure and had exhausted her soul power. Under immense pressure, she was propelled backward like a cannonball. Plop! Zijin Pearl plunged into the circular sea, landing nearly several dozen meters from the shore, a testament to the colossal burden she had previously borne. And at that very moment, as his focus wavered, Hemingway's already strained body finally succumbed, and he too was flung into the air, much like Zijin Pearl. Plop! The sound of his entry into the water was even louder than hers. At this moment, both Hemingway and Zijin Pearl found themselves submerged in the circular sea, floating atop the surface, utterly devoid of strength to move. Fortunately, as both were ocean soul masters, even in their incapacitated state, they were not at risk of drowning. However, this was not the time for respite. Hemingway gathered his spirit, wielding his mind to command the surrounding waters. The surface of the sea surged, and tendrils of water, seemingly endowed with their own will, enveloped the two, dragging them towards the shore. Upon returning to the land, Hemingway had regained a modicum of strength. Thus, he strained his body and gradually assumed a meditative posture. He glanced at the still, lifeless figure of Purple Pearl, and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Did you not claim you would keep pace with me? Then hasten to join me in cultivation." With that, he disregarded her further and closed his eyes, entering a state of deep meditation. Pressure serves as the finest catalyst for cultivation. After 6 years on the deserted island, enduring the relentless weight pressing upon his body, he discovered that the efficiency of his cultivation was significantly enhanced compared to his usual practice, although he dedicated only a fraction of his day to soul power cultivation. Primarily focusing on physical training, he had ascended to the 39th level of soul power, approaching the 40th mark in just 6 years. During his ascent amidst the formidable pressure of the sea god's light, Hemingway recognized that the immense weight it imposed was indeed an unparalleled catalyst for cultivation. Engaging in practice under such intense strain, even when his soul power was nearly depleted, yielded tremendous benefits. Thus, he immediately entered a state of cultivation, determined to squander not a moment of time. To him, the pursuit of strength had become an all-consuming obsession. Now free from that overwhelming pressure, Hemingway felt as if he were soaring, his body liberated from the sea god's oppressive force, every cell within him rejoicing in exhilaration. This sensation bore resemblance to his gravity training, yet it lacked the same efficacy and physical enhancement. However, the distinction lay in the fact that while the sea god's light exerted pressure on their bodies, it also subtly infused them with a measure of strength, enhancing their innate qualities. In this regard, the sea god's light undoubtedly surpassed the effects of gravity training. When Hemingway emerged from his meditative state, he sensed an abundance of soul power ready to surge forth, an indescribable exhilaration enveloping him. His previously soaked garments from the sea had dried, though he could not ascertain how long it had taken to restore his soul power. Opposite him, Purple Pearl sat in a similar posture, engaged in silent meditation to recuperate her expended energy, confirming that she had indeed heeded his earlier words. He had breached the 40th level. Sensing the fullness of soul power within, Hemingway instinctively clenched his fist, yet he refrained from hastily seeking a soul ring, for he was currently undergoing a divine trial. Upon completing the first test, he would be granted a divine soul ring. Unlike ordinary soul rings, the divine ones could reach the upper limits of what he could currently endure. Hemingway estimated that if he were to accept a divine soul ring now, it would likely be in the range of 30 to 40,000 years. However, this was far from sufficient for his aspirations. His ambitions soared higher. He intended to fortify his physical prowess during this period, ensuring that when he triumphed in the initial test and received the divine soul ring, he would be capable of enduring an even greater age. Hemingway rose to his feet, engaging in a brief yet invigorating stretch. His muscles, taut yet resilient, dispelled any lingering sense of weakness, replacing it with a profound sensation of strength. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him after 6 years on a deserted island. Each time he acclimated to the force of gravity only to experience an increase once more, such sensations would inevitably arise. It was evident that his physical condition had indeed improved. It appears that the light of the sea god possesses a remarkable quality. Hemingway gazed ahead at the seemingly endless staircase, a burgeoning desire igniting a spark of determination in his eyes. The first challenge lay in the form of 666 steps, and it appeared that this place would afford him ample time for cultivation. With this thought, an unmistakable glimmer of excitement radiated from his gaze. Indeed, this journey to Sea God Island had proven to be fortuitous. Chapter 70. Why Not Me? A short while later, the Purple Pearl slowly opened her eyes, revealing a shimmering light that made her gaze as translucent and enchanting as amethyst. How do you feel? Hemingway inquired. Noticing her awakening from her meditative state, it seems to be considerably better than my usual practice, the Purple Pearl responded, after carefully assessing her physical condition. To her surprise, she exclaimed, "Moreover, I have broken through to the 40th level. That is quite normal. After the evolution of your martial soul, reaching the 39th level placed you on the brink of a breakthrough. Now, with your potential ignited under pressure, advancing to the 40th level is entirely expected." Hemingway nodded and remarked, "Although the light of the sea god brings immense pressure, the longer one endures within this pressure, the greater the benefits for the soul master. Under substantial yet non-lethal stress, there are significant advantages for the enhancement of soul power. While your martial soul has evolved into a supreme entity, your initially inadequate foundation has, in fact, hindered this martial soul's potential. However, the light of the sea god represents your opportunity. It can aid you in rectifying the deficiencies in your foundation. Objectively speaking, the original configuration of the Purple Pearl's soul rings and martial soul was not truly subpar. At the tender age of 18, possessing a soul power of 38, and with an optimal configuration of soul rings, she was indeed quite remarkable by ordinary standards. Unfortunately, when her martial soul transformed from an ordinary sea serpent into the top-tier 9-headed serpent, What once was an admirable foundation for an ordinary person became merely inadequate when paired with such a premier configuration. Fortunately, she has now attained divine examination. As long as she diligently cultivates through the forthcoming trials, she will be able to rectify her deficient foundation. As Hemingway ruminated over the vague narrative in his mind, he analyzed, the light of the sea god presents an immense pressure upon us, capable of extracting a significant depletion of our soul energy. Under such pressure, our training will yield disproportionately effective results. Simultaneously, it will continually enhance our physical resilience. In my perspective, the journey through this realm, with the light of the sea god as our initial trial, is not intended to burden us, but rather to provide an opportunity to augment our own strength. Only by leveraging the assistance of the light of the sea god throughout this year can we hope to elevate our capabilities sufficiently to face the subsequent challenges. Thus, we must not hasten to complete this trial. Instead, we should extend the completion to the very last day, maximizing the benefits bestowed upon us by the light of the sea god. Upon concluding his remarks, the purple pearl fell into deep contemplation, increasingly convinced of the wisdom in his words. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. Unbeknownst to them, the alluring red silhouette reappeared, this time at the foot of the staircase leading to the sea god's palace. The sea god Douluo Poseidon descended gracefully, her noble visage radiating an expression of admiration, the applause emanating from her delicate hands, as tender as spring onions. At that moment, she regarded Hemingway with a look of profound appreciation. Indeed, he was worthy of being chosen by the sea god in the 9th trial. It was remarkable how swiftly he had unraveled the true mystery of the sea god's light, proving that the exalted trials bestowed upon him were not in vain. Upon hearing the commendation from the most formidable presence on Sea God Island, Zhizhenju instantly understood that Hemingway's conjecture was entirely accurate, and she could not help but feel a flicker of reverence for him, her gaze tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Hesitant to fully embrace the acknowledgement from such a senior figure, Hemingway, sensing her arrival, felt a twinge of discomfort, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he remarked, in truth, the implications of the trial have been exceedingly clear. With careful contemplation, anyone could arrive at the correct answer. Observing his calm and unassuming nature, Poseidon's impression of the young man only grew more favorable. So youthful, she had initially anticipated a brashness typical of his age, yet was pleasantly surprised by his unexpected composure. With such admirable character, it was no wonder that the sea god had chosen him. She nodded gently and stated, "The only one who can assist you is yourselves. This is my sole hint to you. Of course, had you not already discerned it, I would not affirm your speculation. Each subsequent trial will prove more arduous than the last, and you must exert greater effort to have any hope of success. Thank you, esteemed elder. However, might I trouble you with a request?" Hemingway hesitated momentarily before addressing Poseidon. "Speak freely, as long as it does not pertain to the trials you must endure." "I shall endeavor to accommodate your wish," Poseidon replied, her gaze shimmering. Hemingway felt no discomfort, yet Zhizhenju, for the first time, recognized that such a noble presence could indeed exert a formidable pressure. To her, the sea god Douluo appeared no different from the vast ocean, both equally unfathomable and profound. Hemingway remarked, "I hope you can arrange for us to receive some sustenance and fresh water. It would be preferable to have an abundance of water, as you can see." As he spoke, he gestured towards himself and then towards the purple pearl. The garments adorning both individuals could only be described as utterly disheveled. The island of Poseidon, in stark contrast to the outside world, basked in eternal spring. As they ascended the steps through the radiance of Poseidon, their clothing became thoroughly drenched with perspiration. Although they possessed spare attire, without ample fresh water for bathing and laundering, it would not be long before an unpleasant odor would become apparent. If we had sufficient provisions and clean water, we could remain here to continue our cultivation, thereby avoiding the waste of this precious year, he continued. Poseidon regarded the white-haired youth with a hint of astonishment and inquired, "Do you two intend to stay here indefinitely?" Hemingway took it upon himself to advocate for the purple pearl, nodding as he remarked, "Every moment of this year is of utmost significance to us. Esteemed elder, please grant us your support." Poseidon smiled faintly and replied, "Very well. I shall instruct my people to make the necessary preparations for you. Oh, and by the way, the water in this circular sea before you possesses a remarkably low salinity and is exceptionally pure, making it entirely suitable for cleansing one's body." Hemingway was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, as it indeed spared him considerable effort, although his current mastery over water manipulation allowed him to conjure water from thin air. Even extracting salt from seawater to transform it into pure fresh water, the process proved to be quite cumbersome when performed daily. Thus, he preferred to take shortcuts whenever possible. At that moment, Poseidon's gaze shifted from Hemingway to the nearby Purple Pearl. "My visit here is primarily for her," he remarked. Purple Pearl paused, astonished, and asked, "For me?" A sense of unease crept into her heart, fearing that she might have inadvertently transgressed some taboo of the sea goddess realm and would be banished. "Do not fret, child," Poseidon chuckled, sensing her apprehension. "What I bring you is a fortuitous opportunity. Please, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Purple Pearl hesitated for a moment and looked inquisitively at Hemingway. He recalled the original narrative, his heart stirring with speculation, and nodded subtly, encouraging her to comply. Once Purple Pearl sat cross-legged as instructed, Poseidon slowly raised his right hand, turning his wrist to reveal a golden orb resting in his palm. This orb appeared to be carved from the most exquisite golden crystal, flawless and transparent. Strangely, within this sphere, a delicate golden mist undulated continuously, reminiscent of the golden haze that enveloped Hemingway and his companions when they bore the pressure of the sea goddess light. In a flash of golden light, the orb soared upwards, gently hovering above Purple Pearl's head. With a flick of his finger, Poseidon produced a soft sound, and the orb shattered above her. Instantly, a rich golden mist cascaded down, enveloping Purple Pearl's form. Simultaneously, Poseidon's voice resonated. "All individuals who have passed the sea goddess rigorous examination at the black level and above, upon reaching their first bottleneck, shall be granted an opportunity to receive a divine soul ring. There is no need to hunt soul beasts. The divine soul ring will bestow upon you the soul skills you most require, along with the highest possible level of soul ring you can endure. Each person is granted this chance but once. Young lady, concentrate and endure the baptism of the divine soul ring with your utmost willpower to reap the greatest benefits." Divine soul ring? The simplicity of the phrase caused Hemingway's expression to momentarily dull, internally exclaiming that something was amiss. Isn't it only through trials that one can acquire a divine soul ring? Moreover, I have already reached level 40. Why am I not bestowed with a divine soul ring? Could it be that my status as a 9th-tier sea god candidate renders my path distinct from others? Only by completing the trial can I obtain the divine soul ring? Unable to fathom the situation, Hemingway cast a puzzled gaze toward Poseidon and voiced his concern. "Senior, did you not say that those who reach a bottleneck in the black level examination are entitled to a divine soul ring? Why then do I not possess one?" Listening to his inquiry, Poseidon elucidated. "Your trial is unique. Thus, it does not fall within this category. You must complete the trial to receive the divine soul ring." "Ah, so it is indeed a consequence of being a 9th-tier sea god candidate," Hemingway mused. Hemingway comprehended the situation, though he remained uncertain whether the original author, Tang San, shared his sentiments. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel a sense of envy. He observed as the delicate figure of Zhejian Pearl closed her eyes, striving to absorb the divine spirit ring. He wondered how many years of soul ring she might acquire this time. Would it be a millennium, or perhaps a myriad of years? The golden mist, imbued with ethereal colors, gradually enveloped the curvaceous form of Zhejian Pearl, while luminous halos began to manifest around her. Through the shimmering, golden haze, Hemingway could vaguely discern the expression of anguish etched upon her face. It was evident that the experience of absorbing a soul ring far beyond her current level was far from pleasant. As time progressed, Zhejian Pearl's delicate body began to tremble increasingly, her once flawless skin betraying an unhealthy flush. One could only imagine the intensity of the torment she was enduring at that moment. Chapter 71. The True Abnormality. With a sudden hum, a deep blue radiance erupted from Zhejian Pearl, followed by the emergence of a colossal 9-headed serpent phantom encircling her. The serpent's 9 elongated heads roared skyward. Accompanied by the silent howls of the serpent spirit, Zhejian Pearl's expression of anguish softened, as it was clear that the manifestation of the 9-headed serpent spirit alleviated the discomfort stemming from her excessive absorption of the soul ring. Hemingway felt a sense of relief as he observed the situation, while Poseidon beside him remained acutely aware of the developments surrounding the Pearl of Purple. Witnessing this, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes, as she evidently discerned the extraordinary nature of the Hydra martial spirit. After a period of time, the golden radiance emanating from the Pearl of Purple underwent a transformation, morphing into dark halos that encircled her form. Hemingway could distinctly perceive the immense soul power that enveloped her, each infusion of energy subtly altering her physique. Her skin became increasingly fair and hydrated, and her posture more graceful, indicating that this soul power provided exceptional nourishment and conditioning for her body. It worked silently to remedy her innate deficiencies. enhancing her foundational attributes to be commensurate with the supreme Hydra martial spirit. At this moment, the anguish that had adorned the Pearl of Purple's delicate countenance had vanished, her serene expression standing in stark contrast to the beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. Ultimately, the dark halos coalesced into a magnificent black ring that gradually contracted towards her body, while her original 3 soul rings radiated with brilliant luminescence. The final moment had arrived. A roar erupted, akin to a dragon's bellow, as the colossal phantom of the Hydra surrounding the Pearl of Purple appeared to solidify, nearly materializing into tangible form. Its deep blue scales were resplendent, and from its elongated, serpentine body, one could perceive its terrifying explosive power and boundless potential. The 9 elongated heads of the great serpent rose in unison, letting out a cry that reached towards the heavens. A terrifying and ferocious aura, reminiscent of a primal force from ancient times, surged forth in wild expansion. Even Poseidon, witnessing the Hydra exude such ferocity, could not suppress the ripples of surprise in her azure eyes, clearly taken aback by the Hydra's transformation, which she had not anticipated. No wonder it had achieved a red-level assessment. Hemingway's gaze sharpened as he discerned that the divine bestowed soul ring not only granted Purple Pearl a soul ring, but appeared to harbor a unique energy. Perhaps the so-called divine power. It was precisely this extraordinary energy that awakened the latent potential of the Hydra martial soul. After a prolonged, dragon-like roar, the Hydra, seemingly substantial in its manifestation, gradually calmed down. It seemed to have released its long-suppressed essence as its massive form slowly grew faint, ultimately transforming into a beam of blue light that returned to Purple Pearl's being. In that very moment, Purple Pearl suddenly opened her eyes. A dazzlingly resplendent spectrum of colors erupted forth, rendering her eyes as beautiful as a rainbow, akin to translucent crystal, imbued with an inexplicable purity and nobility. 4 rings of light, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, silently emerged around her, radiating powerful waves of energy. These were the soul rings of millennia, with at least 15,000 years of history. Hemingway sensed the fluctuations emanating from her 4th black soul ring and made a judgment based on his own circumstances. Remarkable. To absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring stage. Indeed, the sea goddess discerning I was not misplaced. Poseidon gazed at the 4th black soul ring of Zizhenju, unable to restrain her admiration. Even at her age, her 4th soul ring was merely 1,000 years, which she later extended through divine trials. The rainbow-like brilliance in Zizhenju's eyes gradually converged, returning to their original purple hue. Subsequently, an uncontrollable excitement surged from her eyes as she stood and bowed to Poseidon, saying, "Thank you for your support, Senior." "No need for thanks. This is your achievement, earned through your own strength," Poseidon replied, shaking her head, not seeking credit. With her purpose accomplished, she did not linger, turning away and stepping towards the sea god temple. Her steps seemed to glide upon clouds, her form rising, and her melodious voice echoed from every corner as she proclaimed, "When you complete the first trial, I shall return." In a flash of light and shadow, Poseidon vanished from sight. Zizhenju, puzzled, raised her head, staring blankly in the direction Poseidon had disappeared, murmuring, "Why did the senior leave so hurriedly? It feels rather strange." Hemingway, however, understood the urgency of her departure. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt the killing intent radiating from Poseidon. Although that intent was subtly directed at him, it was intensifying with time. Had she lingered any longer, even Zizhenju might have sensed it. Hemingway was aware of the reason behind Poseidon's animosity. The final inheritance of the sea god's position required a specific and dire condition, the sacrifice of the high priestess of Sea God Island, aiding him, the sea god's successor, to inherit the divine title. It was entirely natural for anyone facing life-threatening circumstances to harbor such murderous intent towards the instigator of their peril. Nonetheless, Hemingway remained unperturbed, knowing that Poseidon could not directly harm him. At most, she could create obstacles within the confines of the divine trial rules, impeding his progress but never outright preventing him from completing the trials. "What is the age of your soul ring? What soul skills have you acquired?" Hemingway inquired, turning to Zizhenju. At the mention of this, Zizhenju's enthusiasm surged. She eagerly exclaimed, "My 4th soul ring is an astonishing 15,000 years old. It's extraordinary to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at this stage. It is not merely the divine gift soul ring that is extraordinary. Your physical aptitude has enabled you to absorb a 15,000-year soul ring," Hemingway explained. The so-called optimal soul ring configuration is not an immutable rule. As long as your body can endure it, coupled with a high-quality martial spirit, You can indeed absorb soul rings of considerable age, just as I have." As he spoke, 3 soul rings appeared around him, 2 purple and 1 black. Zizhenju's joyous expression suddenly froze, her elevated spirits plummeting. In that moment, she recalled that the man before her had 2,000-year soul rings and had absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring at the third. In comparison to this true prodigy, her 4th soul ring's age paled in significance. Chapter 72, Too straightforward. In truth, for soul masters to absorb high-age soul rings, the key lies in their physical constitution and the quality of their martial spirit. As long as a soul master possesses these 2 fundamental attributes, breaking free from the constraints of the optimal soul ring configuration to absorb exceedingly old soul rings is remarkably simple. Ultimately, it still comes down to innate talent. The notion of an optimal soul ring configuration applies merely to the average person. Therefore, Zizhenju's ability to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring was not beyond Hemingway's anticipation. After all, her martial spirit had evolved from the original sea serpent to the 9-headed serpent. This unexpectedly birthed martial spirit undoubtedly belonged to the realm of true top-tier martial spirits, comparable to the Haotian hammer and angel martial spirits. Your martial spirit's potential has truly been awakened by the power of the divine gift soul ring. Your soul skills must have undergone some alterations, Hemingway surmised, recalling the earlier events. Take a moment to sense whether there are any changes in the skills associated with your first 3 soul rings. Changes? That seems unlikely, Zizhenju replied, puzzled. For generally speaking, the soul skills acquired after absorbing a soul ring are fixed and do not undergo further modifications. Despite her skepticism, she gently closed her eyes and began to commune with her 4 soul rings, sensing their essence. As she did so, a faint glow emanated from her 4 soul rings, signaling an impending activation. After a moment, Zizhenju opened her eyes, utterly astonished. She stared blankly at the prescient Hemingway, incredulous as she exclaimed, "My first 3 soul skills have indeed changed. How is this possible?" This is not surprising. Soul skills are not immutable, provided that certain conditions are met. Even fixed soul skills can undergo transformation, Hemingway explained, recalling the original narrative. The formation of a soul skill is inherently linked to the soul beast that produces the soul ring, its age, and the characteristics of the soul master's martial spirit. Thus, when any of these 3 aspects change, the soul skills will naturally be affected. Given that your sea serpent martial spirit evolved into the 9-headed serpent, it was only logical that your first 3 soul skills should have transformed as well. However, for some reason, perhaps the potential of the 9-headed serpent had yet to be fully realized, your soul skills remained unchanged until now. I sensed something was amiss at that time. Hemingway recalled how, during her absorption of the divine gift soul ring, the 9-headed serpent martial spirit had exuded an overwhelming aura. It was then that he felt the 9-headed serpent had truly awakened. The previous 9-headed serpent had seemed dormant, acting merely on instinct, while the divine power within the divine gift soul ring had genuinely roused it from slumber. One could say that Zizhenju's current strength was now entirely incomparable to her former self. "Now, unleash your soul skills upon me." Hemingway waved at the purple pearl with a curious expression, saying, "Let me see what transformations you have undergone." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, as if he held her in little regard, the purple pearl felt a surge of irritation, though she was acutely aware that she was no match for him. His condescending attitude towards her felt infuriating. "Well, just watch," she huffed, resolutely determined to prove him wrong. With a slight snort, she summoned the ethereal presence of 9 colossal serpents that flickered around her before merging into her being. The 4 soul rings that had previously hovered motionless around her began to rotate languidly, akin to hula hoops. The first soul ring, a vibrant yellow, radiated an intense brilliance. And in that moment, a peculiar crimson glint flashed in her enchanting violet eyes. "Bewitching eye," she declared, her voice resonating with a potent intensity. Hemingway sensed a subtle yet formidable spiritual force approaching him, prompting an instinctive reaction from the myriad energies within him, including his indomitable spirit and soul power, all yearning to repel this invasion. Fortunately, he recalled that this was an experiment with soul techniques and chose to endure, refraining from any resistance. Upon completely relinquishing his struggle, he found his vision clouded, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously, as if he had stepped into an unknown labyrinth. Rather than succumbing to panic, he engaged with his condition with keen interest, contemplatively remarking, "Ah, a soul technique of mental illusion. It possesses the power to ensnare one silently within a phantasm, far surpassing the mere momentary blankness it could once induce." However, its flaw lies in the fact that as long as one's mental fortitude and willpower are sufficiently robust, one can withstand or even shatter the illusion outright. Break. Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the illusions within his eyes shattered with a resounding crash. Zhejian Pearl observed as Hemingway's momentary confusion dissipated within mere seconds, her heart sinking with a hint of discouragement. Was the chasm between them truly so vast? Despite her current rank being superior, had he not willingly subjected himself to the illusion, she would have been ensnared in its depths. It was likely that she would have been met with a backlash from the soul technique, leaving her spirit wounded. Let us try again. With a soft huff, Zhejian Pearl summoned her second soul technique, the yellow soul ring around her glowing brilliantly. Serpent Shadow Mirage. In a fleeting moment, Zhejian Pearl's figure flickered, and she began to fragment into numerous phantoms, launching an assault from all directions towards Hemingway. As he watched the indistinguishable apparitions converge upon him, Hemingway nodded and remarked, "Ah, a technique of agility. Not only does it enhance speed, but it also conjures multiple illusions to confound the adversary." However, to the keen-eyed soul masters, distinguishing the true form from the mirage is all too evident. With that, he reached forward and deftly seized a delicate, pale wrist. Ignoring the indistinguishable phantoms surrounding him, he observed as the myriad of illusions dissipated like bubbles upon contact. Once all the phantoms had vanished, the sight of Zhejian Pearl, caught in his grip and blushing with indignation, filled his vision. She exclaimed, her cheeks tinged with crimson, "How long do you intend to hold on? Let me go at once." With a smile, Hemingway released her wrist. Observing her retreat a few steps, he said with a grin, "Come on then." How infuriating it was to see him play with her as if she were an uncomprehending child. Zhejian felt that her dignity as a mature woman had been insulted. Would this man not relent even once? After all, she was a girl. Was it necessary for such a big man to take things so seriously? Was it so difficult to feign being caught in her trap? This fellow was indeed excessively straightforward. Chapter 73. Hemingway was feeling a bit sour. Zhejian, her cheeks slightly puffed in indignation, shot a fierce glare at the smiling white-haired youth, and unleashed her third soul skill, the third purple soul ring radiating brilliantly around her. Third soul skill, Shadow Serpent Hand. Hiss. Hiss. Zhejian reached forward, and suddenly, several vividly colored giant pythons burst forth from her sleeves, accompanied by hissing sounds. These serpents appeared out of thin air, spanning several meters, and lunging at Hemingway with lightning speed. Their ferocity was palpable, the pythons vividly animated, their gaping mouths revealing venomous fangs that shimmered with an eerie blue light, indicating their lethal toxicity. Oh. Upon witnessing this soul skill, Hemingway's interest was piqued. This technique bore a striking resemblance to a move used by a villain in a certain anime from his past life, even sharing the same name. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. As the serpents charged at him, Hemingway chose to remain steadfast, refusing to dodge or evade. "Be careful. The snakes are poisonous," Zhejian quickly warned him. Meanwhile, she attempted to retract her soul skill, but alas, the snake she had unleashed could not be recalled. She could only watch helplessly as the vibrant pythons, fangs bared, viciously lunged at her beloved. In an instant, the serpents coiled around Hemingway, binding his limbs like ropes, restricting his movements. With their mouths wide open, they aimed to bite him. Crack. However, when they bit down, the pythons produced a sound akin to that of hard objects shattering. It turned out that their venomous fangs had been shattered. In contrast, Hemingway, aside from a few bite marks on his clothing, had not sustained even a scratch on his fair skin. Quite interesting. In an unexpected turn of events, this could decisively determine the outcome of their contest. Hemingway nodded, remaining composed even as he was ensnared by the pythons. In fact, he had activated one of his 6 techniques, Iron Block, from the very beginning, rendering his body as hard as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. The mere fangs of pythons could not penetrate his iron-like physique. Bang! Hemingway's body trembled, an invisible force emanating from him, shattering the several constricting serpents that coiled around him, yet no blood or any such substance flowed forth. These serpents were mere manifestations of soul energy, devoid of flesh and blood. Thus, upon being broken, they naturally transformed back into energy, dissipating into nothingness. Proceed. Let me witness the nature of your fourth soul skill. Having effortlessly freed himself from the serpent's grasp, he turned to the purple pearl and remarked, "After all, this skill was bestowed by the divine, a millennium-old soul technique. It ought to surpass these 3 skills significantly." Indeed, upon mentioning her fourth soul skill, Purple Pearl's demeanor brightened considerably, clearly pleased with this particular ability. Eagerly, she prepared to demonstrate it before him. Fourth soul skill, Serpent Doppelgang. As she spoke, the fourth black millennium soul ring around her radiated brilliance. Subsequently, streams of light surged forth around her, ultimately transforming into various forms of large serpents. The largest among them stretched over 20 meters in length, as thick as a water barrel, while the smallest resembled inconspicuous earthworms. Clearly, they were adept at stealthy ambush. Serpent Doppelganger, as the name suggests, each of these serpents can be considered my doppelgangers, controlled by my will. After unleashing her fourth soul skill, Purple Pearl's complexion paled noticeably, indicating that summoning such a multitude of serpent doppelgangers was no trivial feat. This skill allows me to summon serpent doppelgangers, with their shape, size, and number contingent upon my current state. At present, my soul power has been expended in summoning these over a dozen doppelgangers, leaving me unable to employ any further soul skills. Is it merely the ability to summon serpent doppelgangers under your control? It cannot be that simple, can it? Hemingway inquired, his brow furrowed. While this skill was certainly commendable, it seemed rather inadequate when paired with the supreme Hydra martial spirit, appearing somewhat rudimentary. Certainly, it is not that simple. As she spoke, Purple Pearl casually retrieved a dagger from her storage soul guide and swiftly slashed it across her delicate, fair arm. Instantly, a deep wound appeared on her slender arm, blood gushing forth. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. Why did she suddenly draw a knife and inflict a wound upon herself? What was the purpose of this act? Self-harm? Did it not hurt her? However, the expression on Zizinzu's face seemed devoid of any agony. Before long, Hemingway observed that the once profusely bleeding wound on her arm had mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, among the numerous summoned serpent avatars present, one snake dissipated with a resounding pop. As Hemingway observed, a realization dawned upon him, and with a hint of astonishment, he remarked, "Could it be that these serpentine avatars can alleviate your injuries?" "Indeed," replied the confident Zhejian Pearl, a smile gracing her features. "When my body is harmed, I can opt to transfer the damage to my serpent avatar. This means that unless I am struck down before I can react, or if all my serpent avatars are vanquished, I shall remain unscathed, no matter how grievous the injuries." Remarkable. This is an exceedingly practical soul skill. Hemingway nodded in admiration. To possess such a soul skill at the fourth soul ring can only be attributed to a divine soul ring, if tasked with hunting soul beasts on your own. Even if you meet the age requirement, it would be exceedingly challenging to develop such a rare soul skill. Upon witnessing Zhejian Pearl absorb the divine soul ring and acquire such a useful skill, Hemingway could not help but feel a pang of envy, while his anticipation grew for the divine soul ring that awaited him after completing the first trial. However, he soon realized that his mermaid martial spirit was indeed unique. Regardless of the type of soul ring attached, it would not give rise to soul skills. It merely enhanced his abilities and amplified the power of the three-colored dominance. Though this path is purely attribute-based, it undoubtedly grants him greater destructive capability compared to ordinary soul masters, enabling him to defeat soul saints as a soul master. Yet, the drawbacks were evident, as he lacked the flexibility and versatility of those soul masters endowed with an array of peculiar soul skills. Truly, the envy remained palpable. Hemingway acknowledged his envy, though he conceded that the mermaid princess's martial soul was indeed formidable, a paragon of strength among the elite. However, in terms of the monotony of soul skills, it appeared somewhat lacking. The pursuit of unparalleled power came at the cost of diversity, illustrating the age-old adage that one must sacrifice some for the sake of gaining others. With a sigh of resignation, Hemingway suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that although the additional soul rings do not grant soul skills, it does not preclude the possibility of creating his own soul skills. Moreover, one could argue that the 6 styles of the Navy could indeed be regarded as a form of self-created soul skill. Is it truly the case that the mermaid spirit, beyond its ability to summon sea soul beasts, is devoid of any other merit? Perhaps not. It may be worthwhile to attempt to develop additional techniques based on the inherent characteristics of the mermaid spirit. For instance, the innate water manipulation ability of the mermaid spirit holds significant potential for further exploration. Until now, his investigation of this spirit has been rather superficial. Hemingway suddenly realized that perhaps he had underestimated the mermaid's soul all along. He had never truly tapped into the boundless potential inherent in the spirit. Chapter 74, A Year of Endurance. In the time that followed, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl did not opt to relentlessly confront the divine light of the sea god each day, challenging themselves to ascend higher. Instead, they chose to patiently harness the divine light for their cultivation rather than hastily striving for greater heights. Hemingway discovered that cultivating under the radiance of the sea god allowed him to endure the pressures of the external world. Consequently, within the constraints of this divine illumination, the speed at which his soul power circulated exceeded that of his usual self-driven efforts. This pressure undoubtedly served as a remarkable catalyst, if harnessed adeptly. It could significantly enhance the rate of their soul power cultivation. Upon realizing this, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl began their daily meditations amidst the sea god's light. Commencing from the first tier. Once the pressure from the first tier ceased to suffice for their cultivation needs, they progressed to the second tier and subsequently to the third, ascending to ever greater heights. A month later, under the influence of the sea god's pressure, the Purple Pearl broke through to level 42, while Hemingway remained stagnated at level 40. However, he was not disheartened, despite not having acquired a soul ring to surpass level 40. The cultivation of soul power is cumulative and not wasted. Once he obtained his soul ring, the long-accumulated soul power would erupt all at once, potentially elevating him by 4 or 5 levels, or even higher. Moreover, the sea god's light not only accelerated cultivation speed, but also contributed to physical enhancement, fortifying his physique and hastening the growth of his soul power. Such a remarkable environment was a rarity indeed. Now, he needed merely to devote this year to diligent practice within the sea god's light, honing his body and solidifying his foundation of soul power. When the year concluded and he received the divine soul ring, the potential longevity of the soul ring he could absorb would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. A high longevity soul ring would undeniably strengthen his power and overall capabilities. In the long run, enduring this year was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Thus, Hemingway observed as the Purple Pearl's soul power ascended steadily, level 43, level 44, level 45, until a year later, when she reached level 48. Hemingway remains ensnared at the 40th level, yet he has acquired the ability to cultivate his skills on the 300th step. Alas, the year has come to an end. The two must now surmount the initial challenge and brace themselves for new trials. At the foot of the Sea God Mountain, a youth with white hair and blue eyes stood shoulder to shoulder with a girl possessing purple hair and purple eyes, quietly gazing at the staircase leading to the Sea God Temple, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Today marked the final day for the duo to face the first trial set by the Sea God. In fact, over 2 months ago, they had already been capable of attempting to pass the first challenge. However, due to the rarity of this sacred cultivation site, they had reluctantly postponed their decision until the deadline, finally resolving to confront the trial and embrace the ensuing challenges. A year had elapsed, and both Hemingway and Purple Pearl had undergone tremendous transformations. The young man had become more handsome and masculine, while the young woman had blossomed into a fair and enchanting beauty. In terms of appearance alone, they had ascended to a far superior level compared to a year ago. It is said that one's demeanor reflects their inner state, and this was evident in how profoundly their cultivation under the Sea God's light had benefited them over the past year. Under immense pressure, they had dedicated themselves to rigorous training, leading to significant advancements in their physical strength, soul power, and perseverance. "Shall you ascend first?" Hemingway turned to Purple Pearl, smiling as he inquired, "Or shall I take the lead?" "I shall go," Purple Pearl replied with a smile as she stepped forward, ascending the familiar steps. A wave of pressure, insignificant to her now, washed over her, yet she continued her ascent with ease and composure. In no time, she traversed the first 50 steps with minimal effort, her body having adapted to the challenge, allowing her to cultivate on those steps for an entire day. The pressure from these steps was no longer a hindrance. However, upon surpassing the 50th step, her pace noticeably slowed. Her body became taut, and each step forward demanded more effort than before. After climbing an additional 20 steps, she could no longer sustain her momentum. Her soul power surged within her, augmenting her physical capabilities, and she regained her lightness, continuing her ascent. Purple Pearl understood that her true trial had only just begun. The next 10 steps posed no significant obstruction, as her soul power was sufficient to withstand the pressure. However, when she reached the 81st step, her progress abruptly faltered. Climbing became significantly more arduous, and each step forward caused her body to tremble slightly. Yet, her strides remained relatively stable until the 90th step, where an overwhelming pressure, accompanied by swirling lights around her, caused her to sweat profusely. The mere augmentation of her soul power had brought her to this limit. Watching from below, Hemingway's expression grew grave, although he was confident she could succeed. Witnessing her struggle stirred concern within him, fearing unforeseen circumstances. On the staircase, after the 90th step, Purple Pearl's ascent lost its previous grace. She moved slowly yet resolutely, her breath becoming shallow, beads of sweat trickling down her fair forehead. 92, 93, 94, her pace slowed with each step. At last, upon reaching the 99th step, just as she was about to step onto the 100th, she hit her limit. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with vibrant light. An ethereal shadow of a nine-headed serpent materialized, swiftly merging with her being, bestowing upon her boundless strength. What had once felt like the sluggish pace of a snail transformed into a light and effortless leap onto the 100th step, from the foot of the mountain. Upon witnessing her summon her martial soul, Hemingway felt no relaxation. Instead, his demeanor grew more serious. He understood that the critical moment was upon them. The pressure would increase dramatically beyond the 100th step. Although only 33 steps remained, for Purple Pearl, these steps would present greater challenges than the previous 100 combined. Gazing upward at her struggling figure, Hemingway silently counted the steps in his heart. 101, 102, 103, 130. Upon reaching the 131st step, Purple Pearl paused once more, but this time, her moment of respite lasted longer. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling. Her thin garments soaked in sweat, yet this beautiful scene went unseen. After a considerable rest to regain her strength, Purple Pearl clenched her silver teeth against her red lips. Soul power coursing through her body, dazzling light radiating from her eyes. She began to emit a deep blue glow, indicating that she had pushed her martial soul's power to its utmost limits. With unwavering determination, Purple Pearl ascended to the 131st step. Boom. The moment she felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a cataclysm, she nearly lost her footing. Nevertheless, supported by her martial soul, she managed to stabilize her trembling form. Undeterred by the fierce pressure, she took a resolute second step onto the 132nd step. Creak. Her bones groaned under the immense burden. Purple Pearl could scarcely breathe, her skin developing tiny beads of blood, a testament to the colossal pressure she endured. Yet, with victory so close at hand, how could she allow her efforts to be in vain? Body, move for me. Her beautiful eyes radiated a spectrum of colors, the echoes of a monstrous serpent's roar resonating in her ears. A surge of power seemed to infuse her being, though her body felt numb. She trembled and stepped forward for the final time. 133. Boom. As she finally crossed the last step, a silent roar echoed, and in an instant, the pressure enveloping her body receded like a tide, leaving her with an exhilarating sensation as if she might soar into the air. The golden mist that had obscured her vision dissolved like melting snow. A sensation of unprecedented elation washed over her. Ding. Simultaneously, a gentle sound resonated in her ears. A red aura emerged from the seven-pointed star pattern on her forehead, coalescing into a red square light barrier before her. The next moment, with another soft ding, the barrier shattered into countless red lights, reintegrating into her brow, imparting a profound understanding that surged through her. She felt her rapidly depleting soul power stir, generating an inner strength. A unique voice echoed in the depths of her mind. Red level 7 trials, first trial, crossing, Sea Goddess light, passed. Soul power elevated by 1 level. From 48 to 49, Purple Pearl's soul power soared to the 49th level. Just one more level, and she would acquire her 5th soul ring. Remarkably, she had only just turned 19 this year. In a single year, she had ascended 8 or 9 levels, clearly reflecting the tremendous benefits derived from the Sea Goddess light in her cultivation. Of course, her rapid advancement was also significantly attributed to her 9-headed serpent martial soul, which was undeniably vital. Had it not been for this supreme martial soul, her innate qualities would never have undergone such a significant transformation. Even with the light of the sea god, ascending 8 or 9 levels of soul power within a year would have been utterly impossible. Without the requisite qualifications, one is destined to struggle under the pressure of the sea god's light, and conversely, the ability to harness that very pressure for personal enhancement demands exceptional talent. It is not simply a matter of willpower that allows anyone to elevate themselves through adversity. Otherwise, would it not imply that anyone could ascend to divinity? If one lacks the necessary aptitude, no amount of effort can ensure success. Had the Purple Pearl retained her original, unremarkable sea serpent martial soul, traversing from her current stage to the 130th level within a year would be an extraordinary feat. Merely reaching the 50th level would be tantamount to exhausting her potential. The impact of innate talent on an individual is immensely profound, to the extent that it can be said to define the course of one's life. In this world, many accomplishments cannot be achieved through sheer perseverance alone. To attain success, determination is insufficient. Both talent and fortune are indispensable elements. In fact, from certain perspectives, these two factors may hold greater significance than sheer willpower. Observing as the purple pearl finally ascends to the 130th level, she now sits in meditation, stabilizing the surging soul power within her. Hemingway cannot help but feel a pang of envy. A divine soul ring, indeed. He has waited an entire year for this moment. Now, it is time to reap the rewards. Hemingway inhaled deeply, then took a step forward, officially ascending the steps. He traversed the first, second, and third levels without the slightest pause. For one who could practice for an entire day on 300 steps, the initial 300 posed no challenge whatsoever. He ascended steadily, soon reaching the 133rd step, glancing at the still meditating purple pearl without disturbing her, and continued his ascent. He passed the 156th, 188th, 200th, 268th, and 299th steps, ultimately arriving at the 300th step. Hemingway effortlessly ascended the 300 steps. His demeanor relaxed and graceful, standing in stark contrast to the sight of Zhejian Pearl, who nearly lost her composure after climbing just over 100 steps. As previously mentioned, although the mermaid spirit had relinquished its capricious and multifaceted abilities, it had bestowed upon him an extraordinary enhancement in physical prowess and attributes across the board. Each additional spirit ring, while not yielding new abilities, provided a permanent augmentation to his various attributes and physical condition. It can be said that he was a natural, pure attribute spirit master, whose capabilities far surpassed those of his peers. The sacrifice of his unpredictable abilities granted him a singular enhancement, enabling him to triumph over the strong and challenge those beyond his level. If he were to lose to Zhejian Pearl under such circumstances, he might as well find a piece of tofu and end it all. After ascending the 300 steps, Hemingway finally began to feel a hint of pressure. However, it was insufficient to impede his stride. At most, what once required a mere effort of one, now demanded 2 or even 3. For the time being, he could still endure. Onward to the 400 steps, Hemingway finally felt considerable pressure, yet he still refrained from utilizing his soul power. Relying solely on the strength of his physical form to endure the arduous ascent of 500 steps, the sheer exertion of his corporeal body had reached its limits. Thus, compelled by necessity, he began to harness his soul power to enhance and augment his physical capabilities. As the soul energy coursed through him, all the burdens dissipated into nothingness. He continued his ascent. However, the higher he climbed, the more formidable the pressure became. Upon reaching the 600th step, even with the augmentation of his physical prowess by soul power, he was unable to withstand the immense weight. Each set of 100 steps posed a monumental challenge, with pressures escalating exponentially. Confronted with the final 66 steps, Hemingway resolutely summoned his martial soul. A magnificent illusion of a mermaid materialized, merging seamlessly with his being. Instantly, it felt as though boundless strength flowed through every part of his body. The pressure diminished dramatically. Hemingway understood that these final 66 steps posed the greatest challenge for him, far surpassing the preceding 600. However, after enduring a year of hardship, he felt no fear. With determination, he took a step forward. Reaching the 601st step, boom. As he set foot on that step, he felt as though an immense mountain had suddenly descended upon him, causing his complexion to change drastically. He had never anticipated that the pressure following the 600 steps would exceed his wildest expectations. In retrospect, he had indeed underestimated the challenge of these steps. Completing the first trial was far from the simplicity he had imagined. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Hemingway, braving the mounting pressure, took his second step, only to feel as if another mountain had descended upon him. His body trembled, and he nearly faltered. How infuriating! How could I halt here? Shaking violently, Hemingway grit his teeth against the intensifying weight, a breath swelling within his chest. Vivid crimson veins began to emerge in his azure eyes, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. Bearing the mountainous burden, he resolutely forged ahead. 3 steps for steps. 5 steps. The pressure grew more formidable with each advance, his skin taut, grotesque veins protruding, his bones creaking under the strain, beads of blood seeping from his pores, clearly indicating that his body was nearing its limits. 36 steps, 37 steps, 38 steps. Each step upward stained him in blood, transforming him into a figure of crimson. Yet he remained undeterred, allowing the pressure to envelop him, his eyes fixed solely on the horizon. 42 steps, 43 steps, 50 steps. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the engorged veins of his skin ruptured, spewing forth crimson blood like a fountain. Just as it seemed he would bleed out, a dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping him entirely, rendering him akin to a golden deity. With the enhancement of the armed color, Hemingway felt a significant alleviation of pressure, yet he continued his relentless ascent, even as his internal soul power was rapidly depleting to maintain the armed state. 53 steps, 54 steps, 60 steps. Only 6 steps remained, yet to him at this moment. They loomed like an insurmountable chasm, obstructing his path forward. Hemingway suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and a wave of dark crimson ripples surged forth. Centered around him, these ripples emanated from his diminutive form, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Ocean God Island. A resounding rumble echoed as the island trembled violently. Wherever the dark crimson ripples passed, those with feeble strength immediately fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. Even the more formidable individuals found themselves grappling with difficulty in breathing, dizziness, and a profound weakness, rendered incapable of resistance. The sounds of insects chirping, birds singing, and waves crashing vanished entirely. In an instant, Ocean God Island seemed to be enveloped in an eerie silence. Within the temple of the sea god, Poseidon frequently observed the two figures with a concealed gaze. As dark red ripples surged forth, she found herself utterly taken aback, a sense of divine majesty overwhelming her. It felt as though the presence of the sea deity himself enveloped her. In a moment of hazy reverie, a magnificent silhouette appeared before her, seated upon a throne, surveying the world beneath him. An indescribable reverence and innate nobility radiated from him. At that instant, Poseidon's mind was entirely consumed by this figure, as if the emptiness she had harbored for years was finally filled. Meanwhile, the image that had long resided in her heart began to fade, reduced to a mere indistinct shadow, poised to vanish at any moment. After a prolonged silence, when she emerged from her trance-like state, disregarding all else, her enchanting form turned, and she soared out of the temple, arriving outside the sea god's sanctuary. At the foot of the long staircase, a figure emanating an unparalleled presence caught her eye. Clad in blood, he appeared disheveled, yet his sea-blue eyes glimmered with a calmness that belied the chaos surrounding him. As if sensing Poseidon's arrival, he slightly lifted his head, and their gazes collided, the deep, blood-tinged eyes meeting her oceanic ones. In that moment, Poseidon's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a fawn in the wild, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shyness and fluttering sensation that filled her chest. This emotion was foreign to her, even in her youth. Facing Tang San, her feelings had been more of admiration for an exceptional male rather than a profound love. To claim it was an all-consuming passion would be an exaggeration. Having grown up on Sea God Island, Poseidon became the high priestess after completing the supreme trials bestowed by the sea god. In just a few decades, she ascended to the pinnacle of soul power, reaching level 99, almost a demigod. During this time, two extraordinary Douluos of the same level emerged on the mainland, Tiandou Luo, hailed as invincible in the skies, and Tang San, acclaimed as unbeatable on land. The two, initially seeking trouble, found themselves captivated by Poseidon's astounding beauty upon their arrival at Sea God Island. Consequently, these two elder men began ardently pursuing her, professing their affections. However, Poseidon had no favorable impression of such unwelcome visitors and requested them to leave the island. Yet, as two of the three remaining unparalleled Douluos, they were not easily deterred. Unable to dismiss them with mere words, a battle ensued between the three exceptional Douluos. Ultimately, Poseidon, leveraging her advantageous position in the ocean, managed to barely overcome the duo, albeit sustaining significant injuries herself. Following their defeat, Tiandou Luo and Tang San not only refused to leave, but stubbornly remained on Sea God Island, despite being formidable Douluos. If they were to fight to the bitter end, Poseidon knew she would not fare well. Hence, she reluctantly acquiesced to their presence on the island. During this time, Tiandou Luo and Tang San shifted their approach, employing various means to win Poseidon's heart, leading the naive priestess to ultimately develop feelings for Tang San, the more outstanding of the two. Although Poseidon was already in her 50s, her extensive time spent in seclusion on Sea God Island had left her with a youthful heart, akin to that of a teenage girl. She was no match for Tang San, a seasoned man of the world, who had even become a grandfather. Additionally, as the strongest Douluo of their time, coupled with his lofty status, Poseidon felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, yearning for love. Given her esteemed position as the high priestess and her unmatched prowess, she believed no one was worthy of her affections. Consequently, despite being in her 50s, she had never received a confession from a man. Fortuitously, Tang San, one of the three unparalleled Douluos, arrived at Sea God Island. In terms of status and strength, he was indeed a fitting match. Thus, with her heart full of anticipation for love, Poseidon found it difficult to resist Tang San's advances. However, Tiandou Luo was also vying for her affection, complicating matters. Poseidon, still possessing a youthful heart and modesty, hesitated to express her feelings directly. Having held the title of High Priestess for so long, she felt it unbecoming to openly declare her affections like a young girl. Instead, she chose a more subtle approach, informing both men that she would accept the affections of whomever could reach level 100. However, this statement was a clear rejection of Tiandou Luo, as he, like her, could never attain the divine level required for ascension. Among the three unparalleled Douluos, only Tang San, who had not relied on divine favor to reach his level, possessed the potential for ascension. Thus, in essence, Poseidon had already accepted Tang San as love. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Tang San misunderstood her words. Believing Tiandou Luo would forever be incapable of becoming a deity, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a boastful remark about not returning unless he achieved divinity. Poseidon, caught between amusement and dismay, could do nothing but watch him leave the island, restrained by her feminine modesty and the presence of Tiandou Luo. From that moment on, she awaited Tang San's return to divinity, a wait that stretched on for decades. Decades, indeed. No matter how profound a bond may be, time inevitably dulls its luster. Moreover, Poseidon's feelings for Tang San were not the eternal, unyielding love one might expect. Their time together had been fleeting, mere months filled with nothing worthy of lifelong remembrance. With Tiandou Luo often present, their interactions had been limited, and Tang San's charming words had barely ignited mutual affection. To expect that a few sweet nothings could elevate their feelings to a level of everlasting devotion was simply unrealistic. Poseidon's feelings for Tang San, in reality, were merely a compromise born of circumstance. The harsh reality left her with no better choice. After all, the only viable options were Tang San and Tiandou Luo. In selecting the more suitable of two, she chose him. Had Tang San comprehended her sentiments, accepted her affections, and remained on Sea God Island, their relationship might have had the chance to blossom into something genuine. However, his departure for decades, coupled with the absence of a defined relationship, caused even the most fervent feelings to cool with the passage of time. Now, the remnants of Poseidon's affection for Tang San were but an empty shell. Otherwise, how could Hemingway's domineering presence have etched his mark upon her heart so effortlessly? This does not imply that Poseidon was fickle or whimsical in love. Rather, the essence of her relationship with Tang San was one of mutual attraction without a formal commitment. Theoretically speaking, Posey is indeed free, possessing the right to love others. Had Posey and Tang San already established their relationship at that time, it would be utterly impossible for Hemingway to leave an imprint on her heart now. Once a bond is formed through a committed relationship, even the vastness of distance cannot diminish the affection shared. Rather, it would deepen over time, ultimately evolving into a genuine love through the alchemy of time. It can only be said that between Posey and Tang San, fate has decreed their paths to remain unaligned. Any feelings that can be easily erased are, in truth, not true love. Hemingway was blissfully unaware that he had merely unleashed his conqueror's haki, showcasing his masculine vigor, which left an indelible impression on Poseidon. This extraordinary sea god, renowned for his unparalleled elegance, began to harbor feelings entirely distinct towards him. Having successfully ascended to the 666th step by wielding his conqueror's haki to withstand the pressure emanating from the divine light of the sea god, he now felt a profound sense of ease wash over him, akin to a gentle tide receding after he had placed his foot upon that step. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a gaze filled with complexity upon him. Upon lifting his head, he found himself locked in the mesmerizing depths of a pair of oceanic eyes, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within him. For within those enchanting eyes, he perceived something uniquely captivating, reminiscent of the gaze from the purple pearl that had previously fixed upon him. Could it be that his allure had grown so potent that even this centenarian sea god was moved? How could this be? It must surely be an illusion. Hemingway withdrew his gaze and shook his head in self-reproach. He admonished himself sternly. Oh, Hemingway, have you forgotten the three great illusions of life? Do you truly believe yourself to be the protagonist? Even if you are the protagonist, do you think that simply being a man will win the affection of women? What does your handsome appearance matter? Do you assume that all women are shallow enough to be swayed by mere looks? Cease your daydreaming. The pressing matter at hand is to diligently enhance your strength and seek vengeance. That is the true path. After this internal lecture, a sudden voice echoed in his ears, transcend. Triple, divine light of the sea god, test passed. With unwavering resolve and soaring spirit, you have successfully completed the trial. The first trial concluded, and his affinity with the sea god increased by 5%, now totaling 5%. Following the proclamation, a strange golden light flickered at the center of Hemingway's brow. A tingling sensation coursed throughout his body, nearly eliciting a groan from him. Though this sensation was not precisely delightful, the golden light that merged within him bestowed upon him newfound strength, as if awakening all the functions of his body. The pain that had rendered him numb began to dissipate, and the clarity of his surroundings returned to him. The radiant golden aura enveloping Hemingway endured for a full half-hour. As the sky transformed back into darkness, all of his wounds had vanished, and his soul power had returned to its peak condition. The brilliance of the golden trident upon his forehead faded, reverting to its imprinted form. Chapter 77. The Significance of Foundation. Congratulations on passing the first trial, Poseidon announced, gracefully approaching Hemingway. A subtle smile adorned her flawless, enchanting face, reminiscent of the solemn and divine high priestess of the sea god island. Yet, in her gaze towards him, there lingered a barely perceptible shift. Apart from herself, no one noticed the turmoil within her heart at that moment. However, more arduous trials lay ahead. In addition to an increase in affinity, the sea god graciously bestowed upon you a divine soul ring. Upon your absorption of this soul ring, the second trial will commence, with a time limit of 1 year. As Poseidon spoke, she raised a delicate hand and cast a golden orb, which descended directly onto the golden trident on his forehead. With a crisp sound, the golden orb shattered, and a dense, golden mist spread over Hemingway, enveloping him completely. Only the trident's imprint on his forehead radiated clearly. At that very moment, as the golden orb fragmented, Hemingway immediately seated himself in a meditative posture, stabilizing his mind to embrace the test of the divine soul ring in his optimal state. From the time he had previously endured the divine soul ring's trial with the purple pearl, he had clarified his goal, to diligently enhance himself within this year, solidifying his foundation to attain an exceptionally long-lasting soul ring through this divine gift. Although acquiring this soul ring would not grant him new soul skills, it would significantly bolster his inherent qualities, with a higher duration leading to greater enhancement. This would fortify his very essence. Stalling at level 40 for an entire year is undoubtedly an unwise choice for ordinary soul masters, due to their limited talents. Youth is of paramount importance. The younger one is, the more easily they can break through. Conversely, as age increases, a decline in talent is inevitable. Hence, for ordinary soul masters, upon reaching the requisite level to obtain a soul ring, they are often impatient to absorb it and level up. Rarely does anyone consider taking the time to solidify their foundation, as they cannot afford to wait or waste time. However, for Hemingway, this was not a concern. Setting aside his talents, his age was only 13, yet he had already reached level 40. Others, even the original protagonist Tang San at that age, had barely managed to surpass level 30, earning the title of a rare prodigy. This illustrates just how far ahead his cultivation speed had left others in the dust. Thus, Hemingway had never rushed his soul power cultivation, for he had ample time to spare. Moreover, had he chosen to abandon physical training and the consolidation of his foundation during his early years on the deserted island, focusing solely on breaking through his soul power level, he would at least have reached the rank of Soul Sage by now. This may seem exaggerated, yet his talent, augmented through the Martial Soul Upgrade card, is indeed formidable. However, such an approach would have left his foundation alarmingly frail. The soul power he attained would be too superficial, not the outcome he desired. Moreover, excessively pursuing soul power while neglecting the foundation would result in low combat effectiveness. Rapidly increasing soul power without the time for solidification implies an unstable foundation as one ascends. It becomes increasingly challenging to break through to higher ranks. Much like attempting to construct a 100-story building without a solid foundation, it may collapse before completion. This underscores the importance of a robust foundation, which ultimately determines the heights one can achieve. Under the trial of the sea god's light throughout the year, Hemingway could sense that his soul power foundation was far more stable than before. His physical potential and overall capabilities had seen substantial enhancement. He was undoubtedly reaping the rewards of his diligent efforts, with combat effectiveness only rising. At this moment, it was time for him to collect the fruits of his labor from the past year. How many years of soul ring duration would he acquire from this divine soul ring? Within the golden mist of the divine soul ring, faint golden threads began to encircle Hemingway's body, compressing around him. If others were to witness this scene, they might not perceive its significance. But the once-tested purple pearl recognized with shock that Hemingway's starting point for enduring the divine soul ring's trial was indeed the endpoint of her own fourth soul ring acquisition. At that time, she had exerted her utmost to persist until the end, when such golden threads began to appear, ultimately earning her a soul ring equivalent to 15,000 years of soul beast duration. If Hemingway's starting point was here, what could his endpoint possibly be? Enveloped by the golden mist, Hemingway's expression remained calm. As those golden threads emerged, he instinctively unleashed his armament haki. A layer of golden light enveloped him, transforming his entire being into a golden figure. This action was intentional. The armament hockey would enhance all aspects of his physical prowess. By unleashing his full strength from the outset, he would not need to gradually release his power under the pressure of the divine soul ring, which would only lead to greater consumption of soul power and bodily suffering in the early stages of the trial. By immediately releasing all his capabilities, the starting point of the divine soul ring's trial would be elevated, allowing Hemingway to face the challenge from a higher perspective, thereby shortening the overall trial duration and reducing the time spent enduring pain. Indeed, once he enveloped himself in the armament hockey, the golden mist surrounding him transformed entirely. What was once a mere tenth of the golden light had now become threads, weaving around him in a continual dance. As these golden threads wove around him, subtle fluctuations appeared on Hemingway's face, clearly indicating that the process of absorbing the soul ring was far from comfortable. On the contrary, it was extremely painful. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, such sacrifices are the price of becoming stronger. With the assistance of the armament hockey enveloping him, Hemingway resisted layer upon layer of pressure emanating from the divine soul ring. Time passed, second by second. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on Hemingway's forehead, astonishing the nearby Zhejian pearl, for these droplets appeared to be golden. It was unclear whether they were merely illuminated by a golden light or if they were indeed composed of golden liquid. At that moment, the golden energy surrounding Hemingway began to undergo a transformation. Strands of golden threads started to coalesce, forming a series of radiant golden halos, 9 in total. They initially expanded around Hemingway's form before contracting once more, striking him with considerable force in a relentless cycle. Each impact of the golden ring against his body induced a tremor in his golden form, resulting in an increase of perspiration upon his brow. As time progressed, vibrant red droplets began to seep from beneath Hemingway's gilded skin. Unlike the earlier, fine beads of blood, this fresh flow was continuous, staining both his garments and the ground beneath in crimson. Blood even coursed from his 7 orifices. Hemingway's body trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, his conviction remained unwavering. As long as his faith persisted, the trials of the divine soul ring would not cease. At that moment, Poseidon furrowed her brows, her hand rising thrice only to fall back each time. As the high priestess of Ocean God Island and the most devoted and powerful servant of the sea god, she had not experienced such hesitation in over 50 years. As the guide of this divine soul ring, she understood Hemingway's physical condition intimately, feeling deeply the precariousness of his body teetering on the edge of ruin. Each time she sensed Hemingway on the verge of giving in and wished to intervene, she discovered that his unparalleled determination radiated a unique strength that compelled his body to endure. This cycle of impending collapse followed by renewed perseverance continued. Even Poseidon, an apex soul master, found herself unable to comprehend the force sustaining the white-haired youth before her. Indeed, he was among those chosen by the sea god. Only those personally selected by the sea god could possess such resilience, she mused. Not even she, at her current age, could claim the same unwavering fortitude as Hemingway. Tenacity and persistence are the greatest secrets to success. Finally, as Poseidon raised her hand for the 4th time, ready to halt the trial of the divine soul rings, a sudden eruption of blood burst forth from Hemingway, splattering violently. Had his body succumbed? Poseidon's countenance paled, and an indescribable agony gripped her heart. Yet, her hand lingered suspended in midair. The blood that gushed forth instantly stained the 9 golden rings encircling Hemingway, transforming them into vivid red. 9 converged into 1. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal crimson halo surrounding Hemingway. In that moment, his last consciousness was consumed by the sensation of his body shattering, dispersing into dust that mingled with the air. Paradoxically, this feeling of disintegration brought him an unprecedented joy, as if his entire being merged with the cosmos. The next instant, he was enveloped in a sea of red, submerged in a sanguine world. Poseidon struggled to retract her right hand, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Turning to gaze at the majestic sea god temple atop the sacred mountain, she murmured in a peculiar tone, "He has succeeded." A red silhouette soared into the air, swiftly departing the scene. Purple Pearl observed the still meditative white-haired youth, opting not to disturb him. Instead, she settled herself on a nearby step, resting her elbows on her knees, cradling her face in her hands, and gazing at him with wide purple eyes, reminiscent of the stone by the shore that waits for its beloved. Hemingway sat cross-legged, motionless, resembling an ancient fossil. At that moment, the golden light of his armed color had dissipated, and his entire body was drenched in crimson, transforming him into a blood-red statue. The entire sea god mountain had returned to tranquility. Time silently elapsed. He remained in that position for a full 365 days. During this period, he did not stir. The bright red blood on his body had turned a deep purple-black, forming a hardened crust on his skin surface. If it were not for the faint yet steady heartbeat he possessed, and the words spoken by the sea god Douluo Poseidon before his departure, one might have assumed that Hemingway had become an everlasting statue. 365 days, an entire year without movement. Finally, on this day, a shattering sound awakened the nearby Zhu Jinju, who was in meditation. Cracks began to appear on the hardened crust of Hemingway's body, and the sound of shattering emanated from this very source. A graceful figure soared into the air. At that moment, Zhu Jinju could no longer focus on her training. After a year of waiting, the person she had longed for finally showed signs of movement. The number of fractures grew, and gradually, the purple-black crust began to fall away, revealing the delicate, jade-like skin beneath. To Zhu Jinju's astonishment, even Hemingway's hair shed in the process, falling away along with the crust. A soft hum escaped his lips, and the closed eyes of Hemingway gradually illuminated with golden light, the brilliance becoming increasingly pronounced. This dazzling radiance spread outward, as if each golden beam were purging the impurities from his being, cleansing the world around him. With a crack, it seemed as if time itself had ceased. All remnants of filth on Hemingway's body were expelled in an instant, revealing his nearly perfect physique. The radiating golden light transformed him into another sun, overshadowing the brilliance of the blazing sun above. Zhu Jinju instinctively squinted, unable to resist retreating in the face of the blinding light and intense energy fluctuations. Amidst that overwhelming light, the figure seated on the ground gradually rose, powerfully extending his arms to either side, unleashing an explosion of infinite golden light. A cry reminiscent of a dragon's roar pierced the sky, resonating throughout the entire sea god island. In that moment, Hemingway, now awakened, felt an unparalleled exhilaration. A refreshing sensation surged through every pore of his body. There was no need to see with his eyes. The world around him had already formed a three-dimensional image in his mind, as if his capacity to sense the ocean had transcended the confines of mere water. Every blade of grass and every tree, all things in existence, seemed to possess life within his perception, breathing in the natural energies of the universe in ways that ordinary beings could not fathom. This experience was utterly enchanting. He had never felt so close to the essence of the world, so intimately connected with nature. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's observation color had undergone a breakthrough, allowing him to faintly grasp the realm of listening to the voices of all things. Chapter 79, Transformation of Soul Power. At this moment, Hemingway felt the surging soul power within him undergoing a qualitative change. If it were once a thin mist, it now resembled flowing liquid. Like mercury, it coursed through his meridians, and with this soul power, he could unleash soul skills and enhance his physique with an unparalleled strength. Almost instinctively, Hemingway activated his mermaid martial soul, and as he did so, 4 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, enveloping him in hues of purple, black, and red. The 4 soul rings, perfectly arranged, radiated immense pressure, exuding an incredible presence. 100,000-year soul ring. Gazing at the blood-red soul ring, feeling his transformative change, Hemingway felt immense satisfaction. He realized that the hardships of the past year and the torment endured while absorbing the divine soul ring had not been in vain. This crimson soul ring, positioned 4th in the sequence, was the ultimate reward. Zhu Jinju, observing Hemingway's 4th soul ring representing the 100,000-year level, could not utter a word. Even though she had developed some tolerance for his extraordinary, monstrous talents, witnessing that blood-red 100,000-year soul ring left her slightly dizzy. This was a coveted treasure sought by all soul masters, the 100,000-year soul ring. What was even more astonishing was that he was merely at the 4th soul ring. How could a soul master of his rank absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? How could those who lacked even the best soul ring configurations possibly comprehend this? After admiring his 100,000-year soul ring, Hemingway turned his attention back to himself, only to realize he was completely unclothed. Unfazed, he casually retrieved clothing from his ring and asked, "How long have I been in meditation?" In his perception, he believed his slumber had not lasted long. Zhu Jinju approached, observing his hairless form, and could hardly suppress a laugh. "A full 365 days. You really can sleep. You absorbed a soul ring and slept for an entire year. If I hadn't seen you still breathing, I would have thought you were dead." "What? A year? I was in meditation for a whole year." Hemingway was utterly stunned, incredulous. "You must be joking. Did I really meditate for a full year?" Zhu Jinju nodded affirmatively, her tone slightly exasperated. "Do you think I would joke about something like this? I know when to joke and when not to. You truly slept for a year. Upon receiving her confirmation, Hemingway felt somewhat dazed. To him, it seemed as though after enduring intense pain, a warm current spread throughout his body, gradually dissipating. And he awoke. It was such a simple process. Yet, this seemingly simple process had caused him to spend an entire year in a meditative state. In the original story, Tang San absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring and only slept for 100 days. How could he have spent 3 times longer? Was the gap between them truly so vast? Calculating further, it had already been 2 years since he arrived at Sea God Island. With half of that time spent in meditation, wasn't that an extravagant waste? Observing the regret on Hemingway's face, Zhu Jinju retorted, "What kind of expression is that? You spent a year to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, and you're still not satisfied? This is a treasure that countless people dream of. If it were me, I would gladly trade 10 years for it. Don't act like you're too clever for your own good." Hearing this, Hemingway reflected and realized the immense benefits of acquiring the 100,000-year soul ring. He now felt like a completely different person, and undoubtedly, there were more hidden advantages yet to be discovered. Thus, it seemed that he had not suffered in vain. After all, he was only 14 years old, still very young. He had already reached a level that ordinary people could never attain even after a lifetime of effort. Why rush to advance further? Strengthening his foundation now would offer him the hope of ascending to greater heights in the future. At that moment, Zhu Jinju curiously inquired. Generally speaking, such an exceptional absorption of a soul ring should lead to a significant enhancement in soul power, right? With your current soul power at level 40. Absorbing a soul ring of 100,000 years, typically attainable only by a peak soul Douluo, should result in a significant surge in your soul power. What is your current level of soul power? Upon hearing this, Hemingway quietly sensed his own being and then stated, "I possess a soul power of level 45. Level 45? How could a 100,000-year soul ring only elevate you by 5 levels? The purple pearl exclaimed in astonishment. I am not mistaken. Hemingway shook his head and remarked, the energy bestowed by this century-old soul ring has primarily been utilized to mend my body and unlock my potential. A mere fraction of that energy has been allocated to enhancing my soul power, and achieving an increase of 5 levels is quite commendable. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the quality of my soul power has vastly improved. If the original essence was akin to a thin mist, it has now transformed into a thick, viscous liquid. Even if we consider the soul power quality of a tidal Douluo, it is likely that none could rival mine. With the enhancement of soul power quality, the potency of my soul skills has significantly increased, rendering them more durable. For instance, a soul skill that previously required 10 units of soul power can now be activated with merely 1 unit. Furthermore, with the elevation in soul power quality, advancing to higher levels will become considerably easier. This clearly illustrates the immense benefits that the century-old soul ring has conferred upon me. And what of you? During my year of slumber, have you faced new trials? Hemingway suddenly inquired of Purple Pearl. No, Purple Pearl replied, shaking her head. It seems my trials are intertwined with yours. Even if there were tests to undergo, we would face them together. I see. Hemingway nodded with understanding, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the sky above suddenly darkened. The marks on their foreheads illuminated simultaneously. The heavens were shrouded in ominous clouds, and the mountain of the sea god exuded an air of impending tempest. On the now darkened sacred mountain, the layer of divine light that cloaked its surface became strikingly pronounced. Meanwhile, the circular sea beyond the mountain began to seethe violently. Waves surged forth, and layers of peculiar energy fluctuated tumultuously within the circular sea. In the distance, 7 golden rays cleaved the sky, converging once more. This time, their point of convergence was directly above the sea goddess temple. Chapter 80, A Preliminary Attempt. The cascade of golden light enveloped the surroundings, its convergence fleeting as if it flickered and vanished in an instant. Yet, as the golden radiance dissipated, Hemingway and Purple Pearl found that a golden veil now shrouded the circular sea before them. This veil hovered merely 10 meters above the surface of the water, reminiscent of the barrier they encountered upon arriving at the Sea Witch's pillar, seemingly repelling the onslaught of waves. The golden glow extended all the way to the shores of the circular sea. Simultaneously, a fresh layer of illumination appeared in their minds. The second trial for both Hemingway and Purple Pearl had officially commenced. After absorbing the sudden influx of information, Purple Pearl opened her eyes and declared, the second trial, breakthrough. Circular barrier. The conditions for passing the trial are to breach the encirclement of the circular sea and reach the opposite shore without slaying any of the sea spirit beasts. Hemingway's expression appeared somewhat peculiar as he remarked, my trial, akin to yours. is to breach the blockade over the circular sea and reach the opposite shore without slaying a single soul beast. He gazed at the details of this second trial, feeling as though it was almost too effortless. It seemed that even the sea god was unaware of his ability to control the soul beasts, a talent inherited from the Sea King, White Star. At that moment, Hemingway's stomach let out a sudden growl, prompting him to rub his belly, realizing he was indeed feeling hungry. After a year of subsisting solely on energy, he now found his body yearning for sustenance following his awakening. Zhejian Pearl, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "The food delivered this morning is over there. Since you're hungry, you should eat first. We can discuss the trial later." "Very well," he replied. Hemingway nodded and followed him to their usual dining spot. Here, a stone table had been crafted, laden with a sumptuous array of seafood. Enormous king crabs, delectable lobster meat, caviar paired with dark bread, along with the island's unique vegetables and fruits, made Hemingway's stomach rumble with anticipation. Eagerly, he took his seat at the stone table and immediately began feasting on a king crab. After indulging heartily, he felt completely satisfied. Hemingway began to inquire about the recent circumstances of the Purple Pearl, only to discover that the absence of a second trial had led her to remain in her vicinity, spending her days in meditation and cultivation. However, since the first trial had concluded, and without the aid of the sea god's light, her pace of advancement this year had paled in comparison to her previous progress. She had only managed to reach the 50-level mark, indicating that over the course of a year, she had ascended merely 2 levels. While this may not be deemed slow, considering that higher levels inherently require greater effort to achieve, it's worth noting that she had actually attained the 50-level milestone 6 months prior. The allure of the divine soul ring she had obtained, coupled with witnessing Hemingway's remarkable acquisition of a 100,000-year soul ring after a year of restraint, prompted her to follow suit, choosing to forego the pursuit of further soul rings for the time being. Instead, she resolved to focus on solidifying her foundational soul power, with hopes of earning a divine soul ring as a reward upon completing the second trial. In due course, she would be able to acquire a soul ring most befitting her capabilities, one that would push her to her limits. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl arrived at this place. Gazing at the circular sea ahead, he spoke, "Allow me to descend first and test the waters. If my intuition serves me correctly, we should navigate this challenge with relative ease." With that, Hemingway propelled himself forward, launching into the circular sea. His body shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the ocean. Suddenly, just as Hemingway's form had barely cleared 5 meters from the land, the entire circular sea erupted in a frenzy. The already tumultuous waves surged forth in an instant, crashing violently against the golden barrier 10 meters above the sea surface. Strangely, the rising water did not splash outside the confines of the circular sea. It neither inundated the ground beyond nor reached the divine mountain. In that fleeting moment, Hemingway's body became utterly enveloped by the ocean's depths. From the shore, the Violet Pearl could perceive a bizarre realm of deep cerulean waters. Unable to restrain her anxiousness, she clenched her fists and gazed intently at the circular sea. As he was instantly submerged, Hemingway quickly recognized the predicament he faced. Immersed in the ocean, he sensed an extraordinary energy within the waters, impeding his movement while hastening the depletion of his spiritual essence. Even the oceanic perception granted by his martial spirit was severely restricted, reduced from a vast expanse of 1,000 miles to a mere 5-meter radius around him. The oppression he experienced was overwhelming. Undercurrents relentlessly battered Hemingway's form, and the potent buoyancy of the water rendered him unsteady. Fortunately, as his martial spirit was that of a mermaid, he was inherently a creature of the sea. Thus, entering these waters felt akin to returning home, devoid of any discomfort. At this moment, fully immersed in the ocean, Hemingway could distinctly feel the uniqueness of the water in this circular sea. Beyond the constraining energy, the resistance of the water was remarkably formidable. Most crucially, an enigmatic force hindered his ability to manipulate the sea, thwarting his intention to control the waters and propel himself ashore. It was only natural. As a trial set by the sea god, one could hardly expect to be granted an easy passage. Just then, a myriad of arrow-shaped fish, each varying in form, appeared without warning, their numbers overwhelming and surrounding him from all sides. These arrow-shaped fish moved through the water with astonishing swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 had encircled Hemingway, their bodies aglow with a bluish-purple luminescence. An intense wave of spiritual energy wove through the waters, crafting an intricate net that sealed off all avenues for his advance or retreat. Hemingway faced the sudden encirclement with remarkable composure, undeterred by the disconcerting aquatic environment that surrounded him, which starkly contrasted with his usual sense of unfettered freedom and grace. Nevertheless, his martial spirit was that of the Sea King, the White Star. A mere few insignificant fish posed no threat, should he choose. He could effortlessly command them to turn upon one another, even aiding him in traversing the circular sea. Yet, such an act would strip the challenge of its essence. For this trial was intrinsically a process of self-validation and strength assessment. To directly control these sea spirit beasts would be an egregious breach of fair play. Hemingway intended to first test whether he could overcome this challenge solely through his own strength. If he failed, he would consider alternative measures. Directly controlling the soul fish would be a last resort. Chapter 81. Entering the sea. As Hemingway pondered, the arrow-shaped fish began to stir, launching a fierce charge towards him. In an instant, hundreds of these fish, akin to arrows imbued with soul power, surged forth with the intent to pierce his body without relent. From the shore, the attentive purple pearl could clearly see that as these fish charged, their bodies transformed into the same blue-purple hue that had previously enveloped them, resembling radiant streaks of light, truly dazzling. In the circular sea, Hemingway found it impossible to evade such a multitude of arrow-shaped fish amidst the open waters. However, evasion was unnecessary. Ever since he acquired the 100,000-year soul ring, his physical attributes had reached a level that could only be described as terrifying. These arrow-shaped fish appeared to be of the 1,000-year soul beast caliber. Despite their sheer numbers, they posed no significant threat to Hemingway's life. Yet, an important constraint of this second trial emerged. Harming any of the soul beasts within the circular sea was strictly prohibited. This posed a challenge. Eliminating them would have been the simplest solution. Nevertheless, judging by the speed of their charge, even without retaliating, allowing them to collide with him would surely result in disaster. Their attacks were evidently suicidal, akin to a deliberate act of provocation. With no option to kill and no means to evade, what could Hemingway do? Fortunately, despite the unique environment diminishing his water control capabilities, he remained adept at dealing with the reckless onslaught of the arrow-shaped fish. A glimmer ignited in his azure eyes as he pushed his ability to manipulate the water to its utmost limit. Instantly, the sea around him began to churn violently. From the shore, Purple Pearl could see the water surrounding Hemingway twisting dramatically as the invisible force within it swept the charging fish away, scattering them in all directions. Their speed in charging was eclipsed by the swiftness with which they were repelled by the water's impact. However, the assault from the arrow-shaped fish was only beginning. After being abruptly dispersed, they swiftly regrouped within the circular sea, launching another charge at Hemingway. This time, they did not attack simultaneously. Instead, the 100-odd fish skillfully divided into 10 groups, executing a nearly seamless wave-like attack, with each group comprising a dozen or so soul beasts. As the first group was dispersed by the water shockwave, the second immediately surged forward. It seemed they had determined that Hemingway would not dare to harm them. Each successive wave of attack grew fiercer and faster, stirring the water into distorted halos. In the face of the altered assault from the arrow-shaped fish, Hemingway's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, floating serenely in the water. He need not move. The surrounding sea formed shockwaves that automatically repelled the attacking soul beasts. The force used to repel these fish was perfectly measured, ensuring they did not collide with him while simultaneously utilizing the turbulence of the shockwaves to lift them without inflicting harm. As time passes, Hemingway grows increasingly impatient with the relentless assaults of the arrow-shaped fish. After a period of experimentation, he has developed a vague understanding of the fish's resilience, ensuring that he does not exert excessive force that might inadvertently kill them. It is now time to eliminate these nuisances. Thus, when the arrow-shaped fish, the sea soul beast, once again surged towards him, the waters of the circular sea roared anew, generating a shockwave. Instantly, the assailing fish jolted upwards as if struck by lightning, losing their ability to move amid convulsions and trembling, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. The force was precisely calibrated. Having roughly gauged the tolerance of the arrow-shaped fish, Hemingway skillfully commanded the water to create a shockwave, effortlessly neutralizing this wave of attack. Over 100 of the arrow-shaped fish were rendered dazed, nearly half of their number incapacitated, while the remaining ones dared not charge but instead resorted to posturing at the periphery, weaving through the waters surrounding him in a futile attempt to disrupt. With the arrow-shaped fish repelled, Hemingway was finally able to delve deeper. At this moment, he had only penetrated a mere 20 meters into the circular sea, with the distant shore still far off. As he cautiously advanced through the water, he meticulously observed his surroundings. The two banks of the circular sea were merely over 200 meters apart, and he had traversed only a tenth of that distance, leaving 180 meters to the far shore. 180 meters, a mere blink on land. Yet this remaining distance in the water was evidently not so easily crossed, were it not for the interference affecting his oceanic sensing abilities. Now limited to a radius of merely 5 meters, he would not have needed to exercise such caution. The constraints of the sea offer no opportunity for those undergoing trials to seek shortcuts. To succeed, one must rely solely on true strength, for deception is an impossibility. As Hemingway cautiously advanced, he suddenly sensed an unusual wave of energy enveloping him, a vibration akin to sound. What sound could possibly exist in the ocean? In the next moment, Hemingway realized he was in peril. The once aggressive arrow-shaped fish, the soul beasts, which had persistently harassed him, scattered in fear, demonstrating their loyalty by rescuing even their dazed companions. In an instant, the waters surrounding Hemingway became eerily tranquil. Yet, a suffocating pressure enveloped him, radiating throughout his being. A colossal shadow emerged from the distance, and before Hemingway could discern its form, an overwhelming force surged through the water, striking him with such might that he barely had time to cloak his chest with armament before he could execute any further action. He was violently propelled away by the surging undercurrent. With a resounding splash, Hemingway broke through the surface, hurtling towards the peak of the sea god mountain. Although the light of Poseidon no longer imposes pressure on those who have passed the first assessment, the mission to safeguard Poseidon Mountain remains unaltered. Hemingway felt a sudden weakness envelop him, as if he had sunk into a pile of cotton. In the next moment, he found himself seemingly embedded in the light of Poseidon, slowly sliding along the mountainside. Even at this moment, Hemingway could distinctly sense the tumult of his vital energy. An indescribable discomfort coursing through his entire being, as if every meridian had been jolted. His injuries were not severe. He felt akin to the arrow-shaped fish he had previously encountered, having unleashed a shockwave that sent them flying. Yet now he too was propelled by an unexpected force. Overcome with fatigue, Hemingway hastily summoned his spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body, and gradually, the sensation of weakness began to dissipate. Chapter 82. What is the harm? He had failed. Hemingway never anticipated that the challenge he believed he could effortlessly conquer would prove to be far more arduous than he had imagined. What troubled him further was his utter ignorance of what force had propelled him out of the circular sea, when struck by the surging currents. Even the vast ocean's aura enveloping him within a 5-meter radius was disrupted, plunging him into a temporary chaos. He could not discern the nature of his assailant. The only certainty was that it must be a sea soul beast. Why not simply exploit the ability to control the sea soul beast to cheat his way through? This pessimistic thought suddenly arose in Hemingway's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it, setting aside the question of divine approval for such cheating. It was essential to recognize that the true purpose of the sea god's trials was never to hinder them, but rather to provide an opportunity for self-empowerment. This second trial, traversing the circular sea, forbade any harm to the sea soul beasts. On the surface, this seemed unhelpful for enhancing their soul power. Yet it served to sharpen their combat instincts and teach them how to navigate battles in harsh environments. If they could successfully pass this trial, it was certain that their combat prowess would experience significant growth, yielding substantial rewards. "Are you all right, Hemingway?" Upon his arrival ashore, Zijin Pearl hurried over, extending her delicate hand to assist him. I'm fine," Hemingway replied, shaking his head. Hearing her call his name for the first time made him feel slightly uneasy. However, considering that their relationship, while not explicitly defined, had transcended mere acquaintances and entered the realm of friends above lovers, it seemed quite normal for them to address each other by name. With this thought in mind, he tentatively uttered her name, albeit awkwardly. "Zijin Pearl." She responded softly. In the heat of the moment, she had instinctively called his name, but upon reflections, Zijin Pearl felt a touch of awkwardness. Hearing him invoke her name made her feel shy, as if a whimsical figure within her was celebrating joyously. A blush gracing her fair, flawless face, a sight both radiant and enchanting. At that moment, the atmosphere between them took on a sweetness that bordered on cloying. As a novice in matters of the heart, Hemingway felt a sense of discomfort amidst this saccharine ambience, hastily redirecting the conversation. "By the way, what was it that collided with me just now? Did you see it clearly?" With his words, the slightly ambiguous atmosphere was shattered. Zijin Pearl, emerging from her bashfulness, quickly responded, "Yes, I saw it clearly." "What was it?" Hemingway inquired. "Well," Zijin Pearl began to recollect, "I observed closely. Aside from the arrow-shaped fish that initially attacked you, there was only one other type of sea soul beast, the one that struck you last. Its number was singular. It was a white shark, approximately 25 meters in length, yet its massive size did not hinder its agility. It was incredibly swift. From the moment it appeared to its disappearance, it was merely a matter of a few blinks. Just as I caught sight of it, you were already propelled out by the blue light it emitted, stirring the waters. Then, it simply turned away. Upon hearing this, Hemingway felt a surge of understanding. He speculated. From your description, that white shark must be the fabled soul-eater great white. He was astonished to discover the existence of such a creature within this circular sea. At that moment, a hint of bitterness appeared on Zhejian Pearl's delicate face. She remarked, "It's not merely the soul-eater great white. Do you recall what I once told you? In the waters beyond Sea God Island, there resides a 10,000-year-old soul-eater great white, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. The one we encountered just now undoubtedly exceeds that length. Your strength was insufficient to resist its might, which effortlessly hurled you from the water, a clear indication of its true identity." Upon hearing this, Hemingway, whose mind had been reeling, suddenly regained clarity. A glint of understanding flickered in his azure eyes as he gravely intoned, "Could it be that the one that attacked me was indeed the king of the soul-eater great whites, that 10,000-year guardian of Sea God Island? But how could it have ventured into this circular sea?" Zhejian Pearl conjectured. Sea God Island contains several inland seas, and these bodies of water are not devoid of salinity. It is conceivable that their waters originate from the external ocean. Thus, beneath Sea God Island, there may exist passages connecting these inland seas to the outer seas. If this is the case, it elucidates why the king of the soul-eater great whites has appeared here. It must have been drawn to our assessment, obstructing our mission. However, judging by the manner in which it attacked you, it seems its intent was not to harm us, but merely to prevent our passage across the sea. Hemingway nodded and remarked, "It seems this is indeed the case. Only such an explanation holds merit. 100,000 years soul beast. The sea god truly regards us highly. In the second assessment, we are to confront the trial posed by 100,000 years soul beast." A hint of bitterness appeared on Zhejianju's face as she helplessly expressed, "I hope that the soul-devouring great white shark will not launch a fatal attack against us. Otherwise, traversing this circular sea, we stand no chance of emerging unscathed." Observing her worried demeanor, Hemingway smiled reassuringly, saying, "There is no need for such pessimism. While the trial we face is indeed formidable, it cannot be that we must confront 100,000 years soul beast in the second test. The difficulty of this assessment, though significant, must still adhere to certain limitations. The condition for our success is simply to breach the blockade of the circular sea and reach the opposite shore, not to vanquish the 100,000 years soul-devouring great white shark. Since it did not strike me down earlier, we can tentatively conclude that its role is to obstruct rather than annihilate. Thus, our chances of passing this trial are decidedly favorable. Perhaps, this presents us with an excellent opportunity to enhance our practical combat abilities." Upon hearing his words, Zhejianju responded with incredulity. "Enhance our combat abilities? Are you suggesting that we engage in battle with that soul-devouring great white shark? Fight against 100,000 years soul beast? With just the two of us? Both around levels 40 to 50? Hemingway smiled gently and countered, "What is there that cannot be done? Facing a 10,000-year soul beast amidst the vast constraints of the ocean, the pressure we experience is indeed fathomable. The most remarkable aspect is that this ancient soul beast poses no real threat to us. What better sparring partner could there be? Battling in such an environment not only heightens our attunement to the sea, but also significantly enhances our practical combat abilities within it. This, indeed, represents the finest method of cultivation available to us in the near future." Upon hearing Hemingway's explanation, Zhejian Pearl suddenly realized. It seems that the sea god's trial is not merely a test, it also presents an opportunity for those participating to cultivate. The challenges we face are formidable, yet they simultaneously offer us the best means of training. The first trial, the light of the sea god, hones our soul power, while the second trial, breaking through the circular blockade, likely serves to cultivate our practical combat skills, especially in the resistance-laden depths of the ocean. How enlightening. Seeing her comprehension, Hemingway laughed heartily and said, "Now that you understand, let us proceed. This time, we shall dive into the sea together and see if that monstrous white shark truly poses a danger to us. Generally speaking, a 10,000-year soul beast is more formidable than an ordinary tidal Douluo, roughly equivalent to a tidal Douluo of level 95. However, just as there are geniuses and ordinary individuals among humans, some 10,000-year soul beasts are considerably weaker than their kin, while others are significantly stronger. The measure of strength is never accurately defined by rank. Otherwise, the notion of challenging beyond one's level would not exist. The monstrous white shark, residing in the circular sea, undoubtedly belongs to the more powerful category of 10,000-year soul beasts. The ocean differs vastly from the forest. In the latter, various plants offer concealment, allowing weaker soul beasts to evade the mightier ones. In the ocean, however, there is little to no cover, save for certain specialized soul beasts that dwell in the depths. Thus, the law of the jungle is far more pronounced in the sea than on land. To cultivate to the level of 10,000 years in the ocean is undoubtedly a far greater challenge than in the forest, resulting in a correspondingly greater strength. On their second plunge into the sea, mere seconds elapsed before bang, two figures burst forth from the water, clumsily flying back towards the shore. This time, Hemingway's experience was markedly more intense than before. Upon entering the ocean and witnessing that colossal white figure, it felt as if all the surrounding water had become an extension of the body of the king of the monstrous white shark. Immersed in the water, both he and Zhejian Pearl found themselves in the realm of the shark, and before they could even mount a defense, the hidden force of the water had already ejected them from the circular sea. Yet, the monstrous white shark had merely flicked its tail in the water. The most egregious part was that as they were sent flying from the circular sea, it seemed to grin in their direction, as if mocking them. This caused Hemingway's lips to twitch, were it not for the influence of the sea god's power interfering with his control over the water and hindering his strength. He would have certainly shown that little shark who the true master of the water was. At this moment, I should possess the ability to control sea soul beasts, including those of 10,000 years, shouldn't I? And here lies a perfect specimen before me. Why not test my abilities? After being easily cast out of the water twice, the thought surged within Hemingway's mind. This time, I shall descend into the depths alone. Hemingway turned to the equally drenched and disheveled Purple Pearl beside him and said, I have conceived a method to deal with it. Allow me to test its efficacy. This formidable great white shark has become far too arrogant. It must be taught a lesson. A method? Purple Pearl inquired, somewhat perplexed. After all, it is a soul beast that has existed for 100 millennia. We are intruding upon its domain. What can you possibly do? Hemingway offered no explanation. He merely propelled himself upward with a forceful push of his legs. Plunging back into the water, with a resounding splash, a colossal white figure swiftly materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance, colliding with his chest in a familiar fashion. In an instant, the great white shark entered the 5-meter radius of Hemingway's aquatic perception, constrained to a mere 5 meters around him. This distance was negligible for the shark, allowing it to strike before Hemingway could fully comprehend the situation. However, this time, a prepared Hemingway diligently harnessed his water manipulation abilities, striving to counter the shark, which was barreling towards him like a cannonball. Although the effect was minimal, it did somewhat diminish the shark's velocity, granting him a moment to react. Now is the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hemingway's eyes as the dominion of the sea soul beast, derived from the soul of the sea king, White Star, was unleashed. In an instant, the ferocious charging of the demon soul great white shark came to an abrupt halt. A look of confusion flickered in its enormous eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of fear. Its massive body began to writhe in a reluctant struggle, as if grappling with some unseen entity for control over its very being. In Hemingway's crystalline blue eyes, crimson veins began to emerge, a testament to the frenzied depletion of his mental energy. He sensed that the psychic force emanating from the monstrous spirit great white shark was far more formidable than any marine soul beast he had previously encountered. Damn it! This monstrous spirit great white shark was no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. It was exponentially more powerful than the typical specimens of its kind. This was a grave miscalculation. Hemingway exerted every ounce of his ability to command marine soul beasts, pouring his mental energy into the endeavor without reservation, aiming to seize control of the creature's body and dominate its soul. As he watched, the struggles of the monstrous spirit great white shark grew increasingly feeble. Its initial fear gradually replaced by an overwhelming confusion as it neared the brink of submission to Hemingway's will. Suddenly, an unusual wave rippled through the surrounding waters. Hemingway felt the strange force that had always suppressed him suddenly surge at that moment, overwhelming even his mental strength. A silent hum resonated through the air. The once motionless body of the great white shark stirred violently, regaining its freedom, followed by the familiar wave of impact. Hemingway burst forth from the water, soaring through the air before crashing down onto the shore. Thud. This impact was far more severe than any previous encounter. He felt as though his very insides were rattling, and he was on the verge of disassembling. Coughing lightly, a trickle of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. Hemingway, are you all right? The nearby Pearl of Purple gasped in alarm, rushing forward to support him. I'm fine. Just a minor shock, he replied, waving his hand to indicate that he was not seriously harmed. Given his current physique, such trivial injuries would heal swiftly, leaving no lingering effects. This time, he had let his guard down, unaware that the sea goddess trials were meticulously crafted. Perhaps the deity was always vigilant, ready to mend any flaws in the test at the first sign of weakness. He was convinced that the peculiar force he had encountered was not inherent, but rather an intrusive barrier preventing him from successfully mastering the magic soul of the great white shark. Indeed, attempting to take shortcuts was not as straightforward as one might hope, Hemingway mused, though he had never intended to seek an easy path. Chapter 84. The doubts of Poseidon. As he pondered the rigors of the trial, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. Hemingway instinctively shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a magnificent, pure white figure erupted from the depths, expanding before the eyes of the two. It was none other than the colossal king of the magical soul, the great white shark. Both Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl were momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that this creature would leap from the water to pursue them. Was it truly so vengeful? This great white shark surged forth from the ocean, soaring into the air, its sleek form illuminated by a dazzling gray-blue radiance. Strangely, within this brilliance, its body rapidly diminished, ultimately transforming into a tall and graceful young woman. Both Hemingway and Purple Pearl stood dumbfounded, their minds nearly unable to fathom the sight before them. The girl, transformed from the soul of a great white shark, appeared to be of relatively tender years, standing at approximately 180 centimeters tall. While such a height might seem awkward for an ordinary girl, her figure exuded perfection. Clad in a form-fitting white leather ensemble that accentuated her exquisite form, the enchanting curves of her physique radiated an irresistible allure. Her long, gray-blue hair cascaded down her back, brushing the ground with an ethereal grace. Her eyes mirrored the same gray-blue hue, while her fair skin glimmered with a subtle sheen of that same color. With a high-bridged nose and finely chiseled features, her visage bore an edge reminiscent of sculpted artistry, yet it neither appeared jarring nor out of place. Rather, it possessed a captivating uniqueness that conveyed an alluring exotic charm. Observing her, Purple Pearl felt a twinge of unease. For the formidable allure of such an extraordinary beauty could wield a devastating impact on men. Instinctively, she glanced at her beloved beside her, only to find Hemingway's expression far from the starry-eyed admiration she had anticipated. Instead, he bore a grave countenance, as if braced for an impending confrontation. The reason for Hemingway's expression at this moment was the unmistakable hostility and blatant murderous intent radiating from the woman, transformed from the soul of the great white shark. It was evident that her presence was anything but benevolent. Who among us would not be on high alert when confronted by a formidable adversary intent on one's demise? Upon descending to the ground, the former great white shark, now in human form, fixed her enchanting gaze upon Hemingway, her striking gray-blue eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light, as if scrutinizing his state. Suddenly, a fierce bloodlust erupted from her gray-blue irises, her cold stare piercing through Hemingway's very soul like a dagger. Instinctively, he summoned his mental energy and returned her gaze with equal intensity, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, despite his formidable mental prowess, Hemingway could not suppress a low groan as he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his composure, his heart pounding with trepidation. It is crucial to note that his mental strength was considerably robust, yet the mental energy emanating from the girl, transformed from the great white shark, felt as deep and unfathomable as the ocean itself, imbued with a potent aggressiveness akin to that of her original form. "Despicable human attempting to enslave me, you shall perish." The voice of the shark girl was somewhat stiff, as if she had not spoken in quite some time. No sooner had she uttered these words than her body surged forward, trailing a phantom gray-blue silhouette behind her, reaching Hemingway's side in the blink of an eye. In Hemingway's mind, alarm bells rang loudly. He had never anticipated that his earlier intention to control her actions would provoke such panic and murderous intent from this formidable soul of a great white shark. Yet, upon reflection, it is entirely understandable. Anyone would feel unease knowing that someone possessed the power to manipulate their body. It is only natural to desire to extinguish such a threat in its infancy. To wish me harm, it is not so simple. Hemingway's gaze intensified, and the long-simmering power of his conqueror's haki erupted with a thunderous force. In an instant, a surge of crimson ripples swept forth from his being. The girl transformed into the great white shark of the demon's soul, caught in the proximity of this sanguine wave, felt her pupils constrict involuntarily, as a chill ran down her spine, raising every hair on her body. An indescribable sense of dread, As if confronting the divine wrath of a deity or the fury of the sea god, surged from her heart, swiftly enveloping her in an overwhelming panic. Unrestrained, Hemingway's eyes widened, emanating an overwhelming aura that surged forth with greater intensity. In the eyes of the magical soul white shark maiden, his figure began to ascend infinitely high at that moment. In the blink of an eye, everything within her line of sight was consumed by this presence. The unparalleled grandeur and nobility, the ineffable vastness and profundity deeply stirred her soul. The once furious and murderous magical soul white shark maiden suddenly became dazed, and then, astonishingly, she knelt down with a thud, her anger replaced entirely by awe and reverence. This scene was so shocking that she appeared as if she were in the presence of an exalted monarch, like a loyal subject, prostrating herself on the ground. Her body trembling with emotion, completely shedding her prior visage of rage. At that moment, even the circular sea had fallen silent. The impact was not limited to the magical soul white shark king, but rather enveloped the entirety of Sea God Island. All those with lesser strength had succumbed to unconsciousness, while even the relatively powerful were left pale and breathless, evidently shaken, including the titled Douluo. In the sea god temple atop Sea God Mountain, Poseidon covered her full bosom with her left hand, feeling her heart racing violently, a slight blush blooming on her pretty face. Her ocean-like brilliant eyes appeared as if they might overflow with tears, and the figure that had occupied her heart for decades had faded to a mere shadow. In its stead stood a domineering, cold-haired youth. Why was this so? He was merely a child. Poseidon released her grip on the scepter, and with the demeanor of a youthful maiden, she covered her flushed face with both hands, fully aware of the transformation in her feelings, yet unwilling to accept it. After all, setting aside Tang Chen's matters, the age disparity between them was indeed monumental. She could easily be Hemingway's great-grandmother by age. Yet, she found herself drawn to this boy, a century her junior, leading her to question and loathe herself deeply. Could it be that I am truly the sort of woman who flits about, preferring the young over the old? In truth, Poseidon's attraction to Hemingway was not so peculiar. After all, emotions know no age boundaries, and she was not in love with him, but merely captivated by him, drawn to his form. Of course, this does not imply that Poseidon was frivolous. It is merely human nature to be attracted to those of exceptional merit. This phenomenon is not unlike how men, regardless of their age, are invariably drawn to youthful and beautiful maidens. Chapter 85. The true master of the sea. Despite being over a century old, Poseidon's mindset did not reflect her years. Much of her life had been spent on Sea God Island, untouched by the trials of the mundane world. Coupled with her eternally youthful physique, her mentality remained akin to that of an 18-year-old maid. Thus, her attraction to the handsome and exceptional Hemingway was entirely natural. As for her feelings for Tang Chen, do not jest. Having waited on Sea God Island for so many years, Poseidon had long since lost the fervor of her youth regarding him. What remained was merely a sense of obligation and the regret of an unfulfilled love. To claim it was love would be inaccurate. So, if Hemingway were to recognize this and seize the opportunity to pursue her, there was a genuine possibility he could win her heart. Once their relationship was established, even if Tang Chen were to return as a god, it would be futile, for Poseidon would have already made her choice, unwavering in her affections. Conversely, if Tang Chen were to arrive before Hemingway could make his move and express his feelings, there would still be time. Poseidon would undoubtedly accept him and fully cast aside her burgeoning feelings for Hemingway. After all, she had clung to her feelings for Tang Chen for decades. They had become an obsession. However, with Hemingway's presence, it remains uncertain whether Tang Chen could replicate the original narrative and arrive at Sea God Island in time. Thus, the outcome of this emotional entanglement hangs in a delicate balance of uncertainty. On the shores of the circular sea, Hemingway regarded the kneeling magical soul white shark maiden with a calm demeanor, his azure eyes as tranquil as a still sea. He gazed down at her, akin to an emperor surveying a wayward subject. Meanwhile, the purple pearl beside him stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sight before her. How could the ferocious 10,000-year soul beast, who had just been shouting threats, now be prostrating and acknowledging her errors? The purple pearl admitted that Hemingway's imposing presence was indeed striking. His cold visage, indifferent gaze, and regal demeanor were so captivating that one could hardly resist. Yet, was it truly enough to compel a formidable 10,000-year soul beast to kneel? Were her knees so weak? Or did soul beasts truly lack dignity, rendered immobile by the allure of a handsome figure? As the purple pearl entertained these malicious thoughts about the magical soul white shark maiden, she slightly lifted her head, her expression filled with fervent excitement. I was wrong, noble king. Please forgive my sacrilege. I shall never dare again. King? You must have mistaken me, Hemingway replied, perplexed. I am not your king. While it was true that his martial spirit, White Star, bore the title of Sea King in another realm, that title held no relevance here. Why was he suddenly being referred to as a king? Could it be due to his status as the heir to the sea god? I am not mistaken. The magical soul White Shark Maiden insisted with increasing fervor. You are the king of all sea soul beasts, the true sovereign of the sea. From the overwhelming aura of dominance Hemingway had just exhibited, she sensed an innate nobility and an unparalleled kingly presence. He felt like a natural leader, predestined to command her. The very master of the ocean. It is worth noting that even the sea god could not control sea soul beasts in the manner Hemingway did. While the sea god unified the ocean, consolidating the faith of its creatures to attain divinity, he could not force the sea soul beast into submission. At most, he could intimidate them through divine power. Hemingway, however, possessed an intrinsic dominion over all sea soul beasts. This was not mere brute force. It was authority, a power inherent to him. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have been able to frighten away the million-year deep-sea demon whale king upon awakening his overwhelming presence. While the sea god had undoubtedly instilled a psychological shadow upon it, the true key to its retreat lay in the authoritative aura emanating from Hemingway. Yet, as you can see, I am but a human, not a sea soul beast. Observing the magical soul White Shark Maiden's fervent demeanor, Hemingway found it difficult to comprehend. Pointing to himself, he asked, "Do you truly believe that a human could be your king?" Upon uttering these words, the fervent soul shark maiden found her mind momentarily quelled. She could not help but concede that there was a semblance of truth in the other's assertions. How could a mere human possibly be the sovereign of the soul beasts? Yet, the authority that pierced through to the very essence of her being, that inherent nobility, was undeniably genuine. Every soul beast could perceive that aura, that indomitable spirit, which belonged solely to a leader and a king. Could it be that you are a hybrid of soul beasts and humans? The soul shark maiden pondered, tentatively speculating. No, I am a true human. Hemingway dismissed her conjecture, never doubting his identity as a human nor contemplating abandonment of it. After all, what advantages could there be in being a king of the sea spirit beasts? Observing his resolute demeanor, the girl, a spirit of the great white shark, felt a twinge of confusion. What was the matter? How could a human exude the aura of a king? Was it possible that sea spirit beasts were inherently meant to be governed by humans? No, that was utterly implausible. Shaking her head vigorously, she rejected the absurd notion, suspecting there might be another explanation. Perhaps this young man was not entirely human. He might indeed possess the bloodline of a sea spirit beast, albeit unbeknownst to himself. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for otherwise, how could one explain the commanding presence of a human? And why would he hold dominion over the sea spirit beasts? In light of this, it appeared that her initial perception had been erroneous. Suppressing her doubts, the girl rose and respectfully addressed the two before her. Esteemed guests, I apologize for my earlier impetuosity. To make amends, I wish to inform you that while I will obstruct your passage through the circular sea, I shall not truly engage you in combat. My strength in the water far surpasses that on land. Strive well, for I must take my leave. With that, the spirit of the great white shark turned and began to depart towards the circular sea, her form gradually illuminated by a radiant glow. Wait, Hemingway suddenly spoke. The radiant spirit of the great white shark girl paused for a moment, turned her head, and inquired, "What is it?" The chapter continues with an assertion of numerous updates to come. The tale of Sea God Island is nearing its conclusion, and soon they shall encounter exquisite young ladies. In chapter 86, titled Jealousy, upon seeing that the shark girl had indeed come to a halt, Hemingway remarked, "It's nothing, merely a question lingers in my mind. You are evidently still in the form of a 100,000-year spirit beast. How is it that you can transform into a human?" To this, the great white shark girl gestured to her own form, undeniably stunning from a human perspective, and replied with a smile, "It's quite simple. Have you not heard of mermaids? Our aquatic spirit beasts, upon reaching 100,000 years of cultivation, once they set foot on land, experience a 30% reduction in power but can subsequently become human. Of course, this transformation is time-sensitive. Should one remain out of the water for more than an hour, their body will gradually weaken and may even perish. Among the 100,000-year spirit beasts, we are indeed an anomaly. I lack the courage to cultivate a human form, especially since I must protect Sea God Island. I shall take my leave now. Oh, by the way, you may call me Xiaobai." Lord Sea God used to affectionately refer to me as Xiaobai. After uttering this, the great white shark girl playfully winked at Hemingway, as if teasing him. then turned away, leapt, and swiftly vanished into the circular sea, reverting to her original form in the depths of the ocean. Xiaobai, and Xiaobai, such a befitting name, akin to a fool. The name seemed perfectly apartment Zhejian Pearl, irked by her last playful gesture towards Hemingway, cursed under her breath. Deeming her yet another flirtatious vixen, always eager to entice the man she had her eyes on. Enough of this jealousy. Hemingway sighed, reaching out to pat her head. Sensing her increasing possessiveness lately. Who is jealous? Zhejian Pearl's eyes widened, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. In a fit of frustration, she retorted. I merely find that great shark's behavior lewd. She hardly seems like an upstanding woman. It is not jealousy over her flirtation with you. Well, you just confessed it yourself. Hemingway found himself in a state of bemusement. Could this be what is referred to as tsundere? Nevertheless, the charming purple pearl possessed a certain allure that he did not find off-putting. Moreover, the fact that a girl felt possessive over him surely would not strike any man as unreasonable. Girls have the right to be capricious, and men ought to show a measure of tolerance. It would be rather unmanly to be excessively calculating. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Hemingway's tone resembled that of an older brother soothing a headstrong sister, despite the fact that Purple Pearl was several years his senior. Their dynamic invariably positioned him as the leader. Purple Pearl unconsciously overlooked the reality of their age difference. It was simply the way of things. With a huff of indignation, Purple Pearl eventually settled down under his persistent reassurances. Very well, let us continue our adventure. Hemingway's hand continued to caress her head, gently stroking her silky purple locks. He turned to gaze at the circular sea and remarked, the resistance of the seawater is substantial, imbued with a peculiar energy. It exerts pressure upon us as well, as we endeavor to break through the obstructions posed by the king of the magic soul great white shark and its marine soul beasts. Engaging in real combat with them will undoubtedly enhance our prowess in the ocean. Even Little White has asserted that it will not truly attack us. In this context, do you not believe she serves as our finest training partner? Let us not preoccupy ourselves with how to overcome her. Instead, we should hone our underwater combat skills under her blockade, which will surely lead to significant advancement in our capabilities. Indeed, I shall heed your counsel, she replied, seemingly at ease under the comforting touch of his large hand. The purple pearl narrowed her eyes, resembling a docile cat being pampered by its caretaker. From that day forth, the circular sea, which had remained silent for countless years, came alive, guarding the mountain of the sea god. Each day brought tumultuous waves and fierce fluctuations, occasionally erupting in brilliant bursts of light, while whirlpools emerged in the churning waters. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl are both inherently soul masters of the ocean. Thus their swimming abilities are beyond question. Skills such as swimming and breath control are mere fundamentals. They tirelessly engage in their aquatic endeavors within the circular sea until their soul energy is utterly depleted, at which point they ascend to the shore to recuperate and restore their vitality. The Sea Soul King, the great white shark known as Little White, indeed does not pose a genuine threat to them, as she merely obstructs their passage through the circular sea. Consequently, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl can navigate the challenges without any reservations. If they cannot be vanquished, they may as well revel in the experience. As a marine creature, Little White's true prowess can only be fully manifested within the depths of the ocean. 100,000-year-old sea soul beast is an exceedingly formidable entity within the vast expanse of the sea. Hemingway estimated that even 6 or 7 titled Douluos might struggle to prevail against her in the vast ocean, for she was a creature of the sea, possessing the inherent advantage of her environment. Despite the proficiency of soul masters in aquatic maneuvering, they remained mere mortals, incomparable to the marine spirit beasts that had thrived in the depths of the ocean their entire lives. Consequently, every encounter left Hemingway and Zizinza battered and bruised. Even with her restraint, the nature of combat ensured injuries were inevitable. Thus, despite Xiaobai's efforts to hold back, the duo consistently emerged from their skirmishes with a multitude of wounds. Through relentless battles in the ocean, they grew acutely aware that their adversaries were not solely the marine spirit beasts but the entire circular sea itself. Under Xiaobai's command, every droplet of seawater seemed to turn against them, repelling their very presence. Although Hemingway was regarded as their king, Xiaobai was unyielding. She saw herself as the examiner for their second trial, a role bestowed upon her by the sea god. Despite her formidable strength, she would never compromise her duties. Moreover, this trial was beneficial for their growth, and leniency was unwarranted. As the days passed, Hemingway and Zizinzu endured Xiaobai's relentless training in the circular sea, gradually forging an emotional bond, not from a penchant for suffering, but from the camaraderie developed through shared trials. It was akin to the bond formed between a merciless drill sergeant and their trainees, tempered by hardship. Before they knew it, the deadline for their trial loomed near. On this day, they stood quietly at the foot of the sea god mountain, gazing upon the surging circular sea that seemed to beckon them. Through the azure waters, they could discern the imposing figure of Xiao Bai, the gigantic magic soul white shark, leading nearly 1,000 marine spirit beasts that floated, silently observing them. Almost a year had passed, and they had spent nearly 3 years on Sea God Island. Zizinzu was now 21, while Hemingway had reached the age of 15. In this year, Hemingway's hair had fully regrown, cascading in a graceful flow of white. His demeanor had matured significantly, and his physique had developed remarkably. Soul Masters typically matured faster than ordinary individuals, and he now bore the appearance of a young man in his 20s. Zizinza still resembled a youthful maiden of 18 or 19, yet her beauty had only intensified through her cultivation. During this year, Hemingway's soul power had ascended to level 50. The continuous skirmishes in the circular sea had not only honed their will and physicality, but also solidified their foundational soul power. However, Zizinzo had yet to acquire a soul ring, which had kept her at a plateau of level 50, whereas Hemingway had gradually caught up to her. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Once Zizinzu obtained her soul ring, her strength would undoubtedly surge significantly. After all, the exhaustive battles in the circular sea had left her utterly drained each time she returned to shore. As previously mentioned, cultivating under conditions of extreme fatigue and depleted soul power yielded far superior results compared to regular states. Thus, one could only imagine that after a year of accumulation, her soul power would experience a substantial increase upon acquiring her soul ring. The year of restrained soul power would only deepen the foundation she built. Even if she could not rival Hemingway, her capabilities would surely surpass the ordinary imagination. Today marked the moment when they would officially embark on their second trial. Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl stood at the water's edge. He turned to the woman beside him and inquired with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Yes. I have been poised for this moment," Zhejian Pearl replied, returning his smile. Over the course of the past year navigating the circular sea, they had developed an immense understanding of one another. "Let us commence." With those words spoken by Hemingway, their martial spirits were unleashed almost simultaneously. And soon their souls were embodied. For them, traversing over 200 meters through the sea posed no challenge. However, the adversaries they faced were far from simple. Although the circular sea appeared to be narrow, this very confinement limited their maneuverability. Confronted by hundreds of sea spirit beasts of various ranks, their path was nearly entirely obstructed. The most significant hurdle to completing their second trial came from the formidable soul demon Great White Shark, Xiao Bai. Without overcoming Xiao Bai's challenge, they could not reach the opposite shore. While Xiao Bai would not unleash her full strength against them, she would undoubtedly exert every effort to thwart their examination. Under her command, the sea spirit beasts within the circular sea moved as one cohesive force. Throughout the year of rigorous training, they had come to understand this truth through their battle-scarred bodies. Within the circular sea, Xiao Bai was already prepared, as she sensed the indomitable spirit emanating from Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl. She realized that today's battle would not unfold as easily as before. These two were genuinely intent on launching an assault on the second trial she guarded. "Let us go." Hemingway uttered a low growl before swiftly encircling the slender waist of the Violet Pearl, lifting her effortlessly. In that instant, a radiant brilliance erupted from the two of them. A dazzling light akin to the blinding sun above, rendering it impossible to discern the events unfolding within. Moments later, a tremendous roar erupted as the light expanded dramatically, revealing a colossal white tiger with majestic wings, howling at the heavens. Was this the manifestation of a martial soul fusion technique? Astonishingly, he possessed two martial souls. Xiao Bai, deep within the circular sea, was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Throughout the past year, the duo had never revealed their ability to execute such a technique, evidently preparing for this very moment to catch her off guard. Initially, she anticipated that they would plunge into the sea as usual, confronting her and the other sea spirit beast head-on, seeking an opportunity to break through. However, she never imagined they would forego any preamble and directly unleash their martial soul fusion technique. With a swift motion, the wings of the white tiger, resembling elegant swan feathers, unfurled dramatically, and its massive form transformed into a streak of white, darting towards the circular sea with lightning speed. The water was the domain of the sea spirit beasts. Even with their superior swimming abilities, they could not hope to match the prowess of true sea spirit beasts. Moreover, being submerged in the ocean only favored their adversaries. Thus, It was clear that they had meticulously planned to employ their martial soul fusion technique for this endeavor, soaring directly over. By the time the sea demon great white shark, Xiaobai, registered the situation, the winged white tiger had already penetrated over 80 meters into the circular sea. Moreover, due to the prior arrangements made by the sea spirit beasts, they encountered no obstructions. A burst of white light radiated from the white tiger, forming an oval halo that enveloped them, while the leading edge of the white light coalesced into a conical shape, amplifying their momentum further. Simultaneously, a surge of murderous intent erupted from the depths of the white tiger's blood-red eyes, causing the nearest sea spirit beasts to hesitate in terror, reluctant to approach too closely. Before long, the white tiger flapped its wings, its massive form breaking through to a distance of 100 meters, surpassing the midpoint of the circular sea. Xiaobai's anger flared as she thought to herself how cunning they were to devise such a tactic for passing the trial. The circular sea trembled violently, and a ring of azure ripples emanated from her forehead, racing towards the winged white tiger. Concurrently, the blue-gray radiance emanating from her intensified, solidifying the seawater within the circular sea as if it were a tangible substance. Not only was the white tiger she had targeted rendered immobile, but even the other sea spirit beasts in the water found themselves ensnared by this aquatic confinement. This was the evolved skill of the 100,000-year sea spirit beast, Xiaobai, the solidification. The azure ripples emanating from her head were not merely a field ability. They constituted a unique mental assault known as the despair wave. Once ensnared within its grasp, the enemy would be rendered immobile, their soul technique sealed momentarily, akin to fish on a butcher's block, powerless against Xiaobai's will. As she unleashed this formidable skill, Xiaobai's massive body surged forward, almost instantaneously reaching the vicinity of the winged white tiger. The solidification of the seawater did indeed hinder the white tiger's speed, yet it did not halt its flight as she had anticipated. Long ago, Hemingway had discovered that his white tiger martial soul possessed a unique characteristic, an ability to encompass all forms. In other words, his white tiger martial soul could fuse with any martial soul, significantly amplifying its original power. Moreover, it could utilize the abilities inherent to the fused martial soul, even deriving an enhanced capability. Thus, as Xiaobai charged forth with the despair wave, the white tiger suddenly turned its head, a divine light radiating from its blood-red eyes. Two resplendent beams of divine light surged to meet the ascending Xiaobai, piercing through the very heart of the despair wave, aimed directly at her forehead with devastating force. At first, Xiaobai dismissed the dazzling divine light. With her formidable physique as a 100,000-year spirit beast, she deemed such attacks inconsequential. However, she soon realized something was amiss, as the peculiar luminescence appeared unaffected by the refraction of the seawater. As the light drew nearer, she distinctly felt her once comprehensive sensory perception of the circular sea dulling. A mental assault? Or perhaps a high-intensity, concentrated mental strike? Before Xiaobai could react, the radiant divine light struck her directly, leading to an extraordinary occurrence. Starting from her head, a layer of earthen-gray stone suddenly enveloped her, swiftly spreading until she was entirely petrified, assuming the form of a great white shark carved from stone. This was one of the abilities possessed by the nine-headed serpent martial soul of the violet pearl, petrification. In the current state of martial soul fusion, the white tiger martial soul could effortlessly wield the abilities of the nine-headed serpent, and its potency far exceeded the original. Indeed, in a sudden and unforeseen strike, it successfully petrified the 100,000-year sea demon great white shark, Xiaobai. Seizing this opportunity, the white tiger's wings flared dramatically, transforming its massive form into a streak of white light, racing toward the finish line with astonishing speed. In a mere 3 seconds, the petrified Xiaobai violently broke free from her stony confines, the stone covering her shattering into fragments. However, it was already too late. In the depths of the water, the white tiger had vanished from sight. Looking up, she saw the silhouettes of two figures, supporting each other on the distant shore. Xiaobai felt a twinge of defeat, realizing that they had successfully passed the second trial. Upon the sandy shore, the violet pearl and Hemingway leaned against each other, both feeling drained. While the martial soul fusion technique was undeniably powerful, the toll it exacted was equally formidable. Particularly the final petrification ray had nearly drained their soul power. Yet, in the end, they had triumphed. With a long exhale, the violet pearl expressed her excitement. Nearly a year's effort had culminated in this moment. Indeed, the rewards were plentiful, Hemingway mused. At that moment, ripples surfaced upon the sea. With a splash, Xiaobai's large head emerged from the water, the luminous barrier above the sea gradually dissipating, clearly a result of the duo's successful assessment. With her large eyes fixed on the two panting figures on the shore, Xiaobai remarked with a hint of resignation, "Congratulations on passing the trial." Hemingway and the Purple Pearl exchanged a knowing smile, then both suddenly bent at the waist towards the small white in the circular sea, lowering themselves until they reached a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, White." Over the course of nearly a year, what was termed a trial had, in essence, been a period of companionship and cultivation with White. Without White, their synergy and combat skills in the water would never have developed so rapidly. To them, White was both a mentor and a friend. Thus, they sincerely expressed their gratitude for White's assistance throughout the past year. White stared at the two humans before her, a novel emotion coursing through her heart, one that she had never experienced before. This feeling was profoundly unfamiliar, leaving her somewhat at a loss as to how to respond. Ultimately, she turned away and submerged back into the sea. "I am leaving. The trials ahead will not be easy. Take care of yourselves." White's voice echoed across the water's surface, while her figure had already vanished beneath the waves, twisting her body to disappear like an arrow. As they watched White's retreating silhouette, both Hemingway and the Purple Pearl felt a sense of poignant loss. At that moment, two beams of light simultaneously illuminated from their foreheads. The golden trident mark glowed on Hemingway's brow, projecting the second light curtain of the sea god's 9 trials, which shattered instantly, merging into his being as specks of light. The Purple Pearl was enveloped by a crimson light curtain, also representing the second light curtain. By harnessing their partner's abilities, they unleashed an even greater power, breaking through the defenses of the 10,000-year demon soul Great White Shark King. The second trial of the sea god was passed, with the affinity to the sea god increasing by 10%, resulting in a total affinity of 15%. Each received a divine spirit ring as a reward, accompanied by the voice of the sea god. Suddenly, a figure clad in red appeared before them. It was the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. Upon her arrival, she wasted no time. Without a word, she raised her hand and tossed 2 golden orbs of light, which drifted gently toward the two. Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl settled themselves directly on the beach, closing their eyes to silently accept the divine soul rings bestowed upon them. A gentle golden light enveloped their entire beings, and Hemingway felt his depleted soul power swiftly replenishing, while his mental clarity became ever more pronounced, flowing more smoothly than before. It was evident that his spiritual strength had significantly improved. With the experience of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, Hemingway found that his body now absorbed the ring with far greater ease than during his initial attempt, even dedicating a full year to solidify his newfound abilities. 5 months later, Hemingway slowly opened his eyes while seated on the beach, and simultaneously, 5 soul rings illuminated around him. Purple, purple, black, red, red. "You have finally awakened." Upon his awakening, Zhejian Pearl leaned in closer, visibly relieved, and remarked, "I was beginning to think you would fall into slumber for another year while absorbing the soul ring." "How long was I in meditation?" Hemingway instinctively inquired. 5 months. Zhejian Pearl replied. 5 months. It seems I am still rather weak. Otherwise, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring would not have taken me this long. Hemingway reflected with a hint of melancholy. He had anticipated that, having once absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring, the subsequent attempt would be much more effortless. Yet, the reality was that it had consumed a full 5 months, clearly indicating that his physical capabilities were still inadequate, and he had not yet reached the level required for the effortless absorption of such formidable rings. "And you? What was the age of the soul ring you absorbed? What level is your soul power now?" Hemingway inquired of Zhejian Pearl. "As for me, I absorbed a 60,000-year soul ring. My soul power has reached level 57. Zhejian Pearl responded, her expression radiating satisfaction. She showed no signs of disappointment in comparison to Hemingway's 100,000-year soul ring. It is worth noting that 60,000 years is no trivial matter, although it pales in comparison to 100,000 years. It is still a level of soul ring that only a soul Douluo could absorb. Moreover, the soul skill she acquired this time was exceptionally potent, almost akin to divine prowess for her. Her 5th soul skill, Shedding and Rebirth. Effect, a self-healing soul skill that can be used only once per day. Upon activation, the entire body is enveloped in a serpent-like skin, akin to a snake undergoing molting. When she breaks free from this serpentine covering, no matter how severe the injury sustained, be it missing limbs or organs, she can restore herself to her original state. Such a soul skill effectively grants her an additional life. Chapter 89, The Peculiar Trial. Shortly after Hemingway awoke, the subject of the 3rd trial materialized in their minds. Cyclic body refinement? What does that mean? Zhejian Pearl inquired. Perplexed after absorbing the information in her mind, Hemingway remarked, "It seems that the content of our third examination is once again the same. I, too, engage in tidal body refinement. However, unlike the first examination which involved traversing the path illuminated by the sea god, I am practicing the dual tidal body refinement. Soon, you shall comprehend the essence of tidal body refinement. Follow me." A serene voice resonated in the ears of the two, and before they knew it, the exquisitely noble Poseidon Douluo, dressed in resplendent red, had appeared beside them. Her gaze, particularly fixated on the increasingly composed and refined Hemingway, stirred a complex array of emotions within her heart. After speaking, Poseidon turned and began to walk in the opposite direction of the sea god mountain. Her pace appeared unhurried, each step taken with graceful ease. Yet, once Hemingway and Purple Pearl regained their senses, they could only manage to keep her in sight with all their might. Indeed, she was a limit Douluo, her strength evident even in the minutiae. Poseidon's journey lasted a full 2 hours, despite her deliberate control over her speed. The distance covered during this time was quite considerable. They traversed through woods, scaled hills, and encountered various inner seas within Sea God Island. The two closely followed Poseidon, nearly passing through all the terrains of the island. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reached their ears, though they had yet to see its source. The immense sound reverberated like rolling thunder across the sky, each boom louder than the last. Poseidon soared into the air, her form gliding effortlessly as she ascended a towering peak that reached several hundred meters. This peak, composed entirely of rock, was devoid of any vegetation and entirely black. For Hemingway and Purple Pearl, such height posed no challenge. They soon gathered their strength and leaped to the summit. What lay before them was profoundly shocking. They beheld a valley that dipped into Sea God Island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The valley extended several hundred meters inland from the shore, encircled by the same black rock beneath their feet, which felt as hard as steel upon contact. Yet, it was not this that astonished them. They had witnessed the grandeur of the ocean before. What truly left them in awe was the spectacular sight of tumultuous waves crashing within this valley. For reasons unknown, the tranquil waters outside Sea God Island transformed into furious torrents the moment they entered this valley, with waves reaching heights of up to 100 meters, crashing heavily against the rocks beneath them. This cacophony of sound originated from the relentless assault of the waves. The overwhelming power of nature instilled in them a profound sense of insignificance in comparison to the vastness of the sea. "This is the location of your third examination," Poseidon proclaimed. "It is known as the Abyss of Raging Waves, one of the wonders of Sea God Island. Even the formidable soul beast, the great white shark, would never venture here. This place is one of the rare sanctuaries where sea soul beasts have vanished. Do you understand why this sunken valley exists?" Poseidon inquired leisurely. Purple Pearl, gazing at the scene ahead, hesitated before responding. Could it be formed by the impact of the waves? Poseidon replied calmly, "You are correct. This valley was indeed formed in such a manner. Through continuous battering, the rocks have been compressed. Given the opportunity, you may wish to test this. The rocks here, having endured relentless pounding, are not only as solid as fine steel, but also possess a density so immense that their weight is nearly comparable to that of silver for the same volume." Hemingway inquired, "What, then, is our task?" At that very moment, Poseidon slowly raised her hands, and in an instant, a circle of azure light erupted from her being, revealing 9 distinct soul rings that hovered in the air. To their astonishment, the first 8 rings were black, while the final one shone with a crimson hue. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom emerged behind Poseidon. Although both could not discern its precise form, the imposing aura and the legends surrounding Poseidon made it abundantly clear. The martial spirit of this sea god Douluo was none other than the sea god herself. Given her unwavering loyalty to the sea god and her role as the divine emissary among mortals, it was inconceivable for her to possess a second martial spirit. The azure light radiated without imposing any pressure upon the onlookers. Its seemingly gentle glow bore no trace of soul power fluctuation, suggesting that at her level, the mere act of employing soul skills had ceased to be the crux of battle. The blue luminescence cascaded into the valley, soon enveloping every nook and cranny below. It was then that a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The once tumultuous valley, rife with towering waves, suddenly fell into an eerie stillness, as if the 100-meter-high fury of the ocean had been forcefully subdued by Poseidon's unassuming azure light. With her singular strength, she contended against nature, emerging with absolute superiority. Though it was Hemingway and Pearl's first encounter with Poseidon's prowess, they gained a profound new understanding of a 99th-level peak Douluo. If ordinary tidal Douluo were formidable, their might was merely human. Conversely, the 99th level peak Douluo transcended human limitations, possessing a fragment of the power of heaven and earth. The azure light intensified. And standing beside Poseidon, Hemingway clearly observed a powerful blue gleam flash in her eyes. Soon after, two gray pillars began to rise from the now tranquil surface of the sea. They ascended swiftly, each crowned by a smaller horizontal pillar, seamlessly integrated with the larger structure. Resembling a cross at their apex, 5 gray rings adorned this cross. Before long, the two massive pillars, each with a cross-sectional diameter of approximately 1 meter, soared to a height of 50 meters, elevated by the enigmatic energy emanating from Poseidon. "This is the site of your third examination," she announced. "I shall remain here to accompany you throughout the assessment. Should you find it unbearable, you may call for assistance." The red-level candidates must endure for 5 hours daily on these silver pillars, with a time limit of 1 year. As for you, Poseidon's gaze fell upon Hemingway. The sea god's 9th candidate must endure for 12 hours, with no minimum limit. This trial is particularly unique for you, as it does not impose a specific completion time. In theory, you may take a decade or even a century to pass this stage. There are no definitive criteria for completion. Your trial will conclude when the sea god deems you worthy. Unrestricted time? No specific standards for passing? Hemingway pondered, somewhat taken aback. Why was this trial so peculiar? Could it be that Tang San's trials in the original narrative were similarly unconventional? Was it possible that each individual's trial was entirely distinct? Chapter 90, Tidal Body Forging. After hearing Poseidon's explanation, Hemingway and Pearl finally grasped the essence of this third assessment. They were to withstand the violent impact of the waves amidst this tumultuous sea, a process known as tidal body forging. However, Hemingway's trial differed from Pearl's. Not only was he required to endure a longer duration, but he also faced no restrictions on completion time, with the standards of success determined solely by the sea god. Hemingway felt that the time he would spend to pass this trial would likely be considerable, perhaps even exceeding his expectations. Nevertheless, he was not daunted. After all, it was merely a test. Let it begin. "Pearl, do not force yourself. If it becomes too arduous, just let me know." He gently reassured the violet Pearl before turning to Poseidon. "I apologize for the trouble, esteemed elder." Poseidon remained silent, his deep azure eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Yet, witnessing Hemingway's tenderness towards her while addressing him with such reverence stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Soon, the azure light coalesced into 2 streams, enveloping their bodies. In the blink of an eye, as the radiance flickered, both felt a weightlessness wash over them, descending gracefully towards a dark silver pillar. A silvery glow ignited upon the pillar, and Hemingway felt a constriction, his body aligning with the cross-shaped section of the pillar. 5 silver rings simultaneously encircled him, around his neck, waist, ankles, and wrists, binding him securely to the pillar. The violet Pearl found herself in a parallel predicament. They resembled condemned prisoners in their plight. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly misinterpret the situation. As Poseidon retracted his hands, the azure light gradually faded, and an inexplicable pressure began to permeate the hearts of the two. Recalling the earlier tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, a sense of tension began to mount. With Poseidon's energy no longer restraining them, the waters beneath began to churn violently. 50 meters, a daunting height, loomed above them, and as the waves surged, the sea below drew ever closer. The sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore echoed in the air. Before long, a colossal wave surged forth, rising to the height of the two individuals. With a thunderous roar and an overwhelming force, the wave struck them. However, Hemingway and Purple Pearl soon realized that the impact of the wave was not as intense as they had anticipated. Although the wave was powerful and momentarily left them breathless, it was still within their capacity to endure. Secured by the weight of silver rings, they had no fear of being swept away by the ocean's embrace. The silver pillars remained steadfast against the relentless onslaught of the water. Could it be that this third trial was even simpler than the previous two? Yet, their bewilderment lasted only a moment before their expressions shifted. Indeed, while the force of a single wave was manageable, they faced an unceasing barrage of assaults. Before the first wave had fully receded, a second was already upon them, positioned near the rocky shore. The wave surged to nearly 100 meters before crashing down with tremendous force. Initially, the impact was not overwhelmingly felt. However, as the waves continued to strike, they were compelled to summon their inner energy to withstand the relentless assaults. The continuous onslaught left their bodies numb, not in pain, but in a profound sense of insensibility that permeated their veins, flesh, and bones. The tumultuous waters were akin to a formidable master, unleashing energy-infused attacks upon them, each collision engulfing their entire beings. In a brief span, Hemingway and Purple Pearl endured hundreds, if not thousands, of wave strikes. The numbness gradually morphed into pain, as their internal energy waned, leaving them unable to resist. They could only brace themselves against the ferocious impacts. Among the two, Hemingway fared the best due to his inherently robust physique, allowing him to endure far longer than Purple Pearl, who struggled significantly. Had it not been for the training from the previous trials and the divine gift of the Soul Ring, she would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the crashing waves. Yet, even now, her perseverance was tenuous. Her entire body ached with an indescribable agony. Fortunately, she suddenly recalled one of the 9 abilities of her Hydra spirit that could assist her in this dire situation: rapid regeneration. This ability allowed her body to swiftly recover from any injuries, perfectly suited for her current plight. It enabled her to recuperate from fatigue and damage swiftly. Of course, this regeneration had its limits. If she were to lose a limb or an organ, it would be powerless. However, the 5th soul skill evidently stemmed from this ability, granting her a true rebirth. For now, the 5th skill was unnecessary. The mere activation of rapid regeneration sufficed. Upon invoking this ability, Purple Pearl felt her numb and painful body rapidly rejuvenating. Yet, the relentless waves continued to cause damage, forcing her to recover repeatedly in a ceaseless cycle. The rapid regeneration ability could draw energy from consumed food or be fueled directly by soul power. After invoking it multiple times, a wave of hunger washed over her. Despite having eaten well before, she now felt ravenous as if she had gone days without food. Consequently, the efficacy of her regeneration began to wane. Left with no other choice, Purple Pearl had to rely on her dwindling soul power to endure. Time slipped by quietly. For Hemingway and Purple Pearl, the 2 silver pillars resembled the iron molds from which they were forged, their bodies akin to molten metal, and the endless waves served as the hammer shaping them. Despite the agony, they could genuinely sense their gradual strengthening. Atop the mountain, Poseidon, the sea god, sat gracefully with her back straight and her exquisite figure elegantly poised, quietly observing the 2 individuals before her. Her gaze was particularly fixed on Hemingway, feeling a pang of compassion as she noted his expression of anguish. However, when her eyes shifted to Jinju, a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face, akin to the schadenfreude one feels upon witnessing a rival's misfortune. Despite her awareness that such sentiments were inappropriate, she found it impossible to suppress her thoughts. Her attention was irresistibly drawn to the white-haired youth bound to the stone pillar. Captivated by the sight of his clothes drenched by the crashing waves, accentuating the contours of his muscles beneath the fabric, stirring a disquieting restlessness within her, like a magnet. She was firmly ensnared. Thus passed the first day of the initial trial of the 3rd challenge. Jinju could only endure for a little over 3 hours, while Hemingway managed to hold out for just over 8 before reaching his limit. When they were finally rescued by Poseidon, both collapsed, utterly powerless. As the numbness dissipated, the ensuing pain was excruciating, akin to 1,000 needles piercing their hearts, tormenting them for over 10 hours until they began to recuperate and practice. Through this harrowing ordeal, they grasped that the seemingly simple 3rd trial was, in fact, far more agonizing than the combined trials preceding it. If the first trial tested their soul power and the second honed their combat abilities in the ocean, then this 3rd challenge was a rigorous trial of their physical endurance. Undoubtedly, all 3 major assessments were fundamentally tests of willpower, yet the sheer intensity of the 3rd trial provided them with a new perspective. Regardless of the suffering and fatigue, they had to persevere. After all, it is said that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Thus began a period of relentless torment for Hemingway and Jinju. Enduring the relentless waves each day, feeling as though they were mere lifeless dogs, incapable of movement. However, the benefits became increasingly apparent. Their endurance began to extend. And after numerous attempts, they finally met the required standards for the trial. As time progressed, after a month, they realized that their breathing began to synchronize with the rhythm of the waves, and their bodies grew increasingly resilient. This transformation became more pronounced, and by the 3rd month, they discovered that during their initial encounters with the waves, they no longer felt pain but rather an exhilarating sense of refreshment. Of course, this sensation would eventually revert to one of unbearable agony as the duration of the wave's impact increased. Yet, the tangible enhancement of their bodies compelled them to grit their teeth and endure. After all, as the saying goes, He who is destined for great responsibility must first endure hardship. Without enduring such trials, how could one truly become a formidable warrior? Throughout this period, Poseidon remained seated atop the mountain, providing them with necessary assistance. Though she never ventured out to announce it, sumptuous, nutritious meals were delivered daily for their sustenance. After the third month, a remarkable scene unfolded. During a casual movement, they were astonished to discover that their punches now carried a tsunami-like resonance, as if their bodies had transformed into waves. Although their soul power had increased, the overall enhancement in strength was far beyond mere elevation of soul power. Their physical prowess had multiplied exponentially. When combined with their soul power, they could unleash attacks of greater magnitude. Furthermore, they realized that aside from the enhancement of physical strength, their bodies, having endured the waves for an extended period, had also intuitively grasped the art of automatic force absorption. Undoubtedly, these transformations were gifts bestowed upon them by the tumultuous waves, and it was from this moment forth that they began to feel a sense of reward for their suffering. Jinju, having tasted the sweetness of progress, actively increased her training duration in the waves, evidently eager to keep pace with Hemingway. Time passed quietly. A year after their arrival, Jinju had developed the capacity to withstand the waves for 12 hours each day, equivalent to a full 24 hours of continuous exposure. After a few hours of respite, she could resume her endurance against the waves. The progress was unmistakable. Her original soul power of 57 had risen to 60 through this year of rigorous training. She had completed her own third trial, exceeding expectations with remarkable perseverance. The resounding voice of the sea god echoed in her mind, announcing her reward, a divine soul ring. Soon after, Poseidon descended, tossing a golden orb toward her. Jinju promptly seated herself to accept the divine soul ring. 3 hours later, she had successfully absorbed it. And with a thought, 6 soul rings manifested around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Notably, the 6th ring, though entirely black, displayed a faint red hue, indicating that while it was not a 100,000-year soul ring, it was exceedingly close. This revelation filled Jinju with elation. She was gradually catching up to Hemingway. Now at level 63 and barely over 20, her future achievements as a titled Douluo seemed assured, an aspiration her father had cherished throughout his life. Upon completing the third trial, Jinju ceased to accompany Hemingway in facing the waves. It was not due to any prohibition from the sea god, but rather because her physical capabilities had reached a peak, a limit of her own potential after a year of rigorous training. Continuing to endure the waves would yield little further improvement. To ascend to the next level, she needed to seek alternative means. The ocean's waves had little left to offer her in terms of advancement. However, this did not imply that her physical prowess surpassed Hemingway's. It merely indicated that she had reached the zenith of her own potential and could no longer rely on the waves for enhancement. In fact, the waves still held value for Hemingway, as they had yet to fully unlock the latent potential within him. It was no wonder that the sea god did not impose a time limit on this trial. A mere year was hardly sufficient. Hemingway, well acquainted with the tumultuous waves, now finds himself no longer in need of Poseidon's assistance. With his own strength, he can momentarily subdue the surging tides and arrive at his designated position. The silver chains lock onto his body and limbs. Taking a deep breath, the first colossal wave crashes against him. Amidst the thunderous roar, a refreshing sensation envelopes him, pleasurable and soothing. The soul power, having already transformed into a liquid state, begins to circulate in concert with the impact of the waves. His skin, muscles, meridians, and even bones respond subtly to this rhythmic assault of the ocean. The fluctuations generated by the waves allow Hemingway to feel as if he has completely merged with the sea, needing neither soul techniques nor the protection of soul power. He perceives himself engaged in a process of energy release akin to a mighty force striking him, with his entire being resonating at the same frequency as this incoming power, thereby minimizing the received impact. This natural bodily reaction resembles a skill bestowed upon him by the waves. It applies not only to the ocean's onslaught but also to any other forms of energy attacks. Chapter 92. The Essence of Water. 10th Update. Enduring the relentless assault of the waves daily undoubtedly extracts more potential from Hemingway, compelling him to devote himself entirely to cultivating his soul power even in moments of respite from the waves, facilitating a swift recovery of his injured body. The soul power is no longer merely an isolated energy within him. Under the incessant battering of the waves, it integrates into his meridians, flesh, and marrow. This method of body refinement is undeniably formidable. Without immense willpower and a certain level of strength, one could never endure it. Yet, once perseverance is achieved, the benefits to the body are substantial. After absorbing the essence of a 100,000-year soul ring, His soul power has reached level 53. Now, after a year of refining amidst the tides, he has only ascended to level 55, a mere 2 levels in a year. While this may appear slow, it is, in fact, quite the opposite. Firstly, as one ascends in soul power cultivation, the path becomes increasingly arduous. Secondly, his current soul power quality has nearly coalesced into a liquid state, far surpassing that of an ordinary level 50 soul master, necessitating a greater expenditure of time for advancement. Of course, with this heightened quality, the potency of his soul power far exceeds others of the same level, and its durability is significantly enhanced. Such as the balance of gain and loss. Boom. The colossal waves crash relentlessly against Hemingway's body. And as he feels the tumult of each wave stirring the fluctuations of his soul power within, a sudden clarity dawns upon him. He realizes that he is no longer merely human, but rather a part of this furious tide, an integral aspect of the universe. Hemingway gently closed his eyes, completely surrendering to the exquisite sensation enveloping him. The overwhelming impact of the crashing waves faded, and he felt as though he had transformed into the very waves themselves. His senses heightened manifold, to the extent that he perceived the movement of each droplet of water that surged towards him within his mental realm. What is water? A question suddenly surged into his mind. Hemingway discovered that although he possessed the ability to manipulate water, his understanding of it, its essence, remained profoundly superficial. He merely grasped its existence without comprehending its underlying nature. Water, the very source of life for all beings, is it truly so simple? This question led him into a remarkable state, gradually expanding his consciousness outward as he engaged with the sea, meticulously observing the undulations and transformations of the water. The ocean's responsive nature awakened silently, extending its reach beyond 1,000 miles, slowly expanding outward. The scenery before him transformed repeatedly, no longer confined to the Isle of Poseidon, but seemingly encompassing the entire expanse of the sea. To his eyes, the water appeared resplendent in myriad hues, a gentle azure, a profound black, and a crystalline clarity of blue. Even the slightest variation in these colors could not elude Hemingway's senses without the need for sight. He had come to master every shift upon the ocean's surface. His very essence began to merge with the waves and the vast sea as the profound aura enveloped him. The once meditative purple pearl was roused, staring in astonishment at Hemingway, who radiated an unbounded presence. Even Poseidon, seated in meditation upon the rocks, was stirred. Rising gracefully to gaze intently at the youth bound to the stone pillar, his eyes closed, lips curved in a subtle smile. What had transpired? Poseidon, filled with concern, cast a worried glance at him, unable to suppress her murmurs. Even she could not fathom the transformation occurring within Hemingway. At that moment, the previously tumultuous and furious waves unexpectedly fell into silence. Yet, the architect of this calm, Hemingway, remained oblivious, his spirit ensnared in an extraordinary state. As his soul seemed to detach from his body, freely traversing this aqueous realm. In an instant, wherever the water flowed, the world was his to explore. Hemingway observed the myriad transformations, characteristics, and properties of water. He discovered that what appears to be a simple element is, in truth, infinitely variable and intricately interconnected with all living beings, even influencing the very mechanisms of the world. No form of life can exist without water. To master water is to possess the key to the essence of life itself, endowing one with the power to govern all that exists. Water is formless and ever-changing. Hemingway finds himself enraptured in this aquatic realm, merging with the vast ocean, perceiving the myriad transformations of water, solid, liquid, and gaseous, from a grand perspective. Due to varying environmental conditions, these states manifest as clouds, rain, dew, mist, frost, snow, ice, hail, and water vapor. The existence of water profoundly influences every facet of life. Nothing can escape its essence. In the absence of water, this world would be rendered desolate. Water is indeed the very source of all life. In this moment, Hemingway seems to transcend the boundaries of time, witnessing the distant past when the planet was in its primordial state, devoid of animals and vegetation until the emergence of water, gradually coalescing into the vast ocean. Within this boundless expanse of sea, the earliest forms of life, such as algae and bacteria, came into existence. As time progressed, these organisms underwent continuous evolution and proliferation. Over the course of eons, the species within the ocean gradually became diverse and vibrant, with some species even departing from the aquatic realm to venture onto land. Hemingway's spirit seemed to merge with the vast ocean, catching a glimpse of the ancient maritime memories. Akin to an iceberg's tip, and through this, he observed the intricate tapestry of life's evolution and transformation. He was profoundly moved by the marvels of existence and enchanted by the grandeur of nature, truly grasping a fragment of the essence of water. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Hemingway awakened from that extraordinary state, although his eyes remained closed, his corporeal senses returned. The thunderous sound of the ocean waves once again resonated in his ears. And the waves surged forward, yet for him, everything had transformed entirely. As the waves crashed before him, they instinctively veered away from his body, never touching him. Clearly, having gleaned a hint of water's essence from his previous mystical experience, this tumultuous sea could no longer inflict any harm upon him. Gradually opening his eyes, Hemingway's gaze erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors, vibrant and resplendent. To him, the world before him appeared entirely different, imbued with depth and an inexplicable vitality. This newfound understanding held immense significance for Hemingway. The relentless waves he had endured over the past year had not been in vain. Experiencing the ocean's forces up close had deepened his connection with the sea and, by a fortunate stroke of fate, allowed him to comprehend a fragment of water's essence. From this moment onward, his methods of confronting adversaries would transcend mere physicality or sheer dominance. The omnipresent water would become his ally, enabling him to unleash an array of transformative techniques. Surpassing expectations, he grasped the will of the ocean and the truth of water. The third assessment of tidal body refinement was completed beyond measure, enhancing his affinity with the sea god by 15%, bringing the total affinity to 30%. The voice of the sea god resonated within his mind. Hemingway felt a mysterious force surge within him, manifesting 5 soul rings of purple, black, and red around his body. The third black soul ring suddenly deepened in hue, emanating an increasingly formidable aura. Originally merely a 10,000-year soul ring, it had been elevated to 30,000 years due to the rewards of the third examination, significantly amplifying its power in every aspect compared to before. In Chapter 93, the harmony of strength and gentleness, amidst a series of resonant clangs, the 5 silver rings adorning Hemingway simultaneously activated. The surrounding seawater surged toward him, yet it did not drench his garments. Instead, it delicately enveloped his form, gently guiding him toward the shore. There, Purple Pearl gazed at him with an inexplicable fervor, and upon his arrival, she immediately embraced him tightly, as if fearing he might flee. "What is the matter?" Noticing her unusual emotional state, Hemingway reached out to pat her back and asked with concern. However, Purple Pearl buried herself in his robust chest, her arms clinging tightly to his waist, remaining silent. With no other recourse, Hemingway turned his gaze toward Poseidon, inquiring, "Senior, what is the matter with Pearl?" As Poseidon observed the young man, who was oblivious to the dramatic transformation in his appearance and demeanor, a mixture of astonishment and surprise flickered across his face. Yet a faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Do you know how long you have remained on the silver pillar?" 3 or 4 days, perhaps, Hemingway responded, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. He quickly asked, "Senior, could it be that I have been up there for a prolonged period?" "More than a year and a half," Poseidon smiled, revealing a staggering figure from his crimson lips. "What? I must have misheard. A year and a half?" Hemingway was astonished, bound to the pillar of sunken silver, endlessly battered by the waves for a year and a half. Could anything be more horrifying than this? To have been relentlessly assailed by the sea for such a duration and yet still be alive was nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, did he not require sustenance or water during this time? A cascade of questions left Hemingway grappling with the reality of his situation, wondering if these 2 individuals were merely jesting with him. In that extraordinary state, the furious waves surrounding him were calmed as if by an unseen hand, rendering the tumultuous sea as tranquil as a windless expanse. Thus, he was not incessantly lashed by the waves. Observing his incredulous expression, Poseidon patiently elucidated. "As for the matter of nourishment, during your time in that peculiar state, the seawater enveloped your body, and your being instinctively drew energy from it, sustaining your life for a year and a half." This revelation left Hemingway somewhat speechless. It was as if he had gained profound understanding in an instant. By this calculation, nearly 6 years had elapsed since his arrival on the island of the sea god. While I am unaware of the events that transpired during that year and a half, the transformation in your appearance and demeanor indicates that you have indeed progressed closer to the essence of the sea deity. Poseidon's gaze was imbued with astonishment and admiration. "My appearance?" Hemingway felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had his appearance undergone some alteration? Eager to behold his own visage, he gently nudged the shoulder of the violet Pearl, signaling her to release him. Although reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced, loosening her grip and stepping away from his embrace. Yet, her gaze remained moist and lingering, as if she feared that, in the briefest of moments, he might vanish from her sight. As she withdrew from his hold, the intensity of her look persisted. As Hemingway's thoughts stirred, the moisture in the air coalesced, swiftly forming a grand mirror of water before him. It allowed him to behold the alterations in his appearance with remarkable clarity. Is this truly me? Gazing at the reflection captured in the water's surface, Hemingway found himself scarcely recognizing his own visage. The image mirrored that of a youth, perhaps 18 or 19, possessing a tall and athletic build, not excessively muscular, nor frail like a mere reed. Rather, it was a perfectly balanced physique, exuding an inexplicable and harmonious beauty. His long, flowing hair cascaded down like a silken waterfall, a pure white reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. The tresses extended to his knees. But what was most remarkable was the way the ends of this cascading white hair gradually transitioned into a delicate azure hue, as if touched by the essence of water itself. Nearly one-third of his snow-white locks shifted from a pristine white to a deepening shade of water-like blue, radiating vitality and enchanting harmony that felt entirely natural. It was as though this magnificent hair was destined to appear thus, embodying a dreamlike allure. Yet, the transformation did not end there. The most profound changes lay within his features. His previously sharp and penetrating azure eyes softened, becoming translucent and ethereal, harmonizing splendidly with his white and blue hair. Furthermore, the angles of his face rounded, shifting from a visage that once exuded dominance and aggression to one imbued with warmth and tranquility, reminiscent of the ocean's embrace. An aura of inexplicable affability enveloped him. Hemingway, now metamorphosed from a figure radiating an indomitable, iron-willed presence into a superlatively gentle and refined gentleman, emanated warmth and acceptance. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his understanding of the essence of water. The benevolent and gentle nature of water had influenced his outward appearance and demeanor. Thankfully, he had not transformed into a mock feminine figure. A warm-hearted gentleman was still acceptable to him. Hemingway felt a sense of relief, as becoming a refined and gracious nobleman was tolerable. However, had he transformed into a figure with a distinctly feminine visage, he would have found that utterly unacceptable. Just at that moment, a novel luminescence enveloped Hemingway's mind, as the voice of the sea deity resonated within him. The fourth trial, the pinnacle battle against the Leviathan. Assist the soul of the great white shark in vanquishing the malevolent orca clan. Upon assimilating the freshly emerged information in his consciousness, Hemingway turned to the purple pearl and inquired, "My trial entails aiding the soul of the great white shark in obliterating the malevolent orca tribe. What is your trial?" "Let me see," the purple pearl replied, closing her eyes to contemplate the information surfacing in her mind. Upon reopening her eyes, she stated, "Mine is the same. Also to assist the soul of the great white shark in annihilating the malevolent orca horde." The previous 3 tasks served to hone our skills. It appears this task is a testament to the fruits of our training. Hemingway surmised, since this task involves aiding the soul of the great white shark, I suspect that this so-called malevolent orca group must be the arch-nemesis of our ally. It seems this 4th trial grants us an opportunity to repay our debt to the great white. As he contemplated further, he felt he had grasped the essence of the 4th trial. So, what shall we do? Shall we seek out the great white immediately? The purple pearl inquired. There is no rush. This task does not stipulate a time frame, meaning we can complete it at our leisure, Hemingway replied with a shake of his head. He had only just awakened and saw no reason to hastily fulfill the task. Was he in a hurry to be reborn? Chapter 94. Return to simplicity. After receiving the details regarding the 4th trial, Hemingway and the purple pearl refrained from hastily embarking on their mission. Instead, they opted to rest for a time. After all, Hemingway had been in slumber for a year and a half, just now emerging from his meditative state, while the purple pearl had devotedly awaited his awakening throughout this duration. Now that he had just regained consciousness, it was only fitting that they take some time to reminisce together. Besides, since the 4th trial did not impose a deadline for completion, there was no need for haste. Moreover, since their arrival on Sea God Island, they had been consumed with the rigorous completion of divine trials and had yet to fully explore the island's scenic beauty. This moment presented the perfect opportunity to immerse themselves in the local culture and charm of Sea God Island. A harmonious balance of work and leisure is indeed the proper path. Together, they set forth, returning to the city of sea maidens. Upon their return, the sea sorceress was absent, presumably attending to her duties at the sacred pillar of sea maidens. However, the purple-clad sea soul master welcomed them with warmth. ensuring that their original accommodations remained intact and tended to daily. After a day of rest, the Purple Pearl took Hemingway by the hand, leading him through the city of sea maidens, indulging in local delicacies and exchanging items from her soul guide with the inhabitants. The Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island are remarkably simple and straightforward, engaging in conversation with effortless ease. Particularly when they observe the markings on the foreheads of the two individuals, they display profound respect. Thus, after indulging in merriment and revelry for over a month, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl, having pondered long enough, ultimately resolved to venture into the fourth challenge. However, the question of where to locate the elusive little white posed a dilemma. Fortunately, after consulting the Sea Witch, she offered a piece of advice. You may wish to explore the waters at the periphery of Sea God Island, as Little White typically does not stray far from its shores. The words of the Sea Witch reminded Hemingway, awakening within him the realization that locating Little White should be quite simple, provided he employed the correct approach. Thus, Hemingway and the Violet Pearl swiftly made their way to the outermost edge of the island. As they stepped onto the soft silver sands and gazed out at the vast ocean, the Violet Pearl inquired, "How shall we find Little White? Should we dive into the sea? What if she is not there, and we encounter her subordinates who do not recognize us and choose to attack?" Hemingway smiled gently, his demeanor reminiscent of a soft sea breeze caressing the senses. "Do not rush. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities. Since comprehending the will of the ocean and grasping the true essence of water, his capacity to sense the sea has expanded from merely enveloping 1,000 miles of ocean to a remarkably formidable extent. Although still constrained by his own limited strength, he remains unable to encompass the entirety of the sea. Nevertheless, compared to his previous capabilities, the difference is truly monumental." Hemingway approached the shoreline, gently dipping his hand into the undulating sea. In an instant, the ocean's sensing ability silently radiated outward, primarily encompassing the waters surrounding this island of the sea god. Yet, he observed not even a trace of a great white shark. Had they ventured out in search of sustenance? Contemplating this, Hemingway expanded the range of his oceanic perception, centered on the island. Before long, he discerned the presence of the formidable spirit of the great white shark on the opposite side of the isle. Amidst a group of great whites, he spotted the familiar figure of Little White. At that moment, Little White stood still, resembling a shepherd watching over his flock, while the rest of his kin scattered in pursuit of food to satiate their hunger. Little White. Hemingway endeavored to communicate with her. Suddenly, the previously indifferent Xiaobai jolted, instantaneously becoming alert as a fierce blue light erupted from her entire being. "Who is it? Step forth." Xiaobai's large head darted from side to side, her surrounding blue radiance shimmering, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a 100,000-year-old beast recklessly upon the surrounding waters. "It is I." A thought flickered in Hemingway's mind, and suddenly, before the gaze of the king of the soul-devouring great white shark, a glimmer of blue light manifested, coalescing into a figure. "Xiaobai, have you forgotten me so soon after just over 2 years?" The white-haired youth, materialized from the essence of the sea, smiled at the majestic shark, exuding an aura as vast and profound as the ocean itself, as if he were an intrinsic part of it. "Is that you, Hemingway?" Xiaobai gazed incredulously at the apparition before her. "How could you have changed so drastically?" "I have merely experienced a modest breakthrough, entering a new realm." Hemingway replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor serene, while he began to emanate a deep, oceanic essence that calmed both her and the surrounding soul-devouring great whites. "This transformation is far more than just a new realm. You seem like an entirely different person." Xiaobai's heart cried out in astonishment. She observed that although his hair color had shifted slightly and his facial features softened, the overall aura he radiated was strikingly distinct from the Hemingway she once knew. Words failed her in that moment. If the previous Hemingway had exuded overwhelming authority, a king who unabashedly showcased his dominance to all beings, the current version of him seemed to have shed all ostentation, smoothing away any sharp edges, returning to a state of primal authenticity, concealing his brilliance deep within. What could have transpired over these past 2 years to transform a man once brimming with vigor into this tranquil being? What could possibly affect such a profound change? "I have come to seek you for a matter of importance." Hemingway smiled and said, "Come to the shore. I shall await you there." After uttering these words, a surge of information silently flooded into Xiaobai's mind, guiding her to the place where she would find him. Then, with a resounding splash, Hemingway, formed of water, transformed once more into the sea, merging seamlessly with the surrounding waters. At the fringes of Neptune's Isle, Hemingway opened his eyes, withdrew his hand from the sea, and slowly made his way back to the shore. He looked at Purple Pearl and said, "I have already located Little White. We shall wait here. She will arrive shortly." Purple Pearl nodded, not inquiring further. After approximately 10 minutes, the previously tranquil waters of the surrounding sea suddenly began to bubble gently on the surface of the sea. Not long after, the once tumultuous waters began to simmer, revealing a series of triangular white dorsal fins that emerged from the depths. The churning ocean gradually regained its tranquility, as dozens of formidable soul sharks surfaced, showcasing their majestic backs. Among them, the largest figure, known as Little White, ascended from the water. A familiar silhouette came into view for the two observers. The colossal head of the shark broke the surface, casting a questioning glance towards Hemingway on the shore. Encountering the real figure was far more vivid than the earlier manifestation conjured in the ocean. An aura as serene and profound as the sea itself radiated unreservedly from the white-haired youth. Little White. Upon the appearance of the principal figure, Hemingway greeted with a smile. Laced with a hint of jest, "Should I perhaps address you as Little White?" Chapter 95. At last, the opportunity to showcase one's might. Little White, instantly irked, retorted, "Is that what you call me now? That is a title bestowed upon me by the sea god. You mere mortals cannot utter it. What brings you here?" On the shore, the Violet Pearl interjected, "Little White, you cannot possibly be feigning ignorance. Are you not aware that our fourth trial pertains to you?" At the mention of the fourth trial, Little White's expression grew markedly serious as he countered, "Have you both adequately prepared?" With that, Little White leapt from the water, transforming into human form before the two. Hemingway once remarked, "Since you have come to seek me, it is evident that you are already mentally prepared. We intend to complete this task sooner rather than later." Xiaobai furrowed her brows slightly, her figure radiating a grayish-blue sheen under the sunlight. The malevolent orca is not easily subdued. Unlike myself, they are not amenable. They are among the most ferocious creatures of the ocean. Save for the deep-sea demon whale king, which can instill a modicum of fear in them, these brutes have long ruled the seas with impunity. Beside her, Z-Pearl inquired with curiosity, to what extent does the malevolent orca truly possess power? Our mission must be accomplished. I presume that these ruffians you speak of do not share a cordial relationship with your kind, the demon soul great white shark? Indeed, it is far from cordial. Xiaobai replied through gritted teeth, "My brother perished at the jaws of the malevolent orca king. Had I the power, I would have obliterated that blight upon the ocean long ago. Among our sea soul beasts, there exists a hierarchy. Overall, our demon soul great white shark, alongside the deep-sea demon whale and the malevolent orca, ranks among the apex predators of the marine food chain. Yet, in reality, there is a discernible difference among us. The deep-sea demon whale is undoubtedly the mightiest, though its numbers are few, and they live in solitude. Most importantly, the deep-sea demon whale is exceedingly indolent, typically lying in wait with its foolishly large mouth agape for sustenance to present itself. Aside from the deep-sea demon whale, the malevolent orca reigns as the most formidable. Although I am reluctant to concede, those scoundrels truly surpass us in strength." At this point, a fierce loathing flickered in Xiaobai's eyes. The malevolent orca is an extraordinarily bloodthirsty sea soul beast, and even the deep-sea demon whale king is wary of provoking them. As social creatures, they have virtually no natural enemies, resulting in a considerable population. These blights upon the ocean act with impunity, often indulging in senseless slaughter even when not in need of food, mercilessly tearing apart any creature they encounter. Every sea soul beast harbors an intense hatred for them. Yet, their formidable strength deters anyone from challenging them. Not far from our location lies a pod of malevolent orcas, our sworn adversaries. Nearly every few decades or centuries, our two clans engage in a holy war. Observing Xiaobai's evident trepidation towards the malevolent orca, Z-Pearl could not help but ask, "Have you suffered defeat?" With a reluctant nod, Xiaobai confirmed, "Each time we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Were it not for their fear of approaching the sea god island, lest they invoke the wrath of the sea god, our clan may have long ceased to exist." Hemingway remarked, "Since we must confront them, Little Bai, please elaborate on the details of the malevolent orca." Little Bai responded, "An adult malevolent orca measures between 20 to 25 meters in length, possessing a robust physique, sharp teeth, and formidable skills. A single malevolent orca is capable of matching the strength of 2 adult members of our kind. These ferocious creatures never leave survivors. Once they gain the upper hand, they are compelled to rend their opponents to pieces. The total population of malevolent orcas is approximately 300, with around 200 being adults, which is quite comparable to our own numbers. The only solace we find is that their reproductive capacity is inferior to ours. Otherwise, their numbers would be even more daunting. It can be said that if led by a malevolent orca king, their group would possess the qualification to challenge the deep-sea demon whale king. However, this could also lead to their annihilation, which is why they have always refrained from truly encroaching upon the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple exchanged glances, and he finally spoke. So, our fourth trial requires us to assist you in exterminating this malevolent orca tribe, which means we must endure half of the orca's attacks ourselves. Xiaobai scoffed. What? Are you afraid? If you are scared, you need not participate. Fear? In the vast ocean, I have never feared anyone. Hemingway shook his head with a chuckle, thinking that if it were a land spirit beast, he might feel challenged, but against a sea spirit beast, he could only chuckle. It seemed that this time, the Sea King, Baixing, would finally have the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Xiaobai's expression turned unusually solemn. I do not care whether you possess courage or strength. My concern lies with my kin. After decades of recuperation, my tribe has only just achieved this current state. If you lack the capability to annihilate the malevolent orca, my people may pay the ultimate price. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, both Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple fell silent. Especially Hemingway, who, when it came to the lives of Xiaobai's kin, finally set aside his earlier nonchalance. After a long pause, Hemingway spoke sincerely. Xiaobai, I cannot guarantee that your kin will remain unscathed. However, I assure you that if this mission fails, we will certainly perish before you. Please trust me. We do not take our lives lightly. Though you serve as the examiner for our second trial, you should know that we regard you as a friend. Naturally, your kin are our friends as well. I can only say that we will exert every effort to minimize the casualties among your people. If you truly wish to abstain from this battle, then please guide us there. We shall face it ourselves. Xiaobai remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Hemingway. Can we truly abstain? This is not merely your trial, it is also a mission bestowed upon us by the sea god. Eradicating the malevolent orca tribe and restoring peace to our homeland, the ocean, is our duty as servants of the sea god. Since you believe yourselves prepared, let us set forth. As he spoke, Xiaobai turned toward the sea and emitted a peculiar humming sound. Initially faint, the hum gradually intensified, ultimately overshadowing the roar of the waves. The waters in front of Poseidon Island began to churn as a multitude of agile white figures emerged, showcasing their triangular dorsal fins upon the surface. Arranged in a precise formation, the sight of nearly 200 soul-wraith great white sharks lined up was nothing short of extraordinary. Each of these sharks exceeded 15 meters in length, radiating formidable waves of energy. Veiled beneath the ocean's depths, they resembled a meticulously organized battalion. Chapter 96, Incomprehensible. After summoning all the soul-wraith great white sharks, the voice of the little white creature fell silent. It turned to face Hemingway once more, declaring, I understand that you are about to endure the 9 trials of Poseidon. Otherwise, such a daunting challenge would not manifest before you. Before we embark, I have a request that I hope you will grant. Hemingway declared without hesitation, You speak, and as long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse. This is a vow befitting a born king of the seas, a future deity of the ocean. Xiaobai's gaze softened somewhat, yet it was imbued with a sense of tragic resolve. If I do not return from this venture, there remain in these waters my kin's countless offspring, the juvenile demonic white sharks. I hope you can extend your care to them. Would you? Hemingway was struck not by Xiaobai's conditions, but by the tone in which she spoke, reminiscent of a solemn bequest. It was evident that she harbored little hope for the impending battle. Xiaobai, do not succumb to despair. We shall emerge victorious. We will return alive. Not only us, but you and your kin as well. The juvenile soul-eating great white sharks await your protection. Zizinzu, witnessing this, felt a surge of compassion and quickly reassured her. Moreover, Hemingway is exceptionally skilled. If he assures you of your safety, you can trust that he will ensure your well-being. Please believe in us. Xiaobai paused, gazing at Zizinzu, who appeared almost like an adoring fan. Perhaps it was the fervor of her conviction that ignited a flicker of hope within Xiaobai. She murmured to herself, Perhaps the situation is not as dire as I imagined. The sea god has not forsaken his followers. Maybe we truly need not perish. Observing Xiaobai, who stood frozen in place, Hemingway felt compelled to approach her. He reached out, gently stroking her head and playfully tousling her hair, reminiscent of petting a cat. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant. After several affectionate ruffles, he remarked, It appears you are quite fearful of that vile orca king. Have you not always prided yourself on your arrogance? As a soul beast of 100,000 years, you are not necessarily inferior to him. Possess a bit more confidence. Nonsense. Who would fear that scoundrel? Xiaobai snapped back to reality, feeling the caress atop her head. Meeting his gentle blue gaze, she unexpectedly felt a sense of attachment. Yet outwardly, she stubbornly shook her head, dislodging his hand. Onward. With that, she leaped into the ocean, transforming into her true form. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl swiftly followed suit, leaping into action under the guidance of the Little White. As they landed upon the backs of two exceptionally enormous soul-eating great white sharks. With a fierce surge, Little White led the charge, propelling forward with remarkable speed. 200 soul-eating great white sharks trailed closely behind, carrying Hemingway and the Purple Pearl straight toward the depths of the vast ocean. Hemingway gracefully perched upon the back of the soul-devouring great white shark. With his current strength, despite the shark's exceptionally smooth dorsal surface, he was far from likely to fall. Similarly, Zhejian Pearl, being a soul master, was equally adept at maintaining her balance atop a soul beast. Once they ventured into the vast ocean, they truly experienced the dominion of the soul-devouring great white shark. Riding the waves, their speed was unparalleled by any vessel. The howling sea breeze sliced through the air like a blade, while the surrounding waters transformed into a cerulean halo, sweeping past them on either side. This sensation was exhilarating yet perilous, a genuine testament to the shark's formidable power. Within the confines of the circular sea, Xiaobai had been unable to demonstrate its true capabilities due to the limited expanse of water. However, the current discovery heightened the vigilance of both Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl. The formidable soul-devouring great white shark also harbored fears of their target, the malevolent orca, indicating the considerable challenges of their fourth trial. As the soul-devouring great white shark advanced, Hemingway remained industrious. With the shark as his means of transport, he could devote himself entirely to strategizing. Undoubtedly, the malevolent orcapod was extraordinarily powerful, potentially exceeding the strength of the soul-devouring great white shark pod by more than double. In a direct confrontation, they stood no chance against the hundreds of elite soul beasts that roamed the ocean. It was evident that Xiaobai could not contend with the orca kings, and the overall strength of the soul-devouring great white shark was notably inferior to that of the orcapod, even with their assistance. Engaging in a head-on battle would likely result in severe losses, a scenario Hemingway wished to avoid. The sorrowful gaze of Xiaobai remained etched in his mind. In light of this, alternative strategies needed to be considered. Perhaps they could leverage the abilities of the Sea King, White Star, to incite the malevolent orcas to turn against one another. Hemingway seems rather unreliable. Managing so many sea spirit beasts at once likely strains his mental fortitude. One can only hope he does not end up succumbing to a mental breakdown. What if he were to employ a decapitation tactic and directly control the Abyssal Orca King? Last time, even Xiaobai was nearly under his influence, had it not been for the divine intervention of Poseidon at the last moment. They would have surely passed the second trial. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, while the Abyssal Orca King may surpass Xiaobai in strength, it cannot be by a significant margin. Hemingway believed it prudent to make an attempt, for even if he could not exert control over the malevolent Orca King, he could at least create a measure of disruption, thereby affording Xiaobai an opportunity. The waters inhabited by the sinister orcapod were not nearby, however. With the astonishingly swift method of travel provided by the soul-devouring great white shark, they reached their destination in merely 2 hours. At Hemingway's request, Xiaobai directed his kin to halt and rest 50 miles from their goal. Then, with a mere thought, Hemingway summoned forth a tumultuous surge in the surrounding waters, whereupon a delicate mist began to rise, ultimately crystallizing into ice. An expansive surface of ice, ample enough for them to stand upon, materialized before them. Hemingway gracefully leapt onto the ice, followed closely by Zhejian. Upon landing on the surface, she curiously tested it with her foot and discovered it to be remarkably solid. Filled with wonder, she gazed at him and inquired, "How did you achieve this? I recall you lacking any ice-related abilities." "It's quite simple," he replied. Hemingway smiled, gazing into the curious eyes of the little white creature that had leaped up alongside him. He explained to the two women, water is an ever-changing and omnipresent substance. Ice is merely one of its forms. Once one comprehends the process through which water solidifies into ice, transforming water into ice becomes a remarkably simple endeavor. Zhejian Pearl and the little white creature listened, utterly perplexed. They grasped each word he uttered, yet when combined, the meaning eluded them entirely. Ice is ice, water is water. How could the two be conflated? Could you please say something we can comprehend? They implored. Chapter 97 presented a rather peculiar focus. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two women, Hemingway refrained from further elucidation. To clarify the underlying principles would require extensive explanation, far beyond mere words. Thus, he pivoted, saying, "Little White, I now possess a method that may potentially minimize our losses. Are you willing to give it a try? Upon hearing this, the little white creature's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily casting aside the dilemma of turning water into ice. Eagerly, it inquired, "What method? What is it?" Hemingway continued, "I must inform you that the sinister orca possesses a form of wave detection. Any creature with energy within a 10-mile radius cannot escape their scrutiny and will face devastating consequences. If you intend to employ any trivial tricks against them, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts. If they were so easily dispatched, we would have already eliminated them." Hemingway shook his head and remarked, "Do you recall the last time during the second round when I attempted to manage your situation?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, "Can you control the demonic orca?" Hemingway remarked, "My martial soul is rather extraordinary. I cannot quite comprehend its nature. But I possess a unique ability that allows me to command the sea spirit beasts. I can exert control over any creature of the ocean. Of course, if their strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin, my ability becomes rather ineffective. How can such an unreasonable power exist?" Zizinzu interjected after listening. "To be able to command sea spirit beasts means you would be invincible upon the ocean, even if you cannot control those of overwhelming strength. Commanding a multitude of sea spirit beasts could compensate for quality with quantity, granting you dominance over the seas. Alas, it is not so simple." Hemingway shook his head and explained, "First and foremost, the ability to control sea spirits is intrinsically linked to my own strength. I cannot command sea spirits that vastly exceed my capabilities. My previous attempt to control Little White ended in failure. Furthermore, there exists a limitation in quantity. It is not an infinite capacity to command sea spirits. The number I can control hinges on the strength of my mental fortitude as well as the prowess of the sea spirits I seek to dominate. If I could disregard such limitations and summon an abundance of sea spirits, I would surely understand the adage that many ants can take down an elephant. Additionally, there are distance constraints in summoning sea spirits. If they fall beyond my sensory range, I am rendered incapable of calling upon them. This means that if no spirits lie within my sensory perimeter, my ability becomes futile. Were I able to ignore distance and extend my senses across the entire ocean, I wouldn't have found myself besieged as I was. I could have summoned a multitude of sea spirits from thousands of miles away, and you would have long since become their prey." He spoke with a hint of frustration, recalling the moment he was ambushed by pirates upon leaving the island. A memory that still ignited his ire. "What do you mean by that?" Little White, having regained composure from the shock of being able to control sea spirits, inquired about his intentions. "I plan to attempt controlling the malevolent orca swarm here and see if I can incite them to turn against one another. If I could directly command the malevolent orca king, that would be even better," Hemingway replied. "Of course, even if I cannot control the king, I can at least create chaos among the orca swarm, significantly weakening their collective strength. When the time comes, we will strike en masse, greatly enhancing our chances of success. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and give it a try." Little White urged eagerly after hearing his words. Zhejian Pearl, with her bright, sparkling purple eyes, curiously observed his next move. Under the gaze of the two women, Hemingway felt a twinge of embarrassment. For he was about to reveal a side of himself he was reluctant to display before others. Although this state showcased his formidable power as a man, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Even though such a transformation was quite normal in this world, with even stranger martial spirits existing, the notion still felt somewhat disconcerting to him. The thought of unveiling that aspect in front of the two women instilled an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Well, he mused, resolving to embrace the notion that the consequences would be the same regardless of his hesitation. With a firm resolve, Hemingway took a deep breath and leaped into the water, plunging into the depths with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared beneath the surface. Zhejian Pearl and Little White stood upon the ice. Their curiosity piqued as they watched the spot where he had submerged, wondering what he intended to do. Suddenly, a silent hum resonated from the depths of the sea. In response, a kaleidoscope of colors burst forth from the ocean floor. Concurrently, the multitude of magic soul great white sharks submerged in the waters began to exhibit signs of agitation. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles erupted upon the ocean's surface. Following this, a dazzling radiance pierced through the water. Within this brilliance, a colossal entity gradually emerged from the depths. Standing upon the icy expanse, the two women, Purple Pearl and Little White, gaped in astonishment, their crimson lips widening in disbelief as the massive figure revealed itself. Ultimately, when the behemoth fully surfaced, an uncanny silence enveloped the surroundings. Enormous, The initial impression it imparted was sheer magnitude. Beautiful. Subsequently, one could not help but be captivated by its exquisite, ethereal beauty. A cascade of pink hair was elegantly styled into a celestial bun, while the upper body resembled that of a stunningly graceful human woman, boasting an extraordinarily voluptuous figure, and the lower half transformed into a fishtail adorned in shades of pink and white. It was none other than the true form of the White Star, a manifestation of martial spirit. Only in this White Star state could Hemingway unleash his abilities to their fullest potential. Towering at several dozen meters, the magnificent mermaid gazed down at the astonished expressions of Purple Pearl and Little White, and a hint of helplessness flickered in her enchanting azure eyes. He anticipated this reaction. A giant mermaid like White Star was unparalleled in this realm. It was no wonder the two women were rendered speechless. How astonishing! Purple Pearl was the first to regain her composure, marveling at the mermaid's impressive bosom. She glanced down at her own figure, which, though not insignificant, paled in comparison. And for the first time, she felt a pang of inadequacy. There was simply no contest. The sheer scale of the mermaid dwarfed her entirely. No matter how much one might develop, one could never reach such an exaggerated stature. Hemingway observed her focus on that particular aspect and found himself at a loss for words. Why do women always fixate on such peculiar details? Shouldn't the point of interest be the mermaid herself? What could she possibly compare to? Moreover, this mermaid was his creation as a man. Did she truly believe he would be concerned about this attribute as size? Chapter 98. The Queen leading her troops. Ah! A melodious voice involuntarily escaped Hemingway's lips as he shook his head and gently extended his colossal, delicate hand towards Purple Pearl. Despite its beauty, it could not mask the undeniable enormity of White Star. Standing several dozen meters tall, Purple Pearl in White Star's grasp resembled nothing more than a Barbie doll. However, instead of panicking, Purple Pearl exhibited curiosity, examining her surroundings and exploring every inch within the giant's hand, leaving Hemingway utterly speechless. Was it truly necessary to behave in such a manner? With a playful flick of her fingertip, akin to the size of Purple Pearl's head, he gently set her back on the ice surface, resolving to initiate his attempt. With beautiful blue eyes softly closed, the mermaid's tail submerged in the ocean. Her innate ability to sense the sea began to silently radiate outward. In the blink of an eye, through the ocean's resonance, Hemingway perceived the fearsome pod of orcas, situated a daunting 20 miles away. These creatures, significantly larger than the malevolent great white sharks, displayed a robust physique devoid of the latter's streamlined elegance, yet exuded an undeniable aura of strength, cloaked in a shadowy gray-black hue. Their colossal heads occasionally gaped to reveal formidable teeth, sharp as blades. The dark crimson eyes of these orcas radiated a fierce menace. In this expanse of sea, not a single other marine creature stirred, underscoring their dominion over the waters. It appeared that the pod comprised approximately 200 to 300 individuals, predominantly mature specimens. Among them loomed an especially massive individual, exceeding 30 meters in length, which floated centrally within the group. Its gray-black skin shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen, unmistakably identifying it as the Orca King. These orcas roamed within a vast territory of several thousand square meters, clearly asserting their supremacy. As no marine life dared encroach upon their realm, it seemed they had feasted well, with several drifting motionless, perhaps in repose. The sheer potency of their will was formidable. It became evident that directly controlling the Orca King would be futile. Through his oceanic sensing ability, Hemingway acutely discerned the terrifying mental prowess of the Orca King, a force brimming with brutality and ferocity that was beyond his current capacity to govern. Even an attempt at coercion would surely result in a violent rebuff. Thus, it appeared that the only recourse was to incite a fratricidal frenzy among the lesser minions. Resolutely, Hemingway directed his thoughts, silently commanding approximately 50 adult orcas, most of which possessed a power level around 10,000 years, with a few reaching 2,000 to 3,000 years. This represented the pinnacle of his control over marine soul beasts. Then, let the carnage commence. As Hemingway's command echoed, all the orcas under his influence bared their jagged teeth, viciously lunging at their nearest companions. They targeted vital areas, resulting in numerous orcas being swiftly dispatched by their frenzied brethren. The sudden upheaval plunged the entire pod into chaos, turning the sea into a crimson tableau as orca blood stained the waters. The atmosphere grew taut with tension, for orcas are inherently bloodthirsty. The scent of carnage seemed to awaken their savage instincts. In a moment, the energy fluctuations in the water surged wildly, and the orca pod descended into a brutal internecine slaughter. It was not until a deep, resonant roar reverberated through the waves that these orcas abruptly halted their carnage. Hemingway could feel the 50 orcas he commanded teetering on the brink of breaking free from his grasp, illuminating the reality that controlling such a number was indeed overly ambitious. Nevertheless, he resolved to finish this swiftly. Hemingway intensified his control, and instantly, the previously stagnant demonic orcas resumed their fierce combat. Observing the sudden madness of his kin, who began to turn upon one another, the demonic orca king's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. In an instant, his massive form sprang into action, unleashing a wave of invisible energy that erupted violently. Boom! In a heartbeat, it enveloped all the demonic orcas, halting their fratricidal struggle. However, it was not long before the 50 controlled orcas launched another assault on their companions. Roar! Witnessing his subordinates' blatant defiance, a thunderous roar erupted from the demonic orca king, causing the surrounding sea, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, to tremble with reverberation. Similar roars echoed from other demonic orcas as well. In that moment, a powerful surge of energy nearly sealed off the surrounding waters, rendering it as viscous as gelatin. While intense mental waves penetrated the ocean, plunging deep into its abyss, Hemingway could sense the waning connection between himself and the 50 malevolent orcas. These creatures were breaking free from his grasp. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. Hemingway was also stirred by a surge of righteous fury. A powerful aura emanating from him, resonating with the vast ocean, descending upon the domain of the malevolent orcapod. Boom! It was as though a torpedo had been unleashed in the vicinity. Some of the weaker orcas trembled violently, flipping onto their backs, and were tragically shaken to death. In the blink of an eye, what once numbered close to 300 orcas had dwindled to just over 200. And even those remaining appeared to be in dire straits. Their unsteady movements indicated that merely remaining conscious was an arduous challenge. Under such circumstances, the combat capabilities of these orcas had significantly diminished. Among the pod, only the Orca King seemed minimally affected, retaining its peak fighting prowess. Yet even so, in the face of Hemingway's overwhelming presence, it felt a palpable sense of trepidation, as if disaster loomed nearby. Now was the time. Observing this scene through the ocean's currents, Hemingway recognized that the orcas were in a pitiable condition, and it was the moment for the soul-devouring great white shark to take the stage. Opening his eyes, Hemingway gazed down at the eagerly watching Purple Pearl and Little White, declaring, "It's all set. Let us advance together. We must move swiftly." Upon his words, the colossal mermaid surged ahead into the depths of the sea, heading towards the orcapod. On the icy surface, Purple Pearl and Little White momentarily paused before swiftly regaining their composure. One transformed into a 9-headed serpent and plunged into the water, while the other leaped in, reverting to her original form. Thus unfolded a magnificent spectacle in the ocean, a massive mermaid leading the charge, her beautiful tail gracefully propelling her forward with remarkable speed. Beside her, a lengthy 9-headed sea serpent followed closely. On the other side, a 20-meter-long soul-devouring great white shark accompanied them, trailed by a multitude of weary sharks. The grand procession resembled a queen commanding her troops into battle, leading a throng of loyal followers toward a designated target. Chapter 99. The Intimidating Presence. Under the guidance of the mermaid form of Hemingway, the legion of soul-devouring great white sharks unleashed their full speed, darting through the water like a barrage of white arrows aimed at the orcapod. As they approached within a 10-mile radius of the orcas, the Orca King finally detected their presence. His mental probing coincided with the psychic waves emitted by Little White. The collision transformed the Orca King's initial fear into a blaze of fury, and he charged forth with the remaining members of his kin, who still possessed combat strength. A torrent of water shot from behind the Orca King, and a deep, hoarse voice thundered, "So it is you who have been scheming in the shadows." Little White replied with pride, "Indeed, it is us. Orca Demon, do you remember the words I uttered when you took my brother's life? Today, you shall pay in blood for your transgressions. You vile creatures who have sullied the ocean, we shall enact the wrath of the sea god upon you." The sea god? He disappeared eons ago. You foolish little fish, do you wish to challenge me? I will make you experience the same fate as your brother. The Orca King's fury reached its zenith, his eyes ablaze with a chilling crimson light. At the mention of her brother, Little White's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a roar, she surged forward with her kin. Meanwhile, Hemingway, in his colossal mermaid form, remained stationary, refraining from joining the charge. Given the significant weakening of the surviving orcas due to his earlier display of overwhelming presence, Little White's side held a decisive advantage. Thus, he chose to observe for the moment, ready to intervene should the situation take a turn for the worse. Boom. The two dominant factions of the ocean clashed fiercely. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. The soul of the abyss great white shark had endured oppression from the evil spirit Orcus for an unfathomable number of years. At this moment, it unleashed a staggering 120% of its combat prowess. In contrast, although the evil spirit Orcus exhibited formidable strength in their momentary surge, their earlier intimidation by the overwhelming presence of Hemingway had left them in a noticeably weakened state, rendering them incapable of showcasing their true potential. As the two sides collided, the entire marine expanse was instantly stained crimson with blood. Racial wars are traditionally fought to the bitter end. Just as the soul of the abyss great white shark had been biding its time for an opportunity, the evil spirit Orcus had long sought to eliminate these sea spirits that posed a threat to their supremacy. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was too great. Should this continue, the soul of the abyss great white shark would suffer catastrophic losses. Hemingway furrowed his brow, observing the fierce battle between the two factions. Although the soul of the abyss great white shark appeared to have the upper hand at present, it was evident that if the fight persisted, even a victory would come at a steep price. Alas, Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and suddenly, a crimson ripple began to expand around him. In an instant, the already blood-soaked world was enveloped by an invisible chill and dread, reminiscent of a scene filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood flashing through the minds of every living creature. However, unlike the others, the magical soul great white sharks were not deliberately targeted, thus they were only startled, with little impact on them. In contrast, the evil demon Orcus were once again struck by the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki, causing their fighting spirit to wane significantly. Their already diminished physical condition was further compromised under the oppressive aura, leading to a retreat against the relentless assault of the magical soul great white sharks. With each clash against their opponents, it seemed as though their courage dissipated a little more. The magical soul great white sharks held a distinct advantage. The formidable presence of Hemingway's conqueror's haki bears a certain resemblance to a unique domain of this world. Once unleashed, it not only instills fear among all beings, but also exerts a profound influence within its reach. Individuals within this aura experience varying degrees of impact, with their combat spirit and attributes significantly diminished. It is akin to a divine skill essential for clearing the battlefield during a clash between two armies. With the aid of his conqueror's haki, the evil Orca steadily retreated, having already been in a weakened state prior. This decline only exacerbated their condition, rendering the beleaguered evil Orca unable to withstand the onslaught. Increasing numbers of Orcas fell prey to the malevolent soul great white shark. While the malevolent soul great white shark engaged the evil Orcus in combat, the hydra-like purple pearl was not idle, though she could not contend with the Orca King. She was more than capable of dispatching the lesser minions. She transformed into a shadow of the abyss, darting through the ranks of evil Orcus with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing her myriad talents with reckless abandon, petrification, venom, curses, her full might unleashed. One by one, the evil Orcus met their demise at her hands. Many of the less formidable Orcus were dispatched before they even had the chance to retaliate. If the malevolent soul great white shark and the evil Orcus are likened to soldiers from opposing armies colliding, then Hemingway undoubtedly serves as the general leading the forces of the malevolent soul great white shark. With him at the helm, bolstered by the power of his conqueror's haki, the malevolent soul great white shark became an unstoppable force. The casualties among the evil Orcus mounted relentlessly, blood spattering as immense energy waves erupted from the surface of the sea. As Hemingway initiated the activation of his armament haki, he raised a finger, and beams of golden light, forged from the powerful haki, shot forth. Any foe struck by these rays, the malevolent Orca, would suffer grievous wounds if merely grazed, or have their innards crushed and perish instantly if struck directly. At the onset of the battle, the malevolent Orca King was brimming with confidence, for they had long dominated the soul-eating great white shark, which posed no resistance. Even in their current weakened state, the disparity in strength was not easily bridged. Even a wounded creature could easily send these lesser adversaries fleeing in disarray. Indeed, there are times when a being's own frailty can stir a ferocious spirit, leading to reckless abandon in combat and an unexpected surge in fighting prowess. However, as he clashed with the fierce shark, the Orca King soon sensed a disturbing shift. Initially, all seemed well, but as a blood-red ripple enveloped him, he felt his strength wane. In a moment of disorientation, he perceived an immense silhouette overshadowing him, its eyes as cold as a blood moon, staring him down. In that gaze, he glimpsed death itself. Under such influence, the shark, who should have been completely subdued. Match him blow for blow. The Orca King realized that his power had diminished by at least 30 to 40%, while the shark remained unaffected, growing ever more valiant in battle. As their strength shifted, the seemingly weaker shark continued to inflict wound after wound upon him. The most infuriating aspect for the Orca King was the invisible pressure surrounding him. No matter what he did, he could not unleash his full potential. Amidst the shark's relentless assaults, he found himself unable to assist his kin, forced to watch helplessly as they fell one by one. The Orca King understood that if this continued, his entire force would likely be annihilated. Though the shark before him was formidable, he could still withstand its onslaught. Yet, his kin could scarcely endure any longer. The casualties far exceeded those of the soul-eating great white shark, having cultivated his strength for 100,000 years. The Orca King was no fool. He realized that the colossal mermaid nearby was the key. The majestic aura she radiated instilled within him an instinctive urge to revere her, especially after the appearance of that blood-red ripple, which seemed to diminish the combat effectiveness of his kin, thereby leading to their inability to contend with the great white shark. With this realization, the Orca King's massive form surged through the water, propelling himself like a drawn bowstring. He absorbed a fierce strike from the shark, sustaining numerous wounds. Yet his charge was complete. A massive iron-gray water column erupted from his back, hurtling toward the enormous mermaid in the distance. "Be careful," the shark bellowed, launching herself into the fray, colliding forcefully with the Orca King and sending him flying, transforming into a fierce warrior once more. As if anticipating the Orca King's impending attack, Hemingway did not evade the oncoming iron-gray water column. Instead, he extended his grand, delicate hand, and radiant gold surged forth. A shield of golden light materialized, meeting the gray-blue water column head-on. The Orca King's strike was a culmination of his might, aimed at obliterating Hemingway in one fell swoop, liberating his kin from the oppressive dominance. Otherwise, he would not have endured multiple attacks from the shark to gather strength. Could Hemingway withstand the full force of a 100,000-year soul beast? The answer was affirmative. The iron-gray water column collided with the golden shield. The air exploded with a colossal wave of energy. The giant mermaid strained against the impact, her golden shield firmly held before her, her soul power depleting rapidly. Although the unleashed iron-gray water column was formidable, Hemingway's armament hockey was equally impressive, as long as his soul power was sufficient. The offensive and defensive capabilities of the armament hockey were virtually limitless. This meant that as long as his soul power remained ample, even a strike from a god could be easily countered. Thus, despite the immense expenditure of soul power, he managed to withstand the assault. The consequence, however, was a staggering 60% depletion of his soul power to absorb this blow. This was an alarming toll, for his soul power had now coalesced into a liquid state, and in terms of quality, it surpassed that of certain titled Douluos. Such high-quality soul power was not only durable, but also amplified the potency of his soul techniques. Yet, even with such exceptional soul power, warding off the Orca King's strike had consumed a significant portion. On the other side, having barely resisted the shark's relentless assaults, the Orca King's heart sank to the depths upon witnessing his full force strike effortlessly parried by the giant mermaid. Before he could respond, the shark lunged once more, viciously tearing away a chunk of flesh from his chest, causing blood to erupt forth. Hemingway cast a cold glance at the malevolent Orca King, effortlessly unleashing a radiant beam of golden light that pierced through the head of an evil orca, which had nearly seized the soul of a great white shark. Under the oppressive dominance of his conqueror's hockey, the battle between the malevolent orcas and the soul great whites had lost all semblance of uncertainty. At this juncture, the Purple Pearl had already slain a dozen of the evil orcas, while Hemingway had casually dispatched over 20 more. Coupled with the relentless assaults from the other soul great whites, the numbers of the malevolent orcas dwindled significantly. Initially, only the mature malevolent orcas had joined the fray, but soon even those of lesser cultivation had entered the battle, resulting in an overwhelming advantage for the soul great whites. The malevolent orcas understood that they stood no chance against the speed of the soul great whites. Their only hope for survival lay in a desperate fight, with retreat being a futile option. Yet, they were shrouded in Hemingway's terrifying conqueror's hockey, which severely hampered their states, preventing them from unleashing their true strength. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of the soul great whites, how could they hope to withstand it? As the numerical imbalance became increasingly pronounced, the combat grew ever more lopsided. The remaining malevolent orcas found themselves besieged by at least 3 or 4 soul great whites each, leaving them with no opportunity for reprieve. With the outcome of the battle all but assured, both Hemingway and the Purple Pearl judiciously ceased their assaults, yielding the battleground to the sole Great Whites. However, at that moment, a peculiar energy fluctuation erupted from the heart of the fray. The once dominating presence of the Orca King was suddenly repelled by a tremendous force. The massive form of the Orca King floated momentarily on the surface of the sea, refraining from pursuing the small white shark. As its metallic sheen swiftly transformed into a layer of ashen gray, an immense wave of energy seemed to envelop the entire marine expanse, causing the movements of both the malevolent Orcas and the sole Great Whites to slow significantly. "This is bad," the small white shark gasped, charging forward once more, only to be repelled again by an invisible layer of energy surrounding the Orca King. At this moment, even its once blood-red eyes had turned a pale gray, and the air around its body began to warp violently. "It's going to self-destruct. We must stop it," the small white shark cried out in terror. No one present could fathom the consequences of a 10,000-year soul beast's self-detonation. Yet the sheer magnitude of energy and spirit that such a creature could unleash was terrifying to imagine. Should this calamity come to pass, it was likely that very few would survive. In a shocking turn of events, at the precipice of destruction, the Orca King revealed its ferocity, willing to obliterate itself to ensure mutual annihilation with the sole Great Whites. In that moment, all the malevolent Orcas exhibited their formidable nature, displaying no inclination to retreat but rather launching a final assault. Each malevolent Orca, at the cost of their very life force, frantically attacked the surrounding sole Great Whites, not in a bid to slay their foes, but to entangle these mortal enemies, preventing their escape from the battlefield. "You dare!" Hemingway's eyes widened, and a terrifying crimson ripple erupted from his entire being once more. With his full might unleashed, the domineering aura of his conqueror's haki surged forth without restraint. The surrounding sea began to churn violently under the pressure of his formidable presence. Even many of the monstrous soul white sharks were inadvertently harmed by this overwhelming force, while numerous sinister Orcas were quite literally shaken to death by his haki. "Let us perish together." The enraged king of the sinister Orcas bellowed frantically, fully prepared to sacrifice its life. It was utterly unaffected by the conqueror's haki, its body swelling rapidly as it ignited every ounce of energy within. Chapter 101. A Clash to Remember. The desire for self-detonation was not so easily fulfilled. The invisible barrier, which even the little white could not breach, was not something Hemingway believed he could dismantle. However, who said that an impenetrable barrier precluded the possibility of delivering an attack within the enemy's body? With a flick of his powerful tail, Hemingway's massive form appeared before the king of the sinister Orcas in an instant. He then raised his right hand high, where brilliant golden light began to coalesce in his palm, pouring forth his soul power without reservation. He then brought his hand down with tremendous force. Six King's gun. A resounding crash echoed as his enormous palm struck just above the Orca King's forehead, yet it was halted by the invisible barrier. Hemingway's eyes sparkled with determination. He suddenly felt a surge of energy in his palm. Utilizing the power of the rubber fruit, he pressed onward. With a flick, a flash of golden light shot forth. Assisted by the abilities of the rubber fruit, the golden light in his palm broke through the invisible barrier and directly penetrated the breathing hole atop the king of the sinister Orca's head. In its normal state, the king would have had 100 ways to evade or disperse this golden light with an explosive surge of energy. Yet at this moment, it was locked in the throes of self-detonation, incapable of moving even an inch. Its massive body relied solely on the invisible energy released during the self-explosion for protection, a barrier that even the 10,000-year-old sea soul beast, Little White, could not breach. Little did it expect that the enemy would find a way to penetrate its defenses in such a manner. As its body expanded violently, it suddenly came to a halt. Hemingway swiftly maneuvered, retreating to a considerable distance, fearful that his earlier, forceful strike had not been effective and that the creature might suddenly explode, inflicting harm upon him. The formidable body of the malevolent Orca King, after a brief pause, erupted with a sound akin to a balloon being punctured. A chaotic surge of energy burst forth from the gaping wound on its back, accompanied by a torrent of crimson. Clearly, the armed color that Hemingway had injected into its body through the exhaust port had inflicted catastrophic damage to its internal organs. The once mighty aura of the malevolent Orca King dissipated like evaporating steam, and after a few futile struggles, it rolled over, succumbing to the embrace of death. Thus, the once dominant ruler of the seas, the 10,000-year-old soul beast, met its end in a most anticlimactic manner. One might say it was indeed unfortunate. Had it not resorted to the self-destruct skill, it would have been temporarily incapacitated, leaving Hemingway with no opportunity to approach. Moreover, if it were not for its whale anatomy, with its massive blowhole, Hemingway could not have directly injected the armed color into its body, subsequently wreaking havoc from within. More critically, without the meatball fruit, Hemingway would have been unable to breach the energy barrier and infuse the armed color, condensed from the Six Kings spear, into its body. The confluence of these fortunate circumstances enabled Hemingway to achieve the remarkable feat of vanquishing the malevolent Orca King. The Orca King ultimately perished due to its own biological characteristics, failing even to realize its final desire to self-destruct and annihilate its adversary. In the absence of the malevolent Orca King's leadership, the remaining Orcas offered little resistance. And before Xiaobai, they had no opportunity to self-destruct. Soon, the Legion of Soul Sharks swept away all remnants of the malevolent Orcas, bringing this tribal conflict to a resounding conclusion. Hemingway and Purple Pearl withdrew from their spirit embodiment, reverting to their human forms while standing upon the surface of the sea. At that moment, the delightful and familiar luminescence reappeared, and the resounding voice of the sea god echoed within their minds. The fourth trial, the Battle of the Shark Whale, had been completed. The death toll of the abyssal great white shark was 0. The task had been exceeded. The reward, an elevation of 3 levels in spirit power. The affinity with the sea god was now 20. Instantly, Hemingway felt a surge of pure energy coursing through his body as he began to greedily absorb this newfound vitality. His spirit power commenced its rapid ascent. Previously, after refining his body through the tides, his spirit power had already reached level 56. Now, through this trial, with an increase of 3 levels, he had attained level 59. All that remained was to elevate one more level and acquire another spirit ring, thereby seamlessly ascending to the rank of a level 60 Spirit Emperor. Purple Pearl experienced a similar fortune. Her reward was also an increase in spirit power. Initially at level 68, she ascended 2 levels through the 4th trial, becoming a level 70 Spirit Sage. With the acquisition of another spirit ring, she would officially attain the title of Spirit Saint. Thank you, Lord Sea King. Xiaobai emerged from the water, her eyes reflecting sincere gratitude. She could scarcely remember how many years she and her kin had lived under the shadow of the malevolent tiger whale. Countless clan members had perished in the wars against this monstrous foe. Today, the conflict was resolved with less than 10% casualties among her people. A reality that felt like a dream, especially with Hemingway's heroic intervention at the last moment. Her belief that he was the destined Sea King was further solidified. Upon hearing her address him, Hemingway expressed his astonishment. "Little White, why do you refer to me in such a manner?" Little White replied with a wry